Coa next. Rainbow Thunder. The Thunder down under. And we're getting ready to go right now. Canada and the world. You're watching the 2025 Canadian Club Championships here in Calgary, Alberta. The first match is about to begin momentarily. We're going to be watching Rainbow Thunder go against Caffeine & Co. Rainbow Thunder, number 2 out of Manitoba. Caffeine & Co., number 1 out of Quebec. And as I was studying the notes, it was fascinating is Caffeine & Co. is a relatively new team, started in 2023 with a small core of top-level players, if you know Green Baron, and they've risen up all the way to quarterfinals, but it was Rainbow Thunder that shot them down and ended their run as Rainbow Thunder proceeded to make it to the next round, of course. So their journey in 2025 begins where it ended. Meanwhile, Rainbow Thunder, you should be no stranger to them. They were silver in Manitoba Provincials 2025, 23, 22. Gold medalists. They beat out Rogue in 2024. So they were formed as far back as 2017. They are best known for their colorful jerseys, sideline hype, and epic brunches. They had bronze at Nationals in 2023, as well as the thing in 2023 and 2024. So we're watching top-tier women's dodgeball here at the Canadian Club Championships as we begin a 3-day tournament. You've got Ben Johnson on the mic right now, hopefully joined by my co-commentator. Otherwise, you have to listen to me chat both sides of my mouth. But thankfully, the real talking is about to begin by the athletes on the court. Something I really appreciate about the kind of state of play for dodgeball right now. Both teams have coaches. Rainbow Thunder, well known for their coaching duo. We've got Jamie Tapper as well as Kevin Harder. Kevin Harder has been alongside Amanda First on the gold medal co-ed 2022 team in Canada for Worlds. New to Caffeine & Co. having a coach. And so, folks, we are saved from having me talk to myself. And we're back at it here. The Armada is together. Hello.
Hello, yeah.
Welcome.
Oh, you know what? We're live now, aren't we?
We are.
Excellent.
You were joining midstream.
I was rushing over, told my Uber, get going. We have some dodgeball to commentate. No, definitely. It was also a lift, so like, not even a proper sponsor.
You know you won a brand war when it's like, yeah. I took a Kleenex to get here.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah. So you have a lot of experience against both teams, right?
I do, and you know what, Ben? We could not start with a better story.
I was thinking the same thing. I was just explaining that Caffeine & Co.'s rise ended at last Nationals, well, at Nationals.
Co. actually beat Rainbow Thunder 6-1.
And they played so well.
So this is really a great game to come back and forth with, and I'm very excited to see how either of them adjust to each other, what they bring to this as a new strategy potentially.
Oh, well, yeah, you just gave me the shivers how much I enjoy watching this sport. I have a theory for you.
Okay.
So sometimes in professional level sports, during like a like kind of the, we'll call it round robin to use our terminology here, some teams can kind of not show their hand. Mm-hmm. What if Amanda First is like, you know what, we're not going to show our best stuff at the thing because we're going to show up at the Canadian Club Championships as a different team?
Maybe. I mean, Rainbow Thunder is kind of known to have the biggest playbook in the game. However, I do think they're not ones to take an L if they can avoid it, right? Like, I don't think it would ever be a point where we're going to lose in round robin because we're gatekeeping.
But like,
some secrets.
yeah, it'd be weird to turf the thing.
Yeah.
Just to like play this mind game.
No. And to be noted, obviously, at the thing, there were roster adjustments.
Yeah, and that was like kind of the tricky part about the thing. I'm like, is this person a guest? Is this a new player? You know, I actually was likening it to, I was talking with Nathan just a second ago, it's like the first time ever having like free agency in our sports.
Yeah.
Where it's like, wait, why is this person from Manitoba? Oh, they're just a guest at the thing. I was like, no, they're on the team. And I was like, oh, but this person from Ontario, they're a guest. I was like, nope. Okay, time to start studying as we get lined up here. Rainbow Thunder, of course, wearing the rainbow jerseys on the near end. It's actually quite contrasting in that we've got the monochromes versus Rainbow. Are you expecting defensive, slow pace out of Rainbow Thunder then?
No.
Ooh, and there's the wicked windmill to begin it from JC Morris.
Rainbow Thunder likes to be aggressive off the strike. They have a good strike. They should be. I think you'll see Caffeine & Co. maybe be a little more aggressive on the defense.
Okay. Bird in the throw, shifting. There's yet to be an elimination. Let's see that play call. Myra Duarte in the middle. They send it. Ball is up and caught by the ball retriever. So we do have damage. Taylor Ewell is out. Defensive play call happening. Oh, it's a play call coming from the captain. Preemptive throw and a hard throw. Watch it on the right wing. Now, have you ever gone up against this is giving Cassandra Paris-Jourdois.
Oh, have I ever?
The hammer that she can throw.
Yeah, phenomenal arm. And fun fact, Ben, coming off an injury.
Oh.
Hurt her knee at the thing. Hasn't played since then.
Okay.
This is her first time testing the knee here at the Canadian Club Championships.
And they are very quick into the attack zone. Solo throw, getting up and out of the way. Julie McLaren on the right wing. Should be targeted again. She is. The ball's high and outside for her. So over and under on how many times we get hit for her. What do you think? We have the perfect view angle.
We do have the perfect view angle. You're taller than me. So I'm going to guess I'm going to hit once, you're going to get hit twice.
Paris, Jedouin, and you're going to catch that one, whereas I don't have your athlete reactions. Ooh, I love the throw. Jobin Ross, you see kind of like it almost curved into McLaren.
Yeah,
Player advantage here for Caffeine & Co. Okay, back to you.
No, Jobin Ross, very experienced. She's been part of the Team Canada program. Actually, there's a lot of talent on both these teams within that program. JC Morris making that block there, two-time world champion for the mixed foam. Team Canada.
McLaren first, Morris, veterans of the game. Windmill not connecting on Duarte.
McLaren also previously part of the Team Canada foam program.
Nice, back to 2019.
Yeah. And then, of course, on the other side, you have Corinne Durand, also a multiple-time gold medalist at the world level. Mira Duarte, part of that program.
Rising star.
And that's a great, did they invest 3 there, Ben?
Yes, and it worked. And they've got the numbers. So as we can see coming back here from Rainbow Thunder is 2 shots. And they do target Duarte again, but she's got a wicked slide. That's why you wear those knee pads, not like those cool Gen Zs who like to kind of go naked on the knees.
They want to lose their cartilage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really don't mind Caffeine investing 3 balls in a 5v3 to make sure they get that player out, especially when they have someone like Duarte who's very comfortable taking that last ball, trying to bait things in.
Oh, an attempted catch. Good to go for it. It's early in the tournament. Big smiles. Again, you got the player advantage right now, so it wasn't a high-risk move.
Yeah, and you know what? A risky placement from first. It was right in her pocket, but she just couldn't close in on it. Great throw.
2 balls apiece. And the Rainbow Thunder send 1 wide of target. Quick in reaction. Good defensive work there. Passer not connecting. Counter, same issue. 4-2. So this is one thing you can kind of get lulled into a slower game with Rainbow Thunder throughout. But I love the pace. That's kind of quick and steady movement by Caffeine & Co.
Duarte tried the no look there, which is, a great thing to do, especially against a really strong blocker like first.
And crisscross. Successful blocking. And 2 just staying in and staying alive.
And they invest the 5th. Can Rainbow Thunder do some damage with this?
Meanwhile, big rosters of both teams, right?
Yes. Caffeine & Co., I believe, has 11 historically. Oh, they used to have 11. They actually had 1 player not come back. And Rainbow Thunder has expanded their roster.
Nasty. Oh, that respect the windmill there as Forte is taken out. That was just
Morris can pack a lot of punch. She's got great accuracy on long distance.
I predict one of the 2 that hit me will be from her when she's on the other side.
On the other side, yeah, that makes sense. Windmill also has the rising effect.
Forte targeted, active blocking. Gil, Biron, Duarte, ready, set. Missing. On the offense, Rainbow Thunder. Trademark calling Thunder, and that is a connection on the wrist. Now 1v3.
Yeah, great take by Duarte, making use of that angle.
No counters. Shot clock resets. Burden to throw on Caffeine & Co. 2 throws. Expertly blocked balls up in the air, and that is out of bounds.
She uses the distraction well.
Yes. Now 2v1. Two ball block.
Morris is not afraid to go for the catch on the defense either. So Caffeine has to be very careful about their placement. Especially
with that, when you kind of get low and have those 2 balls, you can actually kind of suck that 1 ball in. Great spot to trap it. Duarte applying pressure, heading back, and communicate with teammate. Burden to throw still is on Morris. Resets the shot clock. call time now out of Caffeine and Co. This is going to be hard to take her out.
They're holding firm.
Yeah, like there's going to be no rush, right? This could be an exceptionally long set.
Oh, and they're only down to 1.
Whoa! Tried to pull the hips out of the way, but the ball is heat-seeking. Strong arms galore, dangerous defenders. 1v1, this is what we're here to see. Just like first set of it, the whole tournament is already just so exciting.
Yeah, can you believe this is the first point?
Also a shout out to like when the strength of schedule is really good and you're just like, oh, key matchups like this. Start to build rivalries. Burden to throw is on Caffeine and Co. Duarte. Ready, sets, delivers.
See Duarte feeling a little more of the tiredness. She's getting
Bringing the swagger, JC Morris. And not on catches, on hard hits in the catch zone all 3 times.
Yeah, it's doable. None of them went for it.
Well, they
but
were punch outs each time.
Exactly. And Morris, to be noted too, very careful with her ball advantage. She never ever gave away the amount of balls so that she'd be at a bit disadvantage. She always had 2 to block, potentially 3 near her ankle. Duarte got a little too aggressive with that. It makes her defenses a little weaker.
Now on court, Sydney Somerville in the middle, so new to Rainbow Thunder, not new to Dodgeball. Lepouve in the left wing. Rue, number 29, protecting teammates. As we have a couple outs now, so McLaren and Ewell taken out. Full court still for Caffeine and Co. Whew, man, that is just a wicked whip.
Yeah, you're going to see them take Pershvedden's shot a lot.
Hard on the thighs. Question for you, do you know if, like, so from my angle, I constantly see fastballs from her, from Paris-Jodoin. Is there other throws?
There's definitely a lot of movement to the throw. It comes in really fast, but because of her grip, it does kind of waver in the air. So it is hard to track. It's not just a fastball. It's going to be moving a little bit.
Rue sends it back, resets the shot clock, burden to throw Caffeine and Co. After those 2 eliminations, we're now 4v4.
And to be noted, Caffeine was in a really good power position almost that entire last point. Morris had to come back and claw back from a 3-1.
Did she ever? 7-2, crisscross, but no connect. Ball apiece for Caffeine and Co. Golden Rush showing the third Duarte. The send 2, and Somerville is a limb. Somerville out of Ontario.
I love the rainbow hair.
A new era. Duarte, no stranger to Rainbow Thunder, a former World player. Several years experience in Manitoba. Good protection. Sarah Gill handing off the ball to teammates. 2 on target, expertly blocked.
We're in another tough scenario, 3v3.
No hesitation to send a couple late, and that Paris-Jodoin just drops it crazy.
She's got a lot of leverage from her height.
Yeah.
That's what I tell myself. If I was taller, I could throw harder.
It's the tendons. It's the tendons. Hip, shoulder separation.
Caffeine invests the 5th. I have a feeling that 2 balls are going to go at, 6 balls.
I think like sometimes when you've got that high energy as a team, it's so tricky because like the way Amanda leads her team is just through that extreme discipline. And I was noticing that the thing, they're just like their pace can kind of be unnerving if you like to hustle. You can get into a frenetic pace if you're not.
Really curious, Ben. Rainbow Thunder just had 6 balls, but they threw 2 at separate targets.
Versus kind of coordinating it.
Absolutely, when the other team has no defense.
Yeah, well, of course, an advantage there is that you pin the player down. Right? Like we saw near us there with the 3 balls. The player had nowhere to go. And big hit. 3v1. No strangers, Rainbow Thunder, the 3v1. Let's see how the Cuvée takes it. Stays alive, sends one from the knees. No greedy fingers there from Paris-Jourdain.
That's a tough throw to make from the knees as well. You lose a lot of power removing your legs.
Speaking of height and power, yeah. You're not pulling power from the earth when you're doing that. You're just doing the twist. Jordan Ross hopping out of the way. And that's when you see multiple balls on target, getting it done.
And we have a tie game.
1-1. Do you have an angle on the shot, the game clock? Oh, it's blocked by Kevin Harder right now. I think I saw 13 minutes.
Yes, and we do have an interesting format with our game time. Oh,
okay. That's we're just getting officially. We're within the final seconds to no block. This is why we see both teams lining up as such. So we're not gonna. Any second now. Or are they starting in completely new block?
They're starting in
yeah, clearly. I've seen that one ball drop.
And the cross from Ewell.
That's like when you can master the no-look, it's tricky because it's open shoulder, right? Like you have to release so early, it can be less predictable, but Somerville nails it. Duarte known for just being able to flip-flop out of the way. Kind of sends your body in like 3 different directions when she does that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hard throw countering, but it's a trade situation as Biron gets a haircut.
And now we're in a 5v4.
I think we're the first time seeing a player advantage on the Rainbow Thunder end. Into the pocket, brought in. So tricky when you've got a ball in hand, like to use it to your advantage versus having it ricochet off. And maybe a little high on the catch as good opportunity to take her out.
Great shot by Paris.
Technical. And we talked about that where she's happy to like from the knees pull it in like that. But when you can throw heat like that, it doesn't matter. Player advantage erased and then some. Caffeine and Co. Team to watch this tournament?
Oh, always a team to watch.
On the rise. Nyo, who is missing the first couple sets, is a limbs. Clausen now, final remaining player, sends one, and a hail of bullets coming at her, and it's the third one that gets it done. Paris-Jourdain, no surprise.
Now, Ben, have we talked about the format of the actual structure of the game for this tournament? Traditionally, we tend to have like 2 10-minute halves or 2 12-minute halves. But the way that the games are today and for this weekend, until playoffs at least, is it is a 26-minute time block of running clock. Okay. And at 13 minutes, they will have no blocking. But all of no blocking actually eats into the second half of the time block. So your second half isn't a traditional 13 minutes.
Half percent.
Yeah, your second half in quotations for the streamers at home who cannot see me. So realistically, your second half is going to be something a little more like 10 minutes, as we're seeing here. So it is, at the end, probably similar to the amount of game time you are actually playing, but you don't have a traditional halftime where you can stop and really talk about it because your clock is running the entire time.
Oh, and speaking of the free agency, are you familiar with Leanne Wilson?
Well, Leanne Wilson lives in Quebec, so.
But not for all, like, not for many years.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Oh.
Long-time Avonlea Armada member, part of the original roster. That's why I'm such a huge Caffeine & Co. fan, but has lived and played with Caffeine & Co. since their inception.
Oh, wow, okay.
And I miss her every day.
First cross, and it connects. That was a good one. Do you have like a ship ceremony where you like kind of like old Vikings where you like put them out to sea?
She has a ship tattoo.
Wow.
That's commitment to the Armada.
commitment is both of us wearing merch. It's where my flip-flops have gone. I don't know. Oh, they're back there. And a great throw. Yo takes out Jobin Ross.
Yule is such a casual blocker. It's always like so close to the body, just a
minimum effective
minimum
dose.
look, move, yeah. But she gets it there.
And aggravating if you're on the other side, because it's just like, and dangerous, of course. Like if you're learning to block, I would say absolutely push that ball far forward. The same way a goalie goes outside of the crease to reduce the area for the ball, because the odds of it ricocheting into you are so much higher.
For sure.
And it's like she's also unfazed as it's coming. It's just like, boop.
Yeah, this is just a casual Monday.
And second half players here. Bolsonaro on the right end, Galani on the left. Hey,
Biron invests the fourth, and it's well worth it. And they get the roll back.
Get the refund. Sliding, protecting. Great form by Biron. 4 players to 2. Ball burden on Caffeine & Co. Galani sends it in between targets. Well, testing out the mechanics. That's the thing when you're like in a second half player. You didn't have that early opportunity to get the rust out, as this is the first match of this 3-day tournament.
Both of these teams not afraid to pre-counter.
Yeah, they are shot accurate right now. First time a 1v on the Caffeine & Co. end. Galani, 2-ball block. Sends it right on target.
Galliini has such a fun throw. It's such a straight arm sidearm almost, and it gets a lot of whip and power.
Well, and speaking of that hip to shoulder separation, I think one of the things I noticed is she actually gets great hip separation, kind of twisting body right to left.
She must be feeling a lot better this tournament. Last tournament she played, she was fasting. I could not imagine
that is impressive.
having to do that.
That is dedication.
That is dedication.
Oh! Held there. And a final one. Wow.
Incredible.
1v heroes. Later we're going to be talking about your player of the match. And I think, our standout moments so far have been JC taking it to the team. Galani, who had to sit for the first while, and we talked about that rust move, like okay, all right, and then pop, 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 she's on.
Oh, incredible! That's what I live for in dodgeball. Let's see those really great comebacks, and that's why every throw matters in this game.
I will liken, great catch, and calming the team down, right? Not getting into that frenetic state. Galani's throw. Kind of like a Jason Merkler throw. He makes great use of like a corkscrew with his body. You see that shoulder dropping as a twist.
Yeah, I would say their arm movement is very different, but their legs for sure.
Good use of full body.
And what we see from Biron here after that catch, that is a level of experience to immediately be like, chill. Because I'll have you know, the amount of people that make a catch and then immediately want to just run up and throw that ball because they're so excited after making a big play, often they get caught themselves.
Yeah. Well, and kind of what made Galani's play work so well was all eyes were on the attempted catch, which she could have been like, no. Just as like, I'm going to go after the final remaining player in this chaos.
Yeah.
To be calm in chaos is just such a next level advantage. So watch out. So Bolsonaro, ball in hand. They're making a play call right now while they can. She's in the middle, number 2. Fresh arm for the team. And what you've kind of been noting before is a lot of coordination. So expect 2 on target. Ooh, yeah, it was Bolsonaro with the throw. Expertly blocked by Somerville.
Yeah, Somerville's also a player, can be a big game changer. They can catch, they can hit, as we just saw on Biron. It's a very fast potential 1-2 where they make that hit, they catch the counter.
And they're ready to receive. I think that's where a lot of players, if you come from like a throw sport like baseball, you have that early advantage of a hard throw, but an enormous disadvantage is a brilliant throw chasing after the shoulder of Paris Jadouin. So in a moment here, you'll have your chance of our pre-selected potential MVPs here as Duarte.
And there is Somerville removing Duarte.
Yeah. Early leaders, of course, JC Morris.
I would certainly say Gallaini after that.
Our 1v MVPs so far. Preemptive strike, Somerville putting the case on just in this set. Wilson now the 1v3.
And all those balls are stuck in no man's land.
They send them on target. Okay, we're just making our final selections as your commentators here. You're going to see 4 names pop up as your player of the match. Time taken here.
And they do have 1 timeout per round robin game.
Okay.
I believe it's a minute.
That's a fair amount of time.
It is. You know, we have 35-minute blocks, 26 minutes of match time. Got a little bit of wiggle room there, unless you're sprinting from the other court, the other gym. That's about a 2-minute walk.
I think the interesting thing about making sure to start using it in round robin is it is an essential part of playoffs.
Well, especially when we don't have a traditional halftime in this current format.
Yeah. It's really yes that you choose a break.
You do. And when you need to dig deep, this is a great choice by Rainbow Thunder. You know, we're looking at a 3-2 score for Caffeine. We have less than 5 minutes left on the clock. We have 3 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock.
And defensive both sides. Court right now, eyes on Constantine, who's number 10, inside of the right wing. Back on court after a small break for Rainbow Thunder, Morgan Recreum, holding up the left wing, taking that shot at Constantine. So beware of being named right now.
Caffeine and Co. wins that exchange. They're up 5-4.
Crosser, ably blocked. It's one thing for Wilson. It's not so sneaky to turn when you're 1 player off.
And you can vote now for your VC player of the match. They can win the glory of your praises.
I think one of and JC Morris, one of those names. It's amazing. It's not even a no look. It's just so quick, and then people kind of just watch it hit them.
Great shot from Paris Jadouin onto Morris. She knew that she was lining up that throw, and she took advantage of her X step, per se, is probably the lack of word for it, but
hop?
her stabilizing crow hop. That's the word. Thank you very much, Ben. It's early. I haven't had my coffee.
Whew. The ups, Paris Jadouin showing the lift.
And it's a 3v3, and you know what? Taylor Ewell still in the game, and if anyone's going to make a clutch catch to bring Rainbow Thunder back.
Clausen unable to block that heat. Wilson in the middle for Caffeine and Co. Eyes on her. Yet she throws. Low and away for Ewell. Ball burden now on Rainbow Thunder. 2 balls apiece. Yu and Ewell. Solo throw.
Good luck.
There's that minimum effective dose. Just
That's what I'm talking about.
open shoulder, no look. Not quite on target. It's hard to get that accuracy. Shot clock resets. Bring the throw, Rainbow Thunder.
Now we've seen Paris Jadouin take a lot of free throws. Does it happen here? It doesn't.
Now, Would you want an over-aggressive wing if you're Caffeine and Co? Like if you do have a Yule up at the line, do you let Duarte cook?
I would let Paris Redouane cook on that particular shot because Yule is such a great catcher. You want the most off-center shot possible.
Okay.
That's my personal opinion. But she has to be confident about avoiding the counter that comes in.
Oh. Okay, I had a terrible angle on that, but yeah. Speaking of a minimum, she kind of like pulled her elbow in and just got it. Good spin by Wilson. Wow.
And you see Yule now looking for that pre. She's hungry. She wants someone out.
And she does. 2v2, strong throw. Rue showing strength right there now, 1v2. As it's been, as it should be. So close, both teams. The heater getting low, sending the hammer too low, and we are at the end of the second half.
And you know what, Ben? In this moment, I regret not putting Paris Redouane as a potential MVP of the match. She's been making amazing hits this entire time.
She has. And I think you often find that with players where like it's like all steak, no sizzle. Like it's like it becomes like a standard that we expect her to throw hard very accurately.
Absolutely.
But Yule gets it done.
And what a way to add to the storyline. We have a tie game between Rainbow Thunder and Caffeine & Co. What a great matchup this is, especially to start the day. And I hope so badly that they see each other again in playoffs, because how fun would that be?
It will be amazing. We are watching the 2025 Canadian Club Championships here. Signing off as a duo for now, Ben Johnson alongside
Caitlin Sky.
And next up, you're going to be watching Fury versus Cannoneers. Welcome back to the 2025 Canadian Club Championships. You're listening to Ben Johnson again alongside
Michael White out of Portland, Oregon.
So,
technicality.
Now here, Michael, if we have you come join me here, get settled. We might want mouth guards here because we're going to be watching Cannoneers firing at us. And so you and I, we got to see a lot of teams at the thing in Seattle. Neither of these two teams, unfortunately, Fury no stranger to that level of play. And so, as we mentioned before, veterans going up against kind of these surprise up-and-comers of Cannoneers.
I was going to say Fury's been around since around, what, 2016 is what I was looking into?
Well, and kind of a lot of them have histories as sort of being some of the architects of dodgeball in Canada.
Okay.
And some have kind of shifted from being more the phone players to trying out cloth and performing in the world stage there, like GP Nguyen. We're going to see kind of Wu and Somerville. Somerville in particular got a hard cannon, but I'm reticent to use that term right now. So get ready for Parody, who's on the right wing with the headband. The speed.
Explosive off the rush. I see. Nice wide feed there to start the match. I like using that space, really extending your opponent all the way to that opposite side off the feed, forcing them to look that way.
Something I like about when we get to the national scene here is so like there's like kind of the devil may care attitude of the Cannoneers as a solo throw happens, not connecting, is sometimes you can kind of get the jitters of like, oh, we know about Fury. Like Fury's, they've been top dogs for so long, as McGee is around. But the attitude that the Cannoneers have is just perfect, where it's like, hey, we could beat anyone. Like we're having fun, and because of the unknownness, there's no advantage. Fury doesn't know necessarily what they're going up against, right?
Well, it's always an interesting dynamic when an opponent doesn't know you and you don't necessarily know them. Some familiarity can carry through, but it's always interesting when you're kind of feeling each other out, especially early in the day like this.
Good rhythm on both sides. Hard throw by Wu.
I was fortunate to watch Fury in the last match I just reffed, actually.
Yeah,
it's a good match. They had a dominant 6-2 win, but I believe Tyro was pushing back pretty well. They had a 2-game comeback building from leading to the halftime. Fury was able to capitalize through that space, though, in the game with a commanding court presence. I'm curious if they'll carry that through as we go.
Strong strategic team as Min is eliminated. Wu, oh, he had an out. He was getting his next ball, but a great catch instead. Puts the player advantage back heavily for Cannoneers. Grant Freeman there on the right wing with the catch. I believe that's Brenner Bourget. Yeah, Kevin Brenner Bourget on the left wing, sends it hard. Counters happening and connects. Ethan Somerville, watch out.
Yeah, you mentioned
lefty arm.
Yeah, I was gonna say you mentioned he was a cannon, but I noticed he's a lefty as well. Double entendre there.
And that messes with your brain when you're defending, right?
You have to be ahead of it. It's the only way, really. If you're not thinking consciously about who's throwing at you and which arm they're throwing at you with, you're just relying on muscle memory. It makes it really hard. Not to say some people don't have that skill set. Some people are that good. They can react either way, but it's a very difficult skill to develop.
2 cent crisscrossing, no connecting. Freeman stays alive. Oh. Somerville unable to pull it in.
Great posture there. Got under it, just couldn't quite reel it in.
Byron Sang with the throw. Getting nice and low. Pushing up against his opponent. Andre says, give me another one.
I was going to ask, that's how he pronounced his last name, Landre?
He didn't give us phonetic pronouncing. So you get to hear all the francophone last names.
I took French in high school, so I mean, that's a different combination.
Ooh, hard throw. Ably blocked by Landre. Slowly pushing into the attack zone. That's a rip. 4v1's pretty tough, though.
I like that he's showing patience here. He's not rushing himself. He is still willing to go high up the court. And it looks like Cannoneers was poised to try to take advantage of that, but unable to in that sequence.
Early point for them would be a big deal, but Renier taken out. Oh, ref steps in, confirms. Oh. Okay, I was going to say, maybe just tell him to go at the back, but no, he's clean. Still 4v1. Hard throw right on the caboose. It's one tricky thing when someone blocks and kind of leaves the back end open.
Well, in critical execution there, it's a pressured situation to throw one and then throw your last held ball. If you miss that shot, you're basically exposed in a bad position. He was able to capitalize by taking that space and executing that throw.
High leverage, gets the reward.
I think that's actually part of the strategy in most one-on scenarios, especially when you're down. One, because we're in a timed match. It's better to try to make something happen quickly than drag this out, although it is the first set. But being able to kind of create opportunities where you show your opponent that you might be exposed, but then using that to your advantage. I think that's an excellent skill to have in this scenario.
So where do you lie on the knee pads, no knee pads? As a fan, I just feel like you have to do knee pads.
I think I'm actually like smack in the middle where I like the most minimal knee pad possible because I do really value that mobility and agility. Also just not having a large bulky knee pad that can get grazed. I think that isn't necessarily the most significant factor, but it does depend on your play style because I lean into agility.
Perfectly executed, but he actually, even to that very last minute, Andre had just great hand placement.
He was doing a great job of surviving all the way through that, keeping himself low, using his blocking the ball, making sure to keep pressure on his opponent, not allowing them to group throw at him. That was actually really well played. He was just in an uphill battle from the start.
Some roster changes here. Speakman now on the left wing, Will Andersick. You've seen him on the world stage, and Jan up. Opening rush. He's not targeted. It's McGee.
Wow.
Grenier. McGee brings it in.
Ate that one for breakfast. He must have been hungry.
It's kind of a shame that when you've got all 6 players, you don't get like a +1 for later.
Well, that's part of the strategy, right? It's kind of worthwhile to be more aggressive in that moment off the opening rush because there's less of a penalty for throwing that catch. You might as well go direct and fast. If you can place a ball well, go for it. That's great, but it's usually worth the risk because odds are you'll get a catch throughout the extent of your match anyway.
And speaking of catch, Andersick gets it. And I'm also noticing Bryce Potvin on court inside of the left wing. So big roster here, or a big changeover at least from set to set for Fury.
Loving that posture on the back line from Cannoneers. All 3 of them prepared, whether they have a blocking ball or not.
Movement, mobility, becomes hard to predict. Hard on target.
Good to see Fury executing the pump fake patiently this early in the tournament. Usually teams kind of come out swinging and they lose track of that. That's actually an extremely valuable skill to be applying early on. Getting those early counters out of your opponent, make sure that they're hesitant to throw them, that can really put you in a good position to be successful. Whew, just like that.
Brings it in. Counter was not successful. Speakman now making a play call. Many full court here versus 1. Sang by himself. The 2-ball block works, but the rebound comes all the way back to Speakman. Balls exchanging back and forth, and that was a catch.
I was so focused on his dodging that I missed the catch.
Point on the board. Coaching coming out of Alex Svitlovsky. And I believe, so yeah, two coaches as well. We've got Lynn Kirkpatrick. So veterans of the leadership scene as well.
I was going to ask, if Fury's been around for as long as they have and have been so successful, do they have long-standing members that still lead the team, or is that leadership transition over time?
Yeah, it's interesting. Well, and like one of the things I think they were dealing with a couple years ago is just kind of the aging stage of a lot of the players, and one of the tactics that kind of veteran teams have needed to do is sort of like start pulling people up from the ranks. But like one of the strengths that Dodgeball Ottawa has is so Lynn Kirkpatrick just herself, top player for many years. You can see she's wearing the Valkyrie jersey. Is a Lind. So and then Spencer Thoreau, who's been a long-time player for, and I just wanted to double check. So he, formerly a long-time player for Fury is one of the coaches for Valkyrie, and so that you kind of have like the kind of the value of like having both genders just crushing it in the community.
It really does offer a different perspective that can be incredibly valuable. It's hard for me to speak to because I don't play women's dodgeball myself, but I do see that effect of the difference in pace of play and the way that they can be switched on and off. I think Valkyrie is a great example of a team that does that. And seeing how that can be translated to men's competition as well. I think men's competition tends to be aggressive all the time.
Muscle first, right? Yeah.
Exactly, and I think we're starting to see that transition over time of the strategy playing out and intermingling, especially with the combination of mixed tournaments.
Now 2v3. Advantage player-wise here for Fury. Now 2v1. Clarity taken out at the last minute there.
Again, pressuring high on the court, willing to put himself in that risky space.
Yeah, Chan just like couldn't get it like kind of everything set around him in time. It's tricky because if you want your kind of balls available, balls in hand, and that kind of quick taking the opportunity has been a strength for Fury so far.
Yeah, they seem to be pretty comfortable in their rhythm at the moment. It'll be interesting to see if Cannoneers can do something to disrupt that. I believe that last set was opened with a catch. Maybe that was the prior.
Oh, McGee's like, point blank.
That breakfast.
Boss move. that delay almost was a false start here on Cannoneers. They were locked and loaded and ready to go. Great discipline. Send one, no connection. Pressure, McGee and Wu. Going in for the play call. JP Nguyen is ready there, number 16. Sends it. Whew. Coming back at us. Freeman.
Cannoneers looking to kind of show some spice off that back line, trying to keep the opponent off of him. Fury's been pretty comfortable, so I think that may be a wise tactic.
Chorney in the middle with the ball. It's not him, it's Brennan Berger. He's got the hard heat. McGee unable to pull that one in. Play call coming from the captain.
I think that transition there just didn't work in Fury's favor. Threw one ball, then quickly tried to follow. It's a way of catching your opponent off guard, but it can also leave you open to the counter rush. That's all that really happened there. He did manage to get to his back line, but his team wasn't really prepared to disrupt the thrower.
Big shot, big hit.
I'd like to see that cross-court pressure. Having your right corner just hold this corner down so you can just line up that right no-look.
That's like the important thing about dodgeball. Like, you know, we're saying it's a team game. You can play well as individuals, but victory happens when, like, hey, don't worry, I'm going to be sacrificial, or I know I'm a pawn in a chess move.
Well, yeah, I think it's kind of a balance of kind of creating the opportunity for your teammate, but also trying to play at pace. That's kind of the challenge of playing at a high level, and since all of these teams are high-level teams, it becomes how do we play at our pace without getting out of control, but also by forcing our opponent into exposed positions. That's really where the teamwork, I think, comes in dodgeball, is how do you pressure and lock an opponent's attention so that you can expose that and use that to your advantage without giving up too many balls and without getting countered for doing so.
Hard throw, getting nice and low. Good thing he's wearing elbow pads there. Wins just goes to the ground, quick into the attack zone. They send two on different targets. Brennan Berger is eliminated. Great kind of contact rate coming from Fury.
Yeah, both teams really just seem to be pushing back and forth with each other. It's been momentum back and forth from both teams. It's been a good matchup so far.
I'm not used to seeing Freeman on that far end, so let's see if it's also true. Whoa, preemptive strike.
Just counters for days. The teams are just going back and forth right now.
Trade in favor of Cannoneers. Great throw, Kravitz. Wins is out. Two on target. Potvin stays alive. He's got an interesting delivery. I like watching his footwork, and you can tell he makes use of kind of finger placement on the ball.
I was just looking. It looks like he's got kind of that wide open grip. Really extending his two forefingers and his thumb across the ball in order to emphasize that spin and curve.
And we're in the final 10 seconds until we hit first half, no blocking. So if I'm Potvin, I'm releasing Suns out, guns out. If he knew, and he connects right on target, taking out Chan.
Just carrying that over the ball with a little curve. I like it. Trying it again, too.
Into the gloves, and Chorney takes it. Matthew Chorney, well done. And I believe now the refs have noticed the game clock.
Yep, looks like we lost track of time. That just means we go straight into the no block here.
Because it's been such a great match.
How do you feel no block lends into both of these teams? Do you think either would have an advantage in this?
It's like kind of what I was saying before. Cannoneers have that like devil-may care, like not that they're like happy to be here, but that unorthodox versus like deep strategy coming from Fury, and like a respect for like what situational play. So I would lean on Fury.
As in they'll be able to exploit that kind of loose nature of
they know what to do
Cannoneers.
in that moment. But like if it ever descends to chaos, which a lot of times no block does, I'm that's an advantage of Cannoneers is the aptly named team.
I was going to say that one lived up to it. Straight from the middle, about 45, 50 feet back. Ooh, but answered.
Ankle biter.
That left arm from Somerville. Letting it rip.
Yeah, they don't mind if he sends a few. Now Speakman taking that right wing. Burn the throw on Cannoneers. Shots exchanging back and forth. Yeah, confirmed. He's clear.
I like the willingness to counter there from the back line, even with just 2 balls. I think that's something you can really lean into in no block. The more antsy you can make your opponent, the better off you are. And because it's no block, they kind of have to be antsy, unless they're really trying to bait catch. But even if they are, you kind of expose that quickly by throwing those counters.
Beyond gone, 4 remaining from Fury. Patience out of the Cannoneers. But lots of balls on the Fury end. They send one right on target, 2 on target. Parody has been a bad luck situation for most of the throws. They've been right on him, but he's been unable to pull it in. So I kind of wonder for him if in second half he can swap up his strategy. And they're connected.
Yeah, Fury taking full advantage of the ball control they were in there. Got 5 balls and just were able to capitalize 1, 2, 3.
So you've refed, you've seen different format, of course. There isn't really this break here at the end of half. Transition really quickly.
Everything is a max of 30 seconds between each set, and that carries through the halftime. Close sets so far, though. 3-2. I believe it's 3 Fury, right? They've already switched the scoreboard.
We really only saw that like 10 seconds of dominance there.
Yes.
Where it was like 4v4, and then they're like, you know what? We're done treating these equals. Pop. and it was just these near catches, like these we saw from Cannoneers, that they're kind of vulnerable to kind of that straight shot to bring it in. Which if I'm Fury, like, and you got Slavsky there, like the advantage of a coach would be someone going, hey, I saw this happening. Feel free to take the hits. Like, we've seen a couple catches in Cannoneers, right?
Well, yeah, if you're showing your cards like that, it's definitely something that you can recognize and use to your advantage. I do think there's some credit to Cannoneers, though, for trying that early. I think when you're in a major tournament like this, the earlier you can get comfortable catching on the back line, the better off you are. You may sacrifice some plays doing it. You may lose sets, you may lose matches. But if you can get it going early, it can be your best asset as the tournament carries on.
I really appreciate what you were saying. It was like earlier we were talking like how to play as a team and make it chess and not checkers. The other element, like you're saying, is tournament play is not necessarily, hey, we need to win every set. And kind of getting those muscles going of like, because in playoffs it's going to be backcourt to backcourt a lot. Chorney with another strong throw.
Well, yeah, and this is a 3-day tournament. If you're going deep in the bracket, you're going to be playing a lot of dodgeball. So you really do have to be kind of patient from the onset. I was a little worried about Fury in that first set. I was reffing because they came out swinging. Both teams did. But they quickly tempered. It's actually really impressive to see how disciplined everyone's playing just the second set of the tournament.
It just like went over and around Somerville. I don't know if he's got a shield defending them there, but it's just
got the bubble shield out.
Getting nice and low. Grenier showing great hip flexibility. Ups, Andrusik.
It's like Fury's trying to play off of the back line, really using that to their advantage, playing off the counter. Cannoneers seems to be pretty wary of it, though. I'm waiting to see an adjustment.
Sang perfectly thrown. I wonder if like Nian's reaction was like, I didn't really think it was going to kind of go in that way.
Woo! There's an adjustment.
That net just saved us. Oh. Big rip. Unexpected. Oh, Sang sneaky. Brenner Bourget up to the line. Didn't go for the intended target that I thought. Whips it at Andrusik and Sang ghosting behind him in the shadows. 1v3 as Chorney is limped. Shot clock counting down, and in the hip, Brenner Bourget.
All right, well, we're tied up then. I was going to say that could have been a critical point. Getting that two-game leverage at this point in the match could have been advantageous. And now we're even up. So now teams can kind of play into their strengths and do what they want.
Who was Fury playing in the game you left?
Tyro.
Okay. Boop, false start. McGee, you want to get, and part of it is there's like a pretty delayed 3-2. And if you're trying to get a rhythm on that, that's going to be difficult. So,
well, yeah, and I appreciate that it's intentional. The refereeing committee was very explicit about that. Make sure that we're not starting the match in any sort of cadence. We're trying to make sure that we're making sure teams are ready, and then carrying from there, allowing 1, 2, maybe 3 seconds before actually blowing the whistle, so that teams are forced to listen for it. And it's good to see the discipline that teams are showing. Like you saw, Cannoneers nearly jumped the line in one of those earlier sets, was able to hold on to it. They know what they're trying to do. They are listening for that whistle.
And a 1-2 punch in the middle makes a player advantage here for Fury. Back and forth balls exchanging. Worthwhile trade though for the Cannoneers, although now down to 2. Yeah, looking Somerville arm is off.
Cannoneers looking pretty comfortable now the score is tied. They want to be aggressive and try to get ahead. But now they're back into a 2-on-5 it looks.
Sam Chan, play call. 2 balls apiece. And whoa! Easy catch.
Man, great follow throw to get the hit on the legs following the catch, but left himself in a bad position there. 2-on-5.
In a moment, we're going to give you an opportunity to vote for your MVP of the match. Ooh, tricky, because we've been just watching such great team play. Now, if I'm thinking, we've had some good play. Brenner Bourget, Kravitz for sure.
I was going to say Kravitz stood out to me. He was definitely taking those cross-court shots and making them count.
Whoa, big rip. McGee had a great early catch.
Oh yeah, he had that
and a catch
catch.
opportunity taken by Freeman. A little bit surprised that I didn't see anyone biting on the Fury end. Speakman now out even as well. Best case scenario if you're the Cannoneers. Big rip. Not connecting. Burden to throw on Cannoneers. Ref pausing for a moment so Freeman can tie his shoes. Shot clock counting down again. Tricky to pick your MVPs.
I was going to say, I've got Kravitz standing out. Who would you say was working hard on either corner?
Well, it was a tough first half for Purdy, so I'd go Brenner Bourget.
Okay. I was going to say, I couldn't see names in that half because we weren't looking at them.
Steady Eddie with his throws.
I know their corners were working hard. They're trying to be aggressive off of those counters.
Who's red on the other one?
Boom, boom. Trade situation. Chorney and on the end.
Cannoneers finally able to get some leverage here at the beginning.
Potvin confirming. Oh, is he saying I got the catch? Or and Chorney is being pulled off court. Haven't spoken much about Eric Alain. He's on the left wing right now, number 7. Watch him. Fresh arm and a wicked sweeper there.
Yeah, he's got an interesting grip. Really kind of like gets his fingers tight to each other on the ball. Able to really put some wrist movement into it. Coming from more of a side slot than anything.
Oh, man, the loop from Freeman too. It's like you don't always need to send the fastball in the heat, because if it's hard to tell where it's going.
Well, yeah, both teams are really showing that they're capable of doing that, really locking that pressure down in the corner. So it doesn't come down to how fast you throw. It's more so about how you place it.
Oh, are you kidding me?
Oh, no. Is he saying balls hit?
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Still, Paul Van, you can like see just like his pulse is like steady Eddie there. Like he is as calm as a cucumber.
It was so weird. It looked like the ball just kind of floated to the back of his hand and he was able to wrap it around it at the last moment.
And now's your opportunity to vote for the MVP of the match.
We've got Kravitz and Bourget in for the Cannoneers, and we got Somerville and McGee in for the Fury.
And opportunity for Kravitz and Brenner Bourget to build on their case, as well as McGee, who's in a 1v mini situation, making it 1v4 with that excellent hit.
KDB, I like it.
And a point on the board. So, you missed it. First match of the day on court ended in a tie. That was amazing. Back and forth.
Yeah.
What are we getting right now? Boom. It's 4-4. Only a couple minutes left. Most likely not to end in a tie. But we've been so blessed so far at the start of this tournament. Of just watching, like, no one kind of run away with anything.
Well, yeah, teams are clearly testing each other from the start. It was the same in the last set I repped with Fury against Tyro. Fury was able to pull away after the halftime, but only by 4 overall, so it wasn't a walk-away game by any means. In this case, it kind of turned the other way. Instead of walking away, they were able to tie it up, and now we're into the no block.
A smart move by Freeman. We had a very unsuccessful toss back. Kept Grenier totally vulnerable. He got out instantly, but Freeman made sure it wasn't a lopsided start to the set.
Looking for that cross again. I like the execution. Just a little high that time.
How about instead of KBB, it's like the BB gun.
The BB. ABB.
Pop, back and forth.
Right back into that exchange game. Both teams seem to thrive in this area. Fury's trying to keep it under control. Cannoneers trying to press the issue, and they seem to keep opening up that chaos space.
It's interesting, like, oh, you got one of my guys? Like, now I'm absolutely going to make sure to neutralize that.
Well, this is kind of what I was questioning about the no block. I think Cannoneers is kind of drawing success from that as long as they can get that first out. They're very willing to trade to win the game.
If there's any advantage, it's just those catch opportunities, and we've gone in favor of Fury. Parity is a limb again, so we got 3v3. He's been a steady target on that wing, holding up and providing pressure. Kravitz now taking his place. Pressure for days, retreating. Get that team play call from Wu in the center.
I like the strategic pressure there. Didn't really accomplish much. His teammates weren't prepared to step up and really take advantage of it, but he gave them the opportunity. That can be critical in a set like this. And now we're sitting at a 2v2. Teamwork's gonna be critical.
And Freeman, rising star, like he's got that looper that is so soft. That was definitely
body
hit
to
first.
ground, right?
Yeah.
Very quick though. I can understand why he wouldn't have realized.
So like he's kind of like in baseball when you got a two-pitch pitcher that's nasty on the differential. Like his fastball, good. That curveball is so slow. And now 1v1.
Exactly what you're describing there, being able to turn it into speed and then be able to adjust that throw speed to the point where the player reacts early and then drop the ball underneath the blocker.
Now we are at the end of second half, so we're moving into no blocking. And a timeout was called. We can call a timeout whenever, one per match. Great opportunity because, well, like as even as this match has been, it comes down to kind of mano a mano.
Well, yeah,
1v1.
We saw Sang earlier on in a one-on situation. He had a few more numbers against
Fury
him.
of balls against him, if you were to say.
I wonder how he plays this out in the 1v1 space. If he's more patient and more aggressive going into the Cannoneer style. Pretty aggressive from the start.
And he releases both. Big ups. Getting twisted off.
Just a bit of a fumble. He actually used the lateral motion and then just kind of stumbled back there at the end for no real reason.
Kind of a little button mash moment at the end.
It's just unfortunate there. I like to see the aggression though. He's willing to come out, throw all three balls, live and die by the catch. He knew he was a survivable player. He had agility to lean on. It was an unfortunate way to close it there, but definitely a skill set he can prove through the tournament.
Well, Michael, it's a break from you. We were watching Fury and Cannoneers, yet another great match. And so next up it'll be Tyro, no strangers to you versus Ascend.
Yep. So I got a little opening view of Tyro with the first set that I refed, and then Ascend I did a little research on. It's an interesting team as well.
And your co-commentator will be none other than JP Nguyen.
Awesome. All right, this is Michael White coming back to our third set of the opening day of the Canadian clubs, if that's what you want to call them, the club championships. I'm here with our next commentator,
JP Nguyen's. What's up?
Opening rush coming out swinging with Essex sliding in to get his balls. Looks like he got clipped.
Weirdly, it's a little bit humid in here, so I wonder if at some point it's going to start affecting the floor. Maybe it has already.
Well, yeah, I hadn't really considered that yet, but that could be a very real possibility. A little bit of condensation goes a long way on these courts.
That was a nice underhand by Rajano there, Andrew Rajano. Mainstay in the Dodgeball Toronto community.
We got an underhand. I'm always looking out for that. This is the corner playing on the right for Tyro.
So wherever the camera is, you have your left side here on Tyro.
Oh yeah,
he's got tons of different throws, drop shots, curve balls.
Okay.
Best to just get out of the way and not try to block
I'll be looking out for that. That's part of what I come to watch. I love seeing people with lots of tricks in their bag.
And apparently he's got catches. He's got grabs.
Got both hands underneath that one.
Catch these hands. 22 in the middle here for Tyro as a big throw, as you just saw there. I'm saying that because we just played them like 2 games ago. So I'm fairly intimate with these players.
Well, yeah, I was reffing that match. It was quite a push back and forth there from the start. I believe you guys went up 3-0, actually.
Yeah, and then they took 2 from us.
Battled back 2, claiming the no block going to the halftime, but then you guys were able to pull away.
Yeah, this is a tough team out of Quebec. They ended up beating one of the stronger teams to make it here, Diabolique. Diabolique is, I believe, not even qualifying this year because of Tyro, so they're flying high after that.
Interesting.
And that's Johnny Lowe from the middle on Ascend, throwing high on Tyro.
Well, yeah, it looks like Tyro is able to kind of control the court so far. They're thriving off of their defense.
Yeah. They're not a super countering team. They do thrive on just making plays at the line. Ascend plays a little bit more of a reactive style,
a little more chaotic.
Yeah, maybe the middle player, the right player Rajano. I think he's wearing a question mark.
Yeah, that must be.
He's
might be a 7.
Yeah.
Could be the font.
He takes pre-throws. He takes full court underhand curve balls. He just hit someone with that, so I really hate playing against him, and he catches a lot.
Well, yeah, and throwing underhand, especially with foam across 30 feet minimum.
It's hard to read.
It comes to placement, right?
Yeah.
Like, you can't necessarily throw that ball quite as fast as you might overhand.
And it's hard to read because it starts out at your feet and then rises up and could hit you in the face.
And it can carry movement.
Yeah, a lot of it.
The opposite of what you would expect.
And it somehow comes out very quickly. So he can get you at a lot of pre-throws here. But known catcher as well. Very good blocker.
We whittled it down to a 2v2 here. Oh, we got stop and play. Looks like, waiting on the ball to come into the court.
Andrew's been playing as long as I can remember. I've been going to tournaments for almost 15 years now.
Wow.
He's been around a while.
You got me beat. I think I've only been competing for about 12.
Hey, that's impressive. How many of those are COVID years? You count those?
To be fair, not really.
Okay, good exchange there by Johnny, taking out Mathieu.
Ooh, showing some underhand himself.
Yeah. Johnny Lowe going for a 1v1 here. He has all the balls.
Yeah, recognizing that ball control there and collecting himself before playing into this.
Mitch trying to get himself involved in the game, tried to throw a ball to the ball retriever and failed. So Mitch got to work on his wind-up maybe. Yep. Okay, well, I hope the audience didn't hear that, because our friend Mitch said some colorful words.
No, there's a spirit in the background.
Look at that. Curveballs aplenty, and I like the hustle there on that dive. Regardless, I think we're playing, I guess you reffed, so I should know the rules, but if a ball goes out of play, it's 2 feet in bounds, right? We're not playing those rules where it's like catch it, and you need 2 points of contact.
Yes, you need to secure the ball with 2 points of contact for a catch to be made. And
it's important. I knew that.
Well, yeah, with all the rule sets that go around.
Yeah.
I mean, I was in the reserve committee meetings. They've done a great job of making sure they've covered everything, but man, there's a lot of things that have gone back and forth over the years.
Yeah.
But we seem to have a good feel for what we're supposed to be doing now.
Estic tries again on the rush. He slips again. More of a stumble, but
yeah, almost like he was expecting it to be slippery.
He was worried, and then he didn't get the slide. Another underhand here by Lau. That came up my head.
That's why we're sitting down over here.
Yeah,
that's just low enough to protect us from that one.
That's why I'm sitting, not because I'm lazy.
All right, looks like we've got Tyro collecting ball control again, trying to play at their pace. Getting a cross in and a pressured throw off the right side.
Off 2 targets, 2 different targets.
Trying to press in and target their opponent.
It's a bold strategy to throw 2 balls at 2 different targets when there's 6 players on the court.
Very true. It comes down to efficiency, right?
Or there was a misplay.
True,
supposed to throw at someone. Nice dodging by Estic. He's a rising star in the Toronto community.
I was going to say, I was doing some commentary and watching reffing at the Thing down in Seattle about a month ago.
Yeah,
Estic was playing with Future for that tournament.
Yeah.
St. Elite.
He was elite,
And he had a great showing. He really surprised me with a lot of his plays, catches, throws. Ended some very close one-on situations.
Yeah, it also helps that Danchenko was pumping his tires the whole time on commentary. But yeah, I think he got some MVP votes on that one.
Oh, for sure. He made some plays that earned it.
Yeah. And so he travels well, it looks like. So he's still very new, but he's got a lot of good throws. You can see right there.
Well, it's interesting. Yeah, it means he stands out more on this team from what I can tell. And he seems to be getting targeted for it. Tyro's trying to kind of create mix-ups. They were throwing in some leads and follows there, trying to get a ball on him, but he's done well enough to survive after that opening rush.
Yeah, they stopped throwing at him there. They tried to take out Andrew because of his Rajano because of his throw. And then Estic takes one out.
Yeah, so they're really starting to show their teamwork now.
Yeah, Tyro missing a lot of shots here. They got to dial it in if they're going to win this point.
Tyro coming high up the court, pretty unafraid of the rush coming off the back line. That may change here quickly if Ascend can recognize it.
Yeah, Ascend has not taken those chances as they did in provincials. Maybe they're playing it safe a little early, but they do take a lot of rush counters and just standing counters. As you can see right there, a rush counter by Estic.
There it is. It hit both. Underhand on the right, overhand on the left. Both well-played shots.
Yeah.
I like to see that switch flipped, going from kind of passive on the back line, conditioning your opponent, and then taking advantage of that comfort when you get him in that space.
So much of dodgeball is just switching up what you're doing. You can't do the same thing over and over. If they think you're going to throw 1 ball, throw 2. If they think you're going left, go right. You got to keep them guessing.
Absolutely. It's the unpredictability. And the more tools you have in your bag, the easier it is to do that.
Yeah, for sure.
It would seem we have some players that have that in their collection of tools.
Yeah, for sure. Tyro has a fast rush, so they elected to throw there, but now they only have 2 balls. Roland, a nice pickup from provincials. He looks like a little happy that was not caught. Those ones are the worst when they just wedge in there and it's an accidental catch, but it still hurts all the same. Probably more.
Tyro showing a little more aggression off the back line there.
Yeah,
coming out of the middle even with a cross court.
Yeah, I think they're doing what we call lockups. So Estic's if Estic throws, then the person across from him is going to throw. In that case, rolling through, so middle on the other side through.
Gotcha. So responding to your opponent in quick transition.
Yeah, it's easier to just be like, you have one person to worry about. If your guy is thrown and you're still alive afterwards, take a shot if it's there.
Keep it simple, make it work.
Yep. And that one was a single throw, but then Estic saw something, tried to get a sneaky little throw afterwards. That's Tuan Nguyen, and another Nguyen, a real Nguyen.
Great toe shot there from Estic on the left side.
We're noticing here, okay, well, I was going to say the accuracy here for Ascend, and then Johnny Lowe skied one. But accuracy here for Ascend and also dodging is making it so that Tyro is like having a hard time getting bodies out here.
Another close shot there from Estic. Now that they have the advantage, Ascend kind of has that option to kind of leverage that advantage against their opponent.
For sure.
They're sitting more passively on the back line, which is interesting because it means they're able to kind of play off the counter more than playing off of the majority.
Yeah, and you don't need to worry about too much of, like, they have 5 players, so and a big catch by Andrew Lejano. That's what I was saying. And Tuan is happy for that. His brother in arms.
That was great posturing, low and grounded before the ball was even thrown, punishing his opponent for trying to place it lower than he was already at.
The man's got hands for days. He catches so much.
Oh, earning another catch off the block.
Tuan gets that catch.
Looks like he was nicked by a ball.
He felt something, so he's out.
Appreciate the honesty. Tough to see that as a referee, especially with so many balls flying.
That's smart play by Ascend. You have 4 balls, there's only 1 player. You might as well throw 2 or more. Same going to happen here, I'm sure.
It looks like that counter strategy has worked out to their advantage. Willing to throw all but 1. Oh, sorry, there was 2.
Ascend is a team that works together, and you've seen that from pop-ups and how they shadow each other.
A little aggressive there. Had final ball in hand trying to defend his teammates, but probably worth protecting. Being aggressive to make sure that he can't target anyone he wants.
Yeah. You got to make him wonder if you're going to run him down. 2 throws off-timed here for Ascend. Maybe they got to throw 2 at the same time.
Yeah, maybe moving a little faster than they need to right now. I think that was a little rushed. Coordinated, but rushed.
Andrew looking for that catch. Probably a little disappointed in himself he didn't get that. Well, he got one earlier. He earned it.
Good.
Nice fake there by Estic to set up the 2 right throwers on that one. Got him jumping in the air with the first pump fake, and then 2 balls came in. Hard to block when 2 balls come in at the same time.
Well, yeah, it's good to see they were able to reel that in. It looked like they were kind of losing control even in a 5-on-1, mostly just because they were rushing a little fast in what they were trying to do. They were coordinated, though, so that coordination ended up proving through as the pointers played out.
They had numbers, so they could afford to take chances. Andrew going for that catch. Not necessary, but they had 5 players, 4 players or something. That's enough.
Man,
that's a catch.
One.
Yeah. This team just seems to be in the way for pop-ups. Not the best thing in the world because you don't get a player on, but you might as well take one of their players off.
Well, yeah, it was a good follow there by Tyro to recognize that it was worth throwing that ball to follow the catch.
Hey, when there's a pop-up, just unloose.
Oh, absolutely. And off the opening especially because the catch isn't bringing someone in, so now you're just trading for that hit. Yeah. It's well worth taking that counter.
Yeah, I mean, even if you give them 6 balls on a pop-up, it's better than giving them a catch, in my opinion. If you have time to throw it, throw it. Loud didn't see that one coming, but tucks his arm in out of the way at the last second.
Tyro's managed to put his son on the back line this time. It'll be interesting to see how they play out of this. They have 4 balls, they have control, pushing high up the court.
And the catch there, eventual, a lot of bobbling, but a catch.
Tyro very intentionally countering and punishing, realizing that they have the advantage in numbers and willing to trade out.
Yeah. And this looks like it's going to be our last game before no blocking.
Yep, looks like we're coming down to 13 minutes here.
That was a nice throw. He did not see that coming, even though it went straight down the middle. Didn't think he'd be targeted.
All right.
And as time winds down, people just start throwing. ABT, always be throwing.
It's honestly a real strategy in the no block. It's more so about getting your ball off first, I would think.
Yeah.
And granted, it's still dodgeball. You still have to place your shot. Still have to be prepared to catch. But I think by throwing first, you're actually preparing yourself to react in an appropriate way.
Yeah.
The longer you hold that ball, the more likely you are to block. That's kind of the general nature of it.
Yeah. And Tyro makes short work of that. Hits Twan with one. He's normally a very good dodger, so he's hard to play and no blocking. But good thing I didn't say that before it happened, because I don't want to be accused of cursing someone. So I can't curse him if I say it afterwards. But I can take credit for knowing it by saying it now.
Well, yeah, good to see Tyro earning that point and getting themselves back in the match going into the second half.
Yeah.
We are seeing the clock run a little bit past the theoretical halftime, 13 minutes.
Yeah.
So they'll have less time to work with, but they only need 2 games instead
It's
of
a running
3
clock.
or 4.
I'm never a fan of running clock, but I get it as a tournament organizer.
Yeah, the logistics.
Yeah.
So who's standing out for you so far? We're starting to think of our VCU MVP player of the match.
Standouts here for Tyro, 88 Germain is usually my go-to.
He's snagging some catches, putting some interesting throws on targets so far.
And,
I would agree with that.
And Mr. Trudell here, I haven't seen much from him, but he throws bombs, he makes catches. So, Tyro's on the board now. They had 2 games that didn't go their way, and that one looked pretty dominant. On the other side, either Estic for a lot of his effort, a lot of his high-energy plays, and then maybe Rajano.
I was going to say, I think Rayano is probably the go-to for me. Estic definitely has some great plays. He's been pretty patient. I wouldn't say Estic's been all that aggressive. We may see him kind of shift into a more aggressive play now that they have a 2-point lead.
For sure, yeah. I've been saying he likes to take free throws, and I haven't seen one yet.
Exactly.
So.
It's that conditioning we were talking about. Let your opponent get comfortable and then exploit that to your advantage.
Yeah, and if you take a counter in front of him, he's going to throw, as you just saw there. So he's always ready.
Oh, looks like we got Doucet on the left, a lefty. That might be something to keep an eye on
Lefty
here.
in the left-hand corner. Like to see it.
Tyro able to kind of capitalize and gain their 2-player advantage again. That's what allowed them to close that last set. They may be in a good posture to be able to close another one here and put themselves within 1 game of their opponent.
Yeah, that was a smart move by Doucet, noticing that Estic was up high taking that shot. And Doucet taking that shot to punish. Johnny Lowe, very hard to hit, very smart player.
Well, yeah, interesting with Rayano as an underhand in a 2-on situation. There's, I think, different ways of using that to your advantage, but you have to really intentionally set your teammate up. I wonder if they'll be able to do that effectively in this climb.
Yeah, and if I'm him, I'd throw in a pre-throw every once in a while, because you just got to get him to respect that fake. He's throwing, no? Oh, they fished one out. Tremblay not happy with that. He knows he was made a fool. And Germain gets caught. Johnny Lowe hits him in the ankles.
What we'd like to see from high-level dodgeball is when you do get that 5-ball control, making sure that you do something with it, able to get the hit by targeting one player with 2 balls there.
Yeah.
Rayano's hit out on the cross court, though, so now we're into a 4-on-1.
That's bad ball retrieving by a non-ball retriever, and that's good sportsmanship to give it back. Refs also called it. Johnny Lowe going to take a shot. Ooh. It was a good idea to throw at Doucet, because he was definitely going to throw, but it left him exposed to getting hit. So if he didn't throw at him, he was going to get hit anyway. So.
Well, it sounds like we want to nominate Rayano here on that corner for a send.
Yeah. They what?
Of course, we'd like to shout out the Rushdown podcast. I've actually was just listening to a couple of their most recent episodes. I believe the last one they produced was on Logan Garrigue, if I'm saying that correctly. Have you ever listened to the Rushdown podcast?
Is it a dodgeball podcast?
It is a dodgeball podcast. There is actually the Dodgeball podcast that was hosted by I believe Steve Damon and Sergio Leone out of the States. The Rushdown podcast is a podcast produced by Kim Nguyen from Outsiders, another U.S. team.
Outsiders, yeah. He's a big catcher.
Yeah, big catcher and a sharp thrower. You'd be surprised.
He's another Nguyen Win player.
Exactly.
That's awesome.
But yeah, the Rushdown's been doing some great work, really getting into the kind of long-form podcasting, interviewing players, and getting that kind of player experience of what it's like to develop as a dodgeball player, be successful as a dodgeball player, contribute to your community. They've done a really good job of kind of keeping up with it over the last couple of years, coming out of COVID especially.
That's amazing. Yeah, nice counter by Doucette. I'm not a big podcast guy, but I'm also old and like on my way out the door, so I don't need like tips to get better, I guess. That doesn't mean I don't have room for improvement.
That means we need to get you on the dodgeball podcast. That's what that means.
I mean, I got a lot of things to say. I got a lot of
you hear
knowledge.
that, Kim?
Yeah.
JP Nguyen would like a seat.
We did play against them in the Clash a couple months ago, and they were a very good team. They took it to us.
Well, honestly, I imagine Kim would be very open to doing some recaps with players from the Canadian National, or sorry, I didn't say it, Canadian clubs, the club championships.
Yeah. Hopefully one that we win. I don't want to go over a loss. Ooh, Trudell went over to cover Doucette, but he ended up getting crossed up from the other side. He did not expect that.
All right, well, we're putting in our nominations here for the VCU MVP players of the match. I've got Rayano and Doucette down, in my opinion. Is there anyone else you'd like to nominate?
Yeah, I'm going to say Germain. I wish he got a hit as I said it, but he didn't. Germain and Estic, I think.
I would agree.
Yeah.
Estic's been very consistent for his team, short of that opening rush, which was most so unfortunate. Maybe slipping just because of the humidity in here.
Yeah. He's getting at least a kill per round, too, so nice to see those numbers.
Well, he's typically a closer from what I've seen of him. He's typically on the court for a long time.
He looks
difficult to target and get off.
He can play a lot of positions, too.
Pressure!
Yeah, very adaptable. He's actually been playing out of the middle from the start of most of these sets, but then sliding the corner as necessary.
Yeah, and that's one good thing. They're very fluid on this team. They've got a lot of people who can play corner and just also slide into middle.
Well, yeah, and they seem to know how to play off of Essex's lead.
Yeah.
And obviously he knows how to do the same when his team takes the initiative. This will be a good test for both teams here. Now, it's 3-2, but it's a 3v3. Time's coming down to about 6 minutes left, so this match, or this set could be critical.
Yeah, they're only down, Tyro's only down one here. Balls collide. I don't know why that play is so fun, but maybe it's the smashing sound. But
I think it's the timing, the rhythm, the synchronicity of it.
It's almost two deaths, but instead nobody gets hit. Ooh, nice shot by Germain. That was nasty. Outside drop shot, straight into the ankle.
Earning that MVP nomination. He might be carrying some votes here now.
Let's go, buddy. I got my money on you. Let's go. Wait, we don't gamble. We don't. Unless you gamble channel points on our MVP. I don't know if we have that on the board yet, but vote for your MVP if you see it. Channel points don't mean much, but bragging rights if you win.
Well, yeah, we still got about 5 minutes left in the match. Oh, good. So voting is now up. We got about 5 minutes left here, so there's no rush. Got some time to kind of see what these players are capable of in the final games of this match.
And after playing against 22 here on Tyro, Casey, he's got some nice hard throws and that underhanded sidearm almost, little whip shot. Very, very comprehensive throws. They're both good targets. If you're on Ascend, either one of these guys can go. And for Tyro, I'm going to say, that means they lost. They were supposed to throw and they didn't.
Oh, yeah, it looks like there was an unfortunate sequence there where they...
Probably one of the worst things to happen in a game other than lineouts is not throwing on time and giving up all the balls. You feel like such a doofus when it happens.
Yeah, I lost track of what was happening with the count there. It didn't seem like anyone was feeling rushed in the moment.
It's not nearly as loud on this court, so I'm surprised that happened. Right side. Yep. And they got him.
Good low, wide-placed balls. I like the patience of being willing to put those just off the body, still able to get that out.
Germain staying off the line. Nice drop shot. He's probably thinking that.
That was close.
Yeah.
I do think it missed, but that was close.
Yeah.
That's kind of the effect you were talking about, though. Having all those different throws in your bag, you can start to kind of work that through this one-on-two.
And if you're Ascend, don't stand still. The guy's got so many throws. Now Ascend, it's not an insurmountable lead, 4-2, There's going to be one more game. Maybe they can pull out a quick one before no blocking, but still possible here for Tyro.
Well, yeah, 3.5 minutes. As a player in the tournament, how would you advise going into this? Do you ask your team to play at pace, or are you looking to just secure that win no matter the cost?
If I'm on Ascend, we only throw when we have to.
Okay.
It's still a little early to be dragging out the clock, but if they make it to no blocking with even one player left on the court, they now win this match no matter what. So that is what I would stress, but I don't like saying, drag it out type of thing. It's just, I don't like playing that way. If you see a shot, take it, but don't be stupid and take extra shots. Don't be extra.
Understandable.
Do what needs to be done. You throw one. Like if right here, if you're Tyro, maybe throw two because you need some outs.
Well, that's part of what I was asking. So if Tyro's under the gun here, they're down 2. They have 4-ball control there. Is it worth kind of just taking one and letting that majority dictate who throws, or would you rather be throwing 2 balls and try to make sure you capitalize hits early?
You need to play on a different level right now. You need to amp it up for this. Throwing 2 when you get 4, even when you get 3 balls, you can throw 2 as well, because you need to start getting hits, because if this game goes to no blocking and there's still one person on the other side, you've lost the match.
I was going to say, in that 3 minutes we were talking about, it's already dwindling to 2.
Yeah. That's
how quickly these the clock can expire as you're playing. A match can easily go 5+ minutes. A game can easily go 5+ minutes.
And they got it. If you're Tyro, I'm saying priority targets. Number 1 and 5 are probably easier to hit. 2 and 3 are probably the hardest, and now they're throwing at Johnny Lowe and Tuan Nguyen. Like, those are probably the hardest players on the court to hit right now, so I would advise against that if I was Tyro.
Woo. Straight shot down the line there, coming right at us.
Yeah, I flinched. I'm not gonna lie. Again, throwing at Johnny Lowe. I know you want to throw down the middle sometimes, but like, not that guy.
Well, yeah, the efficiency starting to prove through here.
Was that a pop-up and a catch? Oh, wow. Man. Good awareness there by Roland, although it did just basically land in his lap, so you like to see those if you're Ascend. Big throw there by right corner. And pushed him out of bounds on that throw.
Man, unfortunate for Tyro. Trying to be more aggressive on the counter as the clock is coming down. And now they're putting themselves in a position where they really can't do much to defend.
And they threw 2 balls. Okay, they got 1. And then they got a second. And another.
Well, that's an established 3-point lead with 45 seconds left. That's going to decide the match. We'll have one more game here to play.
If there's more than 35 seconds, they play another rush, and however much time it takes to get to no blocking. If I'm on Tyro, I would say, they didn't really take extra chances, but the chances that they did take, they were thrown at the wrong targets. You want to throw and get bodies off the court, and that should be your number 1 priority. And you need to identify who are the targets, who are the catchers, who are the dodgers. If you need bodies off the court, don't be throwing at the dodgiest guys on the court.
Well, yeah, at this stage in the tournament, even though you're down 5-2 and you can't win the match, there's still a lot of value you can draw out of this one set.
Yeah, plus minus means a lot. We've seen it plenty of times in tournaments.
Well, and the opportunity to learn, right? You're up against an opponent that's challenged you, so now's your opportunity to kind of work through that challenge and see what you can do to turn it the opposite way.
And you don't know if you're going to face this team again in playoffs or something.
Absolutely.
So you might as well, you got to learn, scout the team, figure it out, and adapt. The best teams in any sport adapt. They don't just do the same thing over and over. Even if they're winning, they need to adapt and find other strategies to win.
Absolutely. We saw a lot of that actually when I was at the Thing about a month ago. At that level of competition, people are good enough to where you need to recognize when you're not being successful, when the things you're trying to do aren't working out, and having to make those adjustments in-game. It's part of why the WDBF format provides timeouts, although we haven't seen anyone use a timeout in this match.
No, and you'd think you would with how hot it's been in here. But, if you can't adjust, even at halftime, you're not going to be a win. It's not a... Wow. I was going to say recipe for success, but, when it rains, it pours, I guess. Ascend making that one look easy anyways. A lot of those points were really close, but that last one, they found their rhythm. You're right.
All right, well, it was a pleasure doing commentary with you, sir.
Hey, likewise.
This is Michael White and JP Nguyen.
Yeah.
We'll be coming at you with another lineup here in the next set.
Oh, this court 1 is on fire today. I'm sad I don't get to commentate a lot of these games, but if you're on for a lot of them, if you're watching at home, stick around. There's a lot of good dodgeball coming up.
Well, yeah, looks like I'll be sticking around for the next one. We got Caffeine & Co. versus Valkyrie coming up. Valkyrie, one of the top women's teams out there, as I understand it.
Yeah,
and Caffeine & Co. got a little bit of notoriety for themselves as well.
Yeah, Valkyrie's been flying high. They've won a lot of tournaments recently, and they're out of Ottawa, so a big shout out to them. That's where I'm from. We rep them. So, but Caffeine & Co. is also a great team coming out of Quebec. Very strong team, veteran players, and it's always fireworks with these two teams. So
cool. Well, yeah, it'll be interesting to see. It's the first women's match for me for the day, so I'm excited to see how they're doing.
Yeah, it'll be weird. I mean, easy for them adjusting to the lines, but I hate the second line here as a guy playing here.
Well, what's up next for you? Are you on court? Or you,
I'm probably playing right now.
I was going to say, I should let you know.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
All right, here we are again. This is the 4th set of the day of round robin. This is Michael White here from Portland, Oregon, and I'm doing commentary here with
Halen Sky from Prince Edward Island.
All right, so we've got Caffeine and Co. versus Valkyrie. My understanding, Valkyrie is one of the big names to look out for on the women's side, and Caffeine and Co. has some notoriety with them as well. What kind of a matchup are we expecting here? Well, yeah, last I saw these teams was at the Thing about a month ago in Seattle, both invited into that top 6 from the women's side in Canada. Was it top 6? Yeah, it was top 12. It's top 6 out of Canada.
Top 5, I believe.
Oh, really?
6 sounds right.
6 because
right.
I think it was 12 on each side. I was just debating because it's 6 from Canada, 6 from the USA. So they're up there. And Valkyrie ended up winning that tournament, though with only 3 of their core roster players. So I'm very interested to see what this team looks like.
Valkyrie, a very well-established team, often in the top 2, if not on the off year to the top 4 at the Canadian National Championships, now the Club Championships. Caffeine & Co. very much an up-and-coming team. They have had some great fights against all these top teams in the round robins. And actually, I believe at a Toronto kickoff has faced off against Valkyrie in the final as well.
Oh, wow. So there's a bit of a rivalry building here.
Absolutely. And we have many participants in the Team Canada Foam women's program on both teams.
Well, yeah, a couple names I'm loosely aware of. I believe it's Mira Duarte on the Caffeine & Co.'s right corner, our facing side left. And then we've got Flanagan, who wasn't present at the Thing, one of the captains of Valkyrie, as well as one of their more consistent corners, I believe.
Yeah, and Berong just eliminated there, part of the women's program for a long time, multiple-time world champion. Paris Jadouin, also part of the mixed foam world championship team. And we see now it's down to a 2v2. We have Curry and Presenti versus Duarte and Paris Jadouin.
Well, yeah, this match has opened up at a pretty accelerated pace so far, quickly going into a 2v2. Has that been what the tournament's felt like to you so far today? Has it been fast-paced, or has it been more controlled?
I fully expect these teams to, keep a high-pressure game, keep a high-pressure pace, but it's going to be very controlled choices. Great shot by Paris Jordan, closing the point. So Caffeine getting that first one. But you know what Valkyrie's main skill is, honestly, the thing that I think gives them the edge to be a top team over and over and over again is their adaptability.
I got an impression of that from seeing them play at the Thing. I was actually reffing the women's the women's final. It was Flex versus Valkyrie, and there was definitely a moment of shift early on where it felt like it was pretty equally matched, and then there was a turning point where Valkyrie seemed to find their control, their rhythm, and emphasize that throughout the rest of the match, sort of walking away with it as the points rolled by.
Yeah, they have some great analysis. Kirkpatrick here, ball retrieving on the back line. Such a knowledgeable player at all times. So her brain's always going. She's always analyzing.
I was going to ask. I'm aware that Shade Berkeley was the head coach for the women's team this last go-around for Worlds.
Yeah.
So that leadership extends beyond Shade. That's one of my first questions, being that they only had 3 core players with Valkyrie, Shade being one of them at the Thing. With this kind of refortified lineup, they have more leadership today.
And the wild part is, those 2 people we mentioned aren't even the captains.
Really?
Jennifer Flanagan and Jessica Gray,
You're
captains,
right.
And great leaders in themselves. And over here on the Caffeine side, we have Corinne Duran, long-time veteran, but you also have Jana Gallaini, and they've taken up this team. And oh my gosh, Boissonneau goes for that, but we are now in a 2v5. We could talk forever about how great these players are and what they bring to this game.
Well, yeah, now they're starting to show us what they're capable of. I'm seeing some wicked throws coming from the Caffeine side. Not to say that Valkyrie's slacking in that category, but Valkyrie seems to be really thriving off of their coordination as a team. That transition, exactly what we just saw there, where they're setting up 4 balls in the front line, taking their throws, but then not backpedaling from that midline and allowing their opponent to run them down in transition. They recognize that they have control of the court because they have numbers.
Oh, and that's a pop-up, but Berkeley not able to run it down. And great coverage from Duran. Now we see the two captains from Caffeine whittling this 5v2 down to a 3v2.
Yeah, it's starting to make their effort show here. It'll be interesting to see how Valkyrie approaches this.
Great placement from Curry. She knows Baron's a great catcher. She put it right on the outside of the right shoulder.
Love that weak side pressure from the left corner of Valkyrie. As soon as the side from Caffeine approached the midline, she immediately approached the opposite side to spread her attention. As soon as she committed to that throw on Shade, she was able to exploit that opportunity.
Yeah, strong pinch from Valkyrie. And now we have a 1-1 scoreline.
Are either of these teams particularly aggressive off the rush? I believe I saw Valkyrie doing a lot of feeds, but kind of switching off of that often. Sometimes taking advantage of it, sometimes not.
Valkyrie is a very strong rushing team, and particularly their strike from Baird, Veronica Baird, is very deadly. But, you know, Caffeine, a lot of speed, especially out of Duarte, Jobin Ross. They have that ability for sure, too.
Well, yeah, I haven't seen either team really stand out, so maybe they're equally matched.
Yeah, we're going to see a really close game all around. And, wow, what a zipper of events there.
3 consecutive counters, 3 consecutive hits, just like that.
And it's still even 4-4.
And it's wild so far. These first 3 games, as fast as they're not going wildly out of control. Even that 2-on-5 ended up getting whittled down to a 1v3 to end it. So teams are willing to capitalize in the quick opportunities, but they're still pacing themselves when needed.
And so, you know, Baird investing that 5th, but she's got Duarte when she closes in. The coverage is there, and now Valkyrie is up in a 3v2. Back with the captains from Caffeine. And a great shot from Galliini.
Yeah, noticing here, Flanagan's a lefty. Something I try to keep an eye on because it's easy to forget. If you sleep on a lefty, you can quickly regret it.
Not only a lefty, Mike, but a lefty who blocks with their right hand. You'll watch, she'll switch to her right hand.
I just saw this, yeah. Because she's turning her body to throw that cross in that pass sequence, and then prepared to block with her right hand as soon as she's, being countered. It's an interesting thing to notice. I've never really paid close attention to how a lefty might block in that transition space.
It's specifically due to her baseball background because her catching hand would be in the right. And now we see Corinne Baron in a 2v1. She thrives in these kinds of scenarios. But Flanagan running her down. She invests the ball.
Well done to protect herself in that transition. Having to throw both balls, but having 3 in reserve. So no real issue with doing that as long as she survives the play.
And she doesn't mind, but it gets tagged. Great shot by Valkyrie. Another thing about Baron, she doesn't mind investing that throw because one of her best assets is her catching.
Oh, really?
So if she can bait somebody into throwing a solo on her, she kind of wants that.
It's almost intentional. So she's not necessarily outright baiting as in just throw and hang yourself out there, but countering in the moment that they're throwing at you or right beforehand in order to make them make a poorly placed throw that she can capitalize and catch.
Yeah, and the amount of history between these teams, they know her from that too.
I love how that can change the matchup, that understanding of each other and how to adapt from one play to the next. Because you can't go into any match expecting it to carry out the same way.
And that was a great strike from Boissonneau. Oh, and Duarte follows up with a hit as well.
Just putting some pepper on that one. Little high and wide, potentially catchable, but enough heat on it to get it away from the catcher.
Yeah, we're still early in the tournament. Everyone's arms looking fresh.
4-ball sequence. Willing to throw 2 balls from the Caffeine side. Getting the out on Jessica Gray. I would say that's probably well worth it for the 2 balls.
Yes, definitely. Oh, and you can see she lined up for that catch, but no cigar.
Kind of the opposite effect we've seen so far. So far, Valkyrie's been going up and having control of the game. Now Caffeine has the 5v3. Interesting to see how they leverage that. So they're doing a pretty good job of playing defense off the back line, drawing attention, forcing the attention to the corners rather than allowing Valkyrie to throw at who they'd like to target.
Oh, and there is a line out on Paris Jodouin. I think you're going to see Valkyrie make a defensive play here. They're talking to each other. And Curry is hit out. Howie takes a shot. So does Berkeley. No harm done.
Aggressive throws there from Valkyrie. I would have expected to see a little bit more patience. Not that it was a bad thing.
Valkyrie has incredible accuracy. So when they have an opportunity to take a shot at close range, it's going to be a strategic choice, but they're going to make it.
They're willing to flip that switch.
Absolutely.
They'll see the opportunity and calculate whether or not it's worthwhile, so they can punish their opponent for underestimating them in that space.
And Cowie is eliminated by Duarte. And we are in a 4v1. Berkeley, very well known for making it hit and then catching the counter. You can see she's looking for it.
Duarte showing the patience, knowing her opponent. Well executed from Caffeine to close that set. Keeping it close now with 2-2.
2-2, and this is exactly what I expected to be. There's not going to be a whole lot of games that are going to be absolute runaways in this tournament. The women's pools, in my opinion, very well, what is the word I'm looking for? Very well distributed, like very even pools. There's a lot of tough competition.
I think I've seen proof of that. It's very much that exchange. I mean, we've seen that through this set. Every counter seems to be answered by a counter.
And that's a great catch from Curry off the strike.
Another aggressive opening here from Valkyrie, finding their lead again. This seems to be the challenge from Caffeine and Co. is how to work through Valkyrie when they're down players. Off to a start there though, they got their first out. Caffeine and Co. settling into their back line, using their 3 blockers to defend themselves. Valkyrie unable to hit on that last sequence and then earning a second opportunity. So now Caffeine and Co. has whittled it down to 4.
And they still have ball advantage. But yeah, Flanagan lining up for that shot in Paris Jodwen, but Galaini punishing her for it.
Yeah, an exceptionally timed counter. She couldn't have really thrown that earlier, maybe a little bit, but good recognition from the Caffeine side to counter that.
And so risky too, because when Flanagan gets down on her knees, she's a phenomenal catcher. So great placement from Galaini, who is removed by a team throw from Valkyrie. Now Duarte is in a 3v1.
Approaching the front line, unafraid of that counter rush. Ooh, just got nicked in the transition. Great split of attention there from Valkyrie. Same idea, pushing that weak side and then opening the opportunity. The first throw was more of a distraction. The second one was the one that was placed for the hit. Well executed.
You know, they say a lot of sports are about triangles, and dodgeball is 100% one of those.
I'm a soccer player in my history, so I'm well familiar with the triangle.
Yeah, and you know, the more wide you can make that triangle, the much harder it is to defend against it. Good job by Cowie getting out of the way of that strike. You can see she's all smiles. Woo. Big hit from Paris Jodwen to get Berkeley. But Paris Jodwen often going straight to the ground after she throws, and then if you delay that counter, you can often get her on that shot. Something she's gonna have to watch for later in the tournament.
That was exactly the timely execution that we saw from Valkyrie there. It's interesting to see that Valkyrie, when they do get countered, they seem to be prepared to punish the player that counters. They don't seem to be rushed or frantic or disoriented by that counter. They see it, they recognize what they need to do, and they're executing even in that moment. It's making it very difficult for Caffeine and Co. to get ahead in any of these sets.
And they're always prepared for that counter as well. The lateral movement after throwing there, it's taken out by Duarte.
A little backspin on that ball, if I had read it right, getting it under the blocker. We're starting to come down close to the half. We're just under 13 minutes now. Looks like we're going into the no block. Starting to think about our MVPs of the match, the VCU MVPs of the match. Looks like Duarte may be making a case for herself here.
Yeah, it's, you know, both teams I feel like have had strong team performances. It hasn't really felt like one person's really shining, but that name that we're talking about when we talk about hits, Duarte's definitely making a lot of them.
Absolutely. And something I see carry through that I'm always trying to keep my eye on is survivability. The longer you can stay in, the more opportunities you're giving your team. So while you might be an impact player, say you get the first 2 hits for your team, but you're not surviving for a long extent of time, it makes it harder for your team to carry, especially against an opponent like Valkyrie. They're going to make you earn every out. So it's interesting to see that Mira's surviving to the end game typically. We're in another 3v scenario here, 3v4 this time instead of a 3v5. But I wouldn't be surprised to see Mira survive to the one-on if it goes that way.
And Valkyrie invests the 5th. They will only have 1 ball here in this no blocking. And they get 2 hits at Caffeine, really doing well to follow that up when Gray was distracted.
It's maybe the first turning point we've really seen from Caffeine & Co. climbing back from being down players. It was well executed there. Credit to Jessica Gray for being low in stance for that catch, though. It was a near opportunity. Just
And
couldn't quite
great
reel it in.
3 shots out of Gill, taking out Flanagan. And here we have Curry again. An amazing catch.
Oh, did it spit out? Oh, it just did.
Oh.
I thought it was controlled there. As she rolled to the side, it fumbled out.
And so I believe that is Caffeine's going to go up to 3-2 in the second half.
I believe so. I think they had it tied up. It was that back and forth push battle from the onset. Now they've claimed their 1-point lead. Still got roughly 11, maybe 10 minutes left on the clock. So still, time to play. Well, yeah, I was half wondering if the score was correct, but I didn't keep a close eye on it. There's a water bottle obstructing that right side for me.
This is a great question. Curious to see. They did, yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay, so we are getting confirmation from production that it is a tie game.
Yeah, the score is correct. It is tied 3-3. I was going to say, I didn't see them misflip the scoreboard at any point. It's not that I noticed, but I have a terrible eye for that. I don't trust myself.
And we see Wilson entering the game here on Caffeine's side.
Well, yeah, so we were discussing Duarte on the Caffeine side. Who's standing out to you on the Valkyrie side?
They're such a unit.
It's
really hard to pick one and go from there. I mean, Flanagan always playing great, playing in a corner position too. You get to do more when you have a ball more often. But, you know, I think Curry has also had a good game.
Yeah.
They've all had good games. That's what makes this so difficult.
Exactly. I was trying to key in on who was surviving on the Valkyrie side. Flanagan, as I remember, was taking those counters and typically getting countered for it, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's just she wasn't surviving to a late game. But no one else really seemed to be either. It seems that Valkyrie's kind of surviving however they may and just punishing their opponent for throw. If they get ahead, they control that and they win the game.
They do, and you know, sometimes you don't survive until the end, but if you're making 2 hits before you get there, you've done your part. Oh, and that is the 5th ball invested. What will Caffeine do with it? Berkeley going to the center, probably looking for a trade option. Takes the shot on Duarte, no dice. And Caffeine did make it up. They got Gray. Great shot from Boissonneau.
Good attempt there for the catch. Got the ball where she wanted it. It was a nice firm throw. Coming at a little bit of an angle, maybe not quite square to the ball to make the catch easy. I really like to see Caffeine pressing off that back line. Try to keep an eye on Doctor to see if they're doing the same. When they have 3 balls, they seem to be pretty aggressive, but when they have 2, they may be a little relaxed. That may be what Caffeine & Co. is using to capitalize and get ahead.
See Berkeley making the call. Double throw at Jobin Ross. It does land from Cooper.
Duarte putting some effort in on that right corner to draw attention, but just not quite enough to get it off of her teammate. Caffeine looking to take throws in transition. Maybe willing to take a little bit more risk here, trying to get this 1-point lead.
Good block from Boissonneau. And she takes the shot. Baird takes the shot back. Wilson with a strong block. You see Boissonneau making the call.
Yeah, seeing that last throw reminds me, I believe in the bio, Valkyrie claims to have 4 lefties on their team.
They do have the most lefties in the
They've got
game.
Baird, they've got Gray, or sorry, Flanagan. Is Gray also a lefty?
Great shot from Duarte, taking out Flanagan. Actually, every player on the court right now is
Really?
a lefty,
Should they?
including
Wow.
Flanagan, who just got out.
That's
And a
gotta
great
be-
shot from Boissino. I think that confirms that Boissino, one of my
Wow.
picks for player of the match.
Absolutely.
Now, I do believe we need one more Valkyrie player. They're taking their time out. Who would you say, Mike?
You know, I think Flanagan has done her work on the corner. It seems to be kind of a trade battle, so it's hard to be critical of the survivability. I think Flanagan is getting precise hits when she needs to.
I would agree. I think other than that, my other choice would be Curry, missing from that last point, but I think she's been playing great and doing a lot of good work.
She seems to be having an impact with her arm. We were talking about that transition space where Valkyrie's throwing and getting countered. Curie's one of those players that's been willing to punish the counter from the opponent. She seems to have been having good effects doing that.
Curry, such a fun player to see, especially develop on this team. Was a bit of a floater for a few years, picked up by different teams, playing with different combinations. And I remember, studying all the Ontario teams before coming up, and I often looked at her and I was like, where is she going to find her place? Because she's such a strong player and she's not being taken advantage of. And the last couple of years, Valkyrie snatched her up and she has just been thriving in this program. And they've been, capitalizing on such a great talent.
That's always great to see when you can kind of take what's obvious potential and just put it in a space where it can kind of understand itself in a way, right? Like once the player realizes like, oh, I'm capable of this, it kind of opens doors that you may not
Absolutely
be able to open yourself,
And Boissino wins that strike again. She's been so effective on it. Now, good pump by Paris Jodwen. Valkyrie with 4 balls. They're going to make the call here. They only invest 1.
This has been an extremely back and forth matchup. I believe Caffeine & Co. was the team that opened the set, going up 1-0. Now they've reclaimed their lead. We were talking about Valkyrie being capable of making those adjustments, though, and they just called a timeout. What do you think they may be trying to do to adjust for what Caffeine's been successful doing?
It might be a little bit of target selection. I think Caffeine has a lot of big names that they might have been going for, which, wow, great trade out of the corners here between Gray and Paris Jodwen, but then Boissino taken out, and Boissino is a player that you probably need to start targeting more. She's been getting a lot of hits, and we're seeing a little bit of a quieter performance from Caffeine's big names per se, and so how does Valkyrie adjust to that? And that's a great shot from Duarte, again, doing a lot of work, taking out Curry there.
Well, yeah, it seems to me that Valkyrie seems to have an advantage of efficiency, typically. But Caffeine seems to be doing a great job of kind of balancing that efficiency, not necessarily through their offense, but also through their defense. They're playing off of the back line and creating survivability, which is allowing them to get enough shots in to play the offensive game equally. It seems to be that Valkyrie's struggling to kind of find that offensive advantage they're used to having.
Flanagan with a great hit, Cowie with a great hit, and now Duarte's in a 3v1. And this is your time to vote for the VC Player of the Match. Duarte, one of those options, but so is Flanagan. So let's see who wins this out.
He's not the only one-on situation we've seen Duarte in this set.
No, she's often in this predicament given her survivability. And maybe that's the adjustment Valkyrie needs to make is get Duarte out when there's 6 people on the court, when she has less room to dodge.
There's a real strategy to that. Something I pride myself on as a player is being a difficult out, and that's very true. When you have less space to work laterally, it makes it a lot harder to survive, especially if you can work in crosses where you pin and press a player to a corner, and then get that cross and then come into the block or dodge.
100%.
Duarte clearly exceptional about using her lateral space. She seems very jumpy, capable of using her counter to protect herself as well. So when she's got all this room to work with, she's just, comfortable, I would say.
And so Valkyrie, will they do a team throw here? They throw 1. I wonder if they'll be going for a pinch with Duarte coming up to the line. I don't assume she's going to come that high.
Well, Duarte's pretty comfortable with the lead right now. We're coming up on about 3.5 minutes, just less now. So she's not really in a rush. If she can tire these 3 players out, it's to her advantage, even if she loses. That would then tie the match, but there's still time on the clock to win the next point.
Great block from Duarte after that dodge.
To be fair, if she can burn this clock in this 1v3 all on her own, she's claimed the match.
And that's a great shot on Flanagan, disrupting that That's one of those things where Valkyrie needs to commit to that throw regardless of it coming in.
Yeah, they seem to be very, I guess, intentional in being cautious on the front line, not even throwing 2 balls. They're trying to throw the 1 pump, the 2nd pump, and then follow with the 3rd to feel out what Duarte's doing. But Duarte's kind of playing against that by being patient with how she's countering.
And you see Duarte's very excited. They're taking a timeout just to give her a little bit of break. But you know what I would be doing, Mike, if I was Valkyrie in this moment? Duarte is such a great dodger, blocker. When you had those 3 arms, invest 3. Take the shot, put 2 on the original throw and then 1 on the follow-up, and hopefully get her in that transition space when she's trying to change her dodge. When you have 3 bodies and you are against a solo thrower, your chances of dodging are a little bit stronger, in my opinion, especially with Valkyrie's talent. But we're seeing them take a very patient approach to playing Duarte, and she likes that.
Well, yeah, Duarte's doing a good job of using her counter to protect herself, but that's kind of what you would be exploiting as Valkyrie. As soon as you see her commit to that counter, that's your green light to say, okay, all 3 of us have the green light to throw.
Yes, and now they're in a 2v1, so how are they going to adjust to that?
Yeah, now Duarte being able to work more vertical space on the court, and does so. Gets close enough to clip the shoulder of her opponent, taking this to a 1-on-1, and she's in no rush. Still 2 minutes left on the clock. She's got the lead.
Cowie, a formidable survivalist as well. Great blocker.
Staying low, forcing Duarte to really target her. This could be a battle.
Oh, it will be a battle. 2 minutes on the clock. They shoot at the same time. Great block from Cowie.
It's interesting, both players right-handed and posturing to the far right on each side of the court, trying to keep their space from each other, feeling out this matchup.
You see Duarte has a ball in no man's land a little bit. She invests 2. Cowie takes the shot.
Wow.
Yes.
Felt like a big risk there, but then seeing Duarte make that lateral dodge, it's like, oh, no, she knows what she's doing.
She does, but you know, something I always tell my rookies, never throw 2.
I leaned into that very hard, too. It's one of those things where it feels juicy just to take that opportunity when someone might be close to you or they might not be expecting that immediate follow-up, and you can't get away with it. But you're right, it's a big exposure.
Oh, and we have a flag on the court. There's a discussion happening here.
So we have a potential false start.
I believe, though, it looks like Caffeine was looking for clarification on something, and so maybe it was them saying they are not ready, don't start. Often the ref has to confirm, are both teams ready? Oh.
Yeah, it's good to see the appropriate reset. We want to make sure teams are always ready for the opening rush. It's a critical part of the match, especially at this stage.
We see Caffeine with 4, Boissonneau making the call. Oh, and Flanagan with a great cross, and Paris Jadouin. Galaini does take the shot, but misses. But Gray is eliminated from Valkyrie's side. Oh, and Curry invests. Duarte tries to punish, but it's actually Cooper who punishes Duarte. Great shots out of Caffeine.
I was about to say Valkyrie looked to be in control there, but Caffeine answering back.
And now they are going to go into no blocking in a 4v3 advantage for Caffeine. But you know what? No blocking? Sometimes man advantage does not matter.
I was going to ask, what's your approach to the no block scenario, especially as close as it is the points critical? Do you like to be more aggressive in the no block, get your ball off first, or do you like to kind of settle in and work as a team to kind of play through this, especially if you say you have the advantage as Caffeine?
Oh, Mike, you know it's never that simple. It's so dependent on who you're playing against, what you have on your team and on your side of time. Oh, and present called out, and now it is Cowie and Cooper in a 4v2. They take 2 shots on Cooper. She sidesteps it. So now Valkyrie with ball advantage. They have 5. They throw at ball. Jovan Ross staying nice and back and safe. Boissonneau taking the cross, hitting the bench.
Pretty composed there on that corner, holding 2 balls even in the no block. Looking pretty prepared to catch if it comes at her. Neither throw coming close.
Oh, and Caffeine getting Cooper, and that's exactly what Caffeine should be doing. When they're up in numbers, they could take those counters aggressively when Burden is on Valkyrie. Howie survives. Oh, but lost now. Great placement. And Caffeine defeating Valkyrie here in the round robin at the Canadian Club Championships.
One of the most back and forth matches I've seen today, and I've already seen a couple. That was a great matchup. I'd love to see that swing back and forth. Teams re-strategizing through their timeouts and the push and pull of the match.
Absolutely, and this is why I'm such a Caffeine fan. They've got the ability to do it all. They can do it all. And it's so exciting to see them take out a team like Valkyrie, so formidable, so strong here in the round robin. But here's the thing, Valkyrie, they're just going to let this fuel them. And the next time that they see Caffeine, it's going to be a different game. We're going to see a different Valkyrie. And I'm sure the rest of the round robin, they're going to be thinking about this, and they're going to let it light that fire.
Absolutely. The round robin's not just about winning, it's about learning. So if you're going to take losses, you got to learn from them.
Absolutely.
And Valkyrie, as you said, is very capable of learning. So it'll be interesting to see how they respond later throughout the day.
For sure. And so that is Caffeine versus Valkyrie. My name is Halen Sky.
My name is Michael White.
And coming up soon, we will have...
Let's see, pulling up the schedule right now.
Hardest Foam versus Apex. You're not going to want to miss it.
Yeah, that's a... Well...
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Dodgeball Tot Live. We are here in Calgary, coming to you from the Canadian Club Dodgeball Championships. Today on Court 1, I am Nicholas Danchenko. I am joined by
Stelmack.
and we are about to see what I'm hoping is going to be a great match. I'm not super familiar with this Apex side right in front of us in the darker jerseys, but I'm very familiar with the, I believe, 4 or 5-time reigning champions of British Columbia, Hardest Home.
Yep. Taking on the Manitoba number 5 spot, Apex. So
Okay.
this should be an interesting matchup.
Interesting matchup here.
Thank you.
Starting on the Hardest Foam side, from left to right, looks like we're going to have number, I believe, 26, Sam Coe, followed by Captain Canada himself, Byron Wong, number 4.
I like
number
that.
8, Cody Burke. Number 89, Pete Decker. Number 14, Chris Valance. And then
And they are off. So we'll get to those lineups very shortly. If you don't see them already on your screen, it looks like Hardest Foam with that burden to throw. Ref calls it. Decker takes a shot at McKay. Goes in between. Looks like it almost clipped Decker, but we still have the 6v6 lineup. Coming up again to the line, Hardest Foam ready to take those shots. Moto Sandoval with a block, but it hits him in the hand. 4 balls in hand now. Apex coming up to the line.
So, interesting fact here about Apex that I'm reading. This team holds the record for the most ties at a Nationals with 5 ties last year. Very, very interesting. Wow. Ooh,
Break the
Byron Wong.
laptop.
Byron Wong takes a rip straight. Oh, what a grab in the middle.
McKay manages to stay in, and my laptop manages to stay not broken. But that was a hard
That was a hard throw.
Oh my
Byron
God.
has a great arm, takes a rip straight, hits the commentary booth behind Apex here.
All right, Moto Sandoval and Boudreau with balls in hand. Hardest Foam coming up to take their shots. They honestly, that is just an intimidating lineup on the Hardest Foam side.
All massive arms. Everybody knows how to grab really, really well.
Yeah.
This team is definitely one of the strongest in Canada. I believe they were silver medalists last year.
Yes.
So they definitely know how to make it far in this tournament.
They lost to the Manitoba number 1 team, New Era.
New Era.
And it was the first time an Ontario team didn't walk home with gold in men's.
Yep.
I think a couple people are going to be a little bit bitter for the...
Yeah, definitely Ontario's going to try to get back into it for 2025. Big teams.
Moto
on
Sandoval
the
managing to hit
lineups.
out Decker. Sorry.
All good.
He was going for a catch. He brought it in, but didn't quite connect at the last second there. So it's down to a 2v3 situation right now. Ooh, and here's
Big
going
cross
for
court.
it.
3 balls on the Hardest Foam side. Let's see if they spend 2 here.
3 players coming up, taking the line.
Just 1. Chris Valance, big throw from the middle. One's going to get returned.
Bringing it in. They're just taking their time, aren't they?
Hardest Foam take their time because they know if they put either 3 of those players on that side, that any of them could just take one big rip at one of the players on this Apex side and definitely
happened with Moto Sandoval just now. It is just
big rip again from Chris.
Samson left now for the Apex side. Still against those 3 players on the Hardest Foam team.
I think the key here definitely to survive. Hardest Foam, their biggest asset is their arms. A little bit slow on the backtrack, so if Samson can run them down, he might be able to find some success here.
You know what? I think Samson has a fighting shot. He is a pretty squirrely guy.
Hardest Foam seem to struggle against some of the more squirrely players. I definitely remember watching their match against Title from this recent BC Provincial qualifier. Good block by Samson.
I would honestly love to see Tometto be last on the court against some Hardest Foam players because speaking of squirrely, you're going to love it because you said you're not familiar with them. That guy's got moves. Oh, and Samson almost lining out there, managing to stay just on his tippy toes. Oh, it was.
Oh, and they're going to call the line. I didn't think his heels were down.
Honestly, I didn't think it either. It looked like he just kind of did like a zigzag, but manages to stay on his toes.
Yeah. A lot of these Apex players have been riding that line pretty hard, but they've done a really good job.
So many lineouts in their first match of the day on Court 6, which is the other stream. So many.
Hardest Foam are going to start this game up 1-0. Defensive rush on the hardest foam side from Sam Coe.
A little bit of a
Interesting choice.
a stumble there from the old Apex side there.
Ooh, good hit from Cody Burke. Taking out Boudreau.
That's going to give, oh yeah, and he's a Team Canada player.
I didn't know that. Ooh, good cast by Valens.
Not sure if he got activated, but Boudreau was on Team Canada.
All right, so he should be familiar with some of the guys he's facing.
Very, yes.
Obviously, Byron Wong, Pete Decker, Chris Valens, I believe Sam Coe as well.
Speaking of all of those players, they just made very short work of the Apex lineup. We just have 3 players left now. It's going to be Tran, Samson, and McKay left. And they're coming up. Decker takes a shot, goes wide in between the middle of Samson and McKay there. It's going to bring that 4th ball in for Apex as they come up to the line to take on the full lineup of hardest foam players. Someone's got to throw.
Big pre-throw from Byron Wong. It's going to connect on Tran.
That counter.
And he gets the ball back. Hardest foam are going to have a 2-ball defense here.
McKay takes the shot, and
Ooh.
McKay on the hands.
Sam Coe, good counter. Samson again in last. Let's see if he can get a few hits here. Takes a big cross-court rip at Decker.
He manages to stay up, and he double checks if he's not close to the line. Goes for Decker. Decker manages to block.
2 big cross courts here. Very interesting, taking 50-foot throws.
Yeah, Samson just hiding at that back line.
Oh, and Valens with the follow-up is going to take Samson out. Nice snipe on his toes. It's going to be 2-0 for hardest foam.
I don't think it's very hard for hardest foam for this game. I'm sorry.
Well, to give some of the Apex guys some credit, they are looking good. Their movement. Oh, false start here.
No, ball wasn't on the line.
Oh, Jason Mergler.
It was
calling a false
just
start.
kind of like sauntering over to the hardest foam side, even though it was the Apex's side. All right, now we're clean. Clean start.
Quick rush. No ball spent off the rush. I'm surprised that hardest foam are playing this rush game defensively.
Honestly, I think that's a good move from them, especially because like they've played 2 rounds now. They've got a feeling for the Apex side. They know what they're able to do. They know how fast they're able to eliminate them, so they know they don't have to expend that much energy.
Yeah. Something I also noticed right now is that Boudreau's been their main target, and honestly, he's the only player from this Apex side that I do
Ooh, it looks like Tameta does manage to take out Coe though.
Hardest foam 5v4 with 3 balls. I'm assuming Pete's going to take it from the middle. Nope, it comes from the right corner, but Pete takes a counter. Jason Mergler calling a bounce on that shot on Decker. It's going to be a 5-on-2. Yeah. As I was saying earlier, I'm the only player.
McKay with the catch!
Brings Boudreau back in, hardest foam's main target. Let's see if he can be a little bit of the difference here to get Apex their first point in this game.
And takes out Cody Burke.
Yeah.
See, I think the reason why Boudreau is probably the major target on the Apex side is he's lanky and he can take those hard shots from the back line, and that's gonna be the tricky thing for hardest foam.
Definitely, players like him who have a good arm but move really, really well I see hardest foam struggle with those types of players later on in the match.
Oh, like you said too, they have problems on the retreat, so they have to force themselves to come up to take those shots, because I don't see a lot of them throwing from the back line the way Boudreau does.
Pete Decker goes for the trade. Apex are going to be up 2-1 against, I believe, one of the other captain of Team Canada from this past Worlds, Chris Valens. His 3 balls. Only 1 spent from the Apex side.
Boudreau trying to be sneaky. He keeps going and staring down McKay there, but Boudreau is like, no, just keep paying attention to him. I'm going to hit you. Again, they come in, and it looks like Boudreau's going for it this time, right into the net. A little bit wide on that shot there. Gets down just in time to go underneath Boudreau's ball. Boudreau gets out of the way.
Ooh! I always love seeing that move. I remember the first time I saw it, Joel Jodoin, or Jodoin. I apologize if I mispronounced his last name, but that's a
Right on the tip of his toe.
gets the outside of Boudreau's foot. He's not happy with himself right now.
Honestly, though, he put up a good fight, so
Definitely a good fight. Lots of good throws on Valance, on target, making Valance work for this.
big block from McKay. McKay throws a little bit short there,
McKay left with one ball.
and Valance takes him out.
Valance catches him in the air. That's something that Hardest Foam are really, really good at. They're really great at getting players to bite and then taking advantage of players that are in the air and kind of lacking a little bit. Hardest Foam 3-0 here, still in this first half. Boudreau is going to take a seat.
Interesting how Apex all just kind of bunched up on the opening rush there. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah. Attacking rush for Apex. Ferreira and Willier are both taken out in that opening exchange. And number 23 here on Apex as well.
Seg.
Hardest Foam. Big rip.
right
Ooh.
as Samson gets eliminated, he still takes the shot anyways.
Still takes the shot. I would say that's not a bad shot to take if it was a little bit earlier, because the
Yeah, I
ball
think-
did die.
Honestly, I think he kind of paused midair and was like, what?
Oh,
throw.
I'm hit? Okay.
Yeah, exactly. It's amazing how he paused midair, too.
Ooh, Pete Decker. His ball tailed right into the feet.
And then Tometa goes out. It is just Moto Sandoval left. But Hardest Foam is going to need to watch out, though. Moto Sandoval is a sneaky little catcher. He does have burden, though. He's going to have to throw.
4 balls, big cross court. Cross court on Wong. He takes a sneaky shot at Decker
Ooh, Decker goes out.
from like 60 feet. Cross court, corner to corner.
But he's going to be in a mood about
It's a
that
good
one.
tag. Good throw on
Block.
Sam Coe. Goes for the grab, but he doesn't get it. David and Wong both connect. 4-0 Hardest Foam.
It would have been cool to see Moto Sandoval catch, though. He has,
I was hoping for it.
honestly, he has some of those like amazing clutch catches that you always want to clip.
I'm hoping we get to see one of those here. Boudreau back on the court. Let's see if Hardest Foam are going to take a rip at him. Looks like Hardest Foam going with that defensive opening rush again.
$5 they throw at
Samson
Boudreau.
quick to the line. Ferreira doesn't take it. Some lineup adjustments on this Hardest Foam side. We have number 23, David, number 12, Willier, and I
Right in the
believe-
feet of Ferreira. He gets taken out again.
yeah, Chris Valance, and number 6. I keep forgetting his name on Hardest Foam.
Von Stev.
Von Stev. Okay, number 6, Von Stev taking a seat for the last 2 here.
I think this is the first time we've seen Willier on court, too.
Yes, he played in that last set. This is his second set in this
Okay.
match. Speaking of Villier, gonna take out McKay.
Doesn't
Samson.
even break his stride. Comes in there trying to take that cross-court counter that was coming off Moto Sandoval, and Wong just manages to, like, bring it in.
Samson throws straight, lots of tail on that ball. Byron doesn't get a clean block. That's something I've noticed
Hear
being
them
behind this
counting it
Apex
down.
side. And it's
All
gonna
right.
be no blocking.
So that hit on Tran does not count. The whistle went. Tran is still in. We're going to go into no block now.
No blocking here. Something I noticed about Samson, he has this nasty tail on his ball that just clipped Byron. If you're, I don't know where the camera is here, but I hope that that
Right there.
translates on film. There we go. Trying to wave at it.
Oh,
Samson gets taken out. Pete Decker
they
with the
make
cross court.
quick work of the Apex team with that one.
Quick work. Hardest Foam are up 5-0 at half.
Shutout.
Yeah. Very, very dominant display from this Hardest Foam side.
I mean, again, you have the BC1 team taking on the MB5 team. And they
Yes.
lost against the MB1 team last year, so
Yeah, that's true. So maybe maybe we'll see a rematch of last year's final.
I mean, they've got a taste of victory, and now they're just like, I like gold.
Looks like Valance is going to come back on for Hardest Foam. And Decker's going to take a seat. Looks like David's going to be on the opening rush here for Hardest Foam. Again, very, very defensive from this Hardest Foam side. I'm quite surprised. And Apex decide not to attack, which I think is an interesting choice when the other team is going to take that 3-ball open.
And just the one player from Hardest Foam running for the ball, too.
Yeah. Boudreau goes for the grab. Another ball almost hits us in the commentary area.
I am not wearing a shirt with a target on it. That's twice now. Ooh, Ferreira trying to get a sneak.
Sam Coe all over that line. Sam Coe
He just
all over that line,
He was
up
like
and down.
in and out and back and forth.
Hardest Foam with 5 players. Oh, what a grab!
There's that tomato I was talking about.
What a grab on Von Steb.
Honestly, like Tometa, his playstyle, the only way people have ever described it is Greninja from Pokemon. He is just a jumpy little bugger.
Love that. Absolutely love that. Great catch here. It's going to put Apex at an advantage here.
And Boudreau going for the shot on Wong. Wong managing to get out of the way of it. David does get eliminated though. Apex now with that advantage. Willier blocks that shot from Samson. Ferreira gets eliminated though.
Ferreira also tries to take the rip after he gets tagged. It's going to leave Hardest Foam with 5 balls. A very, very dangerous position for this Apex side. Boudreau with the 1 ball in hand. They're going to throw 2.
Willier is going for Boudreau.
Joey LeBlanc, the corner official, calling Boudreau out. I thought that bounced.
I think it might have been a line violation because he was right in the corner. Otherwise, like, I would have felt it on my chin hairs. Not that I have any. Just Samson left. What is up with Samson?
Samson surviving very, very long in this game.
Hey, they aimed at you this time.
Samson's going to survive the 1 ball from Wong.
William manages to get out of the way. Samson going for him again. It gets down nice and low. He's like, stop throwing at me, dude. I'm going to hit you. And he manages to put his arm out, but it does not count as a hit. They're counting him down. Samson needs to throw 5 seconds.
Good throw
right
from
in the middle.
Samson. Knuckled a little bit, taken out Willier from very far back.
Yeah.
Looks like they're going to spend 2 here. None of them connect. Samson left with 5 balls.
Hey, he finally changed up his targets. He went for Valance.
Cross court at Valance.
Sorry.
Valance going to counter rush.
Ooh,
Nice little
big,
split jump.
nice
Love
big
the hops.
Russian splits.
Wong, and he goes for the grab. He doesn't get it. Hardest Foam up 6-0. I'm quite surprised Samson decided to go for a grab right there because he was surviving really, really well while Hardest Foam were putting doubles on him. And with his fast up and down the court, I did think that he was going to get at least a hit or 2 there. I'm surprised he went for that grab. I would not be that confident in front of Byron Wong personally, but that's also because I can't catch anything.
I think Apex called a timeout just now.
We're going to have a 30-second timeout here. Don't know who called it. Probably Apex. We're going to line back up here. Apex and Hardest Foam. If you are just tuning in, it is 6-0 Hardest Foam. I believe we are probably about halfway through this second half. Jason Mergler showing off the time, but I can't see that from here.
Yeah, me either.
Defensive rush from Hardest Foam again. Apex late to the line. David doesn't decide to take advantage of it.
Yeah, a little bit of confusion coming between Tran and Tometa.
Something that, big curveball from Von Steb.
Moto Sandoval getting nice air up and out of the way.
Nice and high to get out of the way from that curveball. So definitely on this hardest foam side, they have been dominating this game. Who would your two MVPs in this match be for hardest foam? Ooh. Oh, and a double. Samco and Von Stepp taken out. It's gonna be 4 against 4.
Honestly, I gotta put David for hardest foam just because he's been constantly the only one rushing for that ball, and that takes a lot of energy.
David and Samco have done that 3-ball opening rush, which is very, very interesting. I've never seen that from hardest foam. Byron Long gets tagged out on the cross. Definitely Byron and Valence are my two MVPs here. Both captains of Canada getting big hits. And you're very, very familiar with this Apex side. Who would your choices for MVP be?
I mean, Tameta just for that one awesome catch alone. And then Samson just for his staying power, because he's been the last in so many times.
Yes, Samson with the great survivability in this game, for sure.
And Boudreaux for having such a good attitude for being hit out so often, maybe. I don't know. That would be my top 3, but we'll leave it up to the chat to decide.
Valence takes a big cross court.
So we're
Only
down.
Valence and David left on the court for hardest foam. Let's see if Apex can close out one set here. Big cross on David, and he gets tagged out. Valence alone.
He was going for it, too. He's like, ah.
Valence spikes a ball. Jason Mergler with a warning on Valence for an invalid throw here.
Ooh.
Definitely at this tournament, if you didn't know, Dodgeball Canada decided to crack down on invalid throws.
McKay was struggling to get out of that way after he was caught at the center line there. Valence was just rushing him down like a bull.
Valence misses every throw at the line there. Ooh! Big straight from Chris Valence.
Right in the ankles on Sang.
Lots of pumps here.
Honestly, it doesn't even look phased. Valence doesn't even look phased with the pump fakes from the Apex side.
And Valence gets tagged out here. Apex closed their first set in this match. Yes, 6-1 for hardest foam. In just a minute, you guys are going to get to vote for your VC MVP of this match. There will be 2 options on the screen. 2 for hardest foam and 2 for Apex. Cast your votes.
And that was the first point for, while we were talking about voting for them, Apex just got their first point on the board.
They did.
Good for them.
They were able to capitalize on an advantage that they did have earlier in the game, but they made the mistake of giving this hardest foam side 5 balls, and hardest foam are going to kill almost any team when they get 5 balls.
It's interesting because I think when I was saying that he wasn't phased by their pump fakes from the Apex side, he didn't take them seriously after he moved positions, and that's how Moto Sandoval got that shot for the point. Still with the full lineup for the hardest foam side now. 3 balls in hand. They're going to have that burden to throw.
5 against 4 here. It's going to come from Decker.
And he takes out Sang.
Hardest foam, 3 balls up to the line. 2 spends on Apex's side. Counter's going to come from Von Stepp.
And he takes out Moto Sandoval, and he actually has to shake it off too. Samson gets eliminated.
Hardest foam only losing 1 player in that exchange, being Chris Valence.
So here's where we're going to see that jumping around from Tameta.
Ooh, point blank shot, David.
Except if that happens. Just Tran now left for Apex.
Decker from far back. And Von Stepp's throw is going to connect. 7-1 for hardest foam.
They're going to call that one a hit.
On your screen right now is the VC MVP of the match. Be sure to vote. Definitely Definitely my pick for this game is going to be Byron or Chris. I can't decide quite yet. I think a lot of the hits have come from mainly them two, but everybody's been getting a lot of hits on this hardest foam side. 7 points. Samco is going to counter. Does not connect.
Apex now with burden to throw. McKay makes the play call, coming up to the line. And a couple fakes there. Moto Sandoval takes the shot.
Lots of crosses in this game from Apex.
Point blank in the face on Moto Sandoval from Decker there.
Very interesting choice going cross court for a lot of Apex's throws when they have a three ball at the line with 6 or 5 players.
Decker getting hit out in the toes.
Apex left with 3 on the court. Boudreau, he's made it to the final 3 for the second time in this game. Sampson, good block.
Oh, we see
Joey
a
LeBlanc.
line being called though.
And it's on Sampson. Looks like Sampson lined out there. Apex seemed to be struggling with that line today, as you said earlier. Samco's taken out by Boudreau.
It was a nice clean shot from Boudreau.
Like 45 feet, very, very far. Sam jumps, can't get over the ball. Very fast throw on Cody Burke. Bonstad not happy with himself. He did get tagged out. 4 balls for hardest foam here.
He was not expecting that one. And
they're going to spend 2 on Boudreau. They make the hit.
of course he's going to be the target. So we've got Tran left now. Goes for Wong. Wong blocks.
Ooh, big curveball from Wong. Had a lot of power on it. Chests Tran. 8-1 here. This is definitely the biggest scoreline I've seen today so far.
Yeah. Setting up for another run at it.
Samco back on the opening rush. Apex finally spend on the opening.
Ferrer with a
Very, very late in the game. 1 minute remaining.
Ferrer taking a nice clean shot. Sampson going for Burke.
He's going to find Burke. 5 left for hardest foam. Apex have an advantage, but hardest foam could get two hits here. Only 1 spent. Boudreau goes for the grab. Looks like Decker may have hit him in the thumb pretty hard. Holding his hand. Hope he's okay.
He bounces back pretty quick.
Throw from the middle. Return on Sampson.
That was a very, very close call on Sampson too.
Another throw from the middle from Apex here. Bounce is going to go straight. Oh, and it's a grab.
Off of Ferreira
Sampson makes the
and into
grab.
Sampson, yeah.
Ball travels all the way across court. A very hard throw from Valance. Boudreau tagged out again. He
As
just
soon
can't
as he
stay
walked
in this
back in.
game.
They have his number.
They have his number in this game. They are just not letting him play. He's only made it to the final 3 players on the court 1 time in this match without being caught back in.
I mean, Boudreau's a very talented player, so he's not getting the chance to, really utilize his skills because Harded Foam is they're just targeting him.
Definitely a good player to shut down on this Apex side. I'm unfamiliar with this team, but I do know how good Boudreau is. I've faced off against him 2 or 3 times, I think, and I have a lot of respect for his abilities, that's for sure.
I think the lankiness helps.
Definitely helps with those quick throws.
Okay, going for a catch, doesn't connect.
Double on Apex, and there's only going to be 1 left. Oh, they get 3 in that exchange.
Okay,
Ferreira
this
gets
is
called
going to be
out.
Moto Sandoval.
Ooh, curveball on Pete.
Let's see
Pete
Tameta
stays
do
alive.
it.
Bounces again. Pete's going for that grab. Big pump. I thought he was going to throw that. I completely fell for that pump from here.
See, and here's the thing is he is very quick on his feet to meta, so we're going to see that play style that I was talking about earlier.
Another curveball straight at Pete. Oh, goes for the grab. Willier is going to take him out.
Yep. He was going for it too. He had it, but Unfortunately, it was just too powerful of a throw. He wasn't able to connect with it. We are not going to see a no block situation. The point differential is just too much. So it's going to be 9-1.
That was no block, yeah. So no block in the round robin is played regardless of the point differential, but when it comes to playoffs, that no block is no longer played if the outcome of the match cannot be changed. So good game from both sides here. Apex just couldn't seem to get into a rhythm, only got 1 point on the board, and Hardest Foam 9.
And honestly, like, both teams, their lineups do not change. Like, I have not seen them change in a very long time. But again, Apex, compared to the talent in Manitoba, they were in that 5th position. So Hardest Foam, they just, again, went a little bit harder.
Hardest Foam are going to take home, I think, the biggest win of day 1 so far. I'm assuming they'll definitely be topping their group. I don't know who else is in that pool. I believe they also beat Ascend 7-1, so they're definitely going to have the point differential today. I'm just being informed that Hardest Foam earlier today lost to Title. Interesting. Shout out to Title coming back. It seems like teams that lost to Hardest Foam in a very close match at the BC Provincials have come back recently to beat them. Howell beat them at the Thing, which is something that they struggled to do during Provincials, and Title beating Hardest Foam. That's interesting.
All right, so next up we are going to see Rain taking on Riot here.
Two prairie provinces taking each other on. Riot from, I believe they're from Calgary, right? Calgary natives. And
I think they're mostly...
I believe they're Alberta, no?
They are an Alberta team. I think it's a mix of Calgary and Edmonton players. And Rain coming out of Saskatoon.
Rain, I'm not familiar with Rain, but I was just reffing Riot. And of course, I think everybody familiar with Megan McCaffrey. Excited to watch these two teams play. I was just reffing Riot earlier today. They've been playing very, very well, and I think this is. I don't know if Rain has played today, but I believe they probably have.
I've seen Riot play earlier on the stream. I don't know if Rain has played, but that's going to be it for me on this stream. You're going to still be here, and we are going to have someone new joining you very shortly.
Yes, sir. We will be right back for Riot versus Rain. Stay tuned. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Canadian Club Dodgeball Championships here in Calgary. We have an all-prairie affair here in front of you. We have Riot from Alberta and Rain from Saskatchewan.
Battle of the silver medalists.
Silver medalists. I believe they were both silver medalists at their provincials?
That's what I'm talking about, yeah.
All right. Well, I am not familiar with this Rain side. I am Nicholas Danchenko. I'm joined by somebody who used to live in Saskatchewan.
Yeah.
Mr. Matt Wood.
I miss it. Good people there. The environment, people make up for it.
So, are you very familiar with this Rain side? I imagine there are a couple faces you recognize.
Yeah, for sure, absolutely, yeah. So, and I know the ladies from Alberta too, in Edmonton here from Riot. They took me in for 3 weeks while I was living there last fall.
Oh, awesome.
So,
I didn't know that about you.
Yeah, I went for work last September for 3 weeks, so they let me drop in on their dodgeball.
That's awesome.
Yeah, but so Rain. So I guess Saskatchewan just had their first ever provincial qualifier. Usually it used to be an individual tryout, but this year they had the minimum requirement of 4 teams, so they were able to put in their own rosters, which is great. So now we got mostly players from Saskatoon here from Rain, but we got a couple from Regina.
All right, so players from kind of all over on both sides. I believe Riot are Calgary and Edmonton, not just one city. So
yeah. So Wong getting hit there, and then refs calling her out. So
what can we expect from this Rain side? What do you know about these players?
From the Rain side, they got good throws, very powerful throws, and then the captains there in the middle. They also can catch a lot. So if they don't have a ball, that usually means they're a good catcher.
All right.
For the most part.
Definitely. I know Riot do make some good grabs. Lots of good arms here on Riot as well. Left corner, 99, Megan McCaffrey would be my main target for this Rain side. And who would be the main target?
Wilkinson right there, who just threw at McCaffrey, is a good target. She was on the #1 SAS team last year when they had individual tryouts.
3-on-3 here, still in the first point. Megan McCaffrey gonna take a throw at the middle player.
Toth, yeah.
All right.
Lindsay Toth.
Learning names here. Lindsay Toth, as we were just talking about her, takes throw out of the middle and gets countered. Nothing connects. Still in the first point here. Number 22.
I believe that's TJ.
TJ. Straight throw. 4 balls here for Riot. Big cross court. Something I've noticed about these last few games on this stream court is a lot of teams are throwing a lot of cross courts.
Yeah, I noticed that on court 6 as well from Fury. I think if you can keep your person in front of you honest, then your opposite corner can get that open cross shot, right?
Yep.
If you keep all the attention away, why not?
McCaffrey gonna take a pre-counter.
And Shemelski with the block in the middle from TJ.
3 balls on both sides still. Pre-counter from Shemelski does not connect. Megan McCaffrey going to run down number 7. Dodges 2 balls.
Yeah, excellent dodges there from McCaffrey.
2 are going to be left for this Rain team. 2 balls spent. Spent well. Gets the hit on number 28.
We got 3 now. Three guns on the right side.
Megan McCaffrey very fast. Good block. Very interesting. The ball was facing up. Managed to lift her arm to block it. Very awkward angle to block a ball at. It's going to take a rip at Megan McCaffrey, who's running her down.
Free shot here.
Ooh.
Gets McCaffrey.
McCaffrey tagged out.
1v1 now. Shemelski against TJ.
4 balls for TJ. Good block. 2 blocks from Shemelski. And Shemelski's going to take it.
Let's
go.
Good job, Szemelski.
Up 1-0. Riot, good opening point. Very even match so far.
Oh, yeah.
Stayed at a 3v3 for a while. Both teams using that 3-ball defense to the best of their abilities and having success with staying alive for a bit. I believe that was like a 5-minute set right there.
Was that?
Yeah,
it was.
Only the first point.
So who's new on the Rain side? Let's go. Oh yeah, the person who's running 55, that is Loire. Tasha Loire. Didn't meet her.
Someone who I also think that I recognize from watching Youth World, which happened in the same venue.
She's playing in youth?
No.
Oh.
I think the third in from left to right.
Oh.
And before
No.
gets tagged
She
out.
wasn't playing in youth.
Oh.
No, she's over 18.
Okay. Maybe it was somebody who looks like her. I thought I recognized her.
So Rain with 5 players. Captain making the call.
Throw out of the middle from Riot. 4 balls left for Rain. It's only a 5v4. They need a hit here. 2 balls spent.
On Jeffries.
Well, Jeffries tagged out. Even matchup right here. Takes a pre-throw. Good block. Oh, did I hear a whistle?
No, I think that was the other
No,
court.
I didn't hear a whistle. 2 balls spent. Oh, and number 22.
So we have.
Gonna
So
line
you
out.
are right. There's someone who is youth. It's Hannah, but I don't see her on the roster here.
All balls. Rain take too long deciding where the throw is going to come from. Riot's going to have all 6 to play with here. 5v4 advantage. Riot can definitely get at least 2 hits out of this. 3 balls spent, no hits. Good survivability from Rain. So there was someone at youths.
Yeah, it's not on our roster sheet right now, though, so we're going to have to do more investigation. But the person you're talking about, Jamie Pascal, she's been played on this house program for a while. The adult program.
Okay.
Yeah.
My fault. I apologize.
Yeah, you better.
2 balls spent on Rain's left corner here. Nothing's going to
Loire.
connect.
Loire staying alive.
Loire doing a great job at staying alive. Seems like she's been the main target for on Rain's side. Megan McCaffrey going to survive a double as well.
No one's really getting their hits, though. Everyone's playing good defense. Commentators curse. Okay.
Commentators curse.
Sorry, Henschel. God. Why do I talk?
Riot up 5-3. Good player advantage here, but Rain gets to play a 3-ball defense.
Yeah, they're sticking on that back corner, waiting for their chance to gather balls on the Rain side.
4 balls for Rain. Lots of balls spent here.
Long with the hits.
Loire is the only player going to be taken out in the exchange, and Riot are going to end up with 3 balls. Long straight throw, followed up by McCaffrey. McCaffrey
Kulic
connects.
with the out. Good hit from McCaffrey.
Big
Long.
cross court.
Long looking for that catch there.
Szemelski pushing up high, doing well to bait those balls in. Number 4 with a nice little split dodge there.
Spitzmacher.
Spitzmacher.
Walker.
I like that last name. I like that last name. Good curveball, good block. Lots of rundowns on this Riot side when with only 1 ball. Very interesting that they aren't trying to collect and
They're getting eager.
approach the line as the team.
They're getting eager to get their outs. They want to keep the match moving. But Toth doing a great job staying alive.
Curveball straight and popped up into Szemelski.
Yeah, that was a very comforting pop up there.
2-0 here for Riot. I think the first set was a little bit more even than this one, but still not a very dominant display from this Riot side. If you were watching that last game, Apex against Hard as Foam, This is very, very different. I feel like a more even matchup here.
Okay. Oh, I didn't watch it, so I wouldn't know.
9-1.
Okay. Well, it's all within the points, right? Read between the lines.
Yep. It would be like a 5 or a 6v1 left on the court
Cool.
for
Okay.
most of them.
Well,
4 balls for Rain here. 1 spent out of the middle. Big throw there. As you said.
Hensel.
As you said, Rain do have some good arms here. Ooh, double.
Harrington looking for that ball back, and she gets it with the pressure.
1 ball spent, popped up,
Oh.
distracted. Number 3 is taking out another 2
With a smile on her
in
face.
one exchange.
Okay, well, I saw that. She smiles. She knew she got caught, and she's laughing about it.
1 ball spent. Shamilski goes for the grab, gets taken out.
Dwyer! Classic catch from Dwyer. Pulling it in there.
Great catch from Dwyer. 2 spent, 2 good blocks. Staying alive really nicely. This is the 2nd time she's been last alone.
Did Dwyer get that? No. No, hit off the ground and then into her knees.
Another 2 spent. Oh.
Is that?
Oh. Tries to catch Riot's backline sleeping.
Riot
taking their time. And Dwyer with the follow-up. It's going to be 3-0 Riot.
All right, so on Rain's side, you see any player adjustments? You got Pascal coming back on. You got TJ coming back on as well. So I think this would be a very good lineup for Rain right here. Some good heavy throwers.
I'm curious who the youth player is now.
No, I was just told she's on Farrell, the other SAS team.
Oh, okay.
So no youth player here.
No youth player here.
So I don't know who you're looking at.
I'm
maybe
still
you're
alone.
Yeah, you're still wrong. Pre-throw from the Rain side, but staying alive.
I was not entirely wrong. There's lots of good youth players coming out of Saskatchewan. I'm excited to see.
Yeah.
Definitely the one I'm keeping my eye on this tournament is Cohen Padley. I've had lots of talks with him, watching the Youth Worlds, and I'm excited to see how he plays today.
Were you in Worlds?
No, I'm too old.
No, not playing, of course.
Oh. No, it was during Ontario Provincials.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Which, if you missed, that was a good tournament as well to watch.
I missed it.
Rain with 3 balls here. They're going to have the advantage. 1 spent on Dwyer. Harrington does try to pre-throw on Rain's left corner, Loire. Big cross court. Almost connects there. 4 balls here for Riot. Big pre-counter.
Yeah, from TJ. Excellent pre there. Taking one out. 15 seconds left till sudden death. Wait, isn't that 13 minutes? Is this
Good grab. A catch and an out.
Are we in sudden death right now?
No, we are.
We should be.
Are we? Maybe.
Okay.
There was a catch there. Nobody stepped off for Riot. A catch was made. Harrington is going to take the out there. That pre-throw from TJ, definitely worth it.
Totally. Now
Because they managed to survive 3 balls, drawing in even a 4th on that 1-ball play.
Dwyer by herself now.
Dwyer reaches for it, bounces in front of her.
Yeah. Okay. Good hit. Good
And
call from
she
Dwyer.
does get called
Yeah,
out.
I think she got clipped too, so that was a good hit.
Rain get their first point in this game. It's going to be 3-2-1.
Okay, so that was no blocking. There we go. We missed that.
So at half, 3-1. Definitely Definitely still a close match. I don't think the score reflects how close these sets have been.
I think the score is close. You know, if Rain brings it back, you know, this is a crucial point for sure.
Definitely the turning point in this match. At half, you're only down 2. Rain doing a great job at staying alive, and that pre-counter was everything in that set. I think that turned everything, because the next throw was a triple on their left corner, Loire.
Yeah, totally right.
And that resulted in a grab and 4 balls, leaving only Wong and Dwyer left on the court, who got picked off.
So Rain coming out.
Ooh, both teams spend, but Dwyer is going to win the exchange. Toth gets taken out.
Yeah, from Jeffries, I think, or was she?
Ooh, great grab.
There you go.
Number 19 on Riot has a really, really weird release angle, but
yeah, it comes. Oh, Julie Kukulic with the second catch of the match, of the point, of the minute. Dwindling down Riot now. They're going to be second guessing, and she dumps one. Gets that's
a little bit antsy there.
That's what happens when you make 2 catches. Your adrenaline starts rushing, you get all fired up.
5 balls for Riot. Riot only 1 player gets taken out. They're going to have 3 balls. Riot doing a great job of staying alive. I think, Rain doing a great job staying alive. I think Riot needs to adjust their target selection a little bit and try to make more use of that 5-ball scenario.
Yeah, Wilkinson with the hit now on. And we got a shoe tie, but Wilkinson just got a hit now on Spitzmacher, I think. Anyways, who we got for player of the match? What are we thinking here?
Player of the match.
Now with the little
Interesting.
break.
From this Riot side, I think Shamilski and McCaffrey are my 2 MVPs so far in this game. Both have been really great up and down the court, surviving really well. Both of them were in the final few players in every set that they won, and I believe in the set that they lost as well. And making good hits, good up and down the court with their counter rushes. A little bit antsy in my opinion, but ended up working for them in the end. What about
I think if Dwyer can come in and win this point here, I think I'm gonna slide her in there instead. I'm gonna use my vote for her. Let's see what she does with this point, though. On the Rain side,
I think we know the 2 catches in this set crucial, and I do think, in my opinion, Loire has had a very big
with the
impact.
big catch though on Wilkinson, bringing back in a player on the Riot side.
Now we have a 3v3. There's that weird release, that weird like underarm, sidearm kind of release.
Yep.
2 spent by Rain on Harrington. Neither of those throws connect. Riot have 5 balls to spend here. 2 are spent on Pascal, who survives well.
Yeah, she's a tough hit. I mean, but the other 2 girls on Rain are catchers, so, you know, it's kind of, you know, what's the best worst case scenario?
As I was saying earlier, I think my MVP for Rain, my vote's definitely going to go to Loire, has been that
TJ, yeah, I agree.
That target.
I agree. And we'll see what happens with this point.
Riot's definitely been targeting TJ and Loire in this game, and both of them have done a great job staying alive, and Loire managed to draw in 3 balls, which in my opinion was that turning point of that last set that they won.
All right, so we'll put in number 12 then from Rain. Even though she just got hit and now injured. Oh boy, I hope she's okay. Oh, and Pascal gets hit there from Dwyer's cross.
Dwyer definitely vouching for her MVP vote right there.
Did you put her in?
I did.
Oh, I thank you. Thank you for putting in my recommendation.
Toth last on Riot here. Takes out Dwyer. Only 2 left. She has all 6 balls, lots to play with. Takes out Harrington. It's a 1v1.
Big point here.
2 balls for Riot. Big point here. Can she get the hit on number 19 from Riot? Oh, there's that weird release. Good block from Toth. Ooh, that ball tailed really hard. Very, very close to hitting right there. Gonna be able to play that two ball defense. Comes in. Oh,
no.
And the weird little knuckle manages to get through Toth's block.
No. Oh, that's heartbreaking.
I thought Toth had that right there. Taking out Dwyer and Harrington to make it a 1v1. And then that really, really close shot before she got hit. It's 4-1 Riot.
Yeah, about just over 5 minutes left. Tough to come back, especially with this pace of play right now, so they're going to have to pick up the pace on the Reign side.
Reign definitely need to pick up the pace here if they want at least a tie. Every point is crucial for their seeding here. This is, I believe, Group A for the women.
You are correct.
Nobody gets hit off the rush.
Oh, good Smocker with a huge throw.
Snipes on the toes from Spitzmacher. Lots of balls spent there.
Jeffries with a huge catch.
Jeffries, great catch. On your screen right now is the VC MVP player of the match. You guys get to vote. You got 4 options, 2 from Riot and 2 from Reign. Cast your votes now, folks.
Jeffries being able to get out of the way pretty well
Jeffries,
there from top.
big dodge.
Good pump fakes on the right side.
Throw comes out of Wong. It's going to be a throw. Return on Chmielewski.
Good target there from Wilkinson. Targeting Chmielewski.
Great hit by Wilkinson.
Also, if you haven't subscribed yet to Dodgeball.live.
Excuse me. Catch.
Henschel with the catch. Sneaks it in there underneath the ball.
Henschel saying you should subscribe to Dodgeball.live.
Hit that subscribe button. Let's go. And if you got a Prime subscription, you get a free subscription to Twitch. So use that free subscription for Dodgeball.live.
Yes, sir. 2 left here for Reign. They have 3:36. Can they close out this set? Try to come back a little bit. 4 balls for Riot. Straight. Toth gets hit out.
Good hit by Pavone. Big task ahead, though. 4 from the Reign side.
Slow up to the line. Pavone takes someone out with her. But Wong is a 3v1 in front of her.
Reign needs to finish this up quickly.
Lawar, the only one with the ball, survives. Wilkinson passes the ball off to Pascal.
Lawar throwing there as long with throwing cross court.
2 balls exchanged there. That's what we like to see. Shutting down those cross court shots. Lawar survives. Pascal with the counter. They spend 2.
I would have liked to see all 3 balls there on the Reign side. You know, gather balls, throw. If you're going to throw all of them, throw all together.
On the pre-throw. Doesn't connect.
Now they're
Wong
down to no
taking
balls.
her time. She's going to try to kill some of the clock. 2:25 left.
You got to go for a catch there. Got to go for a catch.
Lawar decides to pass the ball off to Pascal. He's going to try to... Ooh, I thought that was going to be a throw. Again, faked out.
There we go.
And Lawar gets the hit. A risky solo throw.
They got 2 minutes left, so it's not impossible. You got 2 minutes to sudden death, but you got to get that point before sudden death. That's what it comes down.
Got to get a point in 2 minutes here. Got to get a point here before no blocking.
1:45 till no blocking.
Lots of throws exchanged here. Everybody's going to survive.
I mean, they still got time. They threw all their balls there, got 1 back, but
5 balls for Riot. Let's hope. Oh, only 1 spent. Good decision here from Riot.
your mid's got to be open now on the Reign side. Mid's got to be open, ready for that catch.
Lawar survived another throw. Handed off to Pascal in the middle. 3 balls for Rain here. They need a hit here, and it's a great toe shot on Jeffries. Great throw from Pascal.
Yeah, doing a great job of getting those low targets on the feet and the ankles. Wyatt, TJ Wyatt. A little pre there, a little early on the pre.
Pre-throw. I think, that's a good idea with 1 minute left on the clock here, but it doesn't connect. Riot do spend 2. They didn't need to. 45 seconds. Looks like Riot is going to take the win. Favone gets tagged out.
2 quick hits there. Don't say never.
Commentators curse. If they win in 30 seconds, could go to no blocking. And
we need some catches here.
Change the result. Dwyer,
and they get the
almost.
ball back with 23 seconds and 3 balls.
Good counter from Loire. They only have a little bit of time. They've 15 seconds. Can they connect? All Riot has to do is stay alive here to maintain this victory. Harrison with a good
They got 2 balls left, 2 players, 5, 4.
Oh, 1 hit.
Oh!
They need the second. And it's no blocking.
So close.
Oh, they were just 1 player away from the comeback.
So close.
That would have been awesome to see. We love the drama here on Dodgeball.live.
All right. Hey, good for Rain to bring it back.
Great fight from Rain. I did not expect them to get that close, and they take Harrington out right away. Every point matters here in this round robin at the Canadian Club Championships, and Rain barely lose to Riot. 4-3. Very, very even match. You got any final thoughts on both teams?
No, Rain played great. I think Riot was, in terms of experience, they are the better team, but Rain, showed what they got as a first-team club playing together, so good on them.
That's fantastic. First year here from Rain, very, very promising. I'm excited in the future to see them play. I think one of the issues with both teams that they faced throughout this match was when they had 1 ball or 2 balls, they would spend a lot of their time trying to rush counter with the single ball instead of trying to regroup as a team.
Totally, I agree. Yeah, and that just comes with experience.
Sending you hearts. I'm sending hearts to him. I don't know him, but who?
Hyper and
Valkyrie, a big women's match here. BC won in Ontario.
I gotta go see a guy about a dog.
He did say Viper. Stick around, everybody, because we have a big matchup in women's dodgeball right here. We have Ontario 1 taking on BC 1. Valkyrie versus Hyper next on Dodgeball.live. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Canadian Club Dodgeball Championships in Calgary. We have a massive women's matchup here. BC1 Hyper taking on Valkyrie. I am Nicholas Danchenko. I am joined by
Halen Sky out of Prince Edward Island.
Yes, sir. So we have two teams from opposite ends of the country, both first in their provincials. Let's see how this game fares out. I'm really excited for this game.
I am too, and you know, both these teams have a loss, which is
Really?
going to fire them up. Yes, Hyper lost to Rainbow Thunder, Valkyrie lost to Caffeine and Co.
Wow.
And in my opinion, like you said, two powerhouse teams. Like, we have a ton of talent. We have multiple world champions on either team
Multiple, yes.
in the foam division.
Both mixed and women's, I believe, as well.
Mixed and women's,
Yeah.
absolutely. It's going to be a really great game. We have solid programs. A lot of these teams have been together for a very long time. They're very familiar with each other. They've played against each other before.
Last Nationals, Valkyrie definitely want to do better here. They came third, but for Valkyrie, they want to win every year, and I think they're very capable of it. Hyper, in my opinion, have had a couple disappointing Nationals, from my knowledge, coming 9th, 8th, and 8th in recent time. So they're definitely hungry here. They have a new addition, Cynthia Lee, who has a great arm, very, very good at surviving. World champion now as of 2024. I think she's a great addition to this team, and they can really make it far.
Also
Definitely
picked up
better than 9th.
Janice So,
Janice
who
So,
plays with Hong Kong at
right.
the world level.
Yes.
So two huge pickups, and I completely agree, Nick. Like, Hyper is a team that has lost in quarters, and it's always a team that feels like it should go farther. When I play Hyper, I'm expecting it to be a very tough game, and I fully believe they have the talent to take it. So having these two pickups, what's that going to look like? And I'm very excited to see, because the firepower on this team is tremendous. And Valkyrie is also a team that has incredible accuracy and arm strength. And so we're going to see a lot of really fast throws.
Very similar sides here, both big arms. Both teams can catch really, really well, and both teams survive really, really well, regardless of catching. Both seem to play pretty high speed, like to use those big arms. Lots of counter rushes, lots of pre-throws, lots of counters from both sides, from my knowledge, watching these teams in the past.
Yeah.
Very, very excited for this one.
BC, very much a province that loves that free ball game style, where they're going to throw one when they have four so they can keep three for a defensive play. Valkyrie a little more reliant on those team throws. They love to make a team play. So I'm very interested to see how those styles are going to match up.
Yes, very East Coast versus West Coast styles here. Lots of BC teams use that single ball while they have four balls, but Valkyrie sometimes even like to use three when they have four balls. Big opening, Pelletier taken out. 6 on Valkyrie's side. They have four balls, let's see. They only spend one, going a little West Coast.
Interesting choice, because they're up players.
Riot Leaf, big throw out of the middle.
Yeah, you're going to see that all day from her. She has an absolute cannon. Part of the reason why she won MVP at the World Championships in mixed foam.
Cynthia Lee survives a double. As we said, Valkyrie are going to be looking to spend 2, and I think Cynthia Lee is going to be one of their biggest targets. If not, probably Riel. Jenna Flanagan, great block. 6 for Valkyrie, and 5 for Hyper. Throw's going to come out of Flanagan. She's going to find her target. Nice straight throw, gets under the block.
Yeah,
And
great
Leaf is going to
placement.
take that left corner. I do not want to line up against Leaf in that left corner. I do, but I don't at the same time.
Yeah.
Like, I'm excited to play her one day, and I feel like somebody who definitely reminds me of Riel on this Valkyrie side is Katie Curry.
Claire Curry.
Claire Curry.
I agree. They
I
have that
apologize.
big wind-up, that height that gets them the leverage. And they use 2 from Hyper to take out Flanagan. Great target selection.
Yes. I'm sorry, Claire, if you're watching this back. I'm sorry. I'm a little tired and hungry right now. Yes, 2 massive arms on both sides. 2 very, very tall players as well. 4 here. Cynthia Lee's going to find Curry. And that follow-up from Hyper is going to hit as well. It's a very, very even game here. Hyper now have the advantage.
Player to watch on Hyper too that probably doesn't get as much attention as she should is Field in the middle. Absolute incredible catcher. And when that comes online, Hyper just has this momentum swing that fuels them.
I flinched there. I'm not going to lie to you. Maybe you guys saw that on camera, but balls have been coming straight at the commentary area all day. Veronica, straight throw on Leaf. Does not connect. Still a 4v3. Good survivability from both sides here. Throw out of the middle. Veronica shuts it down.
Oh, and they
Cynthia gets low. Veronica pops up. Nobody can grab it. Lynn Kirkpatrick also taken out in this exchange.
And I was just about to say, Nick, 4v3s are so fragile. It's kind of whoever makes the first mistake.
Oh, and a triple.
And you
Leaf
see
and Cynthia Lee connect.
Absolutely, and you see Valkyrie, they chose to invest the 5th. And suddenly, the ricochet of events, you see Baird and Kirkpatrick gone in the exchange with that ball control let go, and Hyper just capitalizes immediately.
Hyper do a very, very good job at staying alive at the line. Definitely useful against a team who like their counters. Both teams going to go for a defensive rush. That is something I've also noticed today. There's a lot of teams are really playing defensively off this rush. Good, in my opinion. I think they're treating the club championships more as a marathon than a sprint, which definitely it is. 3-day tournament here on Dodgeball.live. You should tune in every day, see some action.
Yeah, and it's also such a good sign of respect when you think, oh, this is going to be a really tight strike matchup. And we see Flanagan remove Leaf, high value.
Hit. Big hit from Jenna Flanagan here. 4 balls for Hyper. Spend 1, connects with Sydney Doyle. Pelletier calling herself out. 4 balls for Hyper. 3 players, it's a 3v5. Hyper spend 1 on Shade Berkeley. She's gonna survive.
Lee with a good block. And you see Valkyrie.
Super low
That's
too.
super low. Valkyrie's getting a little more aggressive.
Definitely.
They're taking those pre-counters in the wind-up.
They definitely don't want Hyper being comfortable at the line. Because if you let Hyper be comfortable at the line, they're gonna kill you.
They have too good of arms.
Their arms and their movement at the line, if they can get a full step into that throw and process that counter coming in, they're very, very good at the line. Cynthia Lee, another big target hit out. I believe that was Flanagan with a big cross-court again. Now Jessica Gray. Flanagan, 3 hits in this set. Definitely being the difference here.
Yeah, and that was a very quick 1, 2, 3, closing the gap. And that's kind of how Valkyrie works too. They love to build off that momentum, take opportunity shots as they open up, and they kind of make mistakes avalanche.
Definitely very, very good at picking on other teams' mistakes. Valkyrie, a very, very experienced side here. They know what it takes to win this tournament. They were champions in 2022, I believe. So definitely going to try to win this year, as everybody is. Leaf takes the on Curry. Curry gets tagged out by the follow-up. She's not paying attention.
And a
Sun
double.
reaches for it. It's going to be a double. Valkyrie catch Hyper's back line sleeping, as we said, taking advantages of little mistakes. Cynthia going all the way across the court. 3 very big dodges after a pre-throw on Shade Berkeley.
And she knows that they want her in that situation, so she's using that opportunity to create a little chaos.
Creates the chaos and manages to survive, which lets her take a solo on Jessica Gray. Doesn't connect. Ooh, that had a lot of power on it.
Yeah, Cowie, no slouch when it comes to her throw, absolutely. And Leaf makes a great block.
Oh! Sydney Doyle! Phenomenal catcher. Does what she does best. Takes a throw at Leaf. Cowie has to be one of my favorite women's players to watch. The movement is insane. I remember the Quebec Cup, I think 2020, I want to say 2023, the first time that I was facing off against her. That was really, really fun. She's very, very hard to hit, and she has a great arm to follow that up with.
And, you know, hard to hit, great movement, fun to watch. Also, great smile.
I was
Always
just
having a
going to
great
say,
time.
does it with a big smile on her face.
And
As she takes that leaf, it's going to be 2 players left for Hyper.
oh, and it looks like Leaf is holding her nose. She might have taken a face shot there, too. These are foam balls, but when they're thrown at high velocities, they can still hurt.
2 are spent on Cynthia Lee.
Doyle baits that ball in from Brooks.
Brooks decided to spend there, but they still have 4. Let's see if they decide to spend another 2 on Cynthia Lee here. Only 1 spent. Throws back and forth. Gray and Lee both throw at each other.
Maybe this is a
Neither
hot
connects.
take, Nick, but in this scenario, when you're up 6-2, why not throw all 3 on one target?
Definitely something that I like to think about, especially with someone as good as Cynthia Lee, who's very good at surviving on 1 ball and even 2 ball plays. Sometimes that 3rd ball can be the difference, and you have 5 players to tank maybe 1, maybe 2 hits if the other team has all 6 balls. I do think that that would be a good play for this Valkyrie side right here.
It's aggressive, but you kind of have the time to be aggressive here. You have the bodies to spend, more or less.
Yes, with the time, the bodies, even the scoreline here, it's 1-1.
Get a confident close on the point.
Definitely. And a big hit like that can definitely give a team like Valkyrie some momentum going into the further points.
And what great pressure from Cowie here, just creeping up and letting Brooks know, like, I'm here, you can't take that cross.
As I said earlier, very, very annoying to play against. Very, very fun, but cannot take your eyes off her.
Hyper has 5 balls.
1 ball put into Shade. The coach of that 2024 women's champion side at Worlds.
Yeah, Valkyrie.
Gonna take a rip at Cynthia. Big block by Cowie there. In the air, twisting her body to get that ball in front of the other one.
And you got to think at this point, Brooks and Lee are probably starting to feel the exhaustion just a little bit.
Definitely. They've been on for a while in this 2v6 scenario here. 1 spent on Brooks. Cynthia's going to take the counter on Doyle. Doyle blocks. Cynthia with 1 ball gets under the ball with Jessica Gray. 4 balls for Hyper. Valkyrie definitely making Hyper work for this. Something I really like about how Valkyrie... Oh! Pocketed by Doyle. 2nd catch in this set. As I was saying, something I really, really like to see from Valkyrie. Again, big movement, goes all the way across the court. Cynthia's very, very good at using the space that she's given.
Yeah, not afraid to slide. And noted, Curry and Cowie switching. And that's what you can do when you're up players. Give someone a rest. Let someone else pressure for a little bit.
Yes, for sure. Especially having a big arm for that cross angle is definitely very useful. Cynthia's going to go for a grab there. Gets tagged out.
Not
all
a
3
bad
balls
move.
Connected.
Yeah, when you are in a 1v6, you kind of want some help. Go for the
Definitely.
catch, lots of time on the clock. There's no reason to waste your energy and run it.
Yeah. That 1v6 puts Valkyrie up 2-1. As I wanted to say about Valkyrie, something that may lead a player like Cynthia to go for a grab is that they're very, very good at letting the other team do more work than they have to. Taking those throws on the back line keeps giving burden to Hyper, which allows them to come up and then Valkyrie throw more counters, which means Hyper have to play this up and down game.
And Kirkpatrick with the catch.
Great catch on Pelletier.
Yeah, complete Pelletier.
Pelletier, okay.
And, you know,
Big hops
exactly.
from Leaf. Leaf takes out Baird.
But Baird got Lee.
It's a big hit from Baird.
Hyper with 1 ball here.
5 balls spent. So,
Right
Leaf
with the
taken
catch.
out. Right makes a grab, bringing Pelletier back in, but Leaf is going to be taken out. 2 balls were spent. She got out of the way of the first one, but the second one was right on target. She also lined out.
But we are back into a 4v4.
1 ball spent each. Valkyrie looks like they're going to play this backline game again, making Hyper come up and down the court, which is definitely exhausting. Especially when you only have 2 players and you have a high volume of throws in those scenarios. It just makes you so tired, and it's a little discouraging sometimes when you're facing 6 players that all they do is throw off the backline, making you do all the work when you want them to do the work.
Absolutely, but you know what? All 4 of these players got a nice long rest in that last point. So they got some gas to spend, to burn.
Straight throw from Cowie, does not connect. Very close to hitting Hyper's right corner in the toes. Three balls spent before no blocking here.
And you see Riot eliminated just before the no blocking begins. So we're going to be in a 4v3. Honestly, not that bad.
Not that bad. Definitely still winnable from Hyper. It's a 4v3, a very, very close set. They need this point. They're down 2-1. I thought I saw 3-1 for a second. 2-1. Definitely going to want to take this tie going into half.
Great shot from Lee to get Cowie.
Good exchange there. There's only 1 point of difference still. Pelletier and Cowie taken off the court.
You know Flanagan's probably lining up a shot here.
I'm definitely expecting a Flanagan pre-counter. Gets out of the way.
Dead
Flanagan,
ball.
dead ball.
Probably one of the most satisfying parts of the game.
I love seeing throwing, hearing a dead ball. It's very, 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 very satisfying for sure.
Oh, wow.
Sneaky! Flanagan gets Lee to bite. And Kirkpatrick with a big cross.
And that
He's
is
so
something
alert.
Kirkpatrick is known for.
Those sneaky crosses. I've definitely been hit a couple times by those.
She
That's for sure.
knows how to read a court and see where people's attention is. And Flanagan closes that point, and she takes full advantage of that. And you know, Lynn is such a Kirkpatrick, sorry, is such a tricky player. She knows that other people know she throws a drop shot. So sometimes she'll even bait her own grip, so everyone watching goes, "Oh, it's Lynn throwing, or it's Kirkpatrick throwing." And she's faking it. Someone else is going to take the toss. So you fully expect it. And she's always playing those kinds of mind games, which makes it so hard to figure out where the throw is coming from.
So hard, especially difficult when you're facing off with someone like Jenna Flanagan. Massive arm. You definitely want to pay attention to that straight coming, but having someone as annoying to play against like Lynn, who's very, very accurate with her crosses, it's very, very difficult to deal with. And this is just some of the amazing chemistry from this Valkyrie team that's been together for quite a while now that you really love to see.
Absolutely. And now we're getting into the second half. And Nick, I have to ask, do you have any players that are standing out for you right now?
Definitely Cynthia Lee on Hyper. Definitely. I think Cynthia Lee's been fantastic. Definitely. I can say that so much because Cynthia's movement has been insane in this game, getting fully across the court in more than 1 point in a row. Just using all of her space, and even when there's 6 players on the court, it's really difficult to be able to survive, even when you're going across the court when Valkyrie is going to be throwing 2, 3, and sometimes even 4 balls.
Nick, do you see what I'm just saying? Cowie and Curry were doing the cam on the sidelines. And you might think that, you know, it's the second half, people are getting tired. They've been playing how many games?
Nope.
But noted, Valkyrie has a great, oh yeah, the dancing's going again. They do it strategically, so 2 people sit every match. We don't play that match. So for instance, earlier when I was watching, Doyle and Kirkpatrick did not play against Caffeine & Co.
Interesting.
You know, putting someone on the reserves, giving them that extra rest.
Definitely using the experience to know how to get through a long tournament. Again, Cynthia Lee, surviving till the end, and she has gotten a good number of hits in this game.
And noted, something that we're missing from the Hyper team that I usually associate with a great shot from field is there hasn't been a really catch yet.
No, there's only been, I think we've only seen the one in the first half. Definitely more catches coming out of Valkyrie. I know Sydney Doyle has, I believe she has 2.
And field questioning if she caught that. She thinks she did. Ref is saying yes, it was.
Ref calls it a catch. As we were saying, commentator's curse, I guess.
Commentator's curse, or commentator's blessing.
Commentator's blessing, yeah. There you go.
And
Hyper got a grab out of that.
Oh, and
Wright takes out Doyle.
Now we have Kirkpatrick in a 3v1, and guess what? She loves this kind of stuff.
Yes, definitely loves 3v1s or solo scenarios.
And you see she tries to throw that drop, but her grip just doesn't quite keep. And Hyper's going to have 3 balls. I wonder how many they're going to invest.
Good discipline from Hyper to not spend a lot. Ooh.
They spend all 3.
Well,
I don't mind
meant
it.
on the counter. Ooh, Cynthia Lee tagged out. Lynn loves this scenario. Has the big arm, has the very, very good movement on the back line.
And it's just so fast. You think you might have an opportunity to track down. Wright goes for the catch. Unfortunately, cannot close it, and now it is a 1v1. There's that drop shot.
Nice little sailing drop shot from Lynn. 1v1. I'm assuming Lynn's going to go for a rush down here. There it is. Oh, decides to take the counter. Oh, and
yeah,
doesn't get called out on the line, but Lynn does finish her off.
I do believe the ref was about to call it a line via, was trying to.
It definitely looked like it. From here, I think she definitely hit the line there.
I agree.
But as we said, Lynn loves that scenario, that 3v1 where she gets to use her rundowns and take advantage of teams that might not be very, very fast on the backtrack. She uses her survivability so well to aid that really, really good arm and that nasty spin that she can get with that drop shot, and also a slider that I've gotten hit by a couple of times.
Yeah, just such a smart player, and you know, Hyper invested 3 balls. Kirkpatrick's very hard to hit. I can understand the reason for that. But when you have no balls, you then have to make the choice, and people made the choice to go for catches. In those scenarios, it's probably best to just lateral, get more balls, try it again. You're up the players.
Especially in a point that was probably crucial to this match. Not much time left. I think I'm reading around 6 or 7 minutes. Valkyrie's up 4-1. Cynthia Lee getting a little bit dumpy there.
We see Hyper making the call.
Cynthia takes it straight on Jessica Gray. Four balls, only 1 spent from Valkyrie. 2. Shade's going to try to follow up. Cynthia tries to take out Sydney Doyle, but does not connect.
Yeah, just a little bit off. Sometimes when you see 2 targets there, it's kind of hard to decide, and then you go in the middle.
It's very tempting. That's how you see some doubles happen.
Yeah, true. Leaf making the call.
But is it the right decision when your team has 4 balls and the other team has less? Oh, there we go.
Pelletier with the
Curry
catch.
Gets caught out.
And that's exactly what Hyper needs in this moment. They're in a 4-1 score line. Not impossible, but very difficult. You're going to have to make 2 quick points to try to get it into no blocking to tie it up.
Shade, good throw on Cynthia Lee. Something that I'm quite surprised about watching this match is that Leaf hasn't been playing the corner as much as I expected, and definitely has a lower volume of throws in this match.
Yeah, Leaf, a very strong play caller, was actually one of the main play callers on the mixed foam team for the World Championships. So that may be why they have her playing in the inside more.
Pelletier makes a good hit on Sydney Doyle there. Valkyrie 4 balls.
And with the time crunch and the point deficit.
Block?
Block, yeah. This may be one.
All right, on your screen right now is the VC MVP player of the match. You guys get to vote for your MVP. For me, it's going to be Cynthia, regardless if Hyper are losing. She survived really, really well. until, you know, the commentator's curse comes into effect. Love that. Leaf also gets taken out. 2 big hits from Valkyrie here.
Yeah, Lee has been playing great. I think Doyle has made some really great catches at clutch moments, put Valkyrie in a very confident position. Flanagan also just unrelenting with that kind of pressure and power.
That pressure, that power, and the amount of hits in this game. Nothing, it's something that just can't be understated. Like, being able to kill 2 or 3 players in a set is definitely going to put you in the running for MVP of a game. Shade calls herself out.
Yeah, Berkeley
Jessica
saying,
Gray
I got
alone.
my fingers.
Love the honesty here. So, and it's caught! Hyper win the point. They're down 4-2. I do not know how much time is left
There
on the
is
clock.
3 minutes and 12 seconds.
I'm happy you can see that. I am not wearing my glasses right now. I cannot see that.
Very fair. So if Hyper can close this before around 30 seconds, I believe, or at all.
If they can close this before the time runs out, they can manage to get a tie in this game. They could even win this. This team is fast. Connor Cooper's going to stay alive. First time seeing her in this lineup in this match. Looks like this game, I guess commentators curse again. I didn't see Connor Cooper touch the court until this set. It doesn't look like anybody is going to be sitting the full match on the Valkyrie side for this game, which makes sense. A very important game. You want to use that squad depth in the different roles for sure.
And Valkyrie is up, so if you want to rest some people, totally reasonable. And now Hyper in a situation, right, like they're feeling the crunch. They need to close this. But that also means you don't get desperate. Because that's often when you see people start to make errors. They start to dump balls a little bit more, aka throwing when you maybe shouldn't.
Again, Cynthia moving very far across the court, manages to bait that ball in. But that's, I think, the 3rd throw in a row that she's taken to try to get a hit here. Ooh.
Great hit from Pelletier, right on the shins of Curry.
Folding Curry like a pancake. Big counter rush here. They spend a lot. Hyper end up with 2 balls. They spent 2 there.
They may have even spent 3, but they do get Presenti.
Connor Cooper is going to take.
Great shot on So.
Looks like So was going for the grab. Ooh, big hit on Wright.
And talk about selling it. I'm sure Wright didn't even see that cross court as a possibility because Kirkpatrick and Flanagan had such great fakes coming at her.
Definitely keeping the eyes that let Connor Cooper take that shot openly. Definitely didn't look like she was expecting it to come out of the hands of Connor Cooper. Flanagan takes it straight on Pelletier. Cynthia's going to try to return on Cowie. In my opinion, that's not the move.
Cowie's just such a great dodger and blocker.
Cowie eats those up. I feel like in this scenario, Cowie just loves seeing that ball come out of Cynthia's hands.
It would be a much more probability shot, in my opinion, for the cross to come into play. The straight on with Cowie isn't working, but maybe Flanagan's distracted, trying to look at Pelletier. Maybe that opens. Maybe let Field take the shot since Lee has taken it 5, 6 times in a row now.
Yeah, I'm expecting the ball to come out of Cynthia's hand. No? As you said, Field.
They hear me.
They do. They hear you. 10 seconds left on the clock till no blocking. Doesn't look like Hyper's going to be able to pull out this point. 3 balls. They need 2 hits and a double. They only get the 1 on Jenna Flanagan. Cynthia goes for the grab. Can't get it. And Valkyrie are going to take the win in this game. It's going to be 4-2 going into no blocking. Hyper still definitely want this point here. Definitely matters for their seeding. As we said, both teams do have a loss. Hyper now have 2, which it's probably likely that another team has a similar record. Every single set matters.
It does, and plus minus always comes into it. That's a great hit on Pelletier. Now Field is alone. Field, again, great catcher. Things can happen. and that's a great shot from
Again,
Kirkpatrick.
Kirkpatrick doing exactly what we talked about.
Yeah, a great game regardless, and I think if you see these teams match up again later on, come playoffs, it'll be a tighter game, especially with the length of playoffs coming into it. And the reality, too, is I think Valkyrie has not played Rainbow Thunder yet either, which is one of the losses that Hyper has. So this pool could still just be a giant game of rock, paper, scissors.
It could be. Definitely a very stacked pool. As we said, we have Valkyrie, we have Hyper. We also have Rainbow Thunder, which I believe also made the semifinal last year. I think that's the team that Valkyrie beat in the bronze medal match.
Yeah, Rainbow Thunder, definitely a strong team. Same thing, they did very well at the thing. And Caffeine & Co. is also in that pool.
Yes.
Which anything can happen with them. They've beat Valkyrie. I personally think they are an under-hyped team. They can go the distance, in my opinion.
Definitely. I think that's a team that could be winning the title this year. Caffeine looked very impressive at the thing. And they, if I'm not mistaken, they were Quebec 1?
Yes, they are Quebec 1, and it's their provincials was pretty dominant.
Caffeine & Co., another great team to look out for in this women's pool, this A pool, very, very stacked. Coming up next, we have Darkhorse versus Toronto Blitz, a matchup that I'm very excited to watch. I'm very familiar with this Toronto Blitz side coming up, being a Toronto native myself, but for now, taking a little break. Stay tuned for Blitz versus Darkhorse. Thank you very much. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Canadian Club Championships here on Dodgeball.live. We have a Dodgeball Canada Club Championships.
It's the
Canadian
clurbs.
Club is a drink.
It's the clurbs.
It's the clurbs. I am Nicholas Danchenko. I am joined by
Sydney Somerville.
and we have an exciting match here. A matchup that I've never seen because one of these teams is brand new. We have Toronto Blitz in the red and black and Darkhorse in the all black.
Brand new, but also returning. Most of these players have been in and out of nationals for quite a few years.
Yes, Toronto Blitz did just qualify as a brand new team from the Ontario Provincials. I believe they came fourth after losing to Fury in the bronze medal game.
Yes.
A team that a lot of people did not expect to fail to qualify for this tournament was Northern Touch. And you have a couple players on this team that are picked up from Touch.
I'm pretty sure, if not the whole lineup, at least 5 of these players on Toronto Blitz right now are from Northern Touch.
Yeah, are or have played on Northern Touch in the past.
Yes.
I am pretty familiar with Toronto Blitz, as I imagine you are, but
It looks like one of their players from Provincials didn't come to nationals. Patrick D'Agostini looks to be absent.
there's no D'Agostini. There's no Alan Hoover.
Did know about Alan. He was just there for the boys in Provincials. That was it.
Yes, and I believe the third player that is not in this lineup is Malik,
Yes.
the ex-Maverick.
Yes. Nice cross over on Tyler in this right corner for Blitz, left corner for Darkhorse.
Darkhorse, we have 2 Schmitz and Ashley Bend coming out.
It's a great toss for Josh.
Schmidt tags out Hutchinson. There's going to be 4 balls for Blitz. They have a 1-player disadvantage. Definitely want to get a hit here.
Big throw from Carr Harris. Nice movement from Schmidt over here.
Something, one of the few pieces of knowledge that I have on Darkhorse is about their right corner, Ashley Bend, one of the best young talents in Canada.
Yeah, how old is he?
I want to say 20 or 21. I'm not quite sure.
I think you jinxed him. You jinxed him.
I jinxed him. Commentator's curse. I said he was one of the best. Gets tagged out right away. It's a 4v4. Big toss, and
Nice
you know, I
grab.
can't even say I'm surprised.
Not at
I
all.
would say nice grab, but that's pretty, like, you know, a nice
David
grab
doing
is
David
just David
things.
doing David
Yeah.
things. Yeah.
That was a bounce over here.
Dongan and Carr Harris are taken out.
That was popcorn. Yeah, even bodies for both sides. 3 balls and 3 balls. 3 bodies, 3 bodies. Nice block from 47 on Darkhorse.
47 Schmidt.
Joshua Schmidt, I think.
Oh,
Nice
double on
double.
Blitz's left corner. It's going to be 2 ex-Northern Touch players, Vincent Tang and Chris Prasad.
Little high ball.
I believe Vincent was one of the recent pickups from Touch who didn't qualify.
He was indeed.
And he's going to be the only one left on the court as Prasad gets taken out.
This is a familiar stance for him, though. We've seen this from him quite a few times. He's very dodgy.
Schmidt and Schmidt against Tang.
I just noticed that.
So they are brothers, just to confirm. I would not have guessed that if they had different last names, because they look different than each other, to be honest.
You don't always look like your sibling. I don't look like my brother, I hope.
That's mad disrespect to Ethan. And number 47, one of the Schmidt brothers, is going to close out the first point of this game. Not a very dominant display from either side here. Went back and forth in
Pretty
terms of
even.
momentum. Very,
Yeah.
very even. And David Carr Harris already has a grab.
Once again, we are not shocked. I do love that he's actually playing, though, because at Provincials he was mainly shagging for his team, kind of letting everybody else filter in and out. When I spoke to him, he mentioned that it was just a bunch of old-timers coming back to the court. Looks like a false start on Darkhorse's side.
One substitution made on Blitz's side, I believe. Vincent is off the court, and we have a Toronto native, native also to Dodgeball Toronto. We got my boy Austin, number 22. Austin Hordat. I don't know how to pronounce that. Hordat.
Your guess is as good as mine.
One of the handful of pickups from this Toronto Blitz side. This Blitz side is very, very different from what we saw at Provincials.
Good pressure coming out of Hutchinson.
3 taken out off rip by Toronto Blitz.
Really active corner in the left wing for Toronto Blitz.
That'll be... I'm trying to see what number that is. That looks like
Papa is eliminated.
Stefan Agnew, number 13 on Toronto Blitz's side. Their left corner.
That's their left corner.
Or left corner from the camera. Agnew takes a throw out of the middle. Oliver Job and Zeller still left. Zeller with a big arm. I'm not very familiar with either of the players that are remaining on the court.
I just met him yesterday. I believe he's staying in our Airbnb with Rainbow Thunder.
Oh, neat.
Very, very nice guy. I've heard very good things from my fellow teammates, for sure. I believe his name is Brett.
Brett Zeller. Takes a throw at Prasad. Prasad gets out of the way. Punches high up the court. Hutchinson will make the call. Prasad
Nice tag.
tags Zeller.
Very, very good spot from, is that Chris?
Aaron Oliver Job. Olivier Job? It's going to be the last one in.
Again, your guess is as good as mine.
Olivier. And he gets
Called on
called
a
out.
hit. Called on a hit.
My boy, Austin Hordat, getting the hit here. It's going to be a tie game.
Oh, Darkhorse, coached by my captain and my coach, Jamie Tapper and Amanda First.
Manitoba.
Very promising, very promising.
So as I mentioned earlier, Toronto Blitz looked very, very different from their squad at Provincials. I think half of their team are brand new pickups for this tournament.
They are missing some key players, I will say.
Definitely. They managed to pick up Tyler Dongan, Scott Finlay, who hasn't touched the court yet. Same thing with Kerry Burrows, who hasn't touched the court. I think they have around 5 pickups for this tournament, which is big.
Basically took Northern Touch. He's very quick over in that corner.
And number 15, very, very scrappy, very squirrely. Randy Hutchinson is becoming one of my favorite players to watch in this
Scrappy
game.
and squirrely reminds me of someone I know.
I wonder who that could be.
I have no idea. 4 left for Blitz against 3 for, oh,
And
I
Hutchinson
stand
gets
corrected.
taken out.
It's a 3v3.
3v3. Commentator's curse. Being very, very active in this match. Austin, good throw. Oh. 2 balls returned on Carr Harris.
He is eliminated. Looks like he might have gotten skimmed off the top.
Prasad and Hordat are left. Very interesting release from Olivier Job.
With some really great air over there.
Austin manages to block it. I believe he's somewhere around like a 31, 32-inch vertical. Very, very big hops from Austin, number 22, who did get tagged out.
Unfortunately, your
he's
boy
not
has
using
been
them again.
eliminated.
Yep, not really using the hops right there, but
Another sidearm over on Toronto Blitz. It always hurts my elbow to watch.
For a lot of players, it seems to be more comfortable than just a normal overhead throw. Such a weird release, and you get so much power on that throw, too.
It looks like a submarine, almost kind of almost similar to Jen Ritchie. His release, it's kind of similar to her sidearm. It comes underneath and kind of floats.
Definitely has some backspin on it. Schmidt getting hyped up here.
Goes 2-1 for Darkhorse.
Back and forth game. We saw Darkhorse take the first point, Blitz take the second. Now it's back to Darkhorse. Looks like they're riding with a very similar lineup. Number 13, Volhart. I'm trying to read the Volhart. Volhart.
I think so, yeah.
He's coming in for, it looks like, Olivier Job.
Eldon came in for Olivier, I believe, actually.
I think Eldon was, ooh, good catch by your fellow B&B mate, Brett Zeller.
Darkhorse's movement is definitely picking up from the first couple of sets. They're not so flat-footed. They're getting a little bit lighter on their feet. And their ball placement looks great.
Ashley Bend with that quick release, can't find Hutchinson.
I'm so used to him having those bright orange shoes.
Who, Eldon or Ashley?
Ashley.
Something very nice to see here is that Eldon Wu playing after, I believe, returning from quite a long injury.
Was it an Achilles? Did he blow out his Achilles? I believe that's what it was.
It was either his Achilles or it was or something in his knee. But fantastic to see him back in action.
I think it might have been. I remember that clip being posted. It's terrifying.
Oh, yeah. Dongan lines out.
MVP for this game, backline.
Definitely in the running, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, both Schmidts approaching the line. Beautiful throw from Josh.
Hordat being a little bit lazy on the line. Didn't move. Didn't even get his ball very close to that.
A little bit of a ditch over here from Blitz.
Agnew spikes it in front of Schmidt. Big throw from Zeller. He's going to take out Agnew. Ashley Bend, wow, they just smothered
Great commitment, great commitment.
Ashley Bend really aggressively sticking to that line and getting the release on Tang, which is going to connect.
It's a great play when you have, if your up and body is up against one person, you have two balls on your side, committing to that throw regardless of the trade.
And that's something in this game I've noticed Darkhorse has done really, really well. When there's one player remaining on Blitz, they manage to close that very, very fast. They're very efficient, they use their balls well, and they're usually all on time.
It's the Amanda Tapper special. A little bit of a fumble on the opening rush on Darkhorse's side. It will be on them.
Lots of throws here. Elton gets tagged out.
Double from the back line.
Hardin and Eldon Wu are both taken out. Blitz with a big advantage. 6 against 3 going into no block.
Score sits at what, 3-1 right now?
It is 3-1, so Blitz are going to want to have this point before half.
Duck out, nice throw from Ashley.
Bend returns on Prasad. Oh! And Dongan, a 60-footer to catch Olivier Job sleeping. Big throw from Ashley Bend. Or that spikes one in front of Zeller.
I think Zeller wants the catch. What do you think?
I do. I think he looked like he was going for it.
Great toss from Ashley. Takes out
another
Vincent.
one. Takes out Vincent Tang.
This is a good two bodies over here.
Ooh, and Dongan takes out Ben.
Brett returns with a hit over here on your boy.
Zeller survives 2.
Great movement from Zeller.
Somebody who I just noticed touching the court for the first time is another pickup. One of the 5 pickups from
Vinny!
Yes, Vinny Minucci. Zeller, he was looking for it, could not make the grab on
It
Dongan.
was there, but it popped right back out.
I think Dongan's making his case for one of Blitz's MVPs. He had 3 kills in that last set, really bouncing back from getting tagged out 2 times in 1 point at the beginning of this game.
I have to say I agree with you.
First half, a very, very back and forth first half here. Both
Pretty
teams
evenly matched.
very, very evenly matched for sure. Everybody seems to be pulling quite an equal weight. It's really hard to pick out an MVP in this match so far.
I think I would look at Bend or Josh Schmidt for Darkhorse.
Bend, Josh Schmidt, and Zeller are definitely
Zeller's also
definitely
up
my
there,
3.
yeah. I can't nominate 3 though.
We'll see how this the beginning of the second half pans out before you guys get to vote for MVP.
I'm eyeing Carr Harris for Blitz.
I was going to say the same thing. Carr Harris and Dongan definitely making his case after that no blocking set here. Vinny Minucci is going to remain in the lineup. And it looks like the lineup's going to be relatively unchanged. Burrows and Finley still on the bench. They have not touched the court in this game yet, and it doesn't look like they will be at this moment.
Looks like they're running with a 8-man rotation.
False start, Dan!
And a false start on
Toronto Blitz. This is the first one of this half, though, I believe. Is it, if you have 2 in the same half, you lose a player, right?
Yes, 2 in the same half.
Okay, get a redo here on this opening rush.
Ooh, Josh Smith gets tagged out. Almost gets it.
And the ball is up in the racetrack up here. There's a passerby coming down. Let's see if he can grab it for us.
Looks like play stopped for a second there.
It is on Darkhorse.
Vinny Minucci makes the pop-up grab. Austin Hordat coming back in. Darkhorse spend 2, they can't find anything. Blitz is up 6-4. Mikuchi? Which one is it?
We'll just call him Vinny.
We'll call him Vinny. I misread his last name. I said Minucci. I apologize for mispronouncing that.
Number 18.
Ooh.
Solid hit.
Solid hit on Hutchinson, who didn't have enough time to react to that ball. Looks like he was looking at something else.
Good movement from Olivier Job over in that corner, number 24. Looks like their left corner over for Darkhorse was paying attention to that high ball and got tagged in the ankles by the trail.
Dongan returns. Good counter from the Northern touch man. Ooh.
Dongan doesn't
again.
miss.
Olivier Job has that really, really weird release, that unexpected straight when he's looking cross. Manages to wrap his arm almost entirely around his body to get that release off to go straight.
My arm would go with the ball if I tried that.
All tied up, a very even game here. Vincent Tang so quick off the rush. Nobody spends on Eldon, who's just kind of in limbo in the middle for a second.
They took Brett for Darkhorse, and Carr Harris is eliminated for Toronto Blitz, so they're at an even 5-5.
Even exchange. Good movement from Eldon. Vinny survives. Eldon gets tagged out. Dongan He's got a bunch of people sleeping in this game.
Unfortunate. Looking for the ball from the shagger. Looks like a finger block over here.
Good honesty from her side.
We love integrity.
We do.
Refs can't see everything, right?
Ashley Ben with a big cross.
He's got such a quick release.
Very, very snappy for sure. Tang looked like he wanted to counter there, but very, very good cover from Josh Schmidt.
4 balls to Darkhorse. Is it? Yep, 4v4.
2 balls spent again. Dongan's going to survive.
Dongan does stay alive.
Definitely the man to hit right now. He's been very impactful in this second half.
I'm waiting for a Dongan catch.
Tang takes one on Ben.
Vinny is eliminated.
Vinny gets taken out. Darkhorse spent 2 on him.
So they're up in the body advantage, 4-3.
Dongan tries to catch someone sleeping. It doesn't work. Good block by Dongan. Oh, it could have been a grab. I was totally expecting him to reach for that.
It could have been a grab, or it could have been a hit if he had kept walking.
It could have. Not a super common thing that you see, but it's very funny when you do see it. Ooh, good cross
nice
from Ben.
cross.
Very big exchange here. It's going to be a 2v1. Hutchinson, Bend,
And is
both
that
taken
both
out
Schmitz?
with Dongan. And it looks like it's Schmidt and Schmidt still on the court. Again against Vincent.
Against Tang.
We're running it back. All right, on your screen now is the VC MVP player of the match. Be sure to vote for who you think is the best player in this match so far. I think mine is going to be Schmitz.
Schmidt,
You know what? There we go.
He does get the hit.
There's the commentator's blessing we were talking about earlier.
Did we bless Schmidt or did we jinx Tang?
I think we blessed Schmidt.
There you go.
I think we blessed Schmidt.
Okay, we'll take that. we'll take it. 4-3 in favor of Darkhorse.
Squinting at the clock to try to see how much time is left. I'm assuming there's under 5 minutes.
It looks about
It's gonna be
4.5,
4-3.
I think.
Ref just said 4 minutes. We got
Yeah.
4 minutes on the clock. Still a very even game. Car Harris doesn't spend, and he gets punished because of it. Dongan gets taken out by Ben.
Brett and
Wow.
Car Harris did trade. They're down to 3 on Toronto Blitz against 5 on Darkhorse.
Something I'm very surprised about is that Eldon Wu has been kind of sticking in the middle during that opening rush. Ben, wow.
It looks like
We should have put Ben. We should have put Ben.
it always happens. You put up MVP at halftime, and then somebody does something really cool, and
apologize.
we can't fix it. But just know,
I'm sorry, Zeller, but I think my spot has to go to you. It has to go to Ben instead.
listen, Ben, if you watch this, we see you.
We
You're a
see
valid
you.
player. We fumbled. We might have fumbled a little bit.
Austin quick off the rush.
Blitz needs to slow it down a little bit and start playing to their strengths. There's too much popcorn.
They definitely got antsy there.
They're trying to match Darkhorse's speed, and I just don't think it's the right. I don't think it's the right call right now.
I don't think either. That was the quickest and most dominant set in this game. Timeout's going to be called here.
For Darkhorse,
We're going to have 30 seconds.
30-second
30
timeout.
seconds.
Yeah. I believe you get one timeout in round robin, and then in playoffs you get 1 timeout per half.
Yes,
I think.
that is correct. And it also, I believe, in round robin is a 30-second timeout. I believe playoffs is a 1 minute timeout.
I have no idea, but that sounds accurate. That sounds right. We'll go with that.
Darkhorse look like they could pull away here. Something that I really noticed, especially in the second half, is that Eldon has been very, very close to that line, and nobody's taken a shot at him off the rush. I know he moves really, really well, but when you're 10 feet away from someone, I think it's not a dumb take.
Well, I would agree with you, but I would also be afraid of the quick release from Ashley over here in the corner, because if you're trying to feed Eldon, you've got him right behind.
Very interesting. I don't think I've ever seen this. 2 players, 2 balls in hand.
Oh, yes. I am familiar. That scared me. That did scare me.
Ashley Bend apologizing to the commentary area, smiling at us from back there.
Eldon is eliminated by Dongan.
A very, very interesting strategy, but I respect it. I see the idea here.
They're pushing for the grind. They're up 2 points. They have about 2.5 minutes left. They don't need to force anything. They're in a really good spot right now.
Darkhorse in a great spot, and they're using these 2 balls for these 2 players to keep the rest of their players on that back line, which takes 2 players away from the vulnerability of being at the line and taking a throw. Because both of these players, regardless if they throw, they could throw both of them and they still have a ball in hand to survive with.
As long as you can move laterally at the back of the court, the play works.
Great block by Dongan. I love that. I know how difficult that is to do when you hop up and you're coming down. Gravity's pulling you down and someone tosses a ball at you. Not an easy block to make.
Missing wide on Zeller.
Big tailing ball right there. Doesn't hit Zeller.
I think Blitz is just looking to push another point out of this.
Definitely. They definitely want this point before no blocking. Great pressure from Darkhorse, making Austin very uncomfortable at the line there.
I think it's coming from middle ball.
Little bounce. Bend, and I apologize for not knowing your name, number 10 on Darkhorse.
Klappa, I believe.
Klappa?
Klappa.
Klappa.
Yes. Car Harris is looking for that catch over here. He almost got a little greedy.
Ooh,
Ben
I don't know if that's the
eliminated.
move. Ben also goes for a grab, but in this scenario, you're up 5v3. I don't think you need that there.
It looked like a pop-up panic, almost like maybe he was looking to pick up his ball, and then as he looked up, his eyes caught the throw.
Ooh, Hutchinson taken out.
Car Harris answers by taking out Zeller, and we're down to Klappa and Schmidt over on Darkhorse.
Klappa stays alive. Darkhorse with 5 balls.
They have all 6.
Car Harris just trying to bait in that catch. Schmidt's going to take out Agnew.
Agnew is eliminated. Darkhorse still with 5 balls.
Oh, they had all 6. Car Harris, a
eliminate
good throw.
Schmidt.
Leaves Darkhorse with all 6. Car Harris up to the line. He's going to try to make a grab here. And I would not be surprised if Car Harris makes one.
No, they're looking to eliminate before the clock runs out, but Klappa is dragging it. That is the move, though. Grind
and
it out.
Klappa drags it into no blocking.
Burn the clock, grind it out. It's a risk. You don't need to risk. You're in a good spot.
Darkhorse, very, very fun to watch now because I've never seen that 2 in each hand. I've seen on a 3 ball that one player has 2 on defense. I've never seen them using that in an attacking scenario like anywhere, whether it's in the US, whether it's in Canada. I really, really like that. And Car Harris, lovely, just makes, while he's running forward, just pockets that. Makes it look easy.
That was a fantastic game. Very back and forth.
Fantastic game and such a smart ending from Darkhorse. That one moment in matches like these with teams that are this good, one set that you play to and you let the other team control could make the entire game slip. And I think that's what happened for Blitz.
That one set that Darkhorse had where they came out swinging, they were hitting all their targets. It looked like Blitz was trying to keep up, but unfortunately they just couldn't match that pace. And Darkhorse carried that momentum going into no blocking.
They carried that momentum all the way to no blocking with their great defense and their very, very smart play, keeping everybody protected with, as I said, that 4 ball in 2 players' hands.
Make your corners the primary targets, because if you're throwing at the middle, you've got 2 balls right across from you. So you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't.
That was a very great match. I am Nick Stanchenko.
I'm Sydney Somerville.
Thank you for watching. Stay tuned. We have Group C coming up for you. Next up is going to be Recreum versus Pitch Perfect. Stick around. Great dodgeball action coming to you from Dodgeball.live.
At Plurb National.
All right, we're back on court 1 at the Canadian Club Championships. We've got a women's match coming up with Recreum versus Pitch Perfect. I'm sitting here with
Kendall Stelmack, thank you so much for introducing me, Mike.
And this is Michael White from Portland, Oregon. What do you know about these two teams? They're pretty unfamiliar to me because I'm from Portland, Oregon.
Fair enough. All right, so we have the Quebec qualifier. They are the second place team. That is Pitch Perfect. And then we have Recreum, which is, just bear with me one moment. They are a mix of Calgary and Edmonton players out of Alberta. With the playoffs for the Alberta teams, you actually, it's a tryout to be picked for a provincial national team.
Wow.
Club team.
So they got depth.
Yeah. They've got some depth. A lot of players that I'm very familiar with, and some newer faces. And then the Pitch Perfect team, I'm not sure if we have seen them before, but definitely a lot of those players are very experienced with the dodgeball scene.
Okay, so new form team, but experienced players on that team. They look like it. A lot of front court coordination there. Pressuring aggressively, even willing to throw the all but one ball. Let's see, so we've got Recreum settling into the back line, always looking out for defense. Looks like they're pretty passive. Left corner's doing a little work to draw some attention, help cover a teammate.
Nice shot right up in the air.
Yeah, good response there. That corner just put some work in against him, so that's a good response to take out their offense. Very aggressive at the front line. Three-ball defense from Pitch Perfect, choosing to play off the back line, throw a counter.
It was Annie Charlebois in the center there who made that. Rose goes for a block, but unfortunately it does connect, so they are eliminated.
Playing at a good pace so far. I've noticed a lot of teams seem to be settling in as the match goes on, but everyone seems to be opening up pretty aggressive, trying to get that first point.
And as you're watching the game, don't forget we are going to be throwing up those names that we're going to see in the second half for the player of the game. So make sure you get those votes in as soon as we post those names.
Is anyone standing out to you so far? It's short-lived so far, but it's a pretty even matchup.
Yeah, we're still in the first set, so I'm going to give it a little bit.
I'm always looking out for that standout play, the difference maker, to see if it carries through. Sometimes you have hot moments. Sometimes you just, you get going. Sometimes it's like a stable factor, things like leadership, court communication, pressuring off the corner, survivability, all of those things.
Or those really clippable moments, like going for that big catch and everyone just going, ooh.
Oh yeah.
Or that massive hit, or like an accidental triple. That's like, yeah. Mm-hmm. Or, managing to stay alive for 5 minutes during like a 1v6. Like, yeah, you earned that just for staying power alone.
Exactly. It's easy to take those things for granted too, but they really do have a big impact, especially as the match plays out.
Mm-hmm. Nice block by Charlebois there.
Yeah, a lot of great lateral movement from the near side here. Doing a good job making themselves hard to hit. Aggressive rush off the back line. All three willing to throw.
This is a great block from Cheng. Didn't even break their stride.
I really love to see that kind of aggression, especially at this stage of the tournament. You can kind of have to try things, take your shot, see what you can get away with. And then, being willing to rely on that one-ball defense. I think a really good team can punish you for that, but I like that teams force them to have to do that,
And they're putting up a really good pace, too. Like, we're not even halfway through the day on the stream, so I like that the teams are pacing themselves. I think, a lot of these players have been on the national scene before, so a lot of them know each other, know their play style, so they know what they're about. Ooh, Jubenville gets tapped out there, but they got some big air while they were trying to do it. It's just Cheng left now on the Recreum side against the two players from Pitch Perfect. We've got Charlebois, and then can't see the jersey number.
Charlebois, 19 on the left.
Yep.
That's the yeah, my eyes aren't quite working either.
Nado.
Down to a 1v1 now. These can grind out for a long time if you take your time with it. I've seen a lot of players being really aggressive. They end up going into this kind of punching match of back and forth and back and forth.
Love the aggression there when they came up to the line to throw at Cheng there.
Looks like they're being pretty patient. I like to see this.
It's kind of a tug of war kind of moment, the way they're going like back and forth, but there was a line out, I think.
Unfortunate.
Oh, there's been a few of those today. Like, I was on this court for the Apex hardest foam match. If they weren't getting hit out by hardest foam, they were lining out.
Oh, man. It definitely is an adjustment. Every tournament, every space you come into, it kind of takes time to acclimate. Yeah. And we're still only in the first half of day one. So it doesn't surprise me to see that happening still.
And like I said, we're not even halfway through the first day.
Exactly.
Ooh, Chung going out right off of that opening rush. Absolutely beautiful hit there.
Four-ball offense, opting to throw two at the same corner from the same side. That makes it a little difficult for defensive transition, but they did a good job of handling that pressure in response.
Love the aggression from that guard on the pitch perfect side. On the left side facing the camera.
Yeah, she looked like she had some wicked shots in that first set. They responded and took her off the court pretty early, but she definitely has an arm.
Yeah, definitely making themselves a target, and that was... trying to see the number on their jersey.
So hard. Aggressive counterplay, trading blows, down to 4v3, pitch perfect with the advantage.
Nice block by Law.
Great shot.
That was scary good accuracy on the toes of Klimzak there from Law.
Yeah, I couldn't quite tell if they had enough time to kind of coordinate amongst themselves. They're waiting for a ball to come into the court, and she just saw the opportunity.
Plus, you have to worry about the count, too. But, I mean, great aggression and great footwork.
Finding a rhythm there. Great defense and transition from Law. Oh, no way. Oh, my goodness. Oh, and it's live. Oh, wow. I've never seen somebody quite make a catch like that. That was incredible. She reached way outside of her body, but not with one hand, both hands. Sorry, and they cupped the ball. Got it to rebound to the other side of their body, and then almost did the same thing. I think there was 3 bobbles, and then the catch. That's why the other player kind of was in disbelief.
Yeah, absolutely. That was... I mean, that definitely could get you voted player of the match.
That was incredible. That was just pure reaction. I mean, to reach out like that and to be able to make a play is one of the most difficult things to be able to do in the game. If they can show any sort of consistency doing that throughout this match, that could be a problem.
Love that Klimzak coming up to the line, putting a lot of aggression in, trying to chase him down.
Yeah, she might need a little bit of help from this other side. Sorry, they.
We see Cheng coming up, making that play call in the center there. Passing it off back to Klimzak. She's in the guard position. They only have 2 balls now. Pitch perfect with 4 balls in hand.
Great
only
effort.
Sending 1 over.
Great effort on that left corner. Can't quite read the name. Number 8. How do you pronounce that? There's a K in there.
Klimzak?
Klimzak. Recognizing that the opponent is pressuring in her opposite corner. Doing a good job to demand attention.
2 balls being thrown over from the pitch perfect side. That's going to put burden back onto the side of Recreum with 4 balls in hand. Play call being made by McKay. And she is taking a side shot cross court right into the guard. And that's number 14 on the pitch perfect side.
Recreum coordinating their defense. Looks like they coordinated that rush.
1-2 shot there on Martel. Recreum taking out another player on the Pitch Perfect side. It's down to a 4v4 now. Burden to throw on the side of Pitch Perfect, and it looks like Cheng gets it out.
Explosive group throw there from Pitch Perfect. I've never really seen a team coordinate a throw and then explode quite that aggressively to get the out. It's almost like a response to the pressure that Klimzak is putting on him just to get ahead of her counter, not even allowing her time to throw the ball.
Burden to throw is on Pitch Perfect. They throw one ball over, waiting for the ref to count. He is counting down again, that burden to throw. Klimzak coming up, ready to chase them down again. 4 balls in hand, 3 players now left on the side of Recreum. Davidson makes the play call.
It's a very close set. We're seeing a 4-3 matchup here. Both teams are kind of pushing and pulling, trying to find opportunities to find success on offense.
Blocked by Klimzak. Second shot going up, over, and manages to grab it in her hands while staying in line. That's going to bring another player back for Pitch Perfect now.
Seeing game-changing plays left and right. Just a high degree of commitment from both teams so far.
Honestly, some amazing clutch catches coming off of the Pitch Perfect side. They have burden to throw. Ref is making sure they know the count there. Looks like they were going for Klimzak, but they decide to throw at Davidson instead. Davidson getting another ball, 4 in hand now. Recreum needs to make a throw. And they decide to go right for the center on Pitch Perfect, but it doesn't connect. She gets down and low just in the last moment there. Right over Klimzak's head. Returning fire with 3 balls in hand. So it looks, again, it's a bit of a back and forth right now.
Yeah, great pressure from Pitch Perfect on the offensive line. They're really protecting each other, allowing the player to get the throw off safely, but they're having trouble connecting. It's really a battle of efficiency right now.
Nice pace match right now. And it looks like Klimzak gets eliminated, but the Pitch Perfect player manages to stay in. Just Davidson now. It's a 1v5 after that huge clutch catch from Pitch Perfect. And Davidson is good. They're calling it ground. They did lose control of their ball, so they were vulnerable for a moment there, but now they have 4, just sending the 1 over. Nice big block as they retreat, trying to get the ball in hand.
Yeah, and I can't quite make out the clock. Is that approaching 13 minutes? You might actually see this go in the no block.
I believe
how
so.
Davidson chooses to play this.
And they are still tied at 1v1 right now. And that is 2 on Davidson, and they get eliminated. So we're going to start in no block. Ref just made the hand signal for it.
It's really a decision to be made there. Davidson's in a 1v4. Playing that into a no block, it can be exhausting.
And they're back on the court.
Exactly. So maybe giving up that point, going for the play, you're extending yourself, looking for that opportunity. If it doesn't go your way, you now get to play in the next set in a no block. If you're confident in your team, that may actually play out in your favor.
Cheng managing to avoid that throw. Had the ball in hand, but it did go a little bit wide there, so didn't accidentally block. And then that's a 1-2 on Charlebois. And they managed to get down out of the way. Ball burden is now on the side of Pitch Perfect, coming through the center, making that play call. Nice big throw.
Very aggressive counter from that right side, but doing a great job of using their space.
And that's Dermont being eliminated.
They're taking the space in order to get close enough to their opponent, demand that attention, and then take the shot, almost creating their own opportunity.
Still the full lineup for Recreum up against those Pitch Perfect players. Cheng loses control of the ball, goes over onto the Pitch Perfect side. Oh.
Unfortunate pass and bobble there. Oh, almost happening again. They're figuring it out.
Pitch Perfect with 4 players.
Back in control and gets the hit.
Yeah, just slides past Charlebois' face there as she gets down low to avoid that shot from Chung. You see them coming up now, 4 balls in hand. Pitch Perfect needs to throw. Going for Jubenville, gets high air up and out of the way.
So far, the corner play from Recreum has really been impressive. Actually noticed that Klimzak is subbed out for Cheng on the left corner, but they're still having solid effects. It's interesting that they can interchange those corners and still be able to do what they want to do as a team.
Nice shot from Rose.
Just steps up on her own and takes that shot. really aggressive on that corner. She got away with it earlier. She knows that she can beat her opponent to the throw, and if she does, it's a high likelihood that she'll get the hit first.
Well, I mean, she got that great catch last time, so definitely want to keep your eyes on them at all time. Doing an absolutely great job now. It is Recreum. Again, they still have their full lineup of 6. Sending one over. Rose gets down low, out of the way. Player from the Pitch Perfect side gets low, managing to get down, avoid that counter shot there. Still the 2 players. Again, throwing at Rose. Rose gets eliminated. They get eliminated, but a catch! Oh, that's going to bring the...
Huge swing. Accepting the trade with the advantage, but then making the catch to turn the game into a 3v2.
That's their second catch. They had that other catch earlier. And it's going to bring Dermont back. 3 balls in hand against the 3 players for Recreum. So they're slowly whittling them down. They go after her. Dermont gets eliminated. After coming back in, it's still just the 1 player for Pitch Perfect. And a catch! Oh, and a catch from Chung right after they made their huge catch. Chung comes in and catches them out. We're going to see the team switch sides very shortly. So at this point, we're going to start thinking about names for player of the match. Again, a lot of big catches there on the Pitch Perfect side, but there was an amazing catch by Chung on Recreum.
Man, Law with that reach. that reach to catch. Whatever
I know.
happened. I'd love to see that in the highlight.
I mean, you want to vote for everyone, but you know we can only pick 2, but it's like...
Well, yeah, we got to start thinking about it.
Stop making it hard for us, you guys. Stop being so talented. Oh.
The teamwork is showing through on both teams, too. The fact that
I'm absolutely loving it.
We're at 2-2. The parity is great. It'll be interesting to see how these teams adjust and open up the second half. I don't know if the response will be to be more aggressive or will it be to settle into the teamwork, because they're both finding good effect out of both.
Mm-hmm. I think if I'm going to have to pick 2 for the Pitch Perfect side, I'm going to go for Law, because they had that amazing catch, and then Allard as well. Like, they had those 2 clutch catches, absolutely beautifully done. I got to give it up to Jubenville for the amazing just air that they're getting. Also, I kind of want to see a battle of the pink hair.
Oh, right. I was admiring that earlier on in the match.
And then, again, there's Chung with that clutch catch right at the end to get that second point for them. All right, Pitch Perfect, they have Burden to throw now. Tate making the play call with Dion. Rose going for it. They touched it as soon as it hit ground. Ref's going to pause the clock, and I think they're going to talk about it for a second. Personally, I think what happened is as soon as the ball hit the ground, as soon as the ball hit the ground with Rose, she went for it, but she touched it after it hit the ground. I would personally call that no hit.
I didn't see quite what happened.
That's okay. I just told everyone. We're just getting those names down for player of the match.
Well, it looks good. The refs were able to come in and come to a quick decision there.
Yeah, Rose gets to stay in, so yay them. All right. And
back into it out of 5v4.
Catch and a hit there. Davidson gets the catch, and then I think it's Nadeau. They threw that counter shot and popped him right in the face. Nadeau with a nice block. Tate making the play call. And they were going for Jubenville. And they had Tate's number on that one. That's a huge throw.
It's a good lead and follow on offense, and then that transition, a sellout play trying to defend her teammate. I like the commitment. Difficult play to make, though.
Martel with a nice block. Going up and over into the ball retriever's hand. Nadeau gets now down nice and low to avoid that shot from Jubenville.
Yeah, Pitch Perfect not very wary of the rush that Recreum has been applying throughout the match.
Ref counting them down, they got a throw, and right at the last second they take that shot. It is just Nadeau left against 5 players on the Recreum side. It is a 1v5 situation right now, and they are going for it. Takes a shot at
number 8,
Klimzak.
Klimzak. Yeah, it was a great throw from Nadeau.
Good footwork getting out of the way, but they send 3 balls over, and that takes out Nadeau. That's going to put it now 3 points for Recreum against 2 for Pitch Perfect.
I wonder how critical that lead's going to be as we carry on to the match.
Pitch Perfect calling a timeout right now. They're going to discuss some strategy. What would you want to see? Like, what do you think they're talking about right now on the Pitch Perfect side?
Well, it seems to be the majority of the success, as I'm seeing it from Recreum, is really playing off of the back line. When they're set up in their defense, they're exploding off of that back line and looking for opportunities to create offense.
Okay.
Instead of waiting, collecting, and then communicating a group throw from the front line, they're playing off of their back line. I haven't seen Pitch Perfect really do much to respond to that, so I wonder if that's what they're keying in on. They haven't,
like definitely a little bit more aggression, rushing the line.
Yeah, potentially. There's different ways you can address it, but they've been pretty successful even with that. So it may be a minor adjustment. It may not be something dramatic. It's just something that they all need to focus in on. It's got to be a team effort at this point in the match.
And much it is physical, it's psychological too, so you got to be able to read the other player, and they are off. There goes that whistle. Beautiful pitches on each side there from that opening rush. Great teamwork on both teams. No shots taken, but Recreum comes in, and it is just Klimzak who takes the shot. They were going for Dermont. Number 24, Dermont for Pitch Perfect.
Yeah, I was going to say, I couldn't remember if I've seen her rotated in yet.
Oh, yeah, they've played a couple matches. They had a really good catch earlier, too, I think. And
oh, you're right. Looking from the opposite side. That's their solid right corner has been a problem, but also targeted very early for that reason.
They haven't changed up a lot in terms of players on the court. It's just a matter of getting those hits in on the Recreum side. Law getting eliminated there.
Well, yeah, up to this point in the match, they've actually been responding by playing off of the back line themselves. Oh, wow, and capitalizing on that transition there. Dion seems to have an athleticism about her. It's just she's kind of waiting for the moment, and when she sees it, she's just hanging herself out there, taking the throw, either getting the hit and then making the dodge.
Beautiful clutch catch there from Klimzak, and don't forget the player of the match is up now. Get your votes in. Tell us who you love the most between Pitch Perfect and Recreum.
Klimzak definitely making a case for herself.
It's East versus West with the Alberta team taking on the Quebec team.
Great pressure from Pitch Perfect, even with just 2 players on the court working to protect each other.
Nadeau goes for the block, but it goes up a little bit high, but they had great court awareness to make sure that they stayed out. It is just Ford and Nadeau left against the Recreum side.
Interesting, Cheng looked like she was settling her team there. Instead of rushing off the back line and playing the strategy they've been working with for the most part, they wanted to collect and calm themselves.
Well, I mean, we only have so much time left on the clock, not to mention they are leading by the point. Again, you don't want to exhaust yourself too much, especially because this venue is very warm.
Oh, yeah.
So I think, at this point, with that point advantage, they want to run the clock.
Yeah, it's great recognition of the situation you're in. You have the lead, clock is coming down, you're not really in a position where you need to rush.
I love that Cheng managed to see both of those shots there, and they got out of the way just in time. And they were going for Ford. Ford with a big, beautiful block as they got down nice and low, sending another ball into the hand of Nadeau. Thank you, ball retrievers. They have Burden to throw now with the 2 players. They go for Jubenville. Jubenville manages to avoid it, takes a cross-court shot at Ford, and Ford avoids it. That's going to put Burden now back on the side of Pitch Perfect. Oh, no, pardon me. Burden's going to be on Recreum's side. And that's a disarm on Nadeau, trying to go for another block. It is just Ford left. Nice block by Cheng there.
Well, yeah, the longer this takes, the more critical this point becomes. This becomes a strategic shift of, is it worth playing this out, or is it better to kind of commit to a play and see if you can move things along so that you can get more time out of this match.
Beautiful blocks by Ford just now. It was 1-2. They got down nice and low, had both balls in hand. Did send one back over into the side of Recreum, though, but I mean, honestly, just staying alive at this point is... Again, 1-2 getting down, sliding out of the way. Definitely have a tendency to dodge to the left. So if Recreum catches onto that, it's going to be bad for the pitch perfect side for Ford there.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they make that sort of adjustment. I was actually waiting to see Recreum start to make crosses when they were in the 3-on-2, and it was actually pitch perfect that started taking those shots.
Oh, man. She goes back, she gets down, she sees the one, and then she tries to get a catch as they send that second one. It doesn't quite work out, though.
A frustrating point there for pitch perfect, but they're still in it. They just need to get this game closed quickly so they can go into the no block and potentially tie this match.
We've got about 1:37 now left on the game clock. Recreum is up by 2 points against Pitch Perfect, but honestly, like, I'm absolutely loving what Pitch Perfect has been doing.
No, yeah, they've been playing great as a team, and not afraid of kind of challenging Recreum in that trade space. They're not shying away from that kind of head-to-head competition. It just hasn't quite worked out for them to the point of the lead.
First couple balls being thrown over now by the Pitch Perfect side. That's going to give burden over to Recreum. And Charlebois coming up. Looks like she's almost trying to tempt them into giving away their other ball.
Very intentional play there on the corner.
Ooh, I love how Gilbert there got in and was trying to sneak attack that one shot. Dermalt does get hit out. Gilbert comes up to the line, decides to retreat because Recreum does have that burden to throw. They take the shot. Goes a little bit wide out of the hands of Gilbert there. Right into the knees on Ellard.
Recreum is looking confident.
Tate making the play call coming up. Recreum has the burden to throw, but Pitch Perfect, they were trying to bait them into throwing.
Yeah, they're just trying to instigate that chaos for an opportunity to make something happen.
They were trying to pre-counter any counters from that burden. Again, coming up to the line, making those pump fake throws. Gilbert takes a shot. Chung managing to stay in. And we are now in no block. So they're lining up. They are going to make sure that they do not block with the balls at all. However, catches will count. Recreum with 5 players still on the court, taking on the 3 left from Pitch Perfect. Goes for Ford. Ford drops her ball, gets out of the way, manages to stay in. Play call being made now by Tate, coming up to the line, and Ford takes a shot in between Klimzak and...
Just barely under the foot there.
Dowell. Dowell on the Recreum side. I don't think I've seen them on the court for this game, so this is a little new. We have a last-minute change to the lineup. 4 balls in hand now. Recreum with that burden to throw. They've got another one coming in. So that was 5 balls for them, 1 for each player as another one was passed over. Coming up to the line, taking that shot, but Pitch Perfect managing to stay alive. And Dowell making the play call, going for Gilbert, but Gilbert managing to get out of the way just in the nick of time.
Chang settling her team again there, trying to find the composure they need to close this game. They do have the match won, but she's not wasting the opportunity to learn from this situation.
We do have it now into a 3v3 situation. Not sure if that was a hit. Chang double checks with the ref. Ref calls it ground.
I think my eyes tricked me. I thought that was a direct to leg, so I must not have seen it well enough.
Well, staring through the net doesn't help either. It kind of makes you go cross-eyed after a while.
Based on her reaction, it definitely didn't seem like it hit her.
I mean, you always want to make sure. Chang managing to avoid both of those shots. Coming up, looks like they already got hit out, but it almost looked like they were going to do a no-no move. And for the hip kids at home, that would be an unalive throw. Ford was going for it, calls it ground though, so Ford manages to stay alive. Dowell passes the ball off to Chang. Oh, did not see that one coming. Chung gets hit out right off of the chest, tries to let their teammates know. Unfortunately, no one hears or sees it, and they are eliminated, so we're now doing to a 2v2. Oh, it was so close between Tate and Chang there. Almost thought that was going to be a double elimination, but holy did they manage to get out of the way right in the last second. Dal comes up ready to take the shot as they change position. Cheng going for a catch. Doesn't make it. That's going to take it down just to Dowell now. Pitch perfect with 2 players. Still Ford and Tate. They're going to be staring him down, ready to take those shots. One ball in hand. Pops up and over, and they dive and scramble for it. Not quite, though. So that's going to give Pitch Perfect another point. That's going to be the end of that one. And Recreum takes the win. Yep, 4-3. I like that they were able to get that last point. I think it was more representative of how that match actually went. Yeah, and the points matter for these round-robin games as well. So Recreum is definitely going to take that going into their next game. Speaking of which, we still have that player of the match, so don't forget to get those votes in. And just going to double-check something real quick here. Yeah, who do we have coming up next? All right, we've got Howell and St. Elite coming up in the next match. Ooh, that should be fun. That's a nice little rivalry. It's growing. It's a baby team kind of in Howell. They're not baby players. They've been playing not collectively for a long time, but have individually been playing for a long time. They've found themselves as one of the better competitive teams in the BC region. St. Elite had some competition with them at the Thing about a month ago, and that was some fun dodgeball to watch. Both very aggressive teams. They can surprise you in different ways. Should be interesting to see what they're bringing to the tournament today. All right, well, that is going to be coming up on the stream very shortly. Thank you so much for being here, Michael. Absolutely. You too, Kendall. Awesome. Stay tuned, everyone.
After a tumultuous start to 2025, Canadians and Americans seem to be putting their differences aside, all in the name of one very important cause, beating Austria. On June 28th, North Americans will forget their trade disputes and metric system debates to settle things the old-fashioned way, by playing dodgeball. This gathering will be a first of many in the Canadian cloth circuit, a place where Americans and Canadians come together over their mutual love of air conditioning and their mutual hatred of losing to Austria and England. This tournament will take place in Leduc, a mere 1,150 kilometers northeast of Seattle, or about 11,500 football fields if you're American. The top finishers will travel to Alberta once more to compete for a cash prize at a championship in Calgary. In this magical place, it isn't about who says Z or Z or Dunkin' Donuts versus Tim Hortons. It is about these great nations challenging each other so they can beat the Austrians. In a world where even the availability of eggs is uncertain, dodgeball is making international relations somewhat tolerable, even fun.
Welcome back to the 2025 Canadian Club Championships here in Calgary, Alberta. You're listening to Ben Johnson. In a moment here, Michael White will finish his break meal and we'll be underway. On the near end, we'll be watching Howl out of British Columbia. And on the far end, the champions of Ontario, Saiyan Elite. Are you a Pokemon man?
I was. I can't say I'm as active as I once was, but
okay.
I've been rethinking watching the Indigo League.
It's funny, it's previously some of them were known as Z Warriors. And they're as mature as those men are. I do appreciate the shout outs.
I'm excited for this match. This is two teams I've really grown to enjoy watching. Howl being kind of a new concoction that's kind of figuring out how to play at their best as a team. And then Saiyan Elite being a team that I'm less familiar with, but really enjoy watching because they like to.
You're gonna love this.
They like to do things. They're very, like I say, aggressive as a team, but flipping that switch is what they've kind of proved to be good at. They'll do it when they need to, and they'll settle down and lock it down when they need to.
And what's amazing about, plenty of veterans on, actually, well, both teams.
Both teams, yeah.
But, year 3 for Saiyan Elite. Reforming as players, so Moody Yusuf, we're just kind of doing the hug there with Estabrook's former, earlier in the day when we were watching. So we've got Mavericks as a longtime number 1, renaming. Who are we watching earlier in the day out of Ottawa? Why am I drawing a blank?
Ottawa.
Amazing jerseys.
I've got Prince Edward Island stuck in my head. I got Tempest and Black Flag. Who else are we watching?
Mitch, back me up here.
I was with you? Mitch has got his mic off.
Yeah, I love it when Mitch pays no attention. Out of Ottawa. Top team out of Ottawa. Top team out of Ottawa for the men.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, we're talking about Fury. My goodness. Oh, yes. Okay, so as we get going, the top 3 for many years. And so what's been wild and wonderful to watch, we talked way too much about Fury there with that awkward pause, is Saiyan Elite coming together, rising to the top. And it's just, they've got this style and they've got this swagger, and it's awesome as Estabrook's is taken out there. And then on the Howl end, Hard as Foam has been winning as long as there's been championships in BC. We had selections committee before that, and then since then they've been the champs. And so, funny enough, there's a 3-headed monster of teams forming together. So former men's Hyper, we've got Matthew Ebert here, and Zion Leaf on the other end. Nocturnal teammates, Chung, Cheng, Wong off, kind of the remainder of the sidelines there. And so that kind of like, what do we do when we've got the kind of Goliath happening? Both teams making it happen. Of course, Saiyan Elite here, they've got 2 players. They made it happen in Ontario.
Yeah, I wasn't able to watch any of the provincial finals except one. I had it planned out. I was going to try to watch all the finals and semifinals. Yeah, everything, because you got, I think, what, 7, or you have all 9 provinces holding a provincial
Well, yeah,
tournament?
PEI did selection committee, but otherwise, yeah.
Oh, gotcha. I saw there's 10 provinces represented today on the men's side and 9 represented on the women's side, correct?
And weird. And notice the athleticism of both sides. It's not just like you and I were just watching that previous match and Team 6. That was just a lot of throwing. Whereas like this, the dancer moves here, both teams are so full body control. Yeah,
I mean that's really the best way to describe both of these teams. To have them all on the same court is just athleticism everywhere, all the time, and that's what makes it fun to watch. You know. It's figuring out how to do that and use that athleticism, but in a refined way. And I think that's really like where Howl's at now as a team, is they have all the talent they could possibly need. It's a question of how do you apply it as a team and play a team like St. Elite that is that athletic and that good and that organized. It's a real head-to-head matchup.
Let's see how this opening rush. 9 out of the 10 provinces represented.
Oh, gotcha.
Our farthest east province couldn't make it. So we have plenty of players who have Dodgeball Canada national experience on the world stage.
Caught that? Wow.
Yeah.
I think he had 4 balls thrown at him, went airborne, dodged 3, and caught
and
one
then
cleanly.
Just chooses one on the drop.
That's good to see. Ebert wasn't at the thing with Howell, and he can have an impact.
And so there's 2 Eberts, Connor Eberts, also out of Victoria. When they've been playing on Hyper, there's just been a dynamic duo of older brother, younger brother. But his height and his size, it's just the heat he can send. Meanwhile, while we're watching Estabrook's retreat, have you seen his unbelievable curve throw?
I've seen glimpses of it. I haven't watched him play enough to really become all that familiar with it.
It's got like a hard turn that it can do. I don't know how a ball can kind of go all the way, say, to Cheng here, and then just whack and hit long.
Swing hard left. I'll have to keep an eye on his throw.
Crosser, ably blocked by David Cheng, who's been on Team Canada.
It's something to Kalen's credit. Estabrook is kind of as lethal as he is, as much respect as he garners from his opponent. He does a really good job of kind of using that to influence them without having to throw. So when he does throw, it becomes very potent. Something I admire about competitive players, especially athletic players, that can really do a lot, they can move a lot, demand a lot of attention. I think that's really the best use of that skill set rather than just throwing the ball. As good as they are at throwing, it's just, you can get a lot out of that if you do it right.
Big rip, way too high, thankfully not in our direction as Dongan. 4 players v4, 1 point already on the board here as referee counts it down. Big rip, big hit, counter. Wong getting nice and low of Captain Josh Sakura, number 11.
But yeah, imagine surviving in that transition space for both teams is going to be a challenge throughout most of this match. Both these teams like to pop off of that back line and capitalize, so you got to be ready for it. If you're not, it's not going to go well for you.
Big rip, getting nice and up. We see that now, Sakura just like moving around the court. Dance move.
Very fluid.
Rhythm. Big shot.
Did he get that? I had a body in my way. Refs don't seem to question it. He's calling the catch.
Brooks is calling catch, but he is not a referee. And everyone's going to come in here. Hopefully, yeah, we did stop the time.
Yeah, this will be a tough call from the refs. They'll need all eyes on it to see what actually happened.
Well, and the rule set used to be control and landing with 2 points, so it could be just the moment you see him put hands on it.
Yeah, and we try to make sure that we can establish clear control of the ball, and when it's that momentary, that's really difficult to do. But you don't want to say it's not a catch if you can see that it was controlled. Just as soon as it contacts the ground, the ball becomes dead. So if you have an established control, it's technically a double out for having contact with the ball and then the ground. They believe it was a clear catch, so.
Catch confirmed. Kenneth Ng, you're back on now, 3v3. Big twist in the game. Nasty.
Wicked cross, yeah. I see what you're saying from Estabrook. You let him do that a couple times. You better be ready for it.
Mohamed Moody Youssef, he's
got
spinning.
the ball on it. Impressive.
Yeah.
That was a laser from Leaf.
And he kind of magically twisted around the ball.
Yeah, it was confusing to watch.
Yeah,
I was like, he's still dodging somehow. I don't understand.
Probably the most body control you'll see is out of Moody there.
Oh, yeah. I don't know Moody well, but I've seen enough highlights to know Moody.
And now it's him versus 2. Watch out for Zion Leaf on the right wing. And now Chung eliminated. It's 1v1. Next generation versus the pride of the last decade here.
Chung may have been a little too eager to go off the rush there. He tried to explode off the back line, but Moody was able to just get a quick shot in and pass his blocking ball.
And Leaf has plenty of movement in most of his throws.
And he's very patient in the one-on scenario.
And that is the vet, takes it. Youssef
Moody's showing that he's got something special there. To do that to those two players in particular in that way is impressive. Those are not easy guys to hit, and he found that clear opportunity basically off of his own rhythm, just by creating pressure and then reactively reading the opportunity to throw, and did it cleanly twice.
Meanwhile, some roster changes. Guy Armston, call him the big target. That's his fun fact. But funny enough, like, he dominated at Nationals last year with catch after catch and just could be as calm as ever. Jack Leung now, number 6 in the middle.
Yeah, if I'm remembering correctly, I believe at Provincials, St. Elite played Mavericks in the final.
Yep.
And that's where St. Elite won. That's the first time I've actually seen Armsden play. They say to call him the big target, I believe is his nickname. I'm excited to see what he can do. I do remember seeing him snag some catches in that provincial final, so.
Yeah, happy to hang back.
Yeah.
Also on court, John Wu, number 28.
A very dedicated role player. He knows he can throw and he knows he can catch, and he does both.
Of course, those of you that watched the thing a couple weeks ago saw Cody Dan Foley holding at the right wing. A lot of changes actually on both rosters now. I'm kind of going through it. Do you remember? Yeah, we had Kevin Chung in there on the previous set. We were talking about him. Hubert New, middle, stays alive. Are you a hat wearer when you're playing?
I am on and off. I go between headbands and hats, but I've kind of leaned in towards the hats. My only downside to it is that occasionally it'll get flipped off your head.
But it still hit your head.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a teachable moment. That's how I see it. Like, if they knocked my hat off my head, I'm not playing well enough.
I think in a court like this, with these bright white lights, it is like a hidden gem.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
I'm wearing a hat right now.
We didn't even know.
I didn't even look up today.
Cross, not connecting, and a counter also, both sides staying alive. There's one limb on the St. Elite side. Full court here for Howell. Leaf, Leung, Ebert ready for the play call and send it one. Quick retreat. No defense.
Both teams really struggling to throw comfortably, and that's a result of the defense from both teams. They're pressuring enough, or at least coordinating their rush post-throw, that they're keeping each other antsy. That's making a lot of these throws really wild. These guys are all very accurate when you let them throw comfortably, and they can throw some heat and they can put some movement on it too.
Yeah, the nasty factor is the next level.
But a lot of these throws aren't showing that. That's the thing. I think it's a real a result of the defense that both teams are playing. Oh, there it is. Looks like Howell relaxed a little bit. Sands taking that front line and taking that opportunity. That's how they can throw.
Yeah, and to your point, nastiness comes out. St. Elite saying, no, we are going to take a commanding lead, 4 players to 2. We did have moments there where they were, Howell just kind of hanging back.
Yep. It's so hard to maintain that level of defense because it's required from your entire team, right? At least anyone holding a ball, but also the way your team postures, right? Any openings you show your opponent, they will take. So you have to be set up defensively as a team at all times. And that starts in the transition. If you play and throw a ball on offense, you have to be prepared for that transition defensively, and then you have to be able to maintain that pressure rather than settling back to your back line after that transition. And that's exhausting. That's where we see, especially in these 1v1s. I was worried that first 1v1 was going to get dragged out because I know how patient Leaf can be. He can take that 1v1 for 5 to 10 minutes.
30 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't have to end. It's just someone's, got to get a hit eventually, but there's no rush.
As we see, Hubert New getting hit out. Lucas Lau is going to be on center court. Zion Leaf going to be sitting this one out.
Well, yeah, I like the quick response there from Chung on the right. As soon as that chaos sort of ensued, he started to respond to it and sort of checked it. They weren't able to come out on top in that set, but I'm hoping to see that play through at the beginning of this one. You don't want to see that unravel again.
Chung ready to go, David Cheng. And we have Kenton Wong ready for the toss back. And wow, so much action. Damage on both sides. Yusuf Liang out. And Cheng.
Oh, no. All right, I was talking Lau up earlier, I believe. This is the guy that throws those pump fakes.
Lucas Lau, he's been a member of Hong Kong. Gets up, down, left, right. Good thing he didn't have long hair there. Esteruk's kind of intimidating without a ball right now.
It's only a 1v4 and the score is
He's
still
like,
close.
give me a ball. Ooh, drawing
there's
attention.
one.
Gets taken out.
Using that little outside drop to wing off the blocker.
Did Esteruk get it in the face? He was kind of, oh, we might have a full send here. Ready, 1, 2.
Ooh, yep.
And connect hits me.
Great just all-out execution there from Saint Elite. Willing to throw all three and just put them on target. It's a tough decision for Lau to make there, is to try to survive or try to make the catch. And ultimately, you know, you can only pick one. They're not giving you time to think about it.
John Woo now taking that inside. Double ball, toss. And they are so quick at it. Yusuf on target too every time. Leaf eliminated alongside Young. But a lot of Saint Elite, leaving 3 remaining.
Yeah, this is a battle on the rush right now. I've never seen a match open up quite like this. Both of these teams are extremely fast. Hal is notorious for that. But Saint Elite is fully capable, and they're showing it right now. Most teams kind of settle back when they're up against an aggressive rush team like this, to where they can kind of like settle into defensive control.
Yeah, versus like double down.
Yeah, but right now it's 3 to 1, and there's no reason for Saint Elite to back off. But this time around,
up and not catching.
Man, what a dives. Howell's getting ahead 4-3, but now falling apart.
Yeah, the vibes. We are at the end of the first half.
Wow, that's already 13 minutes.
That flow. Just a beauty in motion here. Hubert again, final remaining call, at least for now.
Man, this just gets me amped up for the full-length sets, the 20-minute halves, man.
Yes.
13 minutes is flying by.
Foley with a quick hit. Chased him.
Foley's looking sharp ever since that right to left cross he threw earlier. That seems to kind of helped turn Saint on, and I imagine that's going to continue to roll. Cody's not the type to go hot and cold. He's the type to just go hot and stay hot.
Cody Dan Foley, a veteran of dodgeball. Many years a top-level USA player, and the last few years in Canada, and making it to Team Canada himself. So Ian Randall, likely a second half player. I think they were saying like came out of retirement. I imagine he is our player/coach. He has selfishly given up his competitive playing time to coach our team and make us all better players. Not many players will do that, and we believe he's one of the best coaches in the game.
I love to hear that.
That's respect from the team.
Well, there's real value in doing so. It's like contributing to a team and being able to play. There's certainly a firm sense of reward from doing that, right? We enjoy it for one, but coaching really does. I think it's a weird niche right now. Of the game is changing so quickly that it allows a lot of creativity from coaches. They can try different things. They can advise different things. They can kind of encourage their team to really flex their strengths, but also check themselves and, you know, respect the opponent that they're up against.
Must have been a timeout called, yeah?
Yep, looks like it. I'm not sure which team called it. I would guess Howell, given that St. Elite's up 4-1.
Yeah.
Maybe that was just a long half. I mean,
no.
Should only be 30 seconds, right?
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
At first, I was like, normal halftime chat. And I was like, wait, that doesn't exist anymore.
Not for round robin anyway. I'm not actually clear on that. Do we have a 5-minute halftime for playoffs tomorrow? I'm not sure if there's actually been a specified time.
Wow. See, the crazy thing is, even though Sakura, they're bringing the aggressive, Yusuf pushing without even a ball in hand. But what's amazing is Hal had such an advantage. They're at the line, they're hitting right away. But it's almost like it's okay for a second wave to happen.
Yeah.
To be like, okay, we'll still get you.
I think it's one of the developing strategies, actually. The rush, everyone so focuses on the speed of the first runner and feed. But I think there's a lot of strategy to play out of that. You can, like you said, accept that first throw. If they hit, they hit. But you can then respond to that. You have a choice in how you respond to that. So the faster team doesn't necessarily have much of an advantage. But that's dependent on how you choose to play it. So either you can relinquish that advantage.
Oh my God! And he pulled him in!
Line ref saw it clearly. He was looking at it. I couldn't quite tell if his foot went over the line. I think he was just on the edge of it.
Well, he would have slid right through if it wasn't. I've never seen like a team save like that.
And man, I mean, he was coming in hot off of that catch too. He slid back like 10 feet right up to that line.
And,
that was wild.
He's not a slender man. There's a lot of meat stuff right there.
Yeah, he's got momentum. Someone had to stop that thing.
Holy, that was beautiful. That's why we watch dodgeball.
Everett's looking to let it rip over there. Well, thinking about our VC MVPs of the match, I think Yusuf might have a claim to that one.
Wrote his name down right away, and we put an exclamation mark on it now. Matthew Ebert by himself. Getting clips. Yusuf riding high.
On the Howell side, I feel like I should nominate Chang. He's been playing his corner and kind of responding when needed, but Howell is struggling as a team right now. They really need to do something to swing this momentum back their way. They don't really have time to waste another game here.
Well said. And it's what started as kind of like an amazing dance pair between these two teams. It's just been a clinic since by St. Elite, but it's so fun to watch this opening rush melee.
Neither team backing off, but a lot of missed throws this time. One out on the Howell side.
Really taking out Esbrooks with a defensive play call. Into the gloves of Cody Danpoli.
Okay, Cody. Okay, Cody. That'll be my second nomination. I love watching Cody play dodgeball. I've been playing against him back when he used to play with Boosh, TC Boosh, when he played 8.5 rubber. And to see him play 7-inch foam is something else, man. The movement that guy can put on the ball, the plays he's just constantly making. He's a glue to any team, and man, is St. Elite a team. Who else would you say is standing out on the Howell side?
It's been tricky because the strength of St. Elite is they've been taking out both wings pretty easily. Hubert's been a survivor, Hubert New, a couple times.
True.
You kind of have to remember that first set where they took the point, which feels like some serious time has passed since then.
Well, yeah, it just doesn't seem like, I mean, the exchanges that have happened have been so fast, it's hard to remember who actually got those hits. Like, it's been wild.
So, like honoring kind of Cheng there, who's been kind of a frontline hero. Big rips, good hit, taking out Dongan. Looks like he never skips a workout again.
How much time do we have left here? About 6 minutes? Maybe a little more than that. Can't quite see the clock. They got to win at least 4 games here before that clock comes down to the no block.
Armsden holding up that right wing, putting pressure, and he's targeted by Huberts.
I want to see someone from Howell really commit to the play. We're at a point in the match where they need to do something. They need to make something happen, whether it's just chaining hits or if it's making that game-changing catch.
They got gloves out right now. Ebert continues to be targeted. They have neutralized Ebert and Leaf. Expect Leaf to let it rip right now. Chang sending it. New keeping himself alive. It's that hidden talent. We often don't see kind of that MVP work when it's just like surviving. Getting clips. New keeping himself alive. Great active blocking. Kenneth, don't call me Ben Ing. Readies, and he's targeted quickly with a preemptive strike. Chung
initiating that counter again now. Allowing his teammate on the opposite corner to collect off of that first hit.
Best chance at the point right now for Howell. Chang is eliminated.
Yeah, I'd like to see a little bit more creativity in that corner play.
But watch out, Yusuf hasn't been taken off, and he's got 2 balls in hand. Wu protects himself, stays alive, 2v3. 6 points to 1. All right, get ready. 1, 2, hard throw, hit. Yusuf getting nice and small.
Howell really just not pushing back hard enough against St. Elite, in my opinion. I think St. Elite's kind of found their control of the court, and it's allowing them to do a lot of things that they weren't getting away with in those earlier sets. We are in a 2-on-2 though. Howell's not out of this game.
Hall not fixated on Yusuf, which is smart. They're trying to take out Wu, so they have that player advantage. Back to blocking.
Remember, Yusuf ended that 1v2 earlier with that quick shot he just took. Managed to take out Leaf. We need one more nomination from the Howl side. Who would you like to put down? We've got Chung in off that right corner. I think he's been putting in some good work.
Well, if we could wait just this final set, because this could make a difference. Otherwise, Hubert New would be my...
Let's put in Hubert then. I wouldn't disagree with that. It's been a balanced effort from the Howl side. It's just they haven't quite been able to find the momentum they need to get into this match. That's not necessarily a bad thing, though. St. Elite's one of the most confident teams here, I would say.
They're pushing themselves for gold this year.
Well, and that's the thing. If they really want to go far in this tournament, they're going to have to learn from their mistakes, but this is an opportunity to learn from. They can carry this into tomorrow, into the playoff matches. And it's not like they're playing all that poorly. I think small adjustments will have a big impact on how they play this out if they end up rematching tomorrow.
Joining this set, Stephen Chatterton, number 8. Look at him, center, as well as Wu. Cool thing about Nathan Wu, he played on Team Hong Kong Mixed Worlds this past year, so 2024.
Interesting.
Austria.
And I understand Hong Kong had a pretty good showing.
Oh, yeah. And dominated Youth Worlds.
Oh, yeah, I've heard. We got to up our game.
Good throw, perfectly placed. Taking out Liang. Now 2 remaining for Howell. David Chung. Watch him. Chang has a hard throw. But Wu, brilliant block. Chatterton protecting his teammates. Going back. Fresh arms from Wu and Chatterton. Expect them to be sending some. I don't know if Dongan's upper body ever gets tired.
Great shot there from Wu. Everett's really been struggling to survive this set. I don't know quite what it is. It may just be a little passivity, watching. You're trying to figure out what to do and you're thinking too much maybe. Sometimes it's as simple as just commit to the play you're trying to make. If you want to catch, go for the catch. If you want to dodge, commit to that dodge. If you overcomplicate it, it can spiral pretty quickly.
And it's like, we now have your VC player of the match here. So who do you think, and why is it anyone else other than Moody Yusuf? This is democracy and vote, but for those who have eyes to see, that was legendary. I'd almost give Josh Sakura there half a point for just pulling him in.
I mean, there's definitely some competition on the St. Elite side, man. I was thinking about a lot of names for that nomination.
And you can see they're playing like they've got the win, cycling through players right now. Not that it's like a V line, but like you keep fresh. Randall, Armsden, Dongan get to do their thing now. I would hope that like right now, Leaf is not taking the win, which is good. And here it goes back to it. But like, can they mix up their strategy? Because what has been going on wasn't working.
Exactly. There's different things that it hinges off of. Survivability being one. If you're a strong corner but you can't survive, it doesn't do your team much good, right? So you got to kind of mix things up and figure out what might work. And if you find that things aren't working across the board, you need to figure out how to play better as a team. You need to do something differently collectively.
Great opportunity for a point right now for Hall. Dongan by himself. 3 balls. Coming at him, 1-2. Dongan 2-ball block.
Flex 5 here, in no rush, but not really any reason to stall either. You can just let it rip.
Easily holding 3 in hand too. Got a little skippy to that.
A little backspin to let it float towards the end of his throw. I love doing that. I wish I was better at it.
So I expect a lot of movement from Zion's throw. He can drop it like nobody's business.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'd almost say Zion's more comfortable throwing a distance because of that movement. He really likes to finesse that curve. You can see it when you're watching from behind.
I was just saying too, like with personal space as well. So just like when he is in a 1v situation, it's kind of like letting him kind of be the little Zion King there and kind of roam this own terrain right there. A little pause in the action right now. Burden the throw is on Howell. Getting that ball back, and it's tossed in. Lucas Lau ready, sets, delivers. 2-ball block, stopping the Leaf throw. Lau keeping Keep elbows in, that way those greedy fingers don't take them out. And speaking of being taken out, Hubert, a potential MVP.
Yeah.
Let's see. You have a chance to vote for the VC Ultimate Player of the Match. 2-8. That's important if you're Hal. Point differential might matter in that, like that mid-bracket placement going into playoffs. Who going by himself?
Gives one up to the opponent.
Whoops. But no damage though.
Survives. Clear proof that it was the right choice. Like, it's not worth scrambling over a ball that you couldn't pick up. Let the ball go and reset, and you're able to collect 4 from doing so.
Big shot. Tradesies. Both big men are out.
I haven't actually seen Chatterton play. Interesting to see how aggressive he is, especially facing off with Edward on that corner.
Burden to throw over to Howell. Ready, set, deliver, on target, taking out Armston. Now 4 players, a ball apiece. Saiyan Elite ready, set, and deliver. Sakura sends Spinorama to keep himself alive while Wu protects him and taking out David Chang.
I do like what Howell's doing here. I'm seeing communication on the back line when they had 2 balls on defense. They're not just passive and static on that back corner.
Ooh, and that's not passive and static. Just big rip taking out Wu. And that ball rolls to the other side.
Well, yeah, and I think that's the kind of the ingredient they were missing. They needed to put a little more pressure on their opponent. I think they were doing that early on in the match, but at some point they relaxed a little too much and it kind of ran away. But that's kind of the nature of the team you're playing. St. Elite's a team that's never going to back off. So, I mean, you have to push back. It's hard to do that, but that's the nature of what you've got to do, right?
And there's like the 2 types of relax. They kind of got cold and passive, right?
But it's good to see that they're showing that they're aware of that here. They're playing through this last point to win to prove that that is effective. That's how they prove through to what they want to do tomorrow. Or later today, for that matter. This is not the end of the day by any means.
Getting nice and low as Leaf.
My goodness.
Incredible mobility out of Josh Sakura. Wow.
Wow. Sakura's movement. I'm being told this is Saiyans' first match of the day. I don't understand, but that doesn't surprise me. I didn't look at the schedule that hard. I was more worried about where I needed to be.
Congratulations to the Saiyan Elite. As we're starting in this midday block in the day.
Very intentional scheduling today then. I like that. I like to see that teams are kind of strategically coordinated to where they're not resting and sitting and resting and sitting.
Well, yeah, to that end, the next game we're going to be watching will be Saiyan Elite going up against Mavericks. So a repeat of Ontario Provincials. And I hope Mavericks had just played, because otherwise it's kind of back-to-back matches we know for Saiyan Elite.
Yeah.
So tune in and momentarily here as we get to see more magic coming out of Ontario.
Awesome. Looking forward to it.
Welcome to the Canadian National Dodgeball Club Championships, where you just saw a false start. My name is Nikisha Suku.
And I'm Sydney Somerville.
And we are your commentators for what's probably going to end up being a very spicy match. This is Ontario 1 and Ontario 2 replaying each other for, I believe, the first time since their finals in provincials.
This is the type of matchup that you see in playoffs. This is going to be a lot of heat, a lot of speed. Actually, quite a few of them are teammates from Team Canada Men's.
Yeah. This is going to... I think Sayan just played here. I'm not sure what the outcome was. I know we just saw the Mavs beat Melee. So both teams coming fresh off of the game. Both. Okay, and so Sayan actually won the last game as well. And Mavs won against Melee 6-4. And so both teams coming off. They're both warm. Both play a suffocating style of dodgeball where for defense and offense. So this should be a very interesting, fast, athletic game. At some point, it's going to pick up pretty fast.
And we are welcoming Miles back to the Sayan Elite lineup. He was, I believe this is his last year of competitive dodgeball. He was playing with Northern Touch in provincials. He was an original Sayan member and left to finish out his season with his brothers, but unfortunately they were unable to qualify, so Sayan welcomed him back with open arms.
And Dongan is a great player. He fits right into Sayan Elite's lineup like he never left.
Absolutely. And we're also Moody Youssef playing with Sayan this season.
Oh, so Murray almost making a huge catch there. You need to have 2 points of contact firmly on the ground when you make the catch, but unfortunately he kind of fell out of the line there. He's dancing about it, but the refs are going to discuss whether he made that catch and was in the court before he fell out.
Catch and then fell out of bounds.
Okay, so catch counts, victory dance counts by Merkler.
He did touch down after that catch was made.
Fair.
So you do have to have 2 points of contact.
Chenko with the offense there. Estabrooks with the return. I'm liking this matchup of Dachenko and Estabrooks against each other. It's a spicy one. Oh. Snow trying there for a team catch, unable to execute. And we've got an advantage here of players for Sayan.
I think Danchenko and Estabrooks throw extremely similar. It's almost a mirror image over in this corner.
Woo! Amazing take there by Estabrooks. Ing trying for a catch there at the top of the line, gets tagged out. Elite still with the player advantage 4-2. Eustace trying to, with a pump there, I love that. He pumped at Dachenko to have him move, but just going right over the head of Dachenko on the actual execution of the throw.
It is unfortunate, though, giving all of the balls to Mavericks, especially with these 2 arms left on the court.
Estabrook's taken out. Tate tries to take out Dongan, unable to connect. Attempt there, Dachenko, unable to connect.
Man, I wish I could move like that.
Don't we all? Still player advantage here. Lots of experience and talent left on both sides of this court. They want Dachenko gone, but unable to connect still.
He basically disappears behind that block.
Yeah. Oh, great look there by Tate. Awesome look there. Friends helping friends. Sending Dongan to the line.
Got 2 veteran players on the Saiyan Elite side, Moody Yusuf and Joshua Sakura.
Big take there by Sakura. Thought even by his body language that he was looking at Tate. Another block there by Yusuf.
He's getting close to that back line, makes me a bit nervous. Although, again, we've seen this many times before. Spencer Tate is usually fantastic at closing these 1v2s. He finds himself in this scenario more often than not.
Yeah, Tate's definitely a grounder. Offense coming up here, and Yusuf with a beautiful throw there.
Fantastic placement.
First point for Saiyan. I don't think there's going to be a single easy point in this game. That was well hard worked for. See if there's any changes to the lineup. I don't know, was Dan Foley on the original lineup?
I believe so, yes,
Okay.
he was.
It was so long ago, that point. And we're off.
Also a big fan of the welcoming out-of-province players. Dan Foley makes the swap from Future back to his home base with Saiyan Elite. Such a strong team on both sides.
I can't think of a team that wouldn't take Dan Foley wherever he wanted to go. Mavs here got a throw with 4 balls. Unable to connect, but great throw there by Wood.
Speaking of Dan Foley, nice ups over here.
Dan Foley, the cross on Merg, unable to connect. Merg blocking it.
He also, CDF has one of the...
Beautiful throw by Merg.
One of the most fantastic titles in dodgeball. He was the top player in the States, and then he swapped over, and now he's one of the top players in Canada.
So what we're watching there is Estabrook makes a catch after he was hit, but the ball that hit him hit the floor before he made that catch. So he's a dead player, so that catch does not count, but not making it any less beautiful.
It's a beautiful catch on Joel with a ball in his hand.
Joel always catches with the ball in his hand. That's like his thing. Whoa! This is just amazing dodgeball. Great take there by Mergler. Wood asking if he was hit. Everybody letting him know he was. Valance saying, that's the call. Give him a ball back over here to Elite. And
why did they get the ball back?
I'm not sure if Matt just took the ball and gave it back to them while he was still alive.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So if you're a dead player, you can't touch the ball afterwards,
you
right?
Definitely can't hand it over to your teammates when you're dead. You're in a coffin. No moving.
It's a good way to describe it.
Fantastic
hit, Kenneth.
Ing with a great cross court there on Merg, and Josh and Sakura and Ing switching places there. Throw will be here on Saiyan Elite as they have more players. Shodan with a big counter there on Ing, a response. Garcia Silvera trying to catch Josh on the transition in the back line, which is a great take because Josh on his way back from the center line. Josh on the back line is Sakura is just too hard to hit. Sakura, one of the greatest dodgers Canadian dodgeball has ever seen.
Incredibly fast, very agile.
One of the things about Sakura, and that's Dongdon taken out. One thing about Sakura is he's actually able to change the movement of his body while he's in the air. A lot of people, they get caught when they're jumping, when they're doing their ups, but he's able to change position and dodge while midair, which is a phenomenal athleticism. But he's got his work cut out here with Garcia Silveira and Jordan in front of him.
This is definitely no small task, that's for sure. I believe he's moving to Calgary after this tournament, is he not?
Yeah, him and Rowe. Ooh, that's the movements we're talking about. Great defense here by Sakura.
Great awareness too, court awareness. He knows where his lines are. Even if he's close to it, he knows.
He's got a throw. Yeah, that's a great call out, Sydney. It's like he doesn't even have to look to know.
I don't know what that was, but
I don't know.
By Josh's
Somebody
face.
tell Garcia Silveira this is not figure skating. We are not doing triple axels here. This is dodgeball. And you know what? That was spectacular. We said we were going to see some of the best dodgeball of this tournament, probably right in this game, and we did not lie to you. Sydney and I did not lie to you. And this is a 1-1 game.
Moody eliminated right off the rush. Fantastic take for Mavericks.
And it looks like both sides opted to keep the same line on. Actually, Tate is off, so somebody's in for Tate. O'Brien.
I believe, yeah, it was O'Brien. I think that was swapped in.
Oh, team catch. Oh. Nice try by Estabrooks, just a little fumble bumble.
Somebody clip that.
Beautiful show. What do you call him? CDF?
CDF.
Taking out Wood and making it look easy. Houston Sakura taken out.
I'm afraid of mispronouncing the name.
You know what? You just say sorry later. You buy some booster juice and you call it a day.
3v3 here. Fantastic matchup too. There's no obvious target on this court right now.
Oh, O'Brien and Cody Danfoley taking out. Beautiful rush counter there by Dachenko on Danfoley.
And then the fetal position dodge right after.
Great defense there by Ing. Loving those fresh pink kicks too.
Beautiful placement from Miles. And Danchenko lines out. Very unfortunate way to end that
Such
set.
a great game. Unfortunate, but yeah, like you said, like some things come with experience. Like Sakura there, like when he was the last one on there, he did not come close to even lining out, no matter how majestic and grand his movements were. Dachenko lining out there, still for how much he dodges, stays in bounds, but it's an experience thing that will, come more and more naturally the more he plays.
Oh, I would have slid right out of bounds, honestly.
And Sakura really fast off that rush. Moody sending Tate right to that line.
Looks like Sayan opted to give up 2 balls there, trying to catch Mergler off the back rush here. We have 1 ball in the hands of Ing over on Sayan. Goes for a trade and is unsuccessful. 2 eliminated.
Player and ball advantage for the Mavericks. Great defense there by Estabrooks. I'm right in front of him, so anyone at home that thinks he got hit, that did not touch him.
Very clean, very clean. My knees hurt watching that, but very clean. CDF.
And Estabrooks tries to take a cross court there on Thompson, but he was ready for it. Garcia Silveira calling the play. Thompson ball going high there.
Estabrooks getting so low that he wasn't even aware that Mavericks threw 2 at him.
This is is a very defensive line on the Mavs side. It's not one of those players is an easy person to hit. Great pressure there by Thompson and able to get out of the way of Moody's ball on offense.
Thank God for that, because he would have eaten it.
And Thompson taking out CDF. Say an Elite has to throw here. They're definitely putting a lot of their offense onto Dachenko. 4 balls here for the Mavericks. Garcia Silvera experienced there, calling the play. Dachenko able to get that 5th ball and then call a timeout now. This is, you have 5 balls here to start after this timeout if you're able to keep the balls. Coach Vic Ravilli having something to say here. It also gives a breather here to San Elite.
I believe we'll also be going into no block right after this. It looks like we have about 6 seconds left in this half. If my eyes do not deceive me. Fantastic dodgeball so far. Very evenly matched game. High pace. High risk, high reward.
Yeah, and if you're just tuning in and you think that all dodgeball is like this, it tries to be. But this is the best dodgeball you'll see, some of the best dodgeball you'll see in the country. Garcia Silvera taken out there. And now, as you said, Sid, we're going into no blocking. So great quick win hit there from Say an Elite, able to take down some players before the no block.
Judging by the reaction, it looks like in that timeout huddle that may have been pre-discussed that they wanted to get rid of Maddie before no block. Some big cheers coming out of Sayan's side.
Chenko taken quickly. Thompson taking out Sakura. Oh, Estabrooks with a big finish. And we're going into the half with a 3-1 lead with Sin leading the Mavs. Any thoughts about the game so far?
It's a 3-1 score, but oftentimes with games like this, the score does not reflect the game itself. They're very close sets, very, very talented teams. None of them have been easy. They've had to fight for every single point. I think where Saiyan Elite is shining, they're a little bit scrappier than Mavericks right now. They're closing with flying colors.
Yeah, and then you have some unfortunate stuff that happens, like a line bio that costs a point. So it is just like the luck of the draw when you're playing at this level. But yeah, Saiyan Elite is a slightly bit more dominant on like the scrappy plays. Yeah, and that matchup between Nick Dachenko and Kalen Estabrooks is a really entertaining matchup to watch. So we're looking at to see if there's any line changes here as they start to line back up.
Tom Singh is off for this set. I believe they brought in...
He played a great match though last set.
Well, Tom Singh, Joe Doing, and Danchenko are off this set. I believe they brought in O'Brien, Snow, and Tate back.
Great hit there by Woods.
Saiyan Elite sticking with their lineup, it looks like. And with the lineup that's had this much success, I definitely understand why. Great
Mertler
elimination.
getting tagged there. Oh, that was a beautiful hit there by Wood. Bonus here is on Saiyan Elite. Big cross court. I didn't even think it executed, but I guess it did. By Estabrooks.
Had to be the lightest skin.
Yeah, tagged out by Woods.
Four balls in the hands of Saiyan Elite approaching the line.
This is another favorite matchup you like to see, Garcia Silvera with Hustis, but they're switching it up a little bit. Apologies with Sakura. This one goes flying over. Didn't like what I had to say.
Field goal.
Mavs with the player advantage here.
It's bound to happen, though. These were brand new this morning, but after all the gameplay and everything, they're bound to lose their integrity for sure.
The balls?
Absolutely.
Well, there's some switch outs.
I'm just glad I got to play with the new ones before the men got a hold of them.
Oh, beautiful execution there on the throw by O'Brien there on Moody on the shoulder.
Thinking for MVP for Mavericks and Saiyan Elite. Who's caught your eye?
Let's see here. For me, on the Mav side, definitely Dachenko's been putting up a real fight.
And how about Saiyan?
I gotta say that matchup with Esther Brooks has given a lot of attention there too as well. So I'm gonna go either Dachenko or Esther Brooks. What do you think? Who are your picks?
I think for Saiyan, I'm looking at Miles or Foley, Dongan or Foley, and then for Mavericks, probably Garcia Silvera.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. It's got to be Garcia Silvera. It was a sign.
Great feedback. Great feedback.
A lot of what Garcia Silvera is doing is also managing play calling and quarterbacking his team as well. So some of the times you're coming up there, he's not executing, but he's letting us know like what are the best moves here. Having been on Team Canada for so long and been a play caller on that team, his experience and his ability to be strategic is very, very high. Oh, hit there on Dan Foley. So pretty soon you'll be able to vote for your player of the match.
VCU player of the match.
Esther Brooks with a big task here. Gets under, big block. Great effort there by Wu to shag that ball.
Little heel click there.
Oof. Great discipline to not go on his own. Mergler rushing up. I would have taken it, and my throw is like 1 kilometer per fucking freaking hours. But yeah.
It wasn't me.
Sorry about that, everybody. But we're not really into the game.
It's now a tie game, 3-3. I believe a timeout was called for the Saiyan side.
So, we've got a 3-3 game here. Both teams are playing incredibly well. You're seeing amazing athleticism, really good play calls, really great team throws, really great defense. Anything you're noticing here that could give either team a better advantage, from your opinion?
Honestly, no. I mean, the teams are answering each other. Every single time there's some sort of punishment, the other team feeds it back. None of these sets are won overly dominant. It's all been close. It all comes down to the final few players.
This is a very quick exchange with a lot of people surviving it. I think Woods and Yusuf didn't, but everybody else did. 5v5.
Saiyan had a lot of people really close to that line off that rush. Just missing CDF.
Advantage here with the balls for Mavericks. Chose to go 2 balls on Esther Brooks. Great choice there. Merg going in front and either Snow or Tate going on the cross there. Esther Brooks able to get around 1 and then Merg taking advantage of that block going high. Snow just slightly tagged out there.
Great placement.
Garcia Silvera. It's so hard to throw cross court like that outside of your body as well when you're playing on the left side, unless you're left-handed, which, woo! Garcia Silvera just taking names.
I feel very confident about my MVP choice.
Garcia Silvera tagged out there, but definitely put in enough work Dan Foley taking advantage of that lull in play there, very smart, but Mergler just able to see it. And Dan Foley with a big job here.
Not sure what's happening over here with the refs. They're discussing something. Clock has been paused.
And I will say, like, as this clock is paused, the roughing has been great this game, right? Like, firm calls, you know, I'm seeing what they're seeing, to be honest, and it's been great. And in a game like this, reffing matters. Dan Foley tried to take a quick counter from his knees there. Doesn't execute, but they are able to hit them.
I very much appreciate how into the game the lines people have been. Oftentimes it's difficult to find linesmen that'll actually pay attention.
Oh my gosh!
There was a catch.
Two connected, one catch. That was phenomenal. And Yusuf back in the game here. I'm not sure who the catch was on, but Snow quickly tags that in and finishes that point. Just about 4.5 minutes left in this half of the game. That was a big point. Winning that point, the first point or so after a tie, is such a momentum booster. And we're off. Woods throwing off the rush, but Ing able to block, but they're saying the block came down on him or tagged him or something. His own team calling him off, Coach Randall calling him off.
Don't forget to vote for your VCU player of the match. Got a neck-and-neck race between the 4 selected players.
Let's see if Garcia Silvera is gonna solidify his. Whoa, great team throw there by the Mavs.
Or
Getting
will it
rid
be
of
Dan Foley with that catch after a 4-ball attack?
Great catch there by
4-ball attack.
Great catch there by Wood. That was a monstrosity.
Always happens after we've already posted the MVPs. Always.
That's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. I think with teams like San Elite and the Mavs too, it's like not who's the MVP, but who's the MVP right now, right? Like it can be anybody at any time on teams like this. Like, you know, Snow's a star on Monday, Mergler's a star on Tuesday, right? Like that's just the name of the game when you have teams with this much experience. And Mavs taking 2 games pretty quick here after the tie.
It's like 3 minutes left in the game.
And opting to keep the same line here, fresh, hot momentum line.
Saiyans bringing in Wu. A fan favorite, of course.
Absolutely Wu's a fan favorite. Has been for years.
Garcia Silvera tagged off that opening rush.
If I'm saying Elite too, I'm getting rid of Garcia Silvera as fast as I can in this match. No connections on the offensive throw there from the Mavericks. Estabrooks just missing. Mergler calling the play here. I'm nervous. I'm like sitting in front of my chair here.
Edge of the seat.
Great block there by Mergler.
We have player advantage on Saiyan Elite, right? 6 players to 5?
Correct.
This net is screwing up my eyes.
You're good. Oh, Dan Foley trying for a catch there. And he was in the right spot. Just really, really great power there from Wood, popping it like just out of his reach. Ing with the great laterals. And Sakura calling the play here. And tagging out Snow. And Wood trying with the answer. And then Estabrook seeing a freedom for him to answer, but nobody connecting there.
A minute and a half left in this game. Realistically, Saiyan would be let out so they can push for a tie game.
Everybody's safe still. Mergler calling a call here. Not sure if it's going to be a 1 or 2 ball play. 1 ball play, but safe.
It's a good call. They're in a good spot right now. They don't need to rush or force anything.
Safe, but it looks like they might not get that ball. Yusuf taken out on the back track there, guarding that ball.
As well. Now a 4v3 swap to the favor, in Maverick's favor. If I could get words out.
Great shot there by Eustace, but just in case, Wu with the double tap. Eustace's offense looking really good this second half. Eustace Sakura. Big hit there on Wu by Mergler. Could hear that back in Edmonton.
I told him to impress me. He is not disappointing.
Nice try there, Ing with the attempt at the catch, and Mergler hyped up, taking out Sakura there. Now Mavs kind of running away here with a 3-point lead with 1 second to no blocking, so it's going to be no blocking here. So this is a Mavs win, but will it be a 6-4 win or will it be a 7-3 win? That's what we're deciding here because we're in the round robin. Point differentials matter.
I think they heard me when I said that this game wasn't dominant on either side because they came back hard.
And I think in the beginning, Sayan had a more dominant first half. And then once the Mavs started to gain some momentum here, it was after they tied, it was just a little bit of, they kind of ran away with it. Now this can look very different when we get into playoff territory in their 40-minute games.
Sayan swapped up their entire line for this no block. They brought in Armsden, Randall.
Major catcher in Armsden.
Wu and Chatterton,
Major
I believe.
catcher in Chatterton. Yeah, this is a great no blocking lineup. And we got 2 Woos. We got WU Wu and we got double OO Wu. And double OO Wu has some of the best swagger in the whole country on the dodgeball. I think he formerly played for Hong Kong, and the style is just outrageous.
I believe so, yes.
Great hit there. Oh no, hit the ball.
It's nice to see at least like all the smiling and chatting back and forth on the court. Beautiful catch by Armsden. Armsden doing Armsden things.
Yeah, it was light work for Armsden. Tom Singh looking for that counter. Still able to not connect, but able to get out of the way of that ball from Armsden. Chatterton looking for a grab there, unable to. It popped right back out. I hate those ones.
It's there, and then it's not.
And Randall making a call here. Oh, I think that one catches, but we're not sure if he was dead by the first or second ball.
I believe the second ball that hit him did die before the catch. At least that's what the ref has called.
Yeah. Valent's smiling because he's keeping his call.
We love a ref that does that. I made the call. That's the call. We're sticking with the call.
Yeah, nobody's perfect. Then I think that was the call anyways. But yeah, Rich getting tagged out there on a 1v1, at least taking somebody with him. Joel, one of the most experienced closers in the country with success. And so let's see what he does here. Oh! Tell me I'm perfect. Tell me I'm right. I told you guys. That is, and it's just Duchenko and Jodan against Randall here. And team throw there ends, score 7-3. Let's see if we see this matchup again, maybe in the playoffs in a 40-minute games, and see how that goes. I'm Nikisha Suku.
And I'm Sydney Somerville.
And we're signing off here live from Calgary, Alberta at the National Dodgeball Club Championships.
All right, and we are back. We are watching Royals take on Darkhorse. I'm Kendall Stelmack, and I am joined here by someone who just played his butt off.
I played 2 games in a row. I am so tired. It is very hot.
But you looked good doing it.
Oh, okay. Didn't feel good doing it. It is very hot in this gym. But you know what? We're here. Canadian Club Champions. First one.
Yes.
It's very exciting.
The event formerly known as Nationals.
It was. A very beautiful city of Calgary.
Absolutely
and a nice
stunning
exchange
weather,
off the start.
Royals bringing it in.
Just a 1-for-1 off the rush right?
It looks like they are in a 5v5 situation right now.
Big throw from Maximus up at the middle there.
5, 4, 3.
Royals being the #1 team from the Quebec province, and Darkhorse being the 2nd place Manitoba team. So it should be a pretty even and energetic matchup.
Yep, that young, handsome guy just tried to take my head off there. Ashley. Oh, what a handsome kid. Can I say he's a kid? He's younger than me, right?
As long as they're
gotta
younger
be.
than you,
Yeah.
at least by 10 years, then yeah, they're a kid.
I don't know if it's 10 years.
Okay, how long have you been playing dodgeball?
I've been playing dodgeball since 2018.
Okay, he has not been, so he's a kid to you.
Okay, cool, thank
There you
God.
go. All right, and that was a nice block there.
I love these Royals jerseys.
I remember them from last year. They are quite nice, and the letters are so crisp and clean. They're very
so
easy to
big.
read.
Big hit out of the middle there onto Maximus there. First year Team Canada vet. Also a young man.
Just down to 4 now for the Royale side as Darkhorse comes up to take the shot. It looks like Schmidt took out
Josh Walsh. And Ashley Ben just took out Martin Dutil. Oh, screen. Oh no.
Olivier Job losing his footing just a little bit over by the line there. Down to 3 now.
The line is lava.
3, 2, 1.
Good
Nice
pump fake.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. Like, nice big pump fakes from the Darkhorse side. Like, honestly, I've seen a lot today, and Darkhorse are the only ones where I was like, oh, and I flinched.
Right?
Patsy just barely avoiding that one.
Good 2-ball block there.
4 balls in hand now. So it's Benoit and Patsy against the 3 players from Darkhorse. 4 players, sorry. They're going for Ben. Ben manages to stay alive. He screams out hold because he knew that they were going to throw their balls over. Burden now over to the side of Darkhorse, coming in, ready to take that shot. And Ben going after Benoit.
Oh, and he lined out over the center line.
Ooh.
Or all balls? Oh, all balls.
All balls. Okay, so Ben is still in.
I cannot hear.
That's
that.
okay.
I can't hear the throw count.
I don't think he could either. That's why they had to throw them all over.
Fair enough. 2-ball play there at Ashley. Gets out of the way both. Ooh, wasting one too many balls there.
Olivier Job getting nice and low. He's one of those players who has a lot of range in his movements, and I think that Royals are going to have to watch out for that.
And a triple onto Robinson there.
It's just Benoit left now. Burden to throw on Benoit.
See if Darkhorse spends a few balls here.
Only sending the 1. I think that was a good tactical move.
And for the trade.
Yeah, they counter with the 2 throws
Ashley
afterwards.
with a good trade there.
When you're that good, you just basically have target written on your face.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, as a Manitoban myself, like I've seen the progress that Darkhorse has made ever since they became a team, and I gotta say I'm very proud of them for taking that #2 spot. They have worked for it.
You know, they had their first year with Murgler after he had moved over there.
Yes.
And then now Murgler's playing with Mavericks again.
He went back to his home team.
He did.
Got homesick.
Yeah.
Oh wow, squeezed
not
him
too
there,
sure.
but
Oh.
unfortunately Patrick does go out.
He's trying to human shield him, but I think Maximus might be just a little bit bigger than Martin. Taller, that is.
Good effort though, good effort. Oh, right up and in, and Zeller doesn't manage to get it. Slides over as he's going out. It is
5, 4, 3.
It is just Schmidt and Ben left now.
Five, 4, 3, 2.
That's Josh Schmidt. Ben Schmidt's
5,
with goggles.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Here's my teammate.
All right, so we are down to just Ben now. We had to take a moment to figure out which Schmidt was which.
5, 4, 3.
Oh, Ben going for the catch, unfortunately doesn't quite get it. And Walsh takes the kill on that one.
These two teams from being from different provinces seem to play each other a lot.
Yes.
I think Royals practices in Manitoba quite a few. They go to pretty much every Manitoban tournament that they can.
They definitely love to come to the Go tournament.
Oh, what a fun tournament that is. I think that's run by Amanda First.
Yes, it
correct?
is. And I like it because I don't have to pay for a hotel.
That's fair.
Home court advantage.
In the beautiful city of Winnipeg, Manitoba.
Let's go with that.
I've been there 6 times.
No,
so
I love Winnipeg.
I keep going back.
4, 3, 2.
I mean, I still live there, so obviously there's something about it. All right, so we see the ref coming in, making a call there. Kalapa going for it as they make that play call.
4, 3, 2.
Up and over.
Josh, double from Josh onto Eldon. That one's Josh with the goggles.
Thank you. I'm not going to live that down while the rest of the game. Okay.
No.
All right.
He's wearing very long shorts for him today.
I mean, I wasn't going to bring it up, but yeah, they are excessively long.
Yeah, for him.
For him, yes.
For him.
4, 3.
Oh, my.
Patsy going for the block, unfortunately, does go down a little bit on the ball, and it looks like the ball needs to be replaced as well now.
All right.
I mean, the real unsung hero that takes the most punishment during these tournaments are the balls.
They are the balls. They really are. Just a couple of them are already kind of squishy. We're midway through the day.
Yep.
That's okay. Beautiful volunteers getting the balls down to every court for us. Having extra balls. Good block there from Schmidt. That's Schmidt too, right?
Thank you.
Okay. I'm making sure.
Okay.
I'm familiar with most of the Darkhorse team, but some of them I'm a little confused sometimes.
Yeah, it is still Ben Schmidt.
Woo!
And
Good catch from Martin Dutil. Big smile on his face at all times.
And he's
there.
celebrating it too.
Oh, takes his eyes off the glass for 1 second there.
Got a little bit distracted on that celebration though.
And refs are speaking now.
Too much pandering to the crowd from Dutil.
Too much.
No, I'm kidding.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, honestly, if I had a catch like that, I would be like, I would celebrate it.
Absolutely.
And I mean, rightly so, because like it, especially like how fast these balls get thrown and the level of athleticism from both teams.
Yeah.
Like catching a ball is no small feat when you're at this level of play. We have just Rousseau and Walsh left going up against Ben Schmidt, and he blocks nice and low, double checking with the ref, and he's like, I don't know.
Oh, and the ref is yelling at the what?
The ref is calling it no hit. I think he was just a little bit confused. He couldn't tell. Blocks again.
A little bit.
I mean, honestly, based on that block, like there's a lot of places, especially the knee pads, where you can't always feel it.
Yeah, of course.
It's the padding. Ooh.
I think we should just play no block ball.
I mean, we are going to get into no block very soon, and then we are going to have to pick our players of the game.
How long? 2 minutes? No, 13 minutes. We got about 4 minutes left until no blocking.
Yep.
It's 2-1 now for Royals.
So they are going to line up again. Again, Royals coming from that #1 spot in Quebec, so kind of nice that they are still managing to keep control of the game. Coming in, and Josh Schmidt makes the play call.
Big hit there from Ashley Bend. And
there goes Dutil.
Josh Walsh is also eliminated. Both corners from Royals eliminated in the same play. This is what Darkhorse is known for. They're 2-5 deep. Oh, he's already dead.
Yeah, Blanchette goes out, and then again, Patrick takes that shot, but like you said, he was already out. It's just Rousseau, Patry, and Duty left. Two Patrys. Sorry.
2 Patrys. The 2 young ones. It's very hard to play against that Darkhorse 2-5, really high pressure. It's very hard to play against it. I don't think I've successfully done it once. Aaron has killed me every time.
Nice throw there from Patry, but they managed to get out of the way right at the exact moment they needed to. Ben coming up, looks like he's going to take the shot. Patry takes the counter and then catches
Big
Schmidt.
catch from Boris Patry there. I don't think, well, I'm not a ref, but Josh Walsh was not the first eliminated.
I don't believe so.
No. All right.
But I also
It's fine.
don't necessarily pay attention. I just know that someone gets eliminated and then I move on. Walsh with a big block up going over the net.
Into our headers.
Rousseau and Patry changing up positions again. Walsh making that play call, coming in. Going for Harder. Harder manages to block it.
What a good name for dodgeball.
Harder.
Harder. What a good name.
Rousseau coming up to take the shot. Looks like they were going for him.
Good block.
Just a little shy of the knees there, but he manages to slide out of the way instead of making a sticky fingers catch and fumbling. So smart. After he comes up, looks like he's just trying to chase him down. I love the aggression coming out of the Royale side. Like they love to keep pushing Darkhorse to the back line there, and it's working so great for them.
It really is.
Especially because we see a lot more of the aggressive pump fakes from the Darkhorse side.
Good throw.
Honestly, they have just been pinpoint with their counters on the Royale side, and I'm loving it.
Their early counters have been so good this game.
Oh. It just chef's kiss. Like their counters have just been chef's kiss all game.
Yeah. And even with the counters, it's making Darkhorse play on their back, on their heels a little bit. Big kill there from Boris.
And Zeller gets eliminated now. It's just Klappa left.
Good block.
Honestly, like especially with Klappa, he is such an unassuming, quiet guy.
Yeah.
And he has done like so many 1v4s, 1v5s, and just
he can. Oh, he throws a curveball.
It's got a bit of a curve on it.
Yeah, he's definitely one to not count out. Oh, good trade.
And yeah, even though he put his foot behind him, it did get him on the foot. But honestly, like I've seen him do it before, but he's just like one of those really unsuspecting players, and it's like, oh, you're still here, and then all of a sudden, like, oh, he does a 1v5.
Yeah.
And then he goes back in. He doesn't even take a break. Golf claps.
Snaps and claps only. We got a timeout here from one of the teams. I'm not too sure who called it, but
either way, both teams are going to take that timeout because use it or lose it.
It's most likely Darkhorse. They've lost the past 3, and I think the score is 4-1 now, or 3-1?
I have a bunch of Royales in my way. I can't see the score.
As do I.
That's okay, though.
3-1 with, almost had it there. The deer's in the way. That's okay. We'll get the time here in a minute. I'm going to pull up, see if I can get the chat down.
We are going to go into no block very shortly, so we are going to have to vote for those players of the game. So who are your favorites so far?
I'm certainly going to have to turn the sound off of my own.
Go for it. Okay, it is 3-1. Royales are currently in the lead against Darkhorse.
We got 42 seconds left of the first half. We start no blocking.
It's interesting formation for that rush.
It is. Oh, big catch from Ashley Ben there on Josh Walsh. Ooh, off the rush.
He took that very well, considering how clutch that catch was.
It really is. Josh is one of their biggest arms. Oh. And another grab from the Royal side. I think that was Robinson there.
Love Patsy coming up to the line, trying to bait them, even though they have 5 balls. And
good dodges there. running low on time. Oh, Chris has the...
Zeller was making himself a target there. They were trying to get those balls, but honestly, Royale's just holding the line. We see Blanchette making the play call, and they were going for Wu. And Ben.
Oh,
and then the clock goes, taking those shots as much as they can. I think Benoit did hit out Bend just as the whistle was going, so he does stay eliminated. They do manage to take out a couple players on the Royale side as well, so it looks like it's going to be 5v4.
4.
I think.
Yeah, 5v4.
You don't have to be this many. Should go get another can of energy drink if I can't count at this point in the day. Schmidt getting out of the way there.
I need a Red Bull and some electrolytes for sure. It is hot in here.
The humidity is...
It's normally dry in Calgary.
Well, I mean, there's a pool across
There's
the way.
also a pool.
We are in an indoor facility with a giant Olympic-sized pool. It's a very lovely
That's a good
venue.
catch. Amazing football toes. I don't even know what to say. That was fantastic.
It's just tombstone right to the ground, and all he could think about was that catch. That is dedication. But there's
oh my goodness.
a catch right
catch.
back.
Oh my goodness. This is a catching fest.
Especially because we're in no block, too. That makes it even better.
It does.
It just means the game gets going, and we keep to watch more dodgeball.
We do.
Woohoo!
Oh. And Ben skimmed there by one of the balls. Eldon or Aaron.
Patsy gets eliminated off a 2-shot.
Josh Schmidt moves my favorite dodgeballer and how he moves. His laterals are just so nice.
It's the short shorts. It gives him a range of motion.
It really is. If they were shorter, he'd make a catch right here, but...
If they were any shorter, we'd have to put a black bar over him. Benoit managing to avoid that one.
By Eldon there.
Oh, woo.
Oh, wow.
Olivier Job reaching for that ball. Patsy decides to get him as he is distracted, but he manages to see it coming and hop out of the way. And up and over Olivier Job trying to catch, and then Wu gets eliminated as well. That's going to close the gap now. No, sorry, that's not going to close it.
It's going to make it a little bigger.
That's not going to close it. I saw them as they're changing the score. I'm like, aw. But I mean, Darkhorse still can put up a good fight in the second half. Like, especially Darkhorse is usually a second half team. They're
very fast team.
They use a lot of strategy. Like, they get a good read for the opposing team, and then they know how to adjust accordingly.
Yep.
And then you have Coach Jamie Tapper. I mean, she's and her and Amanda First, like, they both have like ridiculous strategical knowledge from their years as legacy dodgeball players. So for players of the game, who are we thinking about here? Because we have to pick from, and honestly, that's the problem, is it's so hard to pick because so many have put up this has been such a good game.
It's been a really good game. Even the score doesn't really dictate that, it's been a very good game. Darkhorse and Royals have been playing very well.
Now, I gotta give one to Bend because he had that really good clutch catch.
Oh, he did.
And then, who was it that had that really good catch coming off of the other catch on the Royale side?
Oh, there's been a good few catches on the Royal side. It's tough to narrow them down. Both the Patries have made a good few catches.
Yeah.
Oh, who have been playing?
Ooh, bit of confusion off that opening rush there. Pacheco gets eliminated early.
That's okay. It's a 2-for-1 trade, I think. So many Royals jerseys in the back there. And Darkhorse coming out swinging in the second half. It's halved. Good one.
I think Ben definitely putting up a good fight. And he had a lot of those catches. I think we're going to put him on the list for player of the game. Kloppa going out. I think it just skimmed him off his nicely coiffed hair.
Beautifully coiffed hair.
It's well coiffed.
Some close shots there.
we work on that player of the game. We see them coming up to the line, ready to take that shot. Schmidt gets out of the way. Coming up to the line again, they got 3v4 right now. Ready to take that shot, going for Bend. That guy is just a target right now, and it is, Patsy took the shot, had 2 balls in hand. That's gonna give the burden now over to the Darkhorse side with player advantage. Ben takes a shot at Patsy, manages to avoid him. Zeller. I was just pointing him out to you. All right, now 4 balls in hand. We see Darkhorse with that player advantage. Still, they are going after. Looks like, oh, Patsy, and takes him out in the knee. Great shot from Ben Schmidt there, because there's a B on his jersey right in front of his name. And he's also on the side of the court that I can see that.
And a quick set there from Darkhorse.
They close it out, but I think that's the thing that's really going to affect morale a little bit on the Darkhorse side, is they had to send 3 to take him out.
They did. And that's okay.
I mean,
it ended the point.
It is, absolutely, but like, it's not a great, it doesn't work strategically. Like, well, he was the last player in, so I can definitely see why they would do a full send like that, but you know, if it's something that needs to be done for every player on the Royale side, that is not...
That's tough.
It gives them a tactical disadvantage on the Darkhorse side.
It does. But I think with the time counting down, I think they had to full send there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They want to try and get more points on the board, or at least close the gap, because we are still in a round-robin games right now, so the points matter.
Ooh, good throw from Clapper there. Good block from AOJ. Those are cool tights.
Which ones?
Aaron's.
Oh,
yeah. A big shot from Maximus there. It's his first time on the court in a good few sets.
Yeah, we've seen a pretty solid lineup. Not a lot of changes on both sides, really.
Adir's in for his first set of the match here. Oh, big hit from Ashley there. Oh my goodness.
And then a cross-court shot right into the ball retriever.
And Josh and Ashley were both not looking. Very unlucky.
Klappa and Harder and Bender coming up to take the shot. They go for... They went for Benoit, but he manages to stay in. Yeah. Klappa just double checking. They're like, you're good. Stay in. All right, and players of the match are up. Make sure you get your votes in. 2 for Royale, 2 for Darkhorse. Vote them how you want them. All right, 4 players left now coming up to the line. They still have 5 on the Royale side, so they got to take those shots up and over. Almost could have got a team catch off of Klappa there, but as Olivier Job is rushing the line, he gets eliminated.
He does take out Adir there as a trade, which getting players down. I think we've got 4.5 minutes left. They just need 1 set they just need 1 set within 4.5 minutes to...
Just a little bit shy of Benoit there. I love the little wiggle he did to get out of the way.
Yeah, it was great. Klappa, Schmidt, and Bend here. This is Benoit, Dutil, and Rousseau.
4 balls in hand. Royals coming up to the line. They had that burden shot. They took it. And now we get another ball. So it's just going to be a bit of a tug of war back and forth with ball control, I think, because it's a 3v3 at this point. And sending 2 over. Rousseau takes a shot at Klappa, just barely managing to avoid Klappa's arm as he retreats. Oof, and Klappa returns fire, Goes for Klappa again. And
that was very, very close to the sideline there.
We don't want those lineouts.
No, we don't. Those are too free.
Schmidt goes to block, but unfortunately does connect with him, calls himself out.
Ben does have a very nice, like, dipping throw.
That one sailed so nice, but Kloppa got out of the way just in time for that one from Benoit. All right, so it's a 2v3 situation right now. So Royals do have player advantage. Kloppa deciding to take a shot at Rousseau.
Let's see how Royals plays this here. They do have the lead.
Nice return fire shot all the way from the back of the court from Bend as Royals were on the retreat after they took their burden shot.
Yep.
Still have player advantage though, so Royals need to throw again. I gotta say though, I loved it when Kloppa was going back and forth as Royals were coming up to the line. He was like, I'm over here,
yeah.
I'm over there. I don't know,
All over the
you gotta
place.
catch me. Nice big
Oh my
shot,
goodness.
but a bigger catch from Bend. Oh my gosh.
Ooh.
Whips it from the back line, and Bend gets it at the back line. And then another shot, and I'm taking out. Yeah. So we have just Benoit left now.
What a swing there from Ashley.
Yeah. There's that. There's that TSN turning point we were talking about for Darkhorse.
Yeah, there it is.
All right, we see the play call being made now. Zeller in the middle, going after him.
A big hit there. It is 4-3 with about a little less than 2 minutes left.
Yeah, Zeller with that amazing tombstone catch earlier, and now with that amazing hit, closing the point gap even more. It is 4-3. Darkhorse is putting themselves on the board.
They're there.
Mm-hmm. All right, refs calling them ready, and they are
90,
off.
90 seconds left.
A little bit of a slow start from the Darkhorse side there. Royals just.
I think that might have been a bit of a blunder there. Royals did throw off the rush when it was not their burden, and Maximus dies for it.
Well, you know, Burton is like, they have the 10 seconds to throw because they did get the point in the last round, but that doesn't mean they have to, so Royals just decided to take the shot, especially because there was that confusion at the line from Darkhorse. Ben trying to go, and it's a 1-2, especially after that catch.
Oh, and a double off of Bend.
Yeah, and then Wu gets a line out.
Big hit there onto a deer.
Yeah, so Amel's eliminated from the Royale side, so we now have just the 4 players left. We're going for Schmidt. Schmidt gets eliminated.
Good honesty there from Josh Schmidt.
Josh Schmidt gets eliminated. Ooh. Josh Walsh just barely managing to stay in.
And a great pre-counter there onto Kloppa. Big throw there out of the middle from Boris.
Nice block by Ben Schmidt. Ooh, loses his footing a bit there, Zeller, when he threw, and then Ben Schmidt goes out. Oh, Zeller was going to try and go for the catch, unfortunately doesn't make it.
Right, we are out of regulation.
So the round is to
end in no blocking.
Yeah. I think the whistle went just as he was going for that catch, so the hit doesn't count, so it is going to be Zeller finishing it off against the 3 players left on the Royale side.
He does have a chance to tie it here.
Ooh, he could. And because we are in round robin, it can end in ties.
Yes. Tough task with these 3 Royals players, though.
I like how he's staying at the back line, trying to go for the catch, but just gets right in the face, and he's
upset with himself there.
I'm taking a moment to reconsider his life choices, but I mean, understandably, like, he wanted to have that moment to close the gap, but Royals are going to take this one 5-3. Honestly, though, valiant effort by Zeller, and make sure you stay tuned to the chat so we can see who the player of the game is. And we're just going to take a look here real quick. And we just saw Darkhorse versus Royals, and now we're going to see Armada taking on Bloom very shortly.
I think I'm playing right now.
Well, you should probably go find your team then to make sure.
Oh, no, we're roughing again.
All right.
Nice.
Well, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
I'm sure we'll see you at some point later on the stream as well.
I'll be back again for Royals versus New Era.
Ooh, I'm just going to come watch that one.
I love Manitoba and Quebec.
Okay.
Right?
I mean, yeah.
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 I just love Dan Holder. That's about it.
Who doesn't?
I love that guy so much.
All right, we're back on court 1, looking at a women's match here between Bloom and Armada. This is Michael White talking to you from Portland, Oregon.
I'm Erica Spitzmacher from Alberta, where we are.
And we're about to open this match.
Bloom gets a good hop off the rush.
Yeah, that looked
they
quick.
get 2 people out. Armada really able to capitalize.
Well, yeah, it was funny. I was talking about that with Ben earlier. It's like the opening rush, the speed is a factor, but how you respond to that is actually potentially a bigger factor in that.
Absolutely.
That's a great example of them using that to their advantage right there.
So Armada full power against Bloom's 4.
This is actually my first time watching Armada play. I've seen Bloom play. I understand they've been kind of a transitioning team over the last year or 2.
Yeah, there's a lot of new faces on this team that I have not seen before.
Yeah, I believe some of the players from Bloom consolidated onto Hyper. They're here and competing today, but Bloom is kind of reformed and shaped into the team that they are now.
And Armada comes from Prince Edward Island, and they actually do a selection for this. So they do it like way back in November. So they've been playing together for quite a long time, preparing for this tournament. Dodgeball PEI does a really good job of helping out their players and making sure they have the support they need. It's not very easy to get off the island. Lots of money that it takes, so they're really good at supporting their athletes, and they have in the past done very, very well at nationals, finishing 2nd in 2018.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I was watching was it Black Flag and Tempest earlier. You could see how well they know each other. They compete in a very similar fashion.
Yes.
I experienced that similarly in Portland, actually. There's a couple local competitive teams, and we have kind of our own style, the same way that Seattle has their own style, that BC has their own style.
Yeah.
I see the same thing with Prince Edward.
Yeah, we were looking at the last game. We were noticing that the Ontario team was doing something that has only been done generally in Manitoba, and they're like, oh, now they're just like doing like sharing their knowledge across
I love
board.
it. It's the creative niche of the sport right now. You can innovate, and then that can translate into other teams over time. This is kind of one of those spaces where people get exposure to that, and that kind of people adapt as you go through this 3-day tournament.
Gross had a really nice block there. Bloom had 4 balls, weren't able to capitalize. Armada still full power.
Yeah, they're holding their defense strong. It's tough to keep 6 players alive for that long.
Yeah, they do move really well. Wow. Chappelle knocks the ball into Jen Rempel and then able to bring it in.
Yeah, noticing immediately, you're right. The Armada team is posturing really well in the middle, and they're not overly aggressive on their corners, but they are pressuring from the corner.
Yeah, Nick Barish has been throwing a lot of balls. Hasn't made too many hits yet, but it's definitely making Bloom have to look at her.
Yeah,
constantly.
leveraging that, right? She's kind of conditioned them to know that she's a threat, and then using that to her advantage on defense.
Absolutely.
That's high-level dodgeball. I love to see it.
Yeah.
And they're working through Bloom right now. They had a good opening, but they've already got it down 6-2.
Oh,
that 6-1 with a beautiful catch from what's her name?
Rempel. Yeah.
That's easy to remember. I love that name.
Yeah, Mew taken out on Bloom.
What's the leadership like on Armada then, if it's a selection committee that forms the team?
I do believe they just pick captains. They're not listed on my list here, but I would imagine like Halen Sky or Jen Rempel would probably be their captains. They've been playing on the team the longest.
Gotcha. So kind of a natural leadership that's kind of voted onto the team.
Thank you. Thank you.
So our captains are Halen, Jen, and Harding.
Harding. But close. Yeah.
Mitch is talking to us in the background. He can't, or they can't hear him.
We can't hear him.
We can hear him. They don't believe that he's actually there.
I'm just talking to a ghost, guys. I'm just talking to a ghost. It happens.
We all have this friend named Mitch, but no one knows who he is.
Yeah. Well, he did win the Dwayne Wazinski Volunteer Award last year.
Well, there you go.
He has put in
People should know who he is.
hundreds of thousands of hours of his own time. And I'm just going to keep talking about how Mitch is the greatest. But we have to talk about this game here.
Well, yeah, we do need to talk about this match because it's a different opening now. That rush is even 6-6.
Yeah, and Jorger, oh man, that was a mouthful.
Well, yeah, I did get to keep a close eye on what happened in the close of that last set. It looked like in 6-1, it's tougher for me to do much with that, but that's something Mew is particularly good at, is those one-on scenarios. She's got a kind of a crafty, fast throw. She kind of carries the ball high overhand and then sharply releases it off of her wrist, so it goes high off of wrist, low to your toe. Sometimes she's a little wild with it, but when she's on, she's on. Mm-hmm. She can work her way through a team that way. That in combination with her agility and her posturing and her ability to catch.
And Armada getting chipped away a little bit here.
Yeah.
Down to 3.
This is kind of showing the strength of Bloom, I would say. They're a very well-controlled team. They know how to press on the gas when they need to. Particularly once they get ahead like they are now, they can leverage that quickly.
Oh, Valance just getting disarmed, unfortunately.
Yeah, that was a wicked throw from McVarish there. A little tailing curve at the end.
Oh, wow, nice dodge, too.
Always interested to see what the kind of the 2v2 dynamic is, especially with a team I'm not familiar with. Something like that. So both players pushing high up the court and kind of unfazed by the pressure from Bloom there, being successful with the hit. Bloom is going to need to respond to McVarish's arm, especially while she has support from her opposite side. The teamwork is showing through there in the 2v situation.
You don't see Bloom really throwing a lot of crosses, I would say. They kind of like group up and throw together. You see more often, I would say.
I see that. That's a good read.
Yeah.
It's something to keep an eye on because I think that's one of the most effective ways to kind of pin and target a player is to throw pressure straight in front and then throw a hard angle cross from the opposite corner. It's tricky to do though. Timing is a factor. It also comes down to how prepared that player actually is. It's a longer throw, so it can be more catchable.
McVarish taken out. I think this is the first time she's had a sit.
Wow.
Yeah, she's been lights out.
Good thing to keep in mind as we start considering our VC MVPs of the match.
Dixon wasn't quite sure.
I was going to say, no one seemed to react to it.
Yeah. And so we'll be mixed 1-1.
I'm curious to see if either team decides to try to really use the rush to their advantage. So far, we haven't seen a whole lot of intentionality with that, but Armada did get away with a 2-player lead. But that was actually in response to Bloom trying to use the rush. So
yeah, and they were ahead in that rush, and like you said, it's all about how you use it.
So either Bloom responds and tries to use that speed again, sees if they can be more effective.
Big catch, Groves is out on Bloom.
Point blank, got both arms around that. That was beautiful.
Yeah, you got to throw a little bit higher, not right in that old pocket. Beauty.
Well, yeah, since you're fairly familiar with Armada, what would you say their strengths are? What shines through for them as a team?
I think their pressure is really, really good.
I can see that.
Yeah.
I would agree. I'm surprised at like how I guess tight that pressure is too. It's not a lot of loose kind of individual pressure. It's very coordinated, very in sync. And that's really like the key to that in my mind is that how to play defense as a team is to synchronize it.
Yeah, and it's funny how we were talking about that they always like move forward together and stuff and like and then they didn't. They were still standing in the back line. Isn't that how it goes? You will see it. You will see it, I promise.
Well, it's a credit to Bloom. If they're challenging that pressure, then that's what they need to be doing.
Yeah.
And Bloom is certainly a team capable of doing that. They don't have the arms that they used to have necessarily. I'm not as familiar with this complete roster, but losing Cynthia Lee, obviously she's one of the more talented arms in Canada.
Yep.
And I believe, I forget the other player, Cynthia and I'd have to look at the hyper roster, but I do know. They're both very talented players.
Yeah, definitely.
But that's also a credit to Bloom for where they're at now to be so competitive, having lost 2 talented players. Like,
but they still have really good leadership from people like Stella Valance.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's what I love to see is like the fact that the teamwork is ultimately what matters most. It's a great sign of a experienced and I guess complete team.
Yeah. And they're purple. I feel like, or were they blue? I feel like
they've had like a bluish or teal pink combination. I might be imagining that. I've definitely seen the purple jerseys before.
Yeah. Harding. Oh no! Oh, just unable to put some hands on that.
And I don't think that quite clipped McVarish. It was hard to tell from this angle.
Yeah.
She didn't react to it, so I assume it didn't.
She was kind of reaching over Taylor, but couldn't walk past her. Oh,
wow.
Varish with just a rope.
That is against a very good catcher too. That was an impressive throw.
Yeah, it's really because has quite a bit of downward movement.
Oh yeah, it seems like she really wraps her hand around the ball through the throw, so it almost elongates the time it takes for it to come out of her hand, which she kind of uses. So like she's pressuring with her lead step and her form. That caused I believe Sue on that right corner to slide and turn right, which was preemptive. So she ended up not allowing her the opportunity to catch the ball, committing to a dodge, but allowing McVarish to place her shot. That's not easy to do. And she's doing it consistently.
Yeah, and staying alive.
Exactly. Like you said, how long has she been in the game? Like, I think she's been out once in the 3 sets we played.
Yeah, at the very end of that last set.
And she's here in the 3v2, and this is like where it can be challenging to survive because you're down. You don't have the advantage of being able to like leverage and trade, right?
Yeah. I find Taylor's throw is really hard to read too. A lot of people are struggling to read it off her hand, and it almost is like it doesn't give like the full whine. It's almost like
not full extension kind of.
Yeah. Watch it here.
Oh yeah, I kind of see what you're saying. Yeah. She just kind of
takes out balance.
Gets
it's very
it up
hard
there
to read.
and then uses her wrist to just send the ball.
Yeah.
There's definitely a skill in that too.
Yeah, and very hard to read on the other end.
My background is less so with foam, more so with rubber, so I'm much more used to throwing with my shoulder, so I know I'm very conscious of what it's like to throw a foam ball and have to use your wrist. So I really admire when players can do that, because it's not as easy as you think, right?
Yeah, and Taylor doing an excellent job in that game, taking out the last 3 all by herself. So
well
it's
played.
working. It's working.
It's a 2-1 lead now for Armada over Bloom. It'd be a good time for an adjustment. We were kind of talking about that rush. Bloom was quicker off of that last one, but they didn't have any successful hits, as I recall.
Bloom looks like they have kind of a short roster too. Is there only maybe 8 of them? Maybe.
Oh yeah, they got one as a line retriever over there in a red penny, and then they've got one more on the opposite sideline. Oh no, then they got more.
Oh, I lied. Oh, Jenkins makes a big catch on Groves.
It's funny to hear that because back in the day, having 8 players would have been like
too many. Yeah.
Why would we do that? Now it's like if you don't have 9, we're like you're crazy.
Yeah, our arms don't. It's 3-day tournament. You have to have some reprieve.
And I believe the max roster is 12, right? That might include coaches, though. I'm not certain.
No, it is 12. I'm pretty sure like Rainbow Thunder has at least 11.
Wow.
On theirs, yeah.
Yeah, I got to watch Rainbow Thunder a little bit at the thing. They really stood out. They had some interesting methods to how they play as a team. A lot of innovation.
Yeah, definitely. Their captain's kind of coach, Amanda First, definitely has a lot of brain, what do you call it? Brain hive? Like, what's that? That mind hive?
Ingenuity?
Hive mind? I don't know. Yeah. Bloom coming back to the line to throw. They got 4. Dixon able to block. And Jordan taken out by Rempel on the counter. And it's still on Bloom. They've had 4 balls a lot. Haven't really been able to get a ton of hits. Armada has really been able to stay alive.
Well, yeah, I was just about to point that out. Like we were talking about their corner work and their defense and the synchronicity of it. They're turning that into offense. So I mean, that's really the ideal defense is your offense, right? Yeah. A lot of teams do that by rushing off the back line. It's a pretty common tactic in Seattle. We see it a lot in BC as well and throughout Canada.
Yeah.
But I've seen a lot of different styles of dodgeball today.
Dixon makes a catch on Sue.
And that's the kind of thing that you can kind of create with that, right? With that like constant pressure and antagonism, it can create opportunities where catching becomes a little bit easier. Yeah. You kind of get a feel for it as a team rather than having that come and go kind of sporadically. You can never rely on it. The way they're playing right now, they can, and they're leveraging that to their advantage. This is really impressive team dodgeball. And that's not to discredit the individuals on the team. I mean, we're talking about the talent on the corners right now, but the way the middles are posturing, it's a team effort. It's really impressive.
Oh, we must be into mill blocking. We've got Groves got caught on. And
oh, yeah. Just under 13 minutes now.
Yeah. I believe that was Ramsey who got hit out, but she made a catch, so Groves comes on.
This could pose an interesting challenge to Armada. I'm not certain either way, but the way they play, no block can affect that. If you can't use your blocking ball, it may change how you choose to pressure your opponent. Oh, wow.
Nice shot by Dixon. Takes out Groves and then takes out her other buddy.
I don't think it was the wrong move there from Bloom. I think they were just a little late to the punch. They both tried to throw, which in no block I think is kind of your best defense. Better to throw your ball first than to try to react to what your opponent is doing unless you really want to commit to that catch.
Yep.
But they were a little late to the punch, so it was a 4-on-2. Everyone got to throw their ball. That's going to leave you in a tough spot most of the time just by odds.
Yeah.
But now we're going to see what the transition's like. They got a little time to talk, see what they can fix. They're not out of reach of this match by any means. It's only 3-1.
And that's kind of the nice thing about these shorter matches. Everybody's generally in reach.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I wonder, Armada seems to be a team that does a really good job of playing off of the back line. So if they were down players, I would think that would still play into their favor because they won't have to give up majority. They can keep 3 balls in defense when they're down, and then they can climb back in from there. That could be a real strength. It could be kind of a pain for Bloom to maintain what they need to win the match throughout all of that.
Yeah.
But I'm still waiting on Bloom to kind of commit to being aggressive on that rush. The last 2 feeds I saw looked like they were beating Armada on the setup. They just weren't actually taking the throw.
I would love to see Bloom maybe throw maybe some more angles.
That too. You brought up that point earlier, and you're right. If you can successfully throw those crosses, it can elevate your efficiency as long as you can place your throws. And I would believe Bloom is capable of doing that.
We'll see if that's what the plan is. Nice throw by Jorger. Rempel's not quite sure. Oh, it's a bounce. Seemed like it. Armada to the line. Kennedy throws. Jorger counters, but just a little short.
I like the idea, though, they're trying to play out of the transition space more so than at the front line. That last sequence, it looked like Bloom was pressuring as a team, but not getting a lot of a reaction out of Armada. I think that's another credit to Armada in the way they're playing. Those middle players are so stoic that it makes it very difficult for Bloom to kind of create the opportunity for someone to throw and hit. So that transition space might be a more valuable opportunity.
Yeah. McVarish there was throwing a counter. Didn't quite hit. Was able to stay alive. Whew. There was a lot of going on there. Valance and Rempel taken out.
She almost folded over that ball, not necessarily with intent, but just in the way she postured after she threw. That part was intentional, so almost an intentional catch there.
Oh, Dixon getting hit out. I think this is nice for Bloom. They're kind of taking opportunities when they see them.
Yeah, it's a very different adjustment too. All right, so we got to start considering our VC MVPs of the match now.
Yeah, this is a tricky one.
3 minutes to put in our nominations.
Yeah, I would say McVarish, wouldn't you?
I think it's pretty hard not to.
Yeah.
I mean, they've still got some time here, but it's going to be interesting though. We say McVarish, but then you look at the rest of the team and think, and then everyone else.
Well, what about this one? And what about this
exactly.
one? Taylor making those like multiple hits at the end of the last game.
And that folding catch, I remember one of the middles. Yeah, Harding.
Yeah.
Rempel's been doing a lot of countering on the opposite corner. I keep hearing you call out her taking those opportunities.
Getting hit out there. Bloom got almost close to full power.
Yeah, Bloom is really playing well now in response off of this back line, really forcing Armada to approach them and then deal with what they're capable of. Now they're kind of in a position where they're only going to have 3 balls at a time, though. They can't throw 2 necessarily. They could take the risk, and they do.
Yeah.
Interesting. I like to see that.
Again, they're stacked up again as well.
Yeah, true. I think you're very right. If you can throw those balls from either corner, the risk that may play is that then the middle can be pinned if you don't get a successful hit.
Yeah.
But I think you can be prepared for that. It just comes down to the coordination within the team. Same thing like you said. Or maybe not even, like, it's so synchronous, like even a lead and a follow. Get the player to commit to the block with the first throw or reach or something, get them to react, and then follow with the second throw from the middle.
Nice
or from
dodges
the corner,
and blocks by
choose.
Chung.
Let's see here. Let's get McVarish down on the list.
Yep. I'd put Jorger from Bloom. She's made some nice hits.
Let me see. I'm not familiar with Jordan. Oh, this left corner. Yeah, she has. And especially since we've seen this kind of transition out of the half, she seems to be one of those key components to finding that transition hit.
Yeah. Oh, Chung getting hit on that block initially, but then just kind of hanging in for the last hit too.
Doing a job though, kind of to funnel those throws towards her. She got hit by both, which is almost better than getting hit by just one, because that means you got 2 balls out of it instead of 1. The team still has the 2-player advantage, so that's actually kind of a sacrificial play to the benefit of your team. Maybe not intentional, but still for the benefit of your team.
Yeah. But now, we're working on it. We're working on it, Mitch. We got this. I know.
That Mitch bug is tickling me somewhere, and it's, like, it's on my back.
Yeah, so I would say Jorger, McVarish. I would say Taylor. I would say Taylor for Armada.
Armada?
And Dixon also had a couple of nice catches and hits too, but I think I'm going to give it to Taylor.
Let's see.
And then we need one more Bloom, right?
Yeah, I'm scratching my head. I'm kind of looking for the leadership on Bloom, because I know they have it.
Yeah, I would say like Stella Valance would probably be the leadership there. You can see her talking in the corner there, just let's do this.
Yeah, I mean, even on the sideline, I agree. That's a valuable pick.
And McVarish getting hit out. Everybody to the line there being really active. I think that was to Bloom's favor. Kennedy left on Armada. Nice throw. I like how she puts her whole body into that throw. That's very Malaysian-like.
Again, Bloom is really showing the discipline right now. They're not really overextending, although that was a solo throw.
You know what? I like it, though. Quick to the line. I think
I've never been
right
against
choice.
the solo throw. I think it's kind of a recreational tool to tell people not to throw solo. I think ultimately your goal is to be able to throw solo and not get caught.
Yeah.
I think you should be able to take those throws.
Yeah. They have to be the right opportunities, obviously.
Exactly.
But, yeah.
And place it within a safe space, right? Like you can throw a ball without centering it on somebody. Like just because you're trying to hit them doesn't mean you have to do that.
No pocket shots.
Yep. It just becomes a discipline and muscle memory. And we all throw catches sometimes. That's just the way the game goes.
It happens. Oh, nice shot. Jorger able to close it out.
Nice, slow, steady win there from Bloom. They got ahead, controlled the whole point, made it pretty much impossible for Armada to climb back into that. They worked through their arms early. They didn't really leave that on the table like they were doing earlier. It'll be interesting to see if they can do the same and replicate that.
One thing I don't see either real team doing either is like chaos. None of them really, neither team is really into chaos. They like it very controlled and methodical.
You should have been here for the Saiyan Elite Howl match.
Oh man, that must have been all chaos.
That was nothing but chaos. Well, I mean, not nothing but chaos, but man,
controlled
I
chaos?
don't know if I've ever seen more chaos. Let's put it that way. I've been watching a lot of dodgeball over my time, so.
All right, so get your vote in for the player of the match. Jenkins hit out by an Armada. Yeah, it seems like Bloom is really feeling this now. Like they've kind of fallen into a bit of a groove.
Well, yeah, I just noticed they're kind of switching their players off the corners, maybe for an offensive-defensive strategy, like they're just doing now. We're going back out to the left for offense, you sliding over to the left for defense.
It's nice to have players that can kind of play wherever. A lot of people kind of favor certain spots, but it's nice to keep moving around and making people continue to guess.
Well, yeah, 'cause, like everyone kind of has their strength, right? Like what corner do you prefer or whatever you want to call it.
Always a preference.
There's lefties and there's righties and there's positions that kind of favor those things. But ultimately, like I think the better dodgeball team will be able to slot their players into any given position, even if that's just by demand. If you're down to two players, one of you got to play right, one of you's got to play left. If you don't have your lefties in, someone's not going to be on the corner they want to be on.
I mean,
right?
Maybe they could stack up. That would be an interesting situation, right?
I have seen it recently actually at the thing.
Successful?
Some of the women's teams were doing it, and it was very strategic. They were doing it to kind of funnel the throw.
Yep.
And then as they would spread out, it would kind of prove the tell. It would say, oh, they are looking at me. It would say, oh, they're not looking at me, therefore you need to be ready for it. Just that movement by not being completely spread out and static really does actually kind of, I guess, expose what your opponent's looking to do. And granted, I think a good opponent can use that against you, look one way, throw the other. But that's challenging when players are adapting to that sort of strategy in the match.
Mew taking out Dixon on the Armada side. Again, they're just kind of working their way through here.
Yeah, but Armada's hanging on this time. They're close enough to where it's not as uphill of a battle.
Oh,
but there's that cross you've been talking about. Finally, that right side cross from Sue.
Gosh, make me a coach. I know something.
Made it look easy that time. Why haven't they been doing this the whole time?
But trying to get Halen Sky out is going to be a tall task.
You can't do the same thing twice and expect it to work the same way.
No.
So what do you do from here?
Sky throwing kind of a Hale free throw. Hale, because her name's Halen. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I think ball was still alive there.
I think that she would be hit. Oh, that's
Not
interesting.
debating.
Interesting.
They believe the ball was dead before the throw was live.
I thought that was a pretty good move by the Mew. A little aggressive, perhaps. Yeah, that was a nice throw. There's a lot of movement, downward movement on that one from Sky.
Yeah, I love to see it. That's all the tools in people's toolbox is always interesting to me.
Yeah.
Because people don't do this, the tricky throws all the time. It's that one weird one you throw 1 out of 10 times.
Wow.
Oh yeah, you saw that one too.
Yep.
And she's doing that with an overhand. I know a lot of women, several in Portland actually, that have some very tricky throws. They kind of throw from a slide slot to get that effect, where it just sort of like floats out for a low throw angle and then drops real quick at the end.
That's cool.
It's kind of a similar effect that she's doing from an overhand throw.
Yeah. I think they're going to talk about whether Wu got hit on the bounce. I thought it was a bounce, but I don't have the best angle, so I can't. I think they're going to leave her in there.
Didn't look like they were confident it was a hit.
Yeah. Just the way that the ball popped up afterwards, it looked like it probably.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like ground to foot, and then it looks like it popped up.
Yeah.
I had one of those earlier today while I was reffing. It's always one of those plays where players look at you and like, what just happened? It's like, I don't really know, but like, you got to make a call one way or the other.
You do. There's so many. Oh, what a nice dodge by Sky. Wu trying to grab the ball just out of reach. Oh,
Yeah.
nice. Good leave.
That was nearly a costly pass. Oh, again.
Oh, wow.
Did she
Did she
catch that?
hold that? Oh, wow. Good job, Wu. That was a like slide down your body and just hold on for dear life kind of a catch. But
She like got her arms over it and then
Yeah.
like, came back down on top of it. That
pounced.
was impressive.
That was a pounce catch.
Mine. All right, we got a timeout here.
Are we still voting, Mitch? Is voting over? Nope, still voting. So make sure
Voting?
you get your votes in for player of the game, the VC's player of the game.
Yeah, still going. We must be coming down close to the end of the match. They got this timeout in because it's tied 3-3 now, so this next point may be critical. There's an opportunity to get this win before time expires and then go into the no block, allowing your opponent the potential to tie it up. But if you can take it into the no block let time expire and then win that last point, you guaranteed your win.
Yeah.
So there's kind of a dependent strategy on this.
What would you do?
Honestly, because this is round robin, I would look at it as a learning opportunity. I think it's better to play for the point and then go into the no block for the experience of trying to beat a full team in no block.
Yeah.
And dealing with that pressure, right? If it's kind of like a risk, but a low risk, right? Like worst case, you're going to tie, right?
Yeah.
So if you can get that first win, secure that, use that end time to go into no block, you can actually play through that. And even if you lose, bummer, we tied. But if you win, you've learned something from it. You've gained that opportunity to better a team in the no block.
Taking out McVerge and Rempel early in this game.
Yeah, Blue really has kind of proven their adjustment worked.
Yeah. And nice to have that momentum going into kind of these last few games.
Well, yeah, that's kind of what I was talking about no block in the first half, is because I think it's actually suitable to the way Armada plays. I think no block can actually lead into being one of their strengths, but the same can be true for Bloom.
Yeah.
Right now it's proving through that Bloom kind of pulled the trigger earlier and got their lead, but holding on to a lead in no block is one of the trickier parts of the WDBF rule set, I think.
Yeah, you have to be able to move pretty darn good.
Yeah, because, I mean, it changes the dynamic on defense. If you can't defend yourself, whether you're up or not doesn't matter nearly as much. It
Chung
comes down
takes out Harding.
Comes down to how effectively you can throw, really. It's almost a purely offensive game.
Bloom to the line. Again, going back to their stacks.
Oh, looks like that's time.
I think they're calling it out on Dixon and time.
Yep.
So we will go into no block. It didn't quite make the full game through.
5-on-2 no block. Armada's been pretty intentional with using their counters throughout this match. I wouldn't be surprised to see them push back and throw before Bloom lets a ball go. Yep.
Wow, you can see the future.
And she executed well there, got the hit at the right time. That's kind of why I think no block leads into defensive abilities like that. As soon as you can tell that your opponent's committed to a throw, you can let that ball go. And with little risk, right? As long as you get your throw off first, no block just means they can't block. They can't defend themselves with their ball. So unless you've got someone that's very crafty and knows how to bait, you should be able to do that. But to Bloom's credit, they may be the type of team that can do that. I've definitely seen Sue make some catches that way before.
And down to the last, Jenkins on Armada. Kennedy, unfortunately, just putting her hands up a little bit. Oh, Jenkins throwing the underhand.
I love it. I've been trying to learn that throw, and every time I see someone that knows what they're doing, I'm like, I have not learned that throw.
Whoa, and she makes the catch.
Okay, was secured.
And a hit, yeah.
I was going to say.
No, it wasn't secured, yeah, I guess.
Oh, I don't know if I agree with that, but the ref's got to make a call here. Oh, did she come in with a ball?
Oh,
I think that's what happened. It doesn't look like they were negating the catch. I think they were just saying she came in with the ball in hand, and that means that you forfeit the right to return a player.
Yeah. So Bloom takes this match.
Yeah.
What a horrible way to end a game, but like a match. But
a true bummer for Armada. They played exceptionally well.
Yep.
I thought they really carried the forefront of that match. It made it hard on Bloom, but Bloom made a very strategic shift there at the halftime and executed extremely well from that point on, all the way through the no block.
Yeah.
It would have been interesting to see if that catch had been made successfully, because I think that could have been the climb for a momentum swing there, but that's the nature of the game.
Yep.
Well, who do we have coming up next?
That's an excellent question.
I think
Riptide and Triton. So we've got two. Wait, Triton's is from Quebec. I think.
believe so, and Riptide as well, because Riptide is kind of.
No, Riptide's from PEI. I know that much.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah,
I was relating them to Tempest and.
I was almost
going to
I was almost going to say that Tritons were from New Brunswick, but that is the Axemen. Oh no, you got that on the live stream, dude.
Yeah, I was going to say. Not the place to warm up.
Yeah.
Not like that.
Well, it's been a slice.
Yeah, it was
Michael.
a pleasure.
So
I
nice
really
to meet
enjoyed
you.
that. I think
Yeah.
it'll be fun to do some more commentary later throughout the tournament if we get a chance.
I hope so.
Alrighty, well, I'll see you on the next one.
Yeah.
Well, welcome back to the 2025 Dodgeball Canada Club Championships here in Calgary, Alberta. You're once again listening to Ben Johnson alongside
Michael White. enjoying a fun competitive tournament today. We're seeing a lot of different kind of action, all the way from like the speed and athleticism of Howell and Sane Elites to this last match I just did commentary for between Armada and Bloom. It's wild to see how different all these teams play. Like it's one of the best part of national tournaments is you get that kind of like uniqueness from one team to the next.
100%. And what I'm loving about this is where, this is the Saltwater Cup here. We got the Atlantic battle between Halifax. Hold on, why am I saying Halifax? Charlottetown and Halifax, sorry, yes. And so Nova Scotia selections, we mentioned earlier between us, the two teams coming out of PEI. Small towns, small communities, they know each other well. This is a big trip over, so we're very thankful to be streaming right now for everyone back home, family members, spouses. This is just like, they know these players well, they know these boys can play. And many have played for many years. Brody Champion was saying, he's like, I've been playing for as long as some of these people have been alive here. You know that life.
I'm getting
like,
there,
yeah.
I'm out here recruiting players local to me, and I'm like, man, I'm that guy now.
Yeah, welcome Gen Zs.
We need the young ones. We want more.
Meanwhile, Riptide, they used to be the young kids. They've been playing together for 8 years now. 4th place in Nationals in Montreal 2022, and shots fired. And a sore body right now.
Yeah, that might have been a pulled calf. It looks like he kind of came down on his right leg.
We were briefly mentioning Tristan, and oof, yeah. Okay, well, hopefully just an odd start to the opening rush.
Could be a leg cramp or something. He's flexing it. Doesn't look like he's in too bad a shape. Hopefully nothing that's going to hold him back.
Is limbs. Tardif as well. So I would say fan favorite, also just kind of nice guy, Dalton McKenzie. He's hanging back right now, number 12, so keep an eye on him.
Okay.
Hard throw, Canadian national player Devin Sivens has represented, he's on Riptide right wing. Okay. He's represented Team Canada. Meanwhile, Barkhouse and Sokoluk take one out. And actually, we can work on your East Coast is like dairy. So and it's like they kind of say car with an R.
Yeah.
Well, and kind of East Coast USA can have some of that too, right?
I don't know if it's a true representation, but I've watched some Letterkenny if you're familiar.
Boy, am I ever.
I love that show.
How you now? Good ups. Target is Sokoluk, and he's a limb now 1v3.
All right, getting some one-on action early on in this set.
Lawton pushing up. Big bodies.
Ooh.
More like just tall bodies, right? Like it's not like we've kind of seen some real racks of rib here. These guys are just tall and lean.
They're not football players, but they're big.
And what's always impressive is how players like that can be mobile, get small. Conversation going right now.
Yeah, it's actually, I think one of the cool parts about dodgeball is that it brings out an athleticism in taller players that you don't see in other sports. Because really, like, being really strong isn't that valuable. Like, obviously, being able to throw a ball, sure, great, but that's not necessarily as much about strength as it is about kind of throwing mechanics and using your length as a taller person. And then you have to have that combo with your ability to survive, your agility, right?
Yeah,
so
there's a neutralizing issue with, like, every strength. If you're super strong, okay. If you're super tall, like it's not like basketball or just like a pitcher's mechanic where it's like just a positive.
Yep.
You're exposed.
And we're kind of seeing that. These guys definitely like look true to form in that way.
Johnston with the great shot. That's Johnston with a T.
Great attempt there. Got under both of those. Just had two come in at about the same time there. That's tough to deal with.
Barkhouse. Oh, yeah. Are you familiar with the Rushdown podcast?
We did a little shout out earlier today. We'll do one more now for the Rushdown podcast run by Kim Wynn, one of the members of Outsiders. He's done a great job, I believe, over the last 2 years at least. It's kind of been on and off at times, but just coming fresh off the thing, actually, he's put out a couple of interview episodes recently. He does a long-form podcast inviting people in to talk about recent major tournaments, international players. He's brought in people from Worlds, I believe, last year. I think Kim made the cloth team. I think he played this last year with Team USA. So always interesting conversation. It's a great spectrum of players from new to old. Talked about some of the history of dodgeball to some of the things happening today and tomorrow. So it's a great listen if you're looking for something dodgeball related to get into. Pretty sure you can find them on Spotify,
wherever the podcasts you
exactly,
listen to, yeah.
all the podcast platforms.
Play call now coming out of Ripside. Big throw, 1-2 punch. Watton taking out Champion. Play call. Now Tritons. You can see their coastal reflection in their name.
A double to a save. Wow. Great reaction off the back line there.
Derry pointing, shooting, firing on Tardif. Sokol getting out of the way. McKenzie pushing, protecting.
Wasting no time there to get the 3 balls on 1 target. I like that speed of execution.
Also, Dalton's shoes, very coordinated, on brand.
Oh yeah, on that left corner. The blue and white on blue and white. The black knee pads stand out.
Yeah.
I think the whole team's kind of rocking that, or some of them are.
Big rip. Unable to bring it in or block it is strong, so now Soklik holding back with Barkhouse. This is familiar from the last set.
Wow, really aggressive up on that left corner.
Yeah, and that's something is like they really let Mackenzie cook on his own there. Like one of the things I noticed most as far back as 2022 Nationals is there's almost like a 5-and-1 strategy that they let him be mobile on his own.
Interesting. It's a unique dynamic to use in dodgeball because a lot of it seems to be like you want to get the whole team involved every time, all the time. But there is something there to that of like letting a player float, be the island, be the person that has kind of the right to do things creatively, and then let the rest of the team kind of manage the general coordination. It can open some doors that you wouldn't necessarily have from a kind of a strict huddle or a system that's more common. You've got to be very well coordinated to do it though, because it introduces a lot of issues.
Go figure that the island province lets a player be his own island. Barkhouse again, last eliminated. Two points on the board. I saw a 3 there and I was like, what's going on?
Well, yeah, 2 hard-earned wins so far. That was not a quick set by any means. We're already down 6 minutes in the match.
Now on court, number 15, Jazenko, ready to take a toss back, as well as number 23, Murray. Burden to throw is on Tritons. They've got player less and an extra ball. Big shots. Counter is successful, taking out Trong. Derry out in the process.
Yeah, maybe a little overcommitted in that group throw. They kind of approached the line in one rhythm and then decided to throw it. It kind of created a tell, and that opposite corner decided to punish him for it.
Meanwhile, some good news. I think it was Tristan Evans, if I recall correctly, who had that opening rush injury, and he's good to go.
Oh yeah, he's back on court. Doesn't seem to be limping on it. That's good. You not want to see people get injured on day one. You don't want to see him injured at all, but at least get a play into the playoffs, I would hope.
With a fantastic hair in the left wing, that's Harrison Jenkins. Woo. Now, he claims to have 280,000 followers on TikTok.
For what?
We did search his name, so I couldn't find him. So, Harrison, let's have that handle. As an limb takes out Evans. We see him walking normal, so that's good. Johnston now, ready, sets. This is opposing winger that takes it. Counters, great block, Tardif.
Oh, unfortunate to ground that one, but great follow from Tardif on the right corner. Realized they had some open space there and took the shots they could take. Earning the 2v2.
McKenzie, 2 balls in hand. Ready, set, he sends it between targets. Murray unfazed. Probably wearing the 23.
Bad ball? What are we stopping play for?
We are missing a ball.
Oh.
No, we got 6. Why are we stopping?
Oh, they're stopping time. Maybe he was trying to call timeout. I don't. Huh. I'm not sure.
Okay, well, we are resetting and beginning. Murray, Tardif, burden to throw. Mackenzie sends it back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Johnston saying, yeah, I got him out. Don't waste the ball on me. And McKenzie taken out there.
Yep.
Good action. Falling behind. 2-0 now, 2-1. So ending that point streak.
Yeah, it was a kind of an obvious tell on both sides there. One side was trying to double on the thrower because they had burden to throw. The opposite corner was making it obvious that he was going to rush. He was over there twitching, and it became a little too obvious, I think. So once they threw, they were a little prepared for it. They were able to get away without getting hit, and that allowed them to close the game in 2 clean hits there.
That's when you get that frenetic energy. It's like, I know what you want to do.
It's so hard to play without showing what you want to do, right? And even the best that do it, you know, you can't be perfect, right?
You get so eager.
You might think people don't know, and they'll still know.
Winger on winger violence here. Watton taking out his imposing end. Well done. Player advantage now, Riptide. Their burden to throw. Derry in the middle with the play call. Getting Simmons. It's got a left-right sweep on it. Trade situation.
But yeah, not willing to just run away from that mid-court space. I like to see it. You need to push back, especially when you're, you know, holding a one-player advantage. It's best to, you know, keep your opponent on their heels. Don't let them just step up and throw the ball for free from the front line.
Play call, all four players with the ball in hand. 1-2, connecting on Evans. Four v4, hard on target, sniping out the shoe of champion. Johnston, it was Watton, high-low. Solo. Kenzie slow to retreat, sends it back, in and out of the hip pocket of Murray.
Yeah, it was a good attempt, got his hands underneath it. Just a little too close to make that play.
Oh, wow. That's athleticism right there. Watch the back line. That's the tricky part of having long legs too, right?
Well, I mean, honestly, yeah, that guy reminds me of another player from Portland. Shout out to Greg Long. He's one of the craziest dodgeball players I know. He dresses himself up in all this padding, and he just goes airborne like that and then comes down on his body, like his hip, whatever else. And he's been doing it for so long now. I don't understand how he's not more broken. It's wild.
Chizenko now versus 3. His burden to throw with the extra ball. Watton getting nice and low, actively using his ball to protect. Didn't need it that time. Johnston with the play call, over to Simmons. Remember, Simmons got, whoa, Chizenko, preemptive strike, sends another one. It was a little low, he's open for a target. Johnston sends it right perfectly.
Feeling a little too good after that first one. That was a beautiful shot. I loved how he kind of postured his body to tell the left side he was looking at them, but then threw the ball to the right with that little outside break. That was well executed. The second shot, maybe not necessary, but I don't think it wasn't worth taking. It was just giving up all 3. That put him in a tough spot.
And he was sold out for the catch and perfectly placed outside of elbow. Evans and Derry, quick. No one's throwing. Burden to throw will be on Riptide as they were the last point.
Ooh, just nicked in the air.
Going upstairs, but he's taken out.
Not really seeing separation yet, but if Riptide can walk away with one more game here, they might start to kind of pull away.
See, the advantage they have is they're happy to keep that pace up that they have. Derry out.
They really haven't changed their tempo. They've been very kind of controlled, but explosive when they need to be. I'd say that of both teams, really.
Oh, that's a double tap.
Looks like it from this angle. Ref saying he's safe.
Okay.
Maybe a glance to the ground first. That was a close one.
1 minute.
Sopolik lives to see another day. As there's Simmons pushing up, checking in with his teammates. Evans saying, hey, hold on, let's make a play call. Sharing it with the left side of the court. Pump fakes. 2 on target. Tardif getting nice and low. Ball is up and ably caught. McKenzie thinking about throwing it, getting that ball instead.
No chance to cover that one. That was unfortunate.
Oh, not a shadow catch. Almost like it sped up as it was passing and hitting Simmons.
Just took the shadow out. That was impressive. Saw the screen opportunity there and just let it rip.
Shot clock counting down. Murray saying, here it is. Brilliant slide.
I'd love to see this turn around for him. I'd want to see this get a little more competitive.
Oh, Mikhail Tardif is being questioned. Did he slide out?
Oh, maybe he had 2 points of contact for the catch and then went out of bounds.
Okay. It was too cool of a slide. He didn't have a teammate grab him There's a shout out to Hussein right there.
I couldn't even remember. I was thinking about that after the match. Who was it that saved Moody's life? Because Moody was playing hard, and somebody just, grabbed him by the ankle. It was like, no, we want you in here. Don't go anywhere.
Sokoluk has been a good survivor so far. Now he's in a 1v situation. We are at the end of the first half, so he's in a troublesome spot. No blocking for Riptide Men. 3 balls, and he lets it go in the gloves. That's what you do when you're well behind, because now it's 3-2. Fresh Strong on board.
High commitment, high reward, accelerating the pace of play, and gets another drop.
Brilliant out. Unique throw style, right? Like he's kind of taking advantage of his stature and kind of sending the high-low 6-12 curve. Sniping on the shoes.
Dirty inside break.
And then the Dirty Dairy gets it.
I can see the experience showing through on Riptide, the way they're throwing the ball. I mean, both teams, but Riptide's really got like this kind of poise to when they throw. They kind of see the opportunity and know how to finesse it to make it more effective. That last throw was a great example of that, kind of seeing a player off balance, placing it low and just letting it bend right into his foot.
It's one of the most beautiful things about the 7-inch foam balls is like, if you're not familiar and like say anyone with baseball, you're like, oh, you can put movement on it because the seams.
Yep.
And very hard, firm seams. And all there is just like the one kind of compression spot to fill in. And so if you're like outside of that, it's just like gripping that ball and hand placement and and of course like that shoulder movement. Like sometimes it's just like painful to watch.
Yes.
It's just brilliant to see players have pitches, which like I don't know about you, but like that 7 to 10 years ago, it was just hucking balls kind of hit.
Well, yeah, it's like I liken it to like a ping pong ball or a wiffle ball. It's light enough to where you can get that kind of movement on it. So it really allows you a lot of creativity with how you throw the ball. Contrast that to a baseball. You can throw many different curves on a baseball, but it's less dramatic, right? A ping pong ball, you throw that kind of curve on it, it's going to bend hard.
And it's got a cycle that can,
right?
Yeah, exactly.
So the 7-inch is kind of in between those two. It's got more weight like a baseball, but it's still a larger, smaller than other dodgeballs, but a light enough ball to really catch air and drag that spin into different curves. That finesse is really what I think makes it one of, if not the most creative ball type to throw. And that, in turn, challenges catchers, which is an interesting level of the game. I think a lot of people describe 7-inch foam as a thrower's game. I wouldn't say that's necessarily wrong, but I also think it drives more competitive catching. I think it creates better catchers because they have to respond to that, right? You can't play dodgeball and not catch. You could, but it's not going to be very fun.
Okay.
1 point of contact. Yeah. He had 1 foot in, secured the catch, and then stepped with his other foot out of bounds. At least that's what I saw.
Oh, maybe didn't demonstrate control is what we're saying. Yeah, well, because he could have been flying off court. And he's not technically dead. The question is, was he bobbling the ball?
Well, so that's per the 2024 WDBF rules. For this tournament, we're playing the modified 2022 rule set. So we're playing 2 points of contact.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that with me.
Yeah, we were very strict about talking about that in the ref committee meeting. We got to start talking about our VC MVPs now. It looks like we've got about 10 minutes left in the match. We've seen a lot of action from a lot of different players. It's going to be a fun one to nominate. Now that we're looking at the back of Riptide, get a little different view.
Oh, Evans.
Man,
that was a swing and a miss on a catch attempt there.
Both hands on it, and it dropped down and hit in the toe. He's going to want that one back later.
Tardif on Tritons has had a strong performance. We've had survivors out of Barkhouse, Sokoluk. They haven't had dramatic moments, unlike Johnston's had some good finishing moves.
Yeah, remind me of the name. It was number 2 on the Tritons' right corner. He made that big catch in the game. Oh, yeah, Sokoluk.
Stefano Sokoluk.
I think he's going to be one of my nominations.
Yeah, he had that up-down curve.
Yeah, he's getting creative. I think he's kind of working into the way he likes to play throughout this match. I wouldn't be surprised to see more highlights from him as we go.
Burden of throw on the Riptide men. Hailing from Charlottetown, PEI, home of the 2019 Dodgeball Canada Nationals. Johnston with the play call, sharing it with his wingers. Watch Simmons. Johnston calls his own number. Simmons protects himself, quick into the attack zone, providing pressure. He gets countered, unable to bring it back in, but it's a trade situation. Simmons got his back.
Well, Johnson has just got this agility about him. We've been seeing it throughout the match, that like aerial dodge effect that made us think of Moody. The way he's playing right now, he's just very active in the face of the opponent, drawing so much attention, but not getting out for doing it. I love to see that kind of demand of attention. Oh, using 2 blockers, yeah. I'll give him a nomination.
Oh, that was a catch!
He snagged that. Oh, wow.
It was a no look. That you can't. Like,
I looked down for a second.
Oh my goodness! It was like, oh, game over, but then it just stuck there.
Ooh, good counter there from Johnson. Can he come out of this?
Yeah.
Ooh, he's real close to that back line.
Intent doesn't matter at all. Oh, but that one is intentional.
Let's go, Johnson.
Nearly ripped that ball apart.
We'll let you throw your votes at that guy. Why not?
TJ, number 2.
Wow, all right.
Well, Simmons should be happy with that one there. Thank you for saving. So, do any of those boys make your potential MVP list here?
Gotta come up with 2 more. We got
Easy player
Sokolik nominated for Triton, and then we got Johnson nominated for Riptide. We have a couple different players coming in now for Riptide. Hayner, number 10.
Yeah, actually, good one. Shout out to the second half. Tyler Hayner.
Yeah, Johnson stepped off after that last catch, it looks like.
Also, shout out to his family back home.
Ooh, another live save. Oh, got it.
Terry.
Great follow-up. I think McKenzie probably has earned his spot here. He's been putting his body on the line, getting pop-ups left and right.
Papa Tyler off court.
Oh, and we had number 13. What's number 13's name with that game-changing catch he just had? It was unfortunate they lost the set, but...
Oh, on Tritons?
Yeah, Triton, number 13, their left corner.
Mikhail Tardif.
Tardif, oh yeah.
Hey, a man of the hats.
He was doing a lot on the back corner on that left side in the first half as well.
4v3. Player advantage for PEI. Simmons sends it wide of target. Champion get a nice and low, but he's targeted again. Gets his hips out of the way. McKenzie thinking he might have an opportunity there.
He's got that sniper's eye. He keeps taking those shots, and he's just missing by hairs.
Keeping them honest there as Evans is limbed. Simmons pushing up quick. Slowing down to talk to teammates. 5-1 commanding lead right now.
And 5 balls to 1 ball right at the moment. This could be a pivotal moment for Riptide to close this. Oh.
And showing why he's one of your potential VC Ultimate players in the match. Tardif targeted with many balls. That's what it takes to take him out. And Sokolik still on court with McKenzie. We're just kind of waiting on Johnson to get back on court. Whoa, right at us. Champion now against 3. Will Champion be the victor, or will it be Riptide?
A little disjointed there. Looks like they were trying to get coordinated. With
that one delivered.
Nice finish from McKenzie.
That plays into his strength. There's that upper quadrant. It's his, that's his island.
I was just thinking about that. I was like noticing how they play. All these guys really like to get in close with each other. They like to kind of not necessarily create chaos space, but just kind of like approach their opponent before they throw. They want to get close and then finish. They don't want to just throw from the 50-foot rip.
Yeah, and you're not seeing them take 3-4 seconds to get up.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, it's very intentional.
They've put themselves already it's like they're on deck.
Yeah. That's a good way of putting it. It's this constant rotation of in your face and deal with it.
Well, Joey LeBlanc on court, number 9, with the headband, sends it on target to Jenkins. And Watton, number 6, also on court beside Hayner. Big shot, and he gets a rebound there, a refund as they like to say, and snapping out Darkhorse, number 10. Good on-target throws right now by the PEI men. Thud, thud. Tardif is out, as is Trong. LeBlanc, fresh arm, ready to go. Squares up against Hayner and Watton.
Playing a little desperately now from the Triton side, but they got a smile on their face. I like to see it.
And a line out. LeBlanc wasn't even targeted there. Sokoluk, your potential MVP, time to vote. Wow, what was that?
I can't believe he blocked that. That was a weird one to see from this angle.
I want to see it again. It just seems so fluid, like he wasn't going to throw.
Yeah, like I've seen that style of throw before, but I've never really understood it. It's one of those ones like when I try it, my arm's like, we don't do that.
Yeah.
And then you see somebody like that do it, and you're like, but they do that. And it's like a weird rising effect from putting backspin on it, which I guess makes sense.
It's like he's skipping a stone, like it's not a window.
Yeah, kind of. It's like it's catching the air and just bouncing off of it once. He's like floating up.
Sokoluk readies on defense. Player advantage on Ripside. And they clip him. Papa Hayner celebrating with teammates.
Oh, wow, these have been some interesting teams to watch. While you still got a chance, you got about 2 minutes left. I'm going to get your votes in for the VC MVP. Seeing some new throws here from number 34 Jenkins on the left, so keep your eye on him. He won't be in the vote, but he's entertaining. Let's put it that way.
Absolutely. Not
Johnson's back on the court as well. He's the acrobatic player that we've seen from the Riptide side.
And his case, his two are a limb from Tritons. Slow walk by Barkhouse. Nielsen, haven't mentioned him yet. He's actually, he helps his wife's family harvest maple syrup once a year, so does that feel very Canadian to you right now?
feels pretty Canadian. And who doesn't appreciate that? I love maple syrup.
Ooh, some nasty movement by the LeBlanc throw, taking out Watton.
And that's a process. You got to collect a lot of sap to make syrup.
We're going back. Johnston is eliminated. Hayner for now holding that right wing. Both sides ready. Burden to throw. Tritons. Good rip.
Ooh.
Joe H. Zinko. He's holding up that right wing for the Tritons. Reddy's with a defensive play call. Expect some movement out of him. He's pushing forward, but he was targeted by McKenzie. Counter right in the gloves of Hayner. Great move by him.
I was waiting for Hayner to make a move. He was playing very patiently off of his teammates from what I've seen. And then when he finally got his opportunity, he took that cross, got the out, and then got the catch that came back at him.
Send it on LeBlanc. Now Sokoluk again. Final 30 seconds of the match. Up, down, left, right, stays alive. Evans sharing with Jenkins, so does Jenkins do a little weird throw?
Oh yeah, I'm looking at it. He's got a grip on that
we
ball.
watch him set the pitch. 3 balls, 3 players. Are we gonna see a full send? Oh, nasty throw.
Yeah, I didn't see much of that drop
Evans
from this
going,
side.
You clipped my foot. Final seconds, counting down. We are going to be at the end of the second half.
He's throwing that almost like a kind of a 45 softball pitch. He's kind of letting his body hang out over his plant foot and then whipping his arm at not necessarily a straight down angle, but carrying that backspin around the left side of the ball.
Oh, that's
creative.
We have the perfect angle at it, too.
Yeah. Well, now we're seeing Sokoluk's drop from this angle. I like that, too.
So now he's switching it Snowcone style.
Look at that. That was beautiful. Not necessarily a fast throw, but using that slow curve to just break down on top of a bigger body.
And that's what is brilliant for. Is he might be protecting himself well, but it just goes and hits the shell.
And it's harder than it looks to control that, because putting spin on a ball is one thing, but then placing it at depth, at distance, that's you can do that.
It has
all
to
day
land
long.
where you want it.
Exactly.
So well played, both teams. The Atlantic battle here between the Tritons and Riptide. Moving on in the DC Club Championships here. We're going to be switching back to the women's bracket, watching Sirens and Rack Attack.
I'll be excited for that one. I got to watch Betty Mack play with Valkyrie actually at the thing. Came out as our MVP, so I'm excited to see her play with her home team
on home court.
On home court. and the compliments around her. So that'll be a fun one for me.
Welcome back to the 2025 Dodgeball Canada Club Championships in Calgary, Alberta. I'm Erica Spitzmacher.
And I'm Michael White.
And we're joined by a couple of phenomenal teams from across Canada, kind of covering both sides of Canada. We've got the Sirens from Nova Scotia, and then we have Rack Attack from the home team from Calgary, Alberta. Both these teams have played together a long time. Nova Scotia actually does selections for this team. They do have a couple of players that are not from Nova Scotia. We'll see Jocelyn Luck on the left wing from Ontario.
From our point of view?
Yes, left on from
gotcha.
us, yeah. And an early hit on McKim. Rack Attack have played together for quite a few years. Missed out on nationals last year. It was a really big upset. Everybody was very surprised that they weren't there. So they're definitely here to show them that they're still incredibly talented and relevant. And there, Tiffany Trung makes a catch on Tiffany Wong.
Middle of the court, not really a bait catch, but it looked like it.
Yeah. Another catch.
Man. Sirens wondering if they've been on a rest a little bit. They're looking a little cold.
Yeah.
Some of those throws just don't look like they have the pepper on them that they could have.
Gia Bader taking out Jocelyn Luck. Sirens left with two, Angie Miller and Amy McNeil. McNeil, a long time dodgeball player. She's been on Team Canada several times. Maybe twice, actually. I've said several. Twice is probably the right answer. Miller with a nice throw, but Bader able to block.
Oh, wow. Got one off first on that right corner. I didn't even see it.
And we're looking at Rack Attack full power. Oh, I don't think I'd want Yvonne Scher just coming up on me like that. She waited a little while, waited for Vanessa Hun to come back with her, but.
It seems a little silly, but honestly, I think that's kind of the wise way to play that scenario.
Yeah.
Like if someone's staring at you like that, let them look like they're going to get up first before you throw that ball.
Yeah.
And she executed perfectly. Just kept a little wide off body, make sure it's, not something that she can react to. Clean kill. Or not kill, out.
Yes.
I hate using that word.
Yvonne Scher, also a Team Canada member. She was on the squad last year but didn't get activated. And this is a new player for Rack Attack right now with the ball on the left. That's Jenna Anderson. You may recognize her from Rainbow Thunder. She was from Winnipeg, has moved to Calgary in the last year.
Okay. And looks like she's a lefty.
Yes. I guess you're correct.
Always got my eyes out for the lefties. It's interesting to see how they adapt and play.
Owen Bader making a bit of a lofty throw there. Jocelyn Luck making the catch. And now it's in favor with the amount of players is in favor of Sirens. Full power.
But yeah, it looks like they came out to a much better start after that first one kind of got shook off. I think they were just getting warm.
Ooh, we got like some fan signs. You're in Trina's arena, so Trina Tran on the right wing. Great throw that she has. We got Amanda Sugden on the left wing, number 88.
I love it. We need more of that. We need more banners on the sidelines, guys.
Yeah.
Get on that.
Hey, it's your home team. You got to make the banners, right? Get all your fans out.
That's actually something I haven't really talked to anyone about. Is there a lot of, like, I guess, home court mentality in Alberta, in Calgary especially?
I don't know. I wouldn't say so necessarily.
I feel like it's almost a foreign concept to dodgeball because it's such a diverse community and it's like it draws teams from so many different areas. But at the same time, I think we're starting to see that sort of thing grow, that almost like hometown representation. Teams are kind of solidifying more to their region, more to their locality, rather than, you know, forming teams from 7 different players from 7 different provinces, those kind of things.
It was actually kind of great in this same venue. The World Dodgeball Federation hosted the World Youth Open.
Oh yeah.
Just a couple months ago. And so we had a local team represent there who had actually never played dodgeball before. They was like, okay, we're going to come because it was an open.
Yeah.
Loved it. They all had so much fun. They learned so much. I mean, did Hong Kong come and beat them fairly badly? They did, but they learned so much and they had so much fun. So we're really
practiced.
looking. Yeah.
I heard they were practicing against the Canadian women's team, weren't they?
Yeah, they did come out. Well, like against Rack Attack, actually.
Oh, yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Hong Kong is incredible, though. Their youth program is unreal.
Well, and they had like 3 stages, too. They had like 18 and up, or 18
and
under,
three,
or like 16 to 18 kind of as a category.
There was three different age groups. There was under 12, under 15, and under 18.
I love that.
Yeah, it was awesome. There was six countries that were represented here.
It takes me back to my beginnings of dodgeball, but that's a long tangent.
Yeah. How old were you when you started playing dodgeball?
Oh, I mean, I was a kid the first time I started playing
just
dodgeball,
in school
but
and stuff,
when I really
yeah.
got into it, it was a tournament experience. And like to be a kid going into a tournament dodgeball environment, like you said, like you're gonna learn a lot. Like that's got to be fun for somebody 12 years old to go into that kind of a competitive space. That's so different than anything else they normally experience, right?
Oh wow! And Jocelyn Luck takes out Hun.
Wow.
So we'll match it up here, 1-1.
Yeah, Sirens came out a little cold, figured it out, kind of just worked their way right through Rack Attack, which is not an easy thing to do, as I understand it.
No. And that was kind of the thing. I haven't seen Sirens play in quite a while, probably since like 2018. But I'm like, this is not Sirens. This is not what they normally look like. So it looks like you said, they've warmed up. They're ready for it. This will be a great game. I anticipate it to be very close. Interesting having Gia Bader on the wing. I don't see that too often. Amanda Sugden has actually put in a lot of work this year and is deadly on the wing.
More so offensively or both offense and defense?
Both. Oh, she'll catch everything.
Oh, gotcha.
Her cross courts are unbelievable. Hopefully we'll see some of that in this game.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'd be curious. I've been impressed by what Bader's been doing defensively on the left corner.
Yeah.
I don't think she's been utilized a whole lot for offense, so that's not a knock. It's just what she's doing defensively is having an impact.
Yeah. Oh, and see, I built her up so much, and then she missed that catch. Come on, Sugden. Come on.
First out, first in. That's what I always say.
Oh, and Tran gets knocked out. Gia Bader actually just had a baby a few months ago, and here she is already playing. She didn't play at provincials, but she was on the roster, so she can come here.
I'm hearing that more and more often these days. I think that's just incredible.
Yeah, she is incredible, obviously.
I mean, all the women in this tournament are incredible. That's why we're here, right?
100%.
Like, this is everyone that's really good at dodgeball is here right now, at least in Canada.
Oh, wow, what a nice shot by Luck. Just a nice toe tapper. So we've got Hun, Trung, and Shear. And then we've got Miller on Sirens. Oh, Trung was like, maybe I'll grab that one, but good leave. We've got Luck, Wong, Miller, and number 10. on the Siren side. That's McKay. Wong hit out. That's also another Team Canada representative from the women's foam team that took home the gold in Austria in 2024. She is terrifying, I find. Like, just watching her facial expressions. Yeah. That's kind of my favorite thing about dodgeball. I was kind of telling everybody on my team, I'm like, dodgeball is just half acting. You just really have to sell it all the time on your face. And
it really is.
Yeah.
It's so funny. I'm starting to do shout outs to my local community because these conversations keep inspiring references to people like this. The next shout out, I guess, is Matt Steele from Portland, Oregon. I like to call him a villain because he's always got this like evil smile on his face.
Oh, no,
So he's just like giggling and grinning at you while he just catches you left and right.
Yeah.
And he's got a sharp counter too. So he's just like, he likes just like kind
baiting
of
you,
breaking people's ego.
Yeah.
And amazing. He's smiling the whole time.
Yeah. Sugden with the throw, but Miller able to kind of do a crisscross applesauce on the floor. Get around it. They're really focusing on Sugden. It seems like they're really kind of moving on to that the right wing. I would also do the same. I don't like when she throws at me. Nice throw there. A really nice block.
Yeah, using that lateral movement, but still having to use her blocking ball because they were able to track her.
Lots of balls here for Sirens. Trung making, and another catch by Trung. I think that's the third catch this game.
Yeah, start taking notes over here.
Yeah.
That was impressive.
Very nice.
That's the second bait catch I've seen from her. On the first comment, I said it was like a bait catch, but not really, because I mean,
yeah.
Who actually does that? Apparently, she actually does that. So.
That last group throw by Rack Attack, a couple sailed a little high there. So unfortunate they couldn't capitalize on the 4 balls. But I think McKay is out, so thinking about it. And 1 more point for Rack Attack. They're going to take a timeout and talk about it. They do have a coach, but he plays on future. So he's probably playing right now. Unfortunately, they're in the same pool, so they won't always have their coach with them.
You know who that coach is? I'm learning names now.
It's Nigel Wong.
Nigel Wong, okay.
Yeah.
I have heard the name.
Yeah. And Sirens also have a coach of Stefano Sokolic. But he's on the Tritons team who just played.
I just gotta watch that match.
Yeah.
He was one of our nominees actually for the MVP as well.
I would have, yeah. I watched some of that game as well. He was amazing at staying alive.
Yeah, he's really good about using his court position. I'd say he's the type that likes to bait. He likes to put his body out there, but he finds a lot of success in doing that. Yeah. And then in combination with that, his throwing ability, just throwing these like drop curves, not like a fast breaking ball like most baseball pitchers would do, but more of an open hand curve that just slow and steady and drops on top of somebody when they're not expecting it. Seeing him finesse that placement was really impressive.
So this seems like kind of an interesting time for Rack Attack to take a timeout. What do you think they were kind of talking about?
I appreciate it, actually, especially in round robin. I think making early adjustments because you can, not necessarily because you have to, is actually a really keen strategy. I think it draws more value out of the timeout if you can afford it. Because like you said, if you're really trying to win and you're trying to place for seeding, you may need to save that timeout for when you need it, right?
Yeah.
But if you can, take a timeout when the game hasn't really gotten away from you and you can still kind of shift things around, try something different, I think that's actually, it can provide more value throughout the course of a tournament.
And talking about changes, for the Sirens, Hannah Finley has come on.
Let's see if I can pick out a face. Second from the left?
Second from the, yeah.
All right. There,
yeah. Betty Mack getting the ball at the line.
Yeah, finally seeing Betty Mack on the corner.
She's on the left corner. I don't see her play corner. Normally she is a center, so I wonder if that was some of the adjustments that they were talking about making.
Well, yeah, that's why I was curious. I've seen her play with Valkyrie at the thing last month, and she was playing more central. She would slide to the corner as needed, but right now with 4 on the court, she doesn't necessarily need to be playing the corner. She certainly can. I mean, she's kind of built for it the way she plays.
And that, like on Team Canada, she was more of a middle player on that team as well.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, adaptability is a credit.
Anywhere. Yeah. Takes out Wong. Lovely dodge. Sirens to 4, so 4v4. really taking advantage of all the pump fakes.
Yeah, that was interesting. I wonder if that was actually the intended play call.
No, they do. They definitely like to hold on to the balls until they kind of count 2, 1.
Okay, well, yeah. I was curious because of the way Sugden was posturing. She was kind of behind her front line, just kind of waiting for the right opportunity to throw. So maybe she had the green light. She actually said, or they asked her to throw if she wanted to, whereas Betty was kind of the release throw. Like, if we need to throw, Betty's got it.
Yeah.
If you see a good opportunity, take it, Sugden. Am I saying that right? Sugden?
Yeah, Sugden. Yeah.
Good response from Sirens, weathering that storm of offense from the rack attack side, and able to respond and take out Sugden.
Oh my gosh, what a lovely dodge into the catch.
Yeah, that was impressive. What's one of Betty's strengths, in my opinion, is her ability to place that ball so low, so consistently. And it's not a slow throw. She's not just placing it. She throws with her wrist, and she just whips that thing at you.
Oh, nice throw by McNeil. Takes out Anderson. Wow. And we're tied up again. I think it'll continue to stay this way. Both teams have incredible skill.
Well, yeah, and we're seeing some real balance on both teams. Yeah. It seems to be a trend in all the women's matches that I've seen today.
Yes.
There's a very consistent kind of build to most of these teams. It's pretty hard to kind of pick apart a team one player at a time based on who's going to have more of an effect. You kind of have to work through them one at a time, no matter what's presented to you, right? It'd be nice to get Sugden out, but like you're still gonna have to deal with Betty. And Trong's been catching everybody, so what are you gonna do with that?
Yeah, There's enough hard things to do on this court.
Yeah. In a way, it's almost like I think that should be the expectation of a high level. Is that you need to like forget about who the player is and who you're targeting, and more so focus on how do you guarantee or create a high or an efficient out, right? It's not about taking 3 shots to hit that one player. It's about taking 1 shot to hit any player.
Yeah.
That's how you ultimately dismantle a team, is with 6 throws. You hit 6 players or you make a catch, but ideally you're not hanging yourself out there and, over-expending throws trying to get somebody out just because they're the threat. They're the most intimidating player.
That's something I've really had to adjust to, I find, in this game. I just want to get the hardest throwers out first, but it doesn't always make the most sense, like you say. So. Wong throws from the left wing. Anderson throws it back again. We are into no blocking now.
Oh, we are? Wow. Yeah. Time's flying in this match, too.
Yeah. It's a fun game to watch.
Yeah.
I really enjoy Ariana Card's throw in the middle there, number 9. She's also the president of Dodgeball Nova Scotia.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, and Finley gets knocked out. Sirens down to 3. Oh, and Wong kind of making a quick throw, and now Rack Attack's got a lot of balls, so we'll see what happens.
Pointing at each other. That was your fault.
I thought she caught that too, but they will get McKay and Wong out.
That sounded like a catch.
Took the ball from her. So Ariana Card left. Oh, and look at the way that she throws, like the way that she's holding onto the ball. That's different. I don't know. I haven't seen that a lot.
I didn't watch.
Like, it's almost kind of like bear claw-y, if you will. Yeah. Watch her next throw. Yeah. Oh, but she won't get one. Unfortunately, not in this game at least. Rack Attack takes that point.
Still a close match so far.
Yeah.
And not really a fast-paced set. I have seen some of the women's teams kind of be a little more aggressive, be more responsive and counter-aggressive off the back line. This seems more like a poised and patient. Like, we want to get coordinated and pick our target and place our shot, and they'll just kind of live with that exchange. Yeah. Both teams kind of finding ways to get ahead, in that I guess, throw-for-throw matchup. Although we did see some big catches early on. I wonder if that'll continue to carry throughout the rest of this. Yeah, why don't we? Let's see. We need a shout out to our Rushdown podcast, a dodgeball podcast that's run by Kim Wynn out of the U.S. One of the players from Outsiders. If you're familiar with some of the top teams in the U.S., Outsiders is one of them. He's been doing a great job of getting different players onto the podcast for a long-form podcast conversation, interviewing players from old community members throughout the U.S. to players from Worlds in Austria last year to more recently even young players coming up in the U.S. like Logan Garrigue, another Outsiders player.
Oh, yeah.
Only 18, much like the young Nick DeChenko playing with the Mavericks. I think they actually talked about in their most recent episode about those two teaming up on a team here eventually. Stuff we love to see is that combination of young talent coming out and testing some of the old wise ones out here.
That is like, I'm the president of Dodgeball Alberta, and that's kind of like our biggest focus right now is like, let's get the kids in. We need them to come in, and we've seen a little bit of, with the World Youth Open, we've seen a little bit of build there. No leagues in Calgary yet, but that's something we're hoping to build on in the next little while. Oh, Jocelyn Luck just bobbles that ball about 4 times, but is able to bring it in and bring back McKay. And the Sirens will talk about it and get that throw down. Mac unable to bring that one in.
Wow.
Yeah, they've got her number.
Yes, Sirens is really like kind of just taking Mac off the court one way or another throughout this match. Not necessarily like just outright, just cleaning her off the court. She's putting herself in good positions trying to make catches, and it's just not working out for her so far.
Yeah, and her dodging is so strong that might be time for an adjustment there too.
Yeah, that may be the transition. If the catch isn't there for you, it's usually best to kind of recognize that and lean into your other strengths. Yeah. And Betty certainly has other strengths that she can lean into.
She's got all the strengths.
I'd be curious if they were to put her more on the corner, if she'd be able to kind of let her arm go a little bit and just start working with that, play more offensively than defensively.
The one thing that's nice about Rack Attack, though, is like even if Betty Mac's not having her best game, they have such a great team behind them that they can make adjustments and everybody can contribute in different ways. I feel that's the same thing for this Sirens team, too.
And even credit to that, if Sirens is focusing on Betty, that means that she's alleviating pressure from other players on her team.
Oh, wow.
That can be a significant effect throughout the match.
Double hit by Anderson, taking out Luck and Card.
Oh, wow.
She's got a really nice dip to her throw, and it's also kind of a different release, too, so that it's sometimes tricky to kind of follow. Oh, but she does get the hit. Wong takes her out.
Making a good start.
Oh, and we've got to write things down, don't we?
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
We need to
Did you write down Trung? You wrote down Trung?
I did. That was an early choice. I think that was pretty clear.
I would like to put Card on that for Sirens. I would put Card on.
Card?
Yeah.
Right in the middle, yes. Yeah, with that big catch on the slide.
Jocelyn Luck as well from Sirens. On the Rack Attack team, we had put Trung. I think Vanessa Hun probably too. Number 3 in the middle with Trung.
Oh yeah.
I think those would be my choices, but I'm open to suggestions, obviously.
Well, yeah, it's interesting. Like it's been so balanced. The Rack Attack side is kind of they're switching positions so much. It's hard to pick out the corner that stands out, the person that's having an effect.
Everybody's contributing.
They're interchanging and doing the same thing from different players in the court.
They are really picking on that.
You might have to help me. How do you spell number 3's name? Hung?
It's Huynh.
I should know that. I have a friend from high school that spells his name that way.
Am I saying it right then?
Well, my friend Philip Wynn says Wynn.
Oh, Wynn. Oh, that's probably more correct.
And then we need to nominate one more from the Rack Attack side.
Trung, right?
Sorry. No, we got Trung and Wynn from the. On the Siren side. We got Card and.
I already said it. What did I say? Oh, Luck.
Luck.
L-U-K.
Cool. We got our VC MVP votes or nominations coming in for you. Should be up for voting shortly. Another close game here. It's really just gone back and forth between these two teams.
Yeah. Catches just make a little bit of difference. Lots of throws there. Nobody capitalizes though. We also see the play of Janice Ewan. Tran taken out. Sugden starting to do a little bit more dodging. She was struggling to do the catching a little bit early in this game, so I think she's starting to, like you were saying, we got to make the adjustments, got to start working on something else. There's a nice shot there.
Yeah, that was a great throw.
Yeah, you don't want to be anywhere near that. So Win out, Trung out. So we're left with Sugden. Oh, and there's another one. And that's it.
Well, it's funny, like we're talking about that position switching. Sometimes that can kind of open doors for you. If you see it from a different angle, that can change everything.
Yeah.
Just kind of giving yourself that perspective to kind of find your groove.
Yeah.
That's what that looked like to me.
I love those opportunities just to be like, okay, I just need to do something. I'm gonna go be a little bit more aggressive just to kind of get a hit and move momentum my way a little bit. And in that case, Sugden got a couple of really great hits there. Little high for that one.
Pretty high toss there off the feet, but able to reel it in the back was hard.
Sirens with 4. Go vote for your player of the match. It's now up. Lots of good options on there. I don't know who I'd vote for.
Well, yeah, you got a moment. We still got about 5 minutes left in this match.
Let's see what happens.
Sirens is in a position to make some plays here.
Good, nice, easy patience by Rack Attack.
Ooh, good
nice
attempt.
hit. Vanessa Wynn actually moved to Winnipeg. She was living in Calgary and was playing on that team for Rack Attack for quite a while. They just changed the rules with club championships, so now you can have out-of-province players playing on other teams. So luckily she was able to participate in the Alberta provincials, and now she's trying getting hit out. Now she still gets to play on Rack Attack. I imagine she might not live in Winnipeg forever, so it's nice that she gets to keep on this team and stay there. And that's happened to not as many players as I thought. I thought with that open boundary, there'd be a lot more people like trying to play in different provinces, and not too many. I would say like less than a dozen for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, but opportunity for some people to get to play. It's a good opportunity for people to play with people from out of province, you know, get a chance to, like Jocelyn Luck on this team, getting to play with all these amazing Nova Scotians. So I'm not really sure what was happening there, but we've got Nova Scotia at full power against Rack Attack. Again, Rack Attack being very, very reserved, patient.
There's
Betty Max.
Betty, finally.
Little Mac Attack.
Little Mac Attack.
Yeah.
I love that. I like that she was poised though. Like she's figuring out how to get into her game very intentionally. She's not just throwing the ball and hoping something gets better.
Yeah.
She's kind of waiting for the right moment, letting her team kind of draw some attention and take that shot.
Yeah, Yvonne had some pretty convincing looking pump fakes during that round too. Good setup.
And ultimately, that's what you want to lean into, right? You want your team to kind of set you up.
Yeah.
If you're carrying the team, it's because you're putting in the work.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have to. Your team should be putting in the work to make you successful.
And these two on Rack Attack, like the coolest cucumbers ever, hey? Like they're just so poised. But Nova Scotia's they're not deterred. They know they've got lots of arsenal as well. And also the player advantage.
Well, yeah, especially as we're getting later into the day now, I think the pace is going to naturally slow down. But in particular, in situations like this, in a 5-on-2, there's really no reason to rush, right? I think early in the day, everyone's kind of high energy. They're ready to play dodgeball. They're ready to throw, make catches, make big moments happen. But at this stage of the day, it's more so about, okay, you're thinking, what's the right thing to do here? And making sure that
lots of things happening there. We have Angie Miller out for the Sirens and Betty Mack on the Rack Attack side.
Oh yeah, looks like an exchange trade there. Betty threw the cross, I believe, and then got thrown back at for doing so. Yvonne was another player that played with Valkyrie at the Thing about a month ago. I definitely saw her close out at least one big match.
The red ball count over the fence. Yeah, Yvonne good at staying alive, so this could be a pretty long end of this game as well.
It's a good decision there from Carr to slide over there and collect that ball while she could. I was a little curious as to why she wasn't doing it before they decided to throw, but they prioritized the coordination, which is fair, and still had time to get over and collect that ball.
Interesting choice by Yvonne to throw all her balls, but they weren't coming back on her. It ended up working out just fine, but interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of like almost trying to catch your opponent off guard. Like they expect me to throw one, maybe they expect me to throw two. Are they really going to expect me to throw three? Like that's only one way to find out, right? And that's to huck all three of them. So you'd be surprised what you can get away with when you do that, especially if you got an arm.
Yeah, taking it would have been nice to take advantage of McNeil with no ball, but obviously moves very well. Cher just a great blocker, so with all these balls.
Yeah, it's interesting. All three players really playing within their comfort zone.
Yeah.
The teamwork on the Siren side is showing through.
And a big catch by McNeil. That's definitely her bread and butter.
Patience. I like it.
And we're tied up again.
Here we are.
We knew it. We knew it was going to be a tight one.
And it looks like we're going straight into no block. Time expired, or is under 30 seconds, so we go straight into the no block rather than trying to set up a rush. There's not much point in doing so.
We know what's ending there.
That'll be a little different tomorrow, I believe. I think we'll actually be pausing timers at any point under a minute during the playoffs in order to allow teams to set up the balls and play through that full minute, basically, without going into the no block, and then going into the no block or sudden death from there, unless they somehow manage to end that within the minute.
McNeil taking a seat after that really long round. But Cher's still out there. Taking a little break, letting the team get in the throw. I anticipate Sugden to start making. Oh, but they called her out. I was going to say,
really?
and she's a very honest player. So
looks like it might have been a line out.
I think he's saying that she got hit.
Oh, Nick.
I don't think she's super pleased about that. Big catch by Tram, so Sugden comes back in. I guess that's dodgeball karma, perhaps.
Ball don't lie.
She's still talking to him out there. Wow, nice hits. Siren's going to be coming back here. They've got, oh no, sorry. Rack attack with full power. And Sharon makes another catch. I don't know if I've ever seen her make this many catches in one game, or in one match. It's
That's all I know about her now, so that's just what she's going to be living in my head.
Unstoppable. Please make your votes now. My goodness.
I'm glad I don't have to play against this girl.
She's unreal. Oh, it takes out Luck. Lots of balls thrown here by Rack Attack, but somehow they still have lots. I mean, Sirens must have let off a bunch. And Sugden finishes out the round. Or the game.
Yep.
It's not a round. Is it a round?
I guess you could call it a round. It's kind of a match set game thing.
I know, but I said round, so does that count? That's my question. But that'll be the end. That'll be the end. So Rack Attack just narrowly getting ahead of Sirens. What a really great game by both amazing teams.
Yeah, just back and forth, and the most patient set I think I've seen today. That was really just kind of calculated from one team to the next, back and forth, and eventually going into what should be great experience for playoffs tomorrow. The sudden death no block situation with a tied match.
Yeah.
If you get into that situation tomorrow, you're going to value the practice today.
Yeah.
Especially against a team like Sirens or Rack Attack.
Interesting to just kind of have two teams that are completely the same.
Yeah.
Now, how do you beat yourself?
Exactly.
learn about your own self a little bit this way too.
Well, yeah. So who do we have coming up next here? I think we're looking at, if I'm
Royals and New Era. So Royals out of Quebec and New Era out of Winnipeg. Or Manitoba. They were the winners of Nationals last year.
Oh yeah, this could be an interesting matchup.
This will be a great matchup. Royals really making a name for themselves in the last little while with some young talent like Patry. And some, old, I don't want to call them older, but more experienced talent like Blanchette.
Well, yeah, it looks like you guys are going to have Ben Johnson and Kaylin Esterbrooks jumping into the commentary for that match. Kaylin playing with Sane Elite today should be able to provide some fun color commentary for that.
Yeah.
He's I don't know if he got to play
played
Royals
these teams
today.
well. He's definitely played Royals at the thing.
Yeah, recently.
Yeah. And New Era, I'm sure he's played many, many times.
Yeah. And then I'll be jumping over on to Court 6 with you, actually. We're both jumping over there to watch Mint and Pandalorian.
Yeah.
All right, well, we'll sign out and let Ben and Kaylin jump on here shortly.
Sounds good.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2025 Dodgeball Canada Club Championships here. We are watching a potential finals match here, and it's only round robin day one. Representing Manitoba on the far end, New Era, your 2024 champions, gold medalists at Richmond, BC. And on the near end, the Royals, number one in Quebec. Year two of them existing. After Nationals in Montreal, a lot of competitive players in Quebec were disappointed how it ended. Then they joined forces to create one team with the best players in the province. Selections were based not only on talent, but based on motivation, experiences, and dodgeball and capacity to improve themselves. The vibe of camaraderie is really important for Royals. Co-captains Louis-Pierre Blanchette and Martin Dutil. You might be familiar with Dutil all the way back to 2019. A lot of up-and-coming players onto Team Canada. Near me there, Maximus Patry, joined by some of his brothers. Meanwhile, on the far end, don't sleep on New Era. It is today's era. Co-captain Jesse Copetz, and since he's playing against the Francophone, we'll say Copet. Alongside Nick Grenier. Both sides ready, and we're underway. Get ready to see a rock fight. Dutil thinks about it, pump fake, stops. No throws yet. And it'll be Burden to throw on Royals, and a shot fired and connecting immediately on Jordan Ferris. Burden back to New Era, ball extra ball, there we go. Benjamin Rousseau is eliminated by the Nick Grenier fastball. He's got a heater on him. He's not alone. Dupasquier sends with him. The junior Patry staying alive. Boris, number 3. Maximus, number 1 on the left wing. Expect him to be targeted a lot, as well as Dutil. They are both eliminated just now. 4 players to 3 advantage. New Era ball advantage. With Patry 2 in hand, he sends one very quickly in high of Chartier. Copet providing pressure, communicating with teammates. A sweeper missing Benoit. Holzer is eliminated, number 23. 3v3. It'll be very shocking if it's not an even match throughout. Hard throwing. Confident men, quick reactions, easy approach to their catch. It's not easy, but they make it look good. And Benoit, number 99, Hugo Benoit, sends that ball. He's got a curve on it. Le Ballon Chasseur 2025 Dodgeball Canada Club Championships here, day 1 of 3. Round robin play as Benoit is eliminated. Au revoir, Benoit. Maximus Patry, along with brother Boris. Ready, set, 12-3. A late throw, counters, not connecting on any of them. And even the follow-up, Chartier thinking about it, but not sending. Burden to throw on New Era. Hard throwing, spinning out of the way is Patry. I don't often see that many players wearing glasses. I'm proud of him. Representing us. Pump fake, hard on target to Pasquier. Great work getting small, ball blocking. All New Era men, ball in hand. Chartier with the throw. Both teams struggling to connect right now. I see Kalen Estwich making his way as Copet is eliminated. 2v2. The Patry family together, 2 balls in their hands. As the man, the myth, the legend, Kalen Esbrooks joins me. He's doing some field research.
We had a little bit of team meeting there, go a little bit long.
Yeah, I bet you don't hear that too often. The junior Patry is eliminated, now 1v2. Whoa, right on the hands, but brilliantly blocked. A better catch.
DJ passed away. I feel like it definitely didn't say that right. It's fine.
They nailed it. No. Wow, that was like they were waiting to finish it off for your arrival.
Thanks, guys.
Slowly and surely, they're picking away at one another, and here we go. We've got a full court
Patry lineup.
Patry, yeah, exactly. Robinson Patry, number 12. And my personal favorite, Benjamin Rousseau.
Oh, my favorite as well.
Member of the Team Canada squad.
Yes, Team Canada mix. He's a gold medalist.
Boris is eliminated, keeping a Patry on the right side. I think earlier I was referring to Robinson Patry as Maximus.
I think they're all the same.
Yeah. There's it's kind of like a cell phone bar.
Oh, big grab by Benjamin Rousseau there.
Benjamin, you need to lean into the Benjamin. It's not.
I can lean into the Martin.
And funny enough, the New Era man provided a francophone version of a lot of their last names.
Oh, yeah?
So we got Copet, but he's like Copé en français, right?
Good guys.
So I think if it goes well from him, we'll say Copet, and if he gets hit out, we'll go Copé. Grenier, strong throw. Dutil stayed alive, the ball turfed low. Pause in the action now, play call by the Royals. Boris readies. It's Benoit with the throw. Ooh,
good block.
He twists it.
He did. Yeah. He's using the ball as a hula hoop.
Jordan Ferris on the right wing right now for New Era. It's Grenier that gets targeted. Holzer rips it. Always looks like he's just having so much fun. Just like it's a rec game for him.
Always.
Opposite though, Colin Chartier.
So serious all the time. Him and Nick on the same side always just look like they're very, very serious.
Ooh, Boris is shoe shot out.
Good guy, Dan Holzer there.
Pump fakes, hard throw, always a brilliant fastball. Grenier.
Incredible. He throws so hard.
Benoit goes over the target.
Jordan getting very low there.
Here, readies, pump fake, Benoit moving. Still moving and staying alive. Rousseau backcourt. Ferris with the midcourt throw, no connections.
A sneaky shot there.
Well, we're locked up again. This is what you missed actually just a few minutes ago. Is there can be kind of a pause in the action until Rousseau is eliminated. Dutil providing great pressure, bold move, getting that extra ball. Not punished.
Yeah, dodging a Chartier ball there.
Shot clock counting down.
Oh my
Trailer
goodness.
also missing. Nimble knees of Dan Holzer. Big shot.
Big shot by Nick Grenier.
Through
another big shot on
blockers on both of them. Both ball in hand, and it just went right on through.
These boys throw very hard.
2-0 lead. Okay, so Royals, they've got swagger, but it's a little quiet right now. Meticulous, one out at a time coming in for a New Era. Nothing too risky.
That's just kind of how they play.
Nguyen on court, he's in middle, number 18.
Normally he runs the rush.
Yeah, Lavoie, he's going to do it by himself. He's going to grip it, rip it, toss it all back. Blanchette going for him. Pasquier had a ball in time that didn't get on target.
Josh Walsh in the game.
Oh, yeah, Walsh and Savard, sorry.
Oh, big catch on Colin Chartier.
Remnants of the gold medal match.
Yes.
Put your catch counter on for the Chartier catches. Joshua Walsh, if you watched him at the thing, was brilliant.
Oh, he was so
Speaking of catches.
He was so good. He always is though. He's such a good thrower.
And you could tell he was vibing. Like he was just.
Maximus called out on their skim. Something. Ref's call.
Game of inches right now. Nguyen providing protection for his team. Shares the balls. Yep. Levois, fresh arm. It's a lefty. Big pump fake. It's Grenier's cannon of an arm.
DJ taking off the wing for him. Give Nick some protection there. He's just so good at bringing balls in.
Oh, and just getting tiny.
Oh my goodness. He's such a pain to kill.
Pumps and sends it right into the grips of Benjamin Rousseau.
Sorry, I said such a pain.
Yes. Solid stopping. And the trailer's good to get Grenier. And a counter.
And a double off of Rousseau and LP.
Just like Lavoie plans. Benoit, he's been victim to some hard shots lately. And Savard, his first set, ends in a loss. 3-0 now. How do you stop the train?
I'd say call a timeout and regather.
Ooh, an early timeout.
Early timeout.
Yep.
Take it early. You're down 3-0.
Well, is there any way we can kind of bring back the Royale sweater?
We need some mojo. We need a couple more grabs. I think if they just need to celebrate the little things.
Yep.
Like every little hit, every good like dodge or pump. Oh goodness.
Into the grippers. And it was just like perfectly.
I meant to like catch a ball, not get caught.
yeah. Not to send one solo into the basket of Grenier.
Yeah, that's a tough place to throw if you're anybody.
Ooh, it works
I guess
time.
I
Crossing.
guess it's okay for Maximus.
Well, it's sneaky too.
Yeah.
Like right behind Pesquet. Win. Patrick, staying alive. Rousseau.
Oh, we're getting some cheering going.
Man, he's just got great hips.
Max. He does have good hips. Those are young boy hips.
Oh, there we go, Boris. Joshua Walsh joining the Patrice.
Oh my goodness.
And it's
Colin
2.
Chartier, number 2. Oh my goodness. Brings back Nick.
I think, Mitch, if we're looking for a new sponsor, I'd want to Colin Chartier catch counter sponsor. Yeah. His on-stream catch rate is brilliant. And Maximus keeps himself alive. Good ball blocking.
Oh.
4 players to 3. Advantage, new era. Big rip, too high. Countered back. Lavoie.
Oh, skimmed there.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
a little too honest there. Well, nothing.
There's no such thing,
as too honest. Oh, and some honesty on the other side as well.
Yeah.
Nicholas with a finger block.
We're not surprised. We're just proud.
Yeah.
Chartier,
both these guys with
nice
skims. These are 3 tough outs on the New Era side.
Absolutely. Remember that sneaky lefty. Lavoie readies, sets. And Pasquet with the throw. Targeting. Savard hit hard on target. Oh, and he was squared up at Pasquet. And Chartier knew it. Hiding in the shadows there.
Colin is such a pain to play against. Oh, big hit onto DJ there.
1v1, 2 legends now.
2 guys who always play together when they're together because they look very similar.
Just the serious bearded men.
Very handsome, serious bearded men.
We would dream for beards like this.
Oh.
Walsh resets, goes up center court, getting a ball. Ready on defense, Chartier. Ball sails well high. And that one's way on target. Just blocked.
A little early celebration there.
Well, it was right on chest.
It was good.
And I think it even had a late trail movement.
That was a good throw.
Walsh getting well clear to that one. And it sounds like we're about to be at the end of the half.
3 seconds.
Final couple seconds. Sends it wide. The perfect. Oh, he was saying, no, that was too late.
That was very close.
Yeah, they couldn't.
Oh, they did call him. Wait, what happened? Oh, right. I forgot that we're athletes at the end of the day, and we're human, so we might need some water.
Why are you stopping?
Yeah, it's also a little bit hot in this gym.
Yeah, it's kind of like the surprise is when you have an enormous pool beside the gym. That it's the world's largest humidifier.
Yeah. Not as bad as Austria. Not even close.
Yeah, someone was complaining. I was like, whoa, please.
Yeah, we don't need the mop out yet for quite literally every single
If
play.
we make it over 30 degrees,
Yeah.
and then maybe we'll get comparable.
And then
the worst part is you go outside and it couldn't get any better.
It was so much worse. No, it wasn't.
Especially near the doorway. It was just like a channel.
Yeah.
Human heat.
Yeah, sweatbox was really bad.
Charté readies. Both sides will have no blocking, 3 balls apiece. Burden determined to be on Royals, but it's Charté first.
Bounce.
2 throws. It's a bouncer, stays alive. Yep. Ready, sets, delivers right on time. And another catch. Get in there, sponsor.
Oh my God. Oh my goodness. My goodness gracious. That was at his face. Absolutely.
Wow. So, yeah, comes by to celebrate. Hey, let's get in there. So in a moment, you'll have a chance to vote for your VC Ultimate Player of the Match. Well, okay, well, we got one name.
Oh, we got one already.
Rousseau on Royals had a great catch, great movement. Second deck for each team. Of course, Grenier's had some great shots. Brought in a great catch. Walsh maybe as a no, that's on reputation.
He's playing well, but
yeah,
I think there's a couple of the other guys who are playing quite well as well. We'll get this nailed down.
Yeah, we'll take every minute of
Boris with a bunch of grabs.
Yeah.
Maximus is hitting as well.
We could just put Patry.
Just Patry. Pick a Patry.
Blanchette making a case for himself there, taking out Holzer right away. And that could be a huge advantage, just getting the early lead. Oh, well, that's easily eliminated here.
Royals have a little bit more energy here. When the new era was coming up, there was big pump fakes, and all of them stopped. I like it.
Lavoie still on courts. Copette has been a very strong player past Team Canada. He's 2022.
Yes.
And lefty Lavoie is eliminated to Pasquier.
Chartier cannot make a catch this set.
Ooh.
Well, I think Josh is aiming for us over here. I am not playing this match.
Walsh with the play call. Patry per side. Quiet in the action now. Ferris shares with teammates. Watch for him. He does send it.
Happy feet from LP there.
Always feel like he's puffing on his chest.
Yeah.
Burden to throw on New Era. Through the wickets of Patry. Dutil stays alive. Ready, set, deliver. Missing to Pasquier because he's so quick and just agile, getting out of the way. Doesn't always need to jump. Grenier protecting teammate from behind him. He's staying alive. Oh, Dupasquier looks back to see a teammate saves him. That's a good move to just see if a shadow catch might happen.
Absolutely.
Player advantage, Royals. So it's their burden to throw. Shot clock counting down against them.
Very tough outs here on the New Era side. Very, very strong arms as well.
Oh, Grenier getting low. Could he be your VC Ultimate
That is
player
a large man.
His ability
so gracefully.
to
Seriously.
just get in a small vertical space.
Oh, wow.
Like he doesn't necessarily get tiny, but the way he actually kind of like left-right seems to kind of squeeze.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like the Boston Harry Potter and then just
Yes.
Coupette, Ferris, Grenier against one, but it's Joshua Walsh, 2-ball blocking. Grenier's ball goes high. Who's he going to select? He selects Grenier. It goes way up.
Big ups there.
Just the way some players can just fly their legs and still land gracefully.
Oh, big catch.
Hoop.
Roy makes a lot of grabs.
Felt like Coupette was just like ready to send it until everyone's like, by the way, you just won the set.
Yeah.
But ease up.
Uh-oh. We got Colin back in the game, ready for another couple grabs. Well, I was going to see if he could hear me, but
Colin
a little too locked in there. Yeah, Colin Catchier. It's a good one. Put that on a t-shirt.
Till hustling fast. Blanchette ready, sets, delivers a fastball. Thought it went through the net.
Oh.
That's impressive.
And Dan Hoser with a late take back onto LP there.
Oh, Benjamin, he's got a couple catches himself.
Oh my goodness, that was a fun one.
Dupont Rousseau. Big rips. Nguyen acting as a body bounce right there.
Not an active player.
Those gloves were waiting for the real thing.
Yeah.
Dutil, meanwhile, keeping away those no greedy fingers. Benoit checking back with teammates, checking the play call. Boris Patry holding the game. We have an extra ball.
I think it was a bad ball. Yeah,
okay,
bad ball.
okay. Nothing but the best.
We need the best balls out here.
Well, I'm sure everyone can be upset at that moment where you feel it start to sag and it's not commanding what you want, especially the throws you have. You're trying to time it so perfectly.
Yeah. I'm definitely a bit of a ball princess. I like a part of ball that I can squeeze a little bit more than squishing.
Boris Patry again with the play call. Benoit, Rousseau. And
another big oh, okay, that's it.
Whoa, swagger. This is what's needed if you're behind.
This is what you need.
Oh, we got some chatter.
Oh, and he's ready again. Oh, another one! Oh my God!
You said he was ready? Yeah, it was the exact same catch too.
Boris hasn't done this game just yet.
Well, good thing we listed him as a potential MVP.
Big upset from Kyle and a good solid duck on the way down.
Well, Royals take this opportunity to bring in those Boris vibes, along with the Benjamin Rousseau catch.
A couple catches from Boris Petri.
Ready, set, deliver, and he wasn't able to bring that one in. Nor was Rousseau. Benoit squared up. Dupasquier just protecting teammates right now. That early advantage disappears here. Still no points for Royals.
Got a little bit less than 6 minutes here.
Their new era team, they're 4 years in.
They are, eh? They hit on the DJ
4
there.
provincial golds as well. They're the hardest foam of Manitoba.
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, Manitoba didn't have provincials up until about 4 years ago.
Well, so like the kind of final team were chosen through
okay.
selection committee. And one of the things I actually really appreciated them from back in the day. I got a Dupasquier jersey from when they were
Red River Rebellion. I do as well.
Yeah.
From Winnipeg.
The Rebellion jersey, and that it didn't have enough red.
That was in PEI. I lied.
Yes, in Charlottetown.
Yes.
And so they would take on the names of the chosen provincial team. I just thought that was so cool. So some of the teams were selection committee, whereas the top was meanwhile, as we're talking top performance, your VC Ultimate Player of the Match, chosen by you as Dutil is eliminated by a potential MVP, Colin Catchier.
Colin Catchier.
We absolutely need to put it on the Dodgeball shop, the custom jersey there, Mitch.
Yes.
Meanwhile,
Austin
on court
Woods
for the first
appearance.
time, Austin Woods.
And Riley at the yard.
Now, am I remembering correctly that he played on the world stage?
He did. He did. He played for Great Britain.
Great Britain.
Oh my goodness, Boris made a catch in his feet, I think.
Even he is not totally sure what just happened there.
I'm going to call it a grab just for the plot, and it's 6-0. It's 6-0. I think they deserve that. What's the call here? Ref's discussion here. Is that Metro Ball Dan? Good guy.
Mr. Smart
Catch is
the
good.
catch.
Boris Patry with a catch between his feet.
Love the nod. Yeah.
On Kyle Lavoie. I'm getting a sign over there from Colin Catchier. Well, Boris might have more grabs than him.
Fresh arm from Woods. Watch out for him.
I think he just recently moved back to Winnipeg.
Okay.
After living in Great Britain since 2020-ish? 2022? Not too sure.
And as well, Rylan Yargel. Big rip from Woods, just missing Rousseau. Tree at the line. He went thinking twice about sending at him. Turf low.
Oh, big hit.
Not caught. Woods out too. And roster change as well, I believe. Adair.
Yes, Adair is playing their right wing right now. Oh.
And now, number 7, and he is hard hit out by Copette.
Copette, such an accurate thrower. Probably one of the most accurate throwers in the continent.
100%.
Oh!
No. Okay.
Catch? Oh yeah.
It was okay.
Catch.
Did he set it down?
I'm not too sure. Oh, he had a ball in his hands.
Okay, because it just smacked in, caught, and it looked like he just.
That's kind of just what Dan Holzer does.
Always making it look exciting.
Oh, he's looking for another one.
Big smile.
We're having fun out here.
4 players to 2. Win in the middle. Sends it solo. Counter goes low. Or did it? No.
I think they were trying to celebrate because Boris had a catch earlier.
Savard, Alimd, Rousseau can't pull that one in.
All right, well.
And it's lucky number 7.
Tall task here for Royals. 7 sets in 2 minutes. You think it's doable?
This would be such a calamity.
They need 6 sets in 2 minutes just to start a 7th.
And unfortunately, like if you're a team that doesn't want it to happen, you can delay quite easily.
Yeah. By 30 seconds, you get 30 seconds after each match or each set.
Yeah, you can take your sweet time to get set up.
But Nura's not like that. Oh my God! What a clean block.
That's
he ran into
swagger.
that. He ran into that.
Yeah. It was just like poof. Step in, 2 throw. Boris Patry is in. Amel staying alive.
And Shauna Rowe with the call on Austin Woods being out of bounds.
All while nothing's happening. Copette, Yarjal, Yarjo, if you're watching from Francais. There we go, and Benoit is eliminated.
Okay, something did happen. Okay. There's so many balls thrown. Couldn't figure it out.
Game of consequence and elimination here, 4v5. Yarjo, one of the heroes of 2022 Worlds. Right?
No.
2022, that was the wheelchair year.
Yeah, the wheelchair year, okay.
Yeah. It's like, what makes him heroic? I was like, well.
Yes. Keep the spirits high. Keep the spirits high, yes. Absolutely. Being there for the team. Yes.
You drew too many references to the Dodgeball movie.
Yes, absolutely.
Patches.
Big grab!
Oh, yeah. Nice thing I was talking about him there.
Right?
Like, oh.
Commentator's curse normally the wrong way. And a hit on a deer there.
Benjamin Rousseau. It's all hair, right? Like
it really is.
You can barely see his eyes. His
beautiful hair.
Facial, his wonderful curly hair too. Rips it, and the counter is good.
We got about 7 seconds left, so we will have a no blocking set.
Which probably means absolute chaos.
I would like to see all 3 balls straight from New Era. Or a triple. Austin has a play. So we have chaos. Yes. Okay. Oh, boo.
He simmered down. He's like, okay, guys. Like, he grips it, rips it. Sends it wide.
And a turfy curveball.
Robinson Patry readies. Oh, Yarjao. He heard us.
He did.
I was like,
He
this
did.
guy's a champ. You're like, excuse me, what?
I think he's trying to catch up to Cachier.
Yeah. Remind us of your greatness here, Yarjao. Holzer creeping up. He might be targeted. Has to win as a limbs. Yarjao.
Oh my gosh! Oh my goodness! He just doesn't stop.
Patry taken out.
The youngest of the Patries.
So ready to tag his own. He goes in between targets and he himself.
Well, that's a nice curveball.
Huh. Just kind of skipping along.
Yeah.
Or maybe a sweep.
Yeah, nice and quick.
Ben Ross, 2 in hand. Gonna put some serious movement on it. That's one way to get. Oh, okay. Turf just short of Yarjao. And Nguyen.
Oh no! He bobbled after half an hour.
Or he caught it 3 times.
Yeah.
2.5 times, I should say.
All right, this is a bit of a tall task here.
Shot clock counting down. Kopet.
I did not know Kopet went down anymore.
Did a little bit of a stretch there. Oh, hey,
my
shot
Dan
catch.
Holzer, yeah, that makes sense. Yep. That checks out.
What a match. A commanding performance by New Era, who didn't lose a match in 2024, I might add. And so moving on, you'll be watching,
am I playing?
Yours truly.
Oh, cool.
Very cool. Well, tell us the scouting report. Say an Elite versus Melee. You're familiar with them.
We are familiar with them.
All right.
Well, let the action speak for itself. Thank you for having me.
Tune in with you.
After a tumultuous start to 2025, Canadians and Americans seem to be putting their differences aside, all in the name of one very important cause, beating Austria. On June 28th, North Americans will forget their trade disputes and metric system debates to settle things the old-fashioned way, by playing dodgeball. This gathering will be a first of many in the Canadian cloth circuit, a place where Americans and Canadians come together over their mutual love of air conditioning and their mutual hatred of losing to Austria and England. This tournament will take place in Leduc, a mere 1,150 kilometers northeast of Seattle, or about 11,500 football fields if you're American. The top finishers will travel to Alberta once more to compete for a cash prize at a championship in Calgary. In this magical place, it isn't a
All right, this is Michael White back at the Canadian Club Championships with my partner in commentary,
Sydney Somerville.
And we're here to watch Saint Elite versus Melee. Pretty familiar with Saint Elite. I got to do some commentary for them at the thing and then recently earlier today. What can you tell me about Melee? Where are they from? How do they play?
Melee, so you have a fun mix here. You have Kerr here, Tabernor, and Waddingham. They are hailing from London. And then I believe Halawatenko is out of Oakville. So it's like a mix of London, Toronto-ish area.
Okay.
And they're usually a very scrappy team. They enjoy a fast pace. They push a lot. Hectic. I would describe their play style as very hectic for sure.
Okay, so kind of, I mean, I would describe Saint in that way as well. They like to kind of get into that aggressive mid-court space and just play the exchange game.
Absolutely,
they think they'll come out on top, so they're willing to throw. That's kind of what Melee likes to do too.
Saint capitalizes on chaos, though. Like, they cause the chaos, and then they always pull out of it on top.
Like that.
Oh, my God.
Cody Foley making it rain.
That is a very Cody thing to do.
I think he had one, got a cross-court catch, then got a follow-up catch, and then dumped all three balls on his teammates as he ran towards the backcourt. That's very,
little jump and twirl after that.
Very happy moment. That should be a fun highlight.
I think he earned that. Somebody clip it.
We got to start thinking of our VC MVPs throughout the match as well. So, I mean, maybe he's making an early case for himself.
He goes for a shadow catch and gets tagged out.
Melee looking at a 2-on-4 now. I'm always curious to see how teams play in the 2-on scenario because it really limits your options, right? Like it's me or you throwing basically. So I'm always curious to see how teams approach that. Even something as simple as like, do you approach the front line like they're doing now versus settling back, playing more defensively, looking to counter when your opponent's trying to throw at you, that sort of thing.
Melee kind of sticks to the same. If Karen Dang, number 10, is one of the last ones left on court. From what I've noticed watching them over the past couple of seasons, he tends to get whoever he's with to throw majority. He's more of a setting up for the catch type of player.
Okay. So he'll put himself in that space, make himself look like a target, and then use that to his advantage.
And he does have very good hands, so it's a good strategy for him.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Definitely.
If you can execute that, I would not say that's one of my strengths, so I fully respect players that can do it.
I'm too aggressive for that.
I want you to throw at me. I'm just not trying to catch it. I'm just trying to get you to dump the ball. Let me have more. I would say that's actually a lot like number 9 here on the Saint Elite side. I think his last name is Ng.
Yes, Kenneth Ng.
Kenneth Ng. He's really aggressive. I remember watching him play in the finals, or not the finals, the semifinals. It was Saint Elite and Hardest Foam. He was just selling out off of his corner, just running full bore at his opponent any opportunity he could, and he was getting away with it a lot. He really likes to just be in that aggressive space and kind of live by trial by fire, I guess, put himself out there and make plays happen. Dodge, catch, throw, hit, whatever. He just wants to be in that space.
Oh, he's always been like that. Anytime I've seen Kenneth play, he's...
Oh. Was that good?
I think that was a live ball. I think that.
Well, yeah, because now I'm confused because
Guess it gets called out.
If you caught the ball, like I do agree it was secured before the ball that hit him died, but he hadn't landed yet. So if he's out before he lands, is it technically a catch?
You do have to have 2 points of contact in order for it to be a valid catch. So I think, yeah, the ball that hit him died before he landed.
Ooh. Like the cross court from the right corner
There's some big feelings over on Saint Elite's side right now.
They're trying to keep the vibes up, it seems like. They're trying to have fun. It's getting late in the day, and I think the body might be giving up, so they're kind of leaning more into the mind. Melee with the advantage now, 3-1. Been able to capitalize on some big plays that could have swung the wrong way, much like that double catch or bang-bang catch that Cody had in the first set.
It's always a treat watching him play because I remember the very first time I saw him play was in Worlds of 2017, and he caught exactly like he did there, 2 balls back-to-back at the back line when he was left last for USA.
Yep, he's been doing it for a while, for sure.
He's a big name, has been for a very long time.
Well, yeah, it's wild to think, like, he has gotten better over these years, but he was really freaking good even back then. Like,
Absolutely.
He's just been doing it that long now. I first encountered Cody, I think, in 2016, the first national tournament I went to, back when we were playing Elite Dodgeball, back when he was playing with TC Boosh.
Oh, yeah,
along with
TC.
the likes of Ashley Cook and Charlie, I forget his last name. He was one of the captains for Boosh, I think, back in the day. But that was back playing 8.5. Maybe a little bit of no sting. I think
fantastic movement, nice hits, beautiful close.
Heartbreaker there. Sakura making some exceptional throws and working through a 3v1 there to win game 2.
In that instance, I feel like Melee should have backed off a little bit instead of getting too greedy. You were up 2-1. You know that Josh on Saint Elite is one of the best dodgers in the country. You've seen him play. You've played against him countless times.
Mm-hmm.
You can't get too greedy with that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you can try, but I agree. I don't think it's a sound strategy, especially with somebody like that where it's almost obvious that they want to play that in-your-face agility trade game.
And he has got incredible movement on his ball as well. So even if you think you're getting away from it, chances are you're probably getting tagged by it.
Well, yeah, he was in a 3v1 and did exactly that. Hit one of the 3 and then created the 2-on-1. And then Melee just didn't seem to have the composure to deal with that kind of a player.
Struggled to close.
But we're still early in the match. We're lined up for the next rush here.
We had a false start on Sayin. That's the first one for this half. With ref Pete Decker in his cowboy hat.
So we got Moody on the court. Oh,
Another
Cody.
Foley catch.
The way he catches, it's like his elbow is attached to his body, and then he just folds in on the ball.
It's like hands majority.
What are you supposed to do against that? You can't hit him in the elbow because his arms are tucked in, and then anywhere on body he does that.
When I throw at you, where do I aim? Because you catch with your ankles at this point.
Well, when he's sliding back, the ball tends to ricochet up, so it's like even when he's all the way laid out, it doesn't feel safe.
Nathan Wu hitting that double right in the middle on Melee over here, number 21 for Sayin Elite. I think he was on Team Hong Kong.
I believe so. I don't know how he got connected to Saint Elite, but he's been playing with them for a while now.
I want to say maybe the Toronto League. I'm unsure. Don't quote me on that. I could be very, very wrong.
Well, actually, I don't know if I know that. Is Saint Elite mostly Toronto-based, or are they kind of spread out in the area?
I think it's majority Toronto-based.
Okay.
And then you have Foley, obviously, from Calgary. And then, yeah, I think that's... And then Moody Yusuf is also from Ottawa.
Oh, okay.
I think everybody else is Toronto or at least nearby Toronto.
All right, well, another addition to Melee here is Jordan Williams. He's been playing in between BC and Seattle for a long time now. He's now playing the right corner. Even looking at Saint Elite, as good as this lineup is, I have a lot of faith in Jordan Williams as a player, especially in this sort of scenario when you don't have 6 players on the court and he has space to move. He's an extremely hard out and a very crafty thrower. Oh, it looks like his teammate's a pretty crafty dodger, too. Oh, maybe got Nix. Ref's got to make a decision here.
Trying to figure out if it was a bounce into him or a hit direct.
So Jordan's now facing a 1v4. I wouldn't count him out, though. This is kind of what Jordan lives for. He loves to make game-changing catches, and that throw he's got is finessed.
He does have a cannon of an arm. I will give him that.
Oh.
He just ticked out by Wu.
Yeah, he got himself up pretty close there. I don't know if it's too close, but he wasn't really set up to catch following that first throw. He had a lot of balls in his hands, which can, maybe there's a strategy to that, but it didn't look like he was prepared for that. Looks like he was just trying to get the hit and then found himself a little too high up the court. Jordan will make adjustments throughout the match, though. Looks like Melee's having some success, too. They're not getting blown out here. Defensive rush didn't work out for him there. Trying to collect 3 balls with 1 player just to get the ball off to the sideline so that you can reset rather than, rushing with 2 players and exposing more players to the counter from Saiyan.
Against this team, for sure, the way to go, because Saiyan's rush is incredibly fast and their throws are incredibly accurate.
Yeah, I got to do some commentary with Ben earlier between Saiyan Elite and Howl, another extremely fast rushing team, and Saiyan was not losing that battle.
No.
They were duking it out, if anything, and I think Saiyan came out on top most of the time.
I had Saiyan Elite and Mavericks, and it was the same thing.
I imagine that was an intense matchup. I believe they just faced off at the Thing recently, too, right?
Yes.
I don't know if that was just round robin. I don't know if they had bracket matches.
I don't know. I was quite busy with the women's bracket. I didn't get to watch much of the men's, but it's always a good matchup against them because some of them are like recent teammates with Team Canada, right? And longtime teammates with the national program, so.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of interplay between a lot of Team Canada players there. It always makes for good dodgeball.
Saiyan Elite has 4 balls in hands, 3 bodies to Melee's 5. So they're up in an advantage here, and I'm hoping they can pull it through.
Yeah, they haven't really had an opportunity to kind of play through with the advantage, and that's kind of the goal in dodgeball, right, is to kind of get that advantage early and then hold on to that. Of course, you're always going to try to win, whether that happens for you or not, but it makes it a lot easier. But that's really dependent on how you play as a team. If you can't defend a lot of players on your side of the court, it doesn't really do you much good to, try to pick apart your opponent. They're just going to pick you apart, too. But right now, Melee's surviving.
5v2, but I definitely wouldn't count the 2 out, being Cody and Moody.
Oh, Jordan went for that catch. That's the kind of catch he'll make. He'll get down to his knees and let his hand just collect the ball wherever it may go, but that was a perfectly placed ball. Good counter. Looks like we got Moody off the court.
Moody is dead. Moody is, I think it was an ankle hit, maybe?
Down to a 4v1 against Cody.
Do we think he makes another catch, or do we think he hits? What do we think? What are your bets here?
Honestly, because he's already eaten so many catches, I think Melee's going to be pretty wary. But the challenge with that is that Cody's a very capable thrower at distance. He likes to throw finesse curves, and he can throw a fastball on top of that. Oh, wow.
He does get hit on the inside of the thigh, I think it looks like.
Yep, kind of turtled up in that corner, relying on those blocking balls to protect him. Maybe not the best strategy based on the way it played out, but, I mean, if anyone can do it, Cody can.
I find a lot of the male players specifically favor the crouch. When you're left last, you crouch in the corner with the 2 balls placed in front of you. So low balls coming at your feet or your shins normally end up hitting those essentially blockades before they get to you. Kind
of building a wall or a shield of sorts. It may not seem that significant, but yeah, it can certainly have an impact. It does sacrifice maneuverability, so it's kind of a trade-off for every player, right? It's what you want to lean into. Would you rather lean into lateral motion and kind of, I guess, playing that guessing game with your opponent, or would you rather lean into protecting yourself with, 2-3 blocking balls in hand and potentially countering?
I think with Foley, he was just leaning into a catch.
That might be it, too. There's a whole mind game in there to be played as well.
So we get an opening rush, and now we're going into no blocking, which for anybody who's tuning in who doesn't play dodgeball or is new to watching it, no block, your ball becomes part of your body. So if the ball hits your ball and you don't catch it, or there's no pop-up, no nothing, you are out.
Intensifies the situation a bit. Some players like it, some players don't really prefer it.
I love no block. It's popcorn ball.
Oh.
Beautiful catch from Kenneth.
Being doing his thing on that corner. being aggressive and finding the chance to make a catch out of it. Ooh. Looks like we might have had a collision or a rough impact from a throw. Sakura looks like he took some sort of hit to the head or face.
Did he hit his head off the floor? I'm not.
Oh. Yeah, he has a tendency to get really low when he dodges. He's so agile that that's kind of a tool for him, but it does occasionally put him in a position of hitting his head on the floor because of how low he goes.
I think his head collided with Kalen, actually.
Oh, really?
The way he dodged, he kind of, like you said, went low to the floor and leaned over, and I think he might have hit Kalen's foot.
Looks like we got a medical team over there checking him out, making sure there's no concussion concerns.
Nice tag in the left corner. You have 4v3 in favor of Saiyan Elite right now.
Nice outside curve from Esterbrook from that left corner.
Such a strange release.
Yeah, I haven't gotten to see him play enough.
Oh.
We're getting a little player feedback on what happened
so
to...
we're being told that the collision was with Kalen's fist.
Ooh.
I'm not sure if I prefer the fist or the foot, to be honest. And a Chatterton catch right up at the line. Beautiful way to close that set out.
Yeah, Saiyan's looking pretty solid.
Going into the second half, it is 4v1 in favor of Saiyan Elite. They're coming out pretty dominant in this game.
What do you think Melee can do to make an adjustment here? If you had to pick one thing, what would you pick?
Set their own pace.
It's fair criticism.
No panic throwing, that type of thing. But, I mean, it's also a matter of if you're on the back line, you're on defense, you shouldn't be flat-footed. You got to keep moving. You got to stay out of your own head. Keep your body working. Keep yourself in motion.
I love to hear that. I think that's some of the best advice for a lot of dodgeballers these days is to really, like, key into that constance of doing something, having some sort of effect on your opponent, you know?
And that's coming from someone who's been getting hit in the foot and the ankles all day.
We all learn one way or the other.
Oh, it was an elbow, not a fist.
Why are you so mean to Sakura? Poor Josh.
That's some friendly fire if I've ever seen it.
He's too valuable to be doing that.
You
gotta
cannot
protect that guy.
You cannot line up beside Kalen. Kalen's throw is dangerous for the person he's throwing at and dangerous for the person he's throwing beside.
All right, leading into the second half here.
2 balls on Saiyan Elite.
Melee coming out aggressive, throwing 2 balls out of 4.
Looks like Anna tried to feed it back and was unable to make connection with Riz up at the line.
Ooh. Great rush off the back line from Saiyan Elite there. Really explosive and forcing Melee into a difficult situation. Ooh. Oh, wow. Jordan struggling to survive in his corner. Honestly, from my angle, I didn't think that came anywhere close to him, so I must not have seen it well enough.
Be a skim.
Ooh, high ball ricocheting over our heads.
And it takes 2 off of Saiyan's side. Kenneth and Kalen are both eliminated on those throws.
That's efficiency at work.
It's a 4v4 right now. Karen Dang looking for that catch and getting out of the way right at the last second.
Ooh, wicked cross. And he gets away with it. I'm surprised Cody didn't choose to throw straight down the line there.
Melee seems to be finding their footing a little bit more during the second half. They're finding their targets a little bit easier than they were in the first, for sure.
Yeah, they're leaning into their offense, finding some effect there. They're doing a pretty good job of mitigating that transition, but Saiyan's a team that's going to make that difficult for you one way or the other. So you really just kind of have to put that effort into it, like you were saying. Like, don't be lazy about it. You're going to have to try, because otherwise you're just going to get away with it, right?
If you're going to get hit, at least make them earn the hit. Don't just give it to them for free.
Oh. Man, Cody is just feeling it. He was opening up with some monster catches, and now he's just whipping balls cross court, hitting those tight angles.
Has anybody stood out to you from either side for MVP? And you can have Cody Foley. That is my nomination from Sayan.
I think we got to put down Cody. We haven't seen a whole lot from Moody, which kind of surprised me. In earlier matches, he was doing all kinds of things. But to be honest, I think Estabrook was actually having some pretty consistent play as well. He seemed to be capitalizing on that backline pressure and finding opportunities and getting hits in that transition space.
You mean before he tried to behead his own player?
Yeah, exactly. Maybe we should put soccer in just for that reason. Taking one for the team.
Think Foley for Sayan, and for Melee,
Melee, I would like to say Jordan Williams, but honestly, I don't think he's done a whole lot out of his corner. He's kind of struggled to survive. Not to pick on him, but, you know, it's hard to have an effect when you're not on the court. I'm waiting.
I'm going to say Ryan Kerr for
How do you spell
Melee.
that? The C or a K?
K-E-R-R.
K-E-R-R. Who else? Well, let's see how this 1-on-2 plays out here. Unfortunate. All right, Melee's still looking for some footing. They had a start there. They were playing well. It was mostly out of their offense, though. We'll see if that defense can kind of shift gears here, but so far we haven't really seen much of an adjustment on that side of the ball. Do you have anyone else? I don't know who else to nominate for Melee at the moment. Part of it is I can't see names and numbers from this side now.
Karen Dang.
Karen Dang, let's do it. All right, we've got our VC MVPs coming to you now. You can kind of see the contrast. Previously, we were watching Melee from this side of the court. Now we're getting to see how Saiyans playing defense effectively, how they're pressuring off of their corners and really making it difficult for Melee to execute on offense. In that last set, we kind of saw that that effect of Melee being able to approach the front line and take those throws. But now Saiyans responding by pressuring off the back line and creating opportunities for that last catch.
It's a great catch from Armsden, followed by Kalen throwing at the moon.
Melee still in this set, though. We got a 4-4. Now they're resetting with 4 balls, having earned the counter without getting hit.
I believe that's 5 minutes left in the half.
Ooh, nice low-place ball. Ooh, 2 nice low-place balls. This is starting to look like a win for Melee. Still got to get through Esterbrook and Ing, though. All right, resetting, 3 balls on the Melee side. Burdens on them because they have more players. Saiyan opting not to rush off the back line like they've been doing. Now that they're at a disadvantage, it's not necessarily the best strategy, though they are capable. Melee kind of taking their time with this. They're not really feeling like they need to rush. I don't think the match is their concern at this point, more so learning how to match up against a team like Saint Elite here. Like you said, kind of playing to their pace.
Saint Elite's in an excellent spot. There's really no need to rush anything. You don't need to push. Take your time.
Well, yeah, it's funny because it's almost contrary to their nature.
Don't forget to vote for your VCU player of the match. It should be posted there for you. See who pulls ahead in the list of 4 that we've posted.
We had some big highlights from Cody Dan Foley early in the match.
Great pull, great catch pulled in by Levelecki over there. Number 18 on Melee, bringing back in, was it Cesravi or Karen Dang? I don't know, I had Kenneth in front of me. Kenneth has 5 balls.
Ooh, wow.
2 hits, 2 throws, 2 hits.
Nice low, accurate shots there. haven't actually seen Ing play a lot of one-on situations. He's so aggressive that he typically gets out earlier in the match, usually earning his team the advantage, but, you know, being so aggressive as to take the trade at some point in the match rather than playing to the final player, but demonstrating that he can do it.
Closes the 3v1.
Up to 6-1 now. Got a few minutes left on the clock to get your votes in.
2.5 minutes, folks.
I haven't really been paying attention to Melee's rush. I mean, it's been defensive from the start, as I recall.
They do a 3-ball rush majority of the time, specifically against teams like Saiyan Elite, Mavericks, that type of thing. You have some of the fastest rushers in the game on these teams, right?
True.
So sending one player for a 3-ball defensive rush is probably your best bet.
I mean, true, I definitely think it's the safe option. I was curious at this point in the match if they'd be willing to experiment with some things, maybe like a wide feed rather than pitching just to someone straight back, just to kind of spread the court space out and kind of respond to the speed that Saiyan Elite has. Let them take that first throw, but then capitalize on the fact that they're committing to that.
I just think that they're aware of the fact that Saiyan Elite is getting to the line before them, so as long as they can get their 3 balls back off the rush.
True, and they have been successful in doing that for the most part. They haven't really been getting killed on the rush. I think there's only been 1 or 2 that have really gotten away from them. And you are mitigating it to just 1 out rather than a chaotic exchange that, you know, will become costly as you play that out.
6v5 in favor of I stand corrected. It is a 5v4 in favor of Saiyan Elite. With, I believe, Waddingham throwing a field goal.
Melee having some fun there. Esterbrook's letting it fly, so they're letting it fly back at him. It's like Jordan's trying to find his spot. He's been a little frustrated, hasn't been able to connect with much. Certainly capable, though. Just needs to kind of hone it in.
4v3.
Oh,
it's a good hit.
I can't believe how effective Jordan is at doing that. Every time I've played that guy, I swear he's managed to get that cheeky little like top spin over my blocking ball the way he just did to that guy. And he does it consistently. Like he feels out that moment, and just the finesse that he puts on that ball is incredible. Unfortunate that he hasn't been able to do more of it or do more with it earlier in the match, but finding his groove now. It's good to see.
We have about 10 seconds left, going just about to hit no blocking.
Oh, Esterbrook's pulling out the behind the back to let one go before the no block.
Esterbrook's and Dongan versus Waddingham and Carindang.
How much do you know about Dongan? Kind of like, I forget that he's on the team in a way, but mostly because I don't know him well.
He's originally Northern Touch, and then Saiyan Elite was created. He played with them for their first couple runs, and then I believe he had said that this year was his last competitive year for Dodgeball. So initially he did leave Northern Touch, or no, he left Saiyan Elite to go back to playing with Northern Touch for his final season. And then when Northern Touch unfortunately did not qualify, Saiyan welcomed him back.
Awesome. Well, yeah, I forgot I had read that in the bio. I just didn't realize that was Dongan.
Final score for this game is a dominating 7-1 for Saiyan Elite.
Definitely one of the teams I expect to go far in the tournament. Melee could surprise some people, though. That was not the performance they were hoping to put out there, but it's getting late in the day, too. Maybe that's
round
starting
robin.
to...
You got more games.
Exactly. It's not even 6 o'clock yet. I think we still got at least 2 or 3 matches to go today. In fact, on that note, let's check who we've got coming up for the next match. I think I'm hanging around to do a little bit more commentary. I think you and I are probably back after this next set. We might have that last time slot. Yeah. We've got Zeal and Vendetta up next. Vendetta, one of the teams out of BC I'm somewhat familiar with. And Zeal, I actually got to ref one of their matches earlier. They really surprised me. They are aggressive, and they were taking it to future. It ended up tying, I believe, 6-6, so it was a really good match to watch. So Zeal should be some entertainment for sure. Vendetta, one of those more experienced teams, knows what they're doing. They kind of have a system to how they like to play, but they're adaptable. They've been playing for a long time, so they know how to switch things up when they need to. It'll be interesting to see how that goes. And then you and I will be back on commentary after that set with Reckless and Vibes.
I will see you then. This is Sydney Somerville signing off at the
All right, we are back. We are going to see the number 3 BC team, Vendetta, taking on the number 4 team out of Manitoba, Zeal. And kind of an interesting thing here is Zeal being in the 4th position. Normally they teeter between 3 and 2, but we've seen a couple shakeups in the past in Manitoba. So
interesting.
Yeah. Also, shout out to Sean Oko. Have not seen him. He's on the Zeal team. He's always been on the Zeal team, but have not seen him at Nationals in a few years. So it's nice to finally see him get out of the house.
Awesome.
Yeah.
It's always good to see some older players get back on the court.
Legacy players.
I don't believe in retirement. I don't know what that is. That's something for your job, not for dodgeball. So I mean, like,
let's at least call them legacy players instead of just like, hey, you're old. Like, I know, I hear it every time I stand up. And there's that whistle. Zeal, huge opening rush there, and yep, just as we saw it happen, Gonzalez goes out.
All right, well, yeah, I got to start putting some names to faces here. Can't really see the numbers from this part of the court.
Pop fly taken out, and that was DeMello. That's one thing you're going to see from Zeal is they are a jumpy team. Like, you were going to see them get some huge air during these games. Like, they are definitely a jump dodge team.
I guess I didn't really notice that specifically. I was repping one of their matches against Future, actually, and that was just kind of a lot of back and forth.
Yeah.
A lot of athleticism in a lot of different ways. That doesn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see that from Denham Dubuque. He's definitely like an up-down guy. Like, he will pancake as much as he gets up in the air. Like, and he can, clear the height of at least 2 small children stacked on each other.
Wow. Love to see it. Makes
Like,
the game so much more entertaining.
Like, not as tall as I am, but like he gets at least 2 toddlers high.
2 toddlers. It's our new unit of measurement.
We're getting close to the end of
the U.S. and Canada have recently been convened to work on this new system.
Fenwick with a couple nice clean blocks there going after Oko. Oko stays in, looks a little bit rattled off of that shot there from the Vendetta player, Davey.
Yeah, and I'm fairly familiar with Vendetta. I've been able to play against them several times across the Tournament of Champions, which is actually an 8.25 tournament up in Vancouver and Surrey. It's a fun rule set, very different style of dodgeball, but what's wild is the pace of play that tournament actually kind of invokes, because every ball is being counted when you pick it up. So you have 10 seconds as soon as you pick up a ball to throw it, which incentivizes a lot of activity.
Yeah, and the difference here is 10 seconds once burden is established for a team.
It's much more easy to control that pace of play, I would say. And what ends up happening in that scenario is that it just becomes faster and faster and faster the more competitive it gets.
Looks like Oko got tapped out on the hands there just after Shane Willem was eliminated. So Vendetta slowly picking away at the Zeal team, but we've got Dubuque, and I just cursed him.
As we commentators do.
And so we just have Amador left now for the Zeal team, but I mean, he's got some catching skills, he's got some throwing skills. Zeal definitely love to hug that back line. And we're going to see a lot of shots there from that, and he's going to go for him.
That is something I noticed watching them earlier, was that they were very willing to throw from distance, and were doing it effectively.
Honestly, though, like, there's a lot of lanky guys on that team, so they have the wingspan to do it.
I mean, yeah, that's a huge factor. Just having that kind of length in your arm really lets you send the ball. It's obviously a skill in itself, but...
There was another player from Manitoba where he was very tall, but we had to like reset our home lines because it was said that he had the wingspan of a condor, and we definitely see that a lot with the Zeal players too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
The wingspan of a condor. I like it.
Because originally it was you have to, and it's just the ball needs to come past the activation line.
Oh, yeah.
So for him, there's that condor coming in, all he had to do is basically, arch his hand over from the center line. It was like, all right, it's active.
And then just airdrop it.
Yeah, pretty much. So they changed up that rule set. Nice big rush there from the Zeal side going after Vendetta.
Really fast on that rush itself, but the feed was bobbled, unfortunate.
Gonzalez managing to stay in this time though, so yeah.
They'll probably appreciate that.
Honestly, there's a couple players that will definitely make those sacrifice runs and stay up at the line, but and then their team doesn't get the catch. They don't get a lot of play time that they want, and they have the talent, so let them stay. Ooh, Vo going out.
Well, looks like he was trying to posture for a catch there at the last second. Just kind of got caught a little too upright for 2 balls coming at him.
I would say Mark Holzer and Aaron McEwen are probably the newest additions to the Zeal team. The rest are all legacy players. Nice big shot there from Oko. One thing you're going to see with the Zeal side, Oko basically lives in that left guard position.
Okay. Well, yeah, I can see what you meant by that, the length, using that length to really send the ball. The caveat to that is that it comes with a lot of wind-up, effectively. You really take time to build up that throw because you need to extend your arm all the way back and out and then carry that through your throw. It makes it, I guess, fairly obvious. You see it coming, but, man, you get effect out of doing that. So if you can set yourself up, you can set your teammates up, I can see how that would make for a good dodgeball team.
I will say, though, like, very protective on that back line, though, but you know, we are seeing Vendetta out of BC, so, you know, they have a lot of the same play style as some of the other teams from that region, and they got a lot of hard arms going on there, so they can definitely take their time with their throws, but they have, like, that deadly accuracy, so.
Yeah, Vendetta able to claim that first set. Just kind of slow and steady. I kind of describe that as their game. They are explosive. They will take some, I guess, I don't know if cheeky is the word I would use, but bold counters. And they will do it. They'll do it effectively.
Fenwick going for a block, but it goes just over the ball and right into the shoulder.
You got to be wary with them.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. Like, I mean, looking at Anderson, I wouldn't expect him to be capable of being so explosive, but that's what he'll do, match in and match out.
And Wilmot going out now, so it's just Gonzalez and Dubuque left. Some of the original Manitoba players. OGs. Toe tapper on Anderson. That's going to be point on the board now for Zeal. I can definitely see this playing out as a bit of a. You know, I said it on the other court, and I just forgot the word for it.
To me, it seems almost like a stylistic
catch and
battle.
release.
Catch and release.
Catch and release. You know, they're both very mindful about their ball control. So, you know, it's coming back, it's coming in, it's coming back, it's coming in terms of who's going to have that majority there.
Okay. Well, yeah, I think both of these teams have like a way that they want to play. They have a kind of a personality, if you will. And I think
Oko with a big jump there, trying to get some air, and he does get tapped out in the legs. Sorry about that.
No worries. I think their personality will kind of like naturally conflict. So it'll be interesting to see kind of which one becomes more constant, more present.
I think we're going to see a lot more agility from the Zeal side, but we're going to see a lot of harder throws from the Vendetta side, and that was on Malika there, but luckily Davey manages to stay in. Very close to it, though. He was very close to it. Going for Holzer, and Holzer goes out.
Anderson quickly making a case for himself for the VC MVP of the match, using that arm to full effect.
Oh yeah, don't forget to vote. Gonzalez with a nice low block, and then Wilmot follows up after they take their shot on Gonzalez. Smart move, very smart. And then, of course, we've got Dubuque, who is one of the veterans, one of the first Team Canada players, too. But he does get caught out by Davey.
Yeah, Davey seems to have a knack for doing that. I played against him enough to kind of be wary.
Clean block by Gonzalez, takes a shot at Fenwick, and it pops right off him.
Straight to the chest.
Yeah, Gonzalez has a hard arm on him.
You must if you're going to put it on that part of somebody's body.
Honestly, I don't think Fenwick was expecting it off of the retreat there.
I mean, that's fair. It seems to be a characteristic of Zeal is that they really do like to be kind of explosive off that back line, but they don't show it. You know, that's what I mean by explosive. It's not like they're going to just charge you down. They're just going to kind of let you relax in the throwing, and then they're just going to rip one at you when they feel like it.
Wilmot with a nice clean dodge there, getting low out of the way. 4 balls in hand now for Zeal, taking the shot over at the Vendetta side, just sending that one over. Again, we're seeing that catch and release. You know, they're not gonna throw away too many balls because they want to keep that control on the court. But those follow-ups from the Zeal side seem to be working against the Vendetta side.
Yeah, who do you have on that right corner? Was it
Wilmot.
Wilmot. He's impressed me. Wow, great cross.
And a bit of a spin there as he goes out. So
3-on-1 now.
And Gonzalez with,
oh, wow.
First one was a clean block.
So we're seeing some back and forth here. First point to Vendetta, second point to Zeal, and third point to Vendetta again. It's really kind of almost a tug of war. It's both teams are just trying to like get ahead and hold that lead, but neither team's letting them run away with it.
I think we got about 5 minutes still in the first half.
Well, and we haven't seen that rush really work out to Zeal's potential.
Ooh.
There we go. That's what I was expecting.
Nice shot from Holzer.
I don't know if Vendetta really has an answer to that other than falling to a defensive rush. Zeal's just that fast.
Honestly, I think something I kind of want to see is Vendetta coming up to the line, staying at the line and countering the shots that Zeal wants to take. Like Young with a great couple follow-ups there, going after Holzer, dropping his ball, but getting good and out of the way. Like that's the agility they need to bring into it to take on a team like Zeal. They need to match. Ooh, unfortunately, Holzer loses the grip on the ball and throws it down. And Oko gets eliminated.
Just takes it right back. He was just giving it up so they could do that.
They're just letting you borrow it.
Can you give me this back in a second?
McEwen coming up to take a shot. Looks like he is trying to play that psych game against Young. Zeal coming up to the line, ready to take those shots. Going for Vo. Vo managing to get out of the way. Love the aggression from Young because Zeal looks like they're pretty slow on the retreat after that one. Trying to keep Vendetta pushed at the back line. Wilmot takes a shot.
Interesting, there's a lefty in there playing their left corner now. Oh, what a catch.
McEwen with a huge clutch catch. That was the southpaw you were talking about, right?
Yeah. It's impressive. Like, at this stage in the day, I mean, these guys are still throwing really hard. Like, it's impressive that they have the stamina to do that.
Yes, I think they started a bit later in the day, too.
Oh, true. But that's the composure for players like that to just kind of put their body behind the ball and absorb that catch.
Oh, yeah, and Zeal is definitely a full body throwing team. That sounds. And that's Maduka going out.
And point answered again. We're now tied up 2-2. Starting to consider these VC MVPs of the match. We're coming up on halftime here in about 30 seconds. They're going to get the rush started, or no? They're going straight into no block, it looks like.
Yeah, there wasn't enough time on the clock. Anything under 45 seconds and you get a no block automatically.
Gotcha.
It's just no point. It just wastes time.
I mean, yeah, there's the argument to be had for like having an opportunity on the rush, I guess. But I mean, I think the whole point of no block is to like play the no block.
You know, I think it makes more sense to just like if you have less than 30 seconds on the clock, we're just going to go into a no block because then teams can take their time and run it with trying to line up the balls, so they can immediately go into that force the no block situation. So might as well just start in the no block.
Yeah. Well, and you have a limited opportunity to play no block. It's usually a sudden death scenario, so it's like, why not make the most of that kind of?
Exactly. It's just a matter of teams like, you know, wasting time trying to figure out that strategy and everything. You know, getting to that lineup. I think that's probably why they wanted to eliminate that. It's a smart move, though. I kind of like how it goes in there with 30 seconds left. Speaking of which.
Whoa. Really counter-aggressive from the Zeal side. Maybe making an adjustment now they're approaching, or I guess now that we're in the no block.
We did see a lineup change. Now we've got Element on the court. Haven't seen him play yet this game, so Wilmot taking up that position on the guard, and Element going for a catch, not able to make it.
Well, I think I'm going to nominate Wilmot as one of our DC MVPs. Anyone else on the Zeal side that stands out to you? All right, looks like we're going to nominate Eric
McEwen.
McEwen, oh,
and Real Wilmot.
It's phonetic, very phonetic.
Yes.
From the Zeal side. And honestly, I don't know, from the Vendetta side, they're pretty well balanced. They've been executing well as a team.
I mean, Vo had that nice big clutch catch.
He did. I remember Davey snagging the big catch as well. And Anderson was ripping that throw pretty effectively to start.
Ooh, yeah, Stop making it hard.
Yeah, I know. These balanced teams, man. It's like they don't want anyone to stand out.
Wilmot slowly working away at the Vendetta side. He's staying up at the line, and he is just throwing those balls.
Well
honestly, like he had them in hand. He goes up, and he was just whipping. Whip it good.
It's that point of the day. Let's see.
I mean, if you can't have fun at dodgeball, where can you?
All right, I think I'm going to nominate Anderson.
Ooh, I like that. I like that.
On the Vendetta side, would you say Vo would be your choice?
I think it's between Mollica and Vo.
Ooh, Mollica's a good point. He was doing some work on that right corner.
He was.
And he's kind of that type of player where he's sort of like quiet and just poised and waiting. He's like a panther kind of lurking over there, just waiting to bite your head off. And he does that. That's what happens. You kind of forget he's there, and then all of a sudden he's like, oh yeah, I hit your foot, bye. Like, okay, thanks, guy.
He's the Team Panther. I love that.
Who are you?
Yeah, I gotta say my vote would probably be for Mollica.
All right, let's do it.
All right. So there we go. We've got those 4 names in. We're gonna see that vote coming up on the chat very shortly.
No, who knows what happens in this second half.
Zeal decides to give me a wave like, hey! And then they're going to replay this game later and be like, yeah, we're kind of over her. Ooh, nice big up there. Wilmot catches it, but we don't know if it was a catch. And he's just staying there with the ball in hand like, let the ref tell me.
Well, yeah, I kind of missed that sequence there as I was setting something down. There's a pop-up, I take it off the rush.
And not a catch, so Wilmot goes out.
Unfortunate. So we're down 3 players off the start.
Yeah, and they reset at that back line. Balls have to lay on the court as they were in play, so, you know, Zeal does have to rush for the balls that they didn't have in their possession that were lying on their side of the court. They come up and take them, but they do have those 4, so they are, you know, in that advantage position with the burden against Vendetta holding them at the back line. And we see Chartier on the court now. Haven't seen him in a while.
Number 5 in the middle here?
Yes. They don't have any names on their jerseys. Those.
I think. Aren't they? They're there. They're just purple. It's purple on black.
It is purple. Oh my God, it is.
You're not colorblind. It's just hidden. Ooh, look at that curve from DeMello there.
Honestly, I love that post from Chartier. He does get the line out call, but you know he lands in the old Burt Reynolds and Playgirl.
Let me just chill here for a minute. Let you admire.
Honestly, though, like
why not? I'm down here anyway.
He knows where that camera is.
I'm impressed. This has really been back and forth here. Now tied up again, 3-3. Starting to see, I think, Vendetta kind of show their teeth a little bit. Mm-hmm. It's kind of their nature. They kind of play sort of passive and quiet and then start to kind of do what they're capable of throughout the match.
Oh, McKeon.
Oh, did he drop that? Oh,
no,
man.
he caught it,
good,
but then he got tapped out in the head.
That was quite a dive not to catch.
No, he definitely caught it, but then that counter takes him out in the forehead.
So the ref's going to discuss it here, make sure they're certain of what all happened.
I mean, it looked like a catch to me.
I think I lost sight of the ball. It looked like he grabbed it. I just don't know if they can establish control.
I think he had his arms up. Like, he had it.
Oh, checking with their line refs as well.
Okay, wow.
Oh, the thrower. Maybe there was another debate as to who threw the ball and what followed.
I mean, I think we know what the thrower is going to say. Like, no, man, I hit him. Take him out.
and maybe one of those awkward debates of, did the ball hit the player's hands and the floor first, or the floor first and then the hands? But he really dove out for it. So unless the ball somehow bounced right before he made contact, that would mean he's safe. But if not, it's a high impact swing of, it's not just he's safe, now it's instead he caught that and the thrower's out. So it makes it difficult on the refs to kind of lean into that decision if they don't feel certain one way or the other.
Yeah.
That would typically be my best reason for bringing the players or captains into that huddle, to kind of ask them what they thought happened, at least to get perspective.
And we've, again, got Chartier just chilling on the court there.
Looks like they're calling it safe, so maybe or no, players out, right?
Yeah, he still got hit out, but
okay.
I think the catch was good. And Oko goes out. Just skimmed him.
Vendetta doing a great job of pressuring off their back corners, really funneling those throws from Zeal down those lines rather than letting them pick and choose their target.
I will say that that's probably going to be a thing for Oko, is while he does play very well at the provincial level, he hasn't been to the event formerly known as Nationals, Club Championships, in a while. So I think that might be a little bit of, I think he might be just a little bit rusty, unfortunately.
Yeah, a little bit of an adjustment, not necessarily a learning curve, but getting back into it. Dodgeball's grown since he's been back into this sort of competitive space.
Yeah, exactly.
It makes sense that it's not going to be exactly what he was used to back then.
Davey getting nice and low, going over him, unfortunately taking out Fenwick. We've got just Dubuque left on the court now, so we're going to see some fancy moves from him. Blocks it down, does hit the floor. I mean, he is a player who's going to use the entire court.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Like, look at that defensive pose.
Oh, got one on him?
They still got him though, but I mean, like, just the way, like, he's a tall dude.
Yeah.
And just the way he was able to, like, curl up like a pill bug.
Well, it's literally slid just to kind of extend the spacing of the throws coming at him, because he had 4 throwers coming at him, and then using 2 blocking balls at the same time, but also compacting his body. Like, that's a lot, and it's a skill for sure.
Again, there's that legacy status coming in.
Gotta love players that are willing to do that much and be that active trying to make a play. You know, we're seeing kind of the opposite of that as Dodgeball has kind of trended into more competitive levels.
Yeah.
Kind of learning how to, like, not necessarily turtle up in the corner, but, you know, put up your shield, kind of like make it really difficult for your opponent to be able to put a ball on you just by making yourself small.
And Dubuque's always been like a super bouncy guy.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of people just can't do that. That's the thing.
No. and like the level that he does it at, and the amount of time that he's kept it up for is just mind-boggling to me, to be perfectly honest. Admirably mind-boggling.
Well, and the best part is that he's got a team around him that supports it. That's what makes this possible. Zeal is a pretty strong team from what I can tell, and it's because they all like to play this way.
Again, like, they don't change up their roster very often, so they don't have to communicate too much when they're on the court. Goes into Chartier's knees there, but it looks like Bolzer manages to stay alive. Still got the full lineup of 6 for the Vendetta side. Play call being made by Davey, and it's a 1-2. They are going for Amador and Wilmot. Good job from the ball retrievers there.
Yeah, shout out to all the ball retrievers today. One of those elements of the teamwork that we need at this sort of competitive space. We're allowed to have 3 ball retrievers per side, per team.
Honestly, that makes the most sense strategically. Like, the amount of hustle that those ball retrievers have to put in. Like, no, you just got to put one on every corner, but props to the one having to do the back of the court.
Yeah,
hustle.
It's work.
That's how to get your steps in.
for real. And you're still coming with your knee pads on, right? You're sliding around. You're doing all the athletic things that you would be doing on the court. You're still chasing the ball around.
Honestly, that ball retriever that they have for the Zeal side on the back side, on the back end of the court, he's not rostered. He is just literally the official ball retriever for Zeal. So. All right, and we have the players of the match up in the chat, so make sure you get your votes in for them.
How much time do we have on the clock now? Looks like we're coming under 5 minutes here. About 4.5 left.
Just enough time to get your votes in for player of the game.
Yeah, very close match. We haven't seen anything crazy happen so far in the second half.
Nice clean block there from McEwen. Again, like I said, that catch and release. You know, they got that burden. They take the burden back. They're being very cautious about their throws.
There's
nice.
that lefty.
The counter shot there from Dubuque.
Hard dodge to the left and just steps into his throwing stance and let it rip. Uses that left side throw to kind of curl the ball the opposite way and does it again.
He had a nice curve on that one, so it takes out Vo. Vo looked like he was going for a catch, and it just kind of spun in his arms and then off the side of the rim in basketball terms.
Well, yeah, and that's the benefit of that left-sided curl. Vo looked prepared for that. He was receding. He had his body squared to the throw, hands up, but he was anticipating, likely through muscle memory, that the ball would curve the other way.
Oh my gosh, another throw from Dubuque there. He takes him out. They counter on Dubuque after he takes that player out and then gets a catch.
Beautiful.
Wow.
And now we're tied up 4-4 with 3.5 minutes left.
And he does that in the second half, so we can't vote for him now. Don't forget, that player of the match.
He just doesn't want the fame, guys. I'm sorry. That's for tomorrow.
And it looks like Dubuque has to tie his shoe. Manages to stay in. Nice big air as he gets out of the way. We see Amador coming up to the line there with Holzer. They're trying to, it looks like there's a ball kind of in no man's land. They're trying to get it. It's so close to that center line. They're not able to reach for it, but they are guarding it, trying to bait Vendetta into coming up and getting that ball. And Wilmot manages to finally pass it over. Nice clean block down there from Vendetta.
Yeah, Wilmot is really, he's got like a poise in the way he throws. He gets to the line and almost kind of like slows himself down as a way of like feeling out what his opponent might be doing.
He's
and
very
then
zen.
Accelerates into that quick release, and he's got a little bit of a finesse on it that seems to drop the ball.
He's a very intuitive player.
Yeah, it seems like it, and it's impressive because of how consistent he is with it.
Yeah.
It's not like he's just doing it and trying and seeing what happens. He's making that work for himself on a regular basis.
And the thing with him is like he does not have a lot of facial expressions unless like he gets one of those clutch catches, so he is a very hard to read player.
Yeah, and that may be part of that tactic of kind of like
Yeah.
slowing himself down, being more stoic in that moment before you decide to throw. It's almost like putting on a blank face. It's like, am I going to throw? Maybe, I don't know. Like it's
Nice air from the Vendetta side after McEwen takes that shot on the guard. Just 2 players left now for Vendetta. We've got 1:45 on the clock, and almost sends it into my laptop again.
Yeah, they got some time to work with here. Even if they lose this, they can go into the no block and potentially tie the match.
Love the footwork on that jump out of the way there from the Vendetta player, and that's Malika.
I don't know if that's their intent here. In a 2v5, how would you approach this? Do you think it's worth really slugging this out to the no block to try to win in the 2v5? Or is it better to kind of just accelerate play and move on to the next set whether you win or lose?
I think it makes more sense for them to play it out. Like we are at a 4v4 right now. Dubuque going out. Oh no, he does block it, but he goes head over feet. Sometimes like the way he just like even recovers it going head over feet there.
Well, yeah, he's just throwing his body around like you were saying. It's
He's made out
impressive.
of rubber. So yeah, it looks like it is going to go into no block now. We are going to see 2 full lines. So they do manage to peck them off right at the last moment there for the Zeal side. I think Vendetta. Honestly, we can see Vendetta tying it up, and I think it makes more sense for them to have that full line against Zeal.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I was curious, because I think the 2-on-5 is like just hard enough to where it's like, I'm not real confident that we're going to be able to play this out.
Yeah, like is it worth it?
Especially once it goes to no block. I think that really puts a lot of pressure on those 2 players. They have to do something other than, survive. They have to make a
need
catch.
one of the, yeah, exactly. You need that catch, and then, the way that Zeal has been throwing those balls, like they're very trick shots. So you don't know if that catch is going to happen or not. And Holzer.
There's Molika again, doing his thing. Panther in the bush.
Holzer goes out.
All right, setting up for the no block now.
I think they had to reset, but they were already in no block, maybe? Well, you know how Calgary is famous for their Chinooks, so we've already got some interference on the stream there. bit of a snowstorm. I mean, honestly, I'm glad it happened because I might have said something really stupid about where that Vendetta player got eliminated.
That's how the world takes care of us.
Yeah.
No, you shouldn't say that.
No.
Here's some great noise.
All right, so we see that ball coming in now, 4 in hand. Vendetta trying to run him, but trick shot. McEwen right at the last second, just a tap on the shoulder.
Like Nation making a case for himself.
Honestly,
here,
like
just
that's
in
the
time.
thing. Zeal makes a lot of Hail Mary preemptive throws.
I mean, it's the thing though. It's like if you do it that often, is it really a Hail Mary? It's the only way you throw it.
I mean, considering, you know, if you want to play strategically, taking that shot can sometimes earn you the ire of your fellow teammates. But obviously there is that level of trust there that they can get away with it while not being taken out.
It's kind of the live and die by it effect, right? Like it can make you great, but it can also be a detrimental mistake for a team.
I think taking a lot of those pre-counters there, like, you know, again, it whittles them down to a 2v2 situation, but also like losing that ball that you might need 1-2, and he is out. So it's just the one player left now for Vendetta, and he is going for McEwen.
That bounce first. That ball dropped so hard.
Amador, and then McEwen with that counter just takes him out, and that's going to be the win. It ties it up. We are going to see this end in a tie. No, sorry. Zeal got a point before, so we are going to see it 6-4 now. So Zeal does take the win on there. Honestly, great job. And then we are going to see one more game.
One more
And then everyone gets to go home and come back and do it all tomorrow. We're going to see Reckless versus Vibes.
That should be a fun match.
Thanks so much for joining us, and we will see you shortly. You get to stay here, though.
Yep.
All right, so I am here with the Vendetta player, number 22, Malika. You are the player of the match. How do you think that went for you?
Yeah, I would have loved to have had that last hit at the end there, but I mean, we played hard. You know, it was a fun time. Yeah.
Honestly, your footwork is absolutely outstanding, and that's why I think a lot of people voted for you. What do you do to train for that kind of stuff?
A lot of burpees, a lot of side-to-side movement, and a lot of yelling from my coaches. Yeah.
That's great to hear. Is there anyone at home that you want to give a shout out to?
Absolutely. Helen, Alice, Wendy, and all the family back home. Thank you so much for watching and for cheering us on all the time. I got 2 daughters at home and my wife, so thank you guys.
So, I mean, you guys have been doing an absolutely fantastic job today. You guys have a lot of hard throws. How do you think that's going to take into account for tomorrow with your games? Are you going to change up your strategy at all?
I mean, we've been playing a system that we really like, and I think it caters to our strengths. And as long as everybody, you know, gets a good night's sleep and some recovery tonight for tomorrow, I think we should go, you know, come into it pretty strong. Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, thank you so much. I will let you get on with it so you can get that rest and back to commentary.